You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. No, it has a lot to do with you. Come home tonight. I'll put on a fantastic show for you. Tonight? Chloe was somewhat surprised. Wasn't it a little too fast? You're taking action tonight? Chloe asked to make sure. Yeah, I need to attack them when they're unprepared. Andrew smiled. Evelyn barely filled up the $400 million hole that her son dug, but Andrew was already planning to attack her and push her off the cliff. So, you're going to make sure they never recover again? Chloe knew Andrew. He had done plenty of foreplay, so his attack would be deadly. As expected, he flicked her head, gently and adoringly. You're the smartest. That's why you have to bear witness to what happens tonight, or else all my preparations would be in vain. Tonight at 6:30 p.m., my mom will be hosting a dinner party, and the entire family will be there. You have to come. Then, Andrew put his hands in his pockets and left. Chloe looked at him with a complicated expression on her face. He was always laughing and joking around, allowing others to misconstrue him as easygoing. However, that wasn't who he was. Chloe had a feeling that Andrew was too smart and was never sincere to anyone. He placed traps everywhere he went. Too bad she didn't know that someone was deeply planted in his heart. If she did, she would probably. Chloe. Timothy called her as she was walking out of the Green Corporation. Chloe turned around to see him alone, without Evelyn by his side. Can I help you? You have the day off, right? Come have some tea with me. We haven't talked in a while. I don't have anything to talk to you about, Chloe replied impolitely. Her words didn't anger Timothy. Instead, he smiled. Don't be so distant. We're not as rich as the Dawson family, but if they're in trouble, we'll definitely help. After all, we're in-laws. Chloe was annoyed by the fact that Timothy kept bringing up their marriage to his own advantage. Chloe was just about to refuse when Timothy added, How's your mother doing? I went to see her at the old house, but no one was there. Did she move away? Yeah, that place is being demolished, so I bought her a new house. Oh, really? Where? You don't have to know, my mom doesn't want to see you, Chloe said quite frankly. Timothy smiled awkwardly. I know she still hates me, and I already told her that I'll slowly make things up for you guys. Oh, right. I heard that your brother went to study in New Zealand? He did. Does he need help with anything? I have a lot of friends down there. No, thank you for the gesture. Are you sure you don't want to grab a cup of tea with me? Timothy asked again. Mr. Green, I don't like it when others beat around the bush. You don't have to invite me out for tea or dinner. Just tell me what you want. Emphasize on the key points, please. We're both busy people. You, child? Okay, if that's the case, then I'm going to be straightforward. Brenny is going on a set-up date tomorrow with someone who has a hefty background. They're meeting at the Hilton Hotel. Can you and Dawson come? Chloe immediately understood what he wanted. She knew Timothy wouldn't ask her to drink tea with him just for fun. Brenny was being set up on a date, and he wanted them to go to help the Green family gain face. After all, GK's president was a big deal in this city. I'm sorry, Mr. Green. Neither of us are free tomorrow. Can you guys come just for a little while during lunch? Even if you guys just drop in to say hi. Timothy tried to negotiate with Chloe. I'm not that close with Brenny. You should convince Andrew to go instead. Unwilling to waste another second with him, Chloe got on her car and sped off. Since she had the day off, Chloe immediately drove to meet up with Sarah. The two of them sat in the coffee shop Chloe recently opened and chatted casually. Girl, has there been any news in your tummy? Sarah quietly asked. Chloe's coffee-stirring hand paused for a second. Then she shook her head. My mom told me that there's a really famous traditional medicine doctor where she lives, and a lot of couples have gotten pregnant after meeting with him. Traditional medicine doesn't hurt the body, so wouldn't it be great if your problem was solved? My mom said that he's pretty good, and since we have time today, do you want to go check it out? Chloe usually refused, but today, she answered, sure. Then Chloe drove herself and Sarah to the street her mother lived on. It was an old industrial district. Sarah grew up there, and since their family had gotten used to it, her parents didn't want to move all the way to downtown. In the end, they twisted and turned until they arrived outside a yard. A dog began barking at them as soon as they walked in. What do you want? An old woman with a weird accent walked out of the yard. Hi, we're here for Mr. Ruiz. Sarah remembered that this family was named Ruiz. Oh, are you here for a checkup? Yes. Chloe nodded. Come in. The consultation fee is $20. The old woman stuck out her hand. Before Chloe had a chance to reach into her bag, Sarah immediately passed the old woman a $20 bill. Then, she took them into a little house, where an old man of around 80 years or so was wearing reading glasses and organizing medicine. The entire room reeked of traditional medicine. Old man, you have a patient. Okay, I got it. The old man had perfect hearing and stopped what he was doing immediately. Then, he turned around and walked slowly towards Chloe and Sarah. Which one of you is the patient? I am, Chloe said. What's your illness? The old man asked in all seriousness. Feel her pulse first, and we'll go from there. Sarah didn't want Chloe to tell him that she was infertile. It would be too awkward. The old man nodded and gestured for Chloe to sit down on the chair. Then, he placed a wrist pad under Chloe's right wrist and began feeling her pulse. He looked very professional. The truth was, Chloe studied Western medicine, so she didn't believe in traditional medicine. However, not many traditional medicine practitioners existed anymore, and many medical school graduates who had rudimentary traditional medicine knowledge pretended to be miracle workers, prescribing patients random medication. Traditional medicine wouldn't kill, but one had to suit the remedy to the case in order to see effects. If Sarah didn't mention it to her today, she wouldn't have planned on seeing a traditional doctor. Her mom brought it up as well, but she didn't say anything. Doctor, how is my friend? Is there anything wrong with her? Sarah asked anxiously. The old man slowly put away his hand and glanced at Chloe. You're lacking both qi and blood, and your womb is cold. Do you suffer from period cramps? I do. Chloe nodded her head obediently. You should take better care of your body, or else getting pregnant will be hard, the old man exclaimed. Chloe and Sarah exchanged glances. Does she need to take medicine? Sarah asked. If you trust me, I can prescribe you some traditional medicine. If you don't trust me, feel free to go to a pharmacy and ask for womb-warming medicine. I suggest that you take them for 3 months, the old man reminded them. You can prescribe them for me. Chloe thought that the old man had a point. From a Western medicine point of view, she diagnosed herself with a cold womb as well. Then, they bought $200 worth of traditional medicine from the old man. As soon as she got home, Chloe began boiling the medicine, and soon, a nose-piercing aroma filled the entire kitchen. She had to drink 3 bowls a day, 1 pack each time. It smelled and tasted disgusting. The medicine mainly consisted of well-known traditional herbs, and those who drank traditional medicine would know how foul-tasting it was. After Chloe drank the entire bowl, she felt her stomach churning. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore. She ran into the bathroom and began throwing up. When Jack arrived at home, Chloe was still going at it in the bathroom. She forced herself to drink all the medicine, but couldn't keep it down. Her entire breath reeked of traditional herbs. Honey, what's wrong? Jack frowned. I'm fine. Chloe waved her hand at him. She then brushed her teeth and came out from the bathroom. She walked right up to the couch and fell into it. You made traditional medicine? Jack had a really sharp nose. Yeah. Chloe nodded in admission. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Jack touched her head, but she wasn't burning up. I went to see a traditional medicine doctor today. He said that I had a cold womb, and it was hard for me to get pregnant. So, I thought I should drink some traditional medicine and condition my body, Chloe said nonchalantly. You can eat more dates and brown sugar. It works the same. Why would you drink traditional medicine? It's too slow. I need to get better as soon as possible, Chloe said, stubbornly. Heartbroken, Jack hugged her. Honey, don't be like that, really. I won't blame you, even if we never have children. I'm happy as is. But I'd feel unsettled. I want a baby, Chloe said, depressed. At that moment, the kitchen timer dinged, and Chloe went into the kitchen and poured herself another bowl of traditional medicine. Then, while Jack looked at her, she didn't even frown before downing the entire bowl of black water. Then, she covered her mouth, trying not to throw up. Upon seeing Chloe so stubborn, Jack's heart ached for her. However, he knew Chloe well and was aware that as long as she made up her mind to do something, she would do it, no matter what. Therefore, he didn't stop her. Instead, he walked into the kitchen and took out a peach, cutting it up into small slices. Then, he handed the plate of sliced peach to her. Eat this. You'll feel better. Chloe placed a slice into her mouth. Then, she smiled. Honey, you're home so early today. My dad's home, and he asked us to come home for dinner. Tonight? Yeah. What's up? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah. Andrew told me to go back to the Green Mansion tonight. I'm guessing something's going to happen there. I'll go with you then. Jack didn't want Chloe to spend so much time alone with Andrew, so he immediately offered to go with her. What about your dad? Chloe felt bad. It's okay. We'll go another day, Jack said slowly. Chloe nodded. The Dawson Manor. Thinking that Jack and Chloe would be home for dinner, the maid prepared a dozen dishes. However, Jack suddenly called to say that he wasn't coming. Peter turned around and told the maid, Let's eat. We don't have to wait for them. Jack's not coming? Mrs. Dawson wasn't so happy. Yeah, they're busy. What are they busy with? He doesn't even have time to come home for dinner? Mrs. Dawson furiously asked. He thought that they were coming back, so Peter didn't even ask Bella to come, in fear that there would be misunderstandings between them and her daughter-in-law. Too bad they didn't come. Jack said something's going on in the Green family, so they're going there. What? He'd rather go to the Green family than ours? I bet it's Chloe's idea. I told you I hated her, did you see? She's doing this to me on purpose. Mrs. Dawson immediately lost her cool. Something's going on in her family. What are you getting so worked up about? Peter didn't like it when his wife acted out. He, Jack, and Chloe all thought that she was going through a midlife crisis. What can be going on in her twisted family? It's the 21st century, but the wife and mistress are living under the same roof. High-class people all laugh at their situation. Timothy is so thick-faced, he really should watch his behavior. Forget it. Let's eat. That's their business. Peter became impatient. He ignored his wife and walked right up to the dining table. On the other side of town, Chloe and Jack arrived in his Maybach right on time. 6:30 p.m. Timothy was pleasantly surprised to see Jack and Chloe. Why didn't you call to say you guys were coming? Let me ask the kitchen to make some more dishes. Timothy was ecstatic. No, it's okay. We're only staying for a little while, Chloe said faintly. Even though neither of them liked the Green family, they still had to be polite. Therefore, Jack bought Timothy some expensive supplements before they came. When they arrived, everyone was there. Chloe hadn't seen Lily in a while, and the latter was extremely happy to see her. I haven't seen you in such a long time. You look more and more composed. Lily smiled. Thank you, Mrs. Green. Chloe kept a safe distance from everyone in their family. I knew my little sister Chloe would be the most punctual one. I told her 6:30 p.m., and here she is. Andrew walked downstairs. Jack's hair stood up in disgust when he heard Andrew call her Chloe. You invited Chloe? Timothy asked in surprise. Yes. Mother came back today, and we don't do family reunions that often. Soon, everyone was seated at the table. Liam had his head down and spoke of nothing. For the past couple of days, he had been home, too afraid to go out. Since his resignation, Timothy had cut off his allowance. He was officially grounded and was supposed to be reflecting on what he did. Chloe had messaged him, and without much freedom, he had to reply in secret. President Dawson, this is your first time at our house, isn't it? Brenny sounded rather enthusiastic and initiated a conversation with Jack. Yes, Jack answered coldly. You look much better in person. I heard GK Film and Television is doing very well, Brenny continued. Jack looked at her slightly and didn't know how to answer. Everything she said was unimportant. Thanks for your concern. GK Film and Television has been doing pretty well. Chloe smiled and answered in lieu of him. Brenny ignored Chloe and continued to stare at Jack dreamily. Can I visit the company when I have time? I really like Annie. She's really pretty and is a very good actress. None of our celebrities are at the company. They are all working out of town. Jack politely declined. I see. Can you get me an autograph or something? Brenny continued to ask in a very thick-skinned manner. Have you ever seen any company owners ask their employees for autographs? Chloe asked, amused. Brenny, it's not good for someone like Jack to do something like that. Stop thinking about irrelevant things, Evelyn said. Chloe, I heard you're a doctor now. Lily's information was rather up to date. Yes, I've reviewed the Green Foundation's accounts. There's been no mistakes, and not a penny went missing. You're doing a great job. Thank you. I'm just doing my job. When faced with Lily's compliments, Chloe didn't appear slightly pleased at all. She knew it just small talk, and would never take it to heart. Jack, about that land that we spoke about? The project won't begin until next year. Perhaps after the new year, Jack said. Oh, okay. As long as you remember what I said, Timothy said. He had a thick face and still remembered that he wanted a share of the pie. You two have been married for a while now. Any news from Chloe's tummy? Evelyn asked with a smile. Chloe knew that Evelyn was asking intentionally because she wanted to embarrass her. But before he could answer, Jack answered. Chloe is still young. We're not in a hurry. We're planning to wait. Oh, I see. Evelyn raised her brows and nodded. Chloe wrapped her hands around Jack's hand tightly under the table. She felt safe beside him. He's always in front of her, protecting her. Chloe is rather young. Kids can wait, right? What if Chloe grows tired of Jack? Having no kids will make divorce a simple one. You guys won't need to fight for custody. Everyone's jaw fell open as they heard Andrew finish. Ha, I'm kidding. They're so in love. Why would that ever happen? He continued. Jack glanced over at Andrew with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. No point in having these jokes. Chloe is my bottom line. I do not tolerate any jokes related to her, he said defiantly. Okay, my bad. President Dawson, don't be upset. Andrew continued to joke as if nothing was wrong. Never mind him. Andrew likes to joke around, Lily said in an attempt to mediate. There's been gossip on some forums recently that's rather funny. Do you guys want to hear them? Andrew asked as he held a tablet in his hand. No one responded since they didn't know what to say. I'll read it to you guys. It's an interesting story. I guarantee you guys will like it, he continued. Excitement glimmered in his eyes, and Chloe knew the show was about to begin. Everyone remained in silence. All 6 of them watched Andrew unfold the story on his own. It seemed obvious what was happening, except to Timothy and his little groupie. Chloe knew that Andrew had a tough card in his deck, and as soon as he revealed it, it will be all over for Evelyn. Oh, how he loved to kick a dog that was down. It was perfect timing, since Evelyn had just bled out $400 million. Andrew continued slowly. The forum says a not-so-well-known celebrity was secretly going out with a millionaire. Except the millionaire already had a wife, so she chose to be his mistress. In order to get what she wanted, she gave birth to a child and finally got her foot through the door. Evelyn frowned as she heard the story play out. She understood Andrew's intention. What's so interesting about this? In today's day and age, what's wrong with being a mistress? It means the woman's got skills. How else would the man fall in love with her? It's a society run by the law of the jungle. Just because the wife lost, she can't possibly blame everything onto the mistress. If she's capable of anything, then there wouldn't be any third wheel or fourth wheel in the first place. Brenny attempted to stick up for her mother in a rather unclever way. Chloe kept her silence and waited for the climax of the story to unfold. Andrew smiled and read on. The millionaire spoiled the mistress and that child, and provided them with whatever they wanted. But what's funny is the fact that the millionaire never questioned the identity of the child. The child was never his to begin with. It was the mistress and her previous lover's child. What the millionaire also didn't know was that his beloved mistress had been cheating on him with that old lover of hers for all these years. Oh boy, the sea-olding is real. Chloe made the connection, and dawn of realization suddenly hit her. She stared at Evelyn in disbelief. She's got a man on the side? One of her children was not Timothy's? That's bloody dramatic. Evelyn's face grew pale as fear crept into her eyes. Auntie Evelyn, is this story entertaining or what? Andrew smiled and asked Evelyn. Andrew, what's your point? Are you implying something about my mother? Brenny asked impatiently. I'm not implying anything. Why would you think that? Andrew smiled. Lily kept her silence and sipped tea. She seemed to already be in on this. These stories are bogus. Are you questioning whether I'm my dad's daughter? You're hilarious. Brenny rolled her eyes and arrogantly countered Andrew. Her blood test had shown she was the same blood type as Timothy, and she had also sweetly offered to donate blood to her father whenever he was sick. So, of course, Andrew was just bullshitting and making things out of nothing. Brenny rolled her eyes some more. You're getting ahead of yourself. The form wasn't speaking of you. The mistress's child was a boy. As Andrew spoke, he glanced over at Liam profoundly. Timothy was old, but he hadn't lost his mind yet. He understood Andrew's implications. Andrew, you shouldn't be focusing on these kinds of gossip. They're mostly untrue, and are there to make people's lives difficult? Timothy said. That's true, but Dad, I found out a very interesting secret. What secret? Startled, Timothy asked. Andrew pulled out his phone and began playing a video. He then handed his phone over to his father. Timothy's face grew pale as he grew restless, almost frantic. Where did you get this? He was flabbergasted. A friend of mine that works at a news company filmed it by coincidence and sent it to me. I bought it for $3 million, or it would have been on the news. What kind of video costs $3 million? Lily chuckled intentionally and asked. Chloe and Jack exchanged glances. They both understood what was about to happen. Timothy tossed the phone in front of Evelyn and bellowed, "See for yourself!" As the video played itself out, Evelyn's face grew increasingly pale. By the end of it, she looked like a ghost. Evelyn felt cold and weak, as if she was going to black out any second. The video took place at the end of last month when Timothy was on a business trip, and in the video were her and her lover. It wasn't in high definition, but it was clear that she was kissing someone passionately in the video. Unlike photos, she couldn't use the excuse that it was photoshopped. Evelyn was so scared she knelt to the floor and begged, "Timothy, I made a mistake." Without letting her finish, Timothy raised her hand and slapped her across the face. She fell to the side immediately. "Mom!" Liam and Brenny panicked and attempted to help her up. "Don't touch her!" Timothy roared. Brenny and Liam pulled back their shaky hands immediately. "Mom, what's going on? What's this video about?" Brenny asked anxiously. "Nothing too special. Just a video about your mother and a man having an affair in an apartment under her name while your father was on a business trip," Lily ridiculed. Brenny and Liam looked dumbstruck, while Timothy's face grew darker. "Evelyn, I would never have dreamt that you would cheat on me." "Brilliant. You're quite brave, you know. Have I not treated you well all these years? How dare you? How dare you?" When confronted with Evelyn's betrayal, Timothy was not only outraged, he felt extremely hurt. It was true that he was a selfish man, and sometimes he would play around with other girls as well. But, when questioned, he always said that he loved Evelyn. He had tried his best to protect their son and daughter. He gave them not only his money, but also his love. He always thought Evelyn loved him deeply and never expected her to cuckold him. "Who's the man?" Timothy finally asked, icily. "Timothy, I'm sorry. Please forgive me this time. I will never do it again. I will never see him again, okay? Please, please believe me." Evelyn crawled over to Timothy, but he only kicked her away. "Don't touch me." Timothy swore. "Dad, I've already investigated the man. His name is Casey. He owns a restaurant, and he's also got a family of his own. According to the reports, he and Auntie Evelyn were junior high classmates and used to date." "Oh, wait. No. They've been dating all these years. It turns out they've kept in touch all these years and are pretty good at hiding their tracks. Too bad that the reporters nowadays have better technology." Andrew explained slowly. "I see, junior high classmates. Was he your first love? Evelyn, I've provided for you all these years and you had the audacity to nurture a lover on the side?" "No. He's lying. We haven't contacted each other for years. It was only recently. I went to a class reunion and drank too much. I'm sorry. I promise I won't do it again. Timothy, please believe me, I love you." With the confrontation, the usual level-headed Evelyn panicked. She had no idea what she was saying. All she did was cry and beg on the floor. Chloe watched as Evelyn knelt to the floor and begged Timothy with her hands around his leg. In order to keep her place in this glamorous world, she had chosen to forego her dignity. "Dad, I'm sure Mom has her reasons." Liam attempted to explain and help his mother. Timothy lifted his free leg that wasn't tangled by Evelyn and gave Liam a kick and watched coldly as he fell towards the floor. "Get the hell out." "Oh. Also, Liam, you shouldn't be calling him Dad anymore. I've sent your hair sample for testing, and your DNA is completely different from Dad's. I'm guessing you're Casey's son. But of course, that's assuming that your mother only had one man on the side." "You're bullshitting," Liam cursed as he pointed his finger at Andrew. Timothy looked at Andrew with shock written all over this face. "What did you say?" "Dad, I'm sorry. You may not want to hear the truth, but I still have to tell you that Liam isn't your son. Here's the DNA report. You can take a look at it. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can do another test. However, the good news is, Brenny is your daughter." Timothy felt thunderstruck as he took the DNA test from Andrew. All these years, he had suspected everyone, but never once suspected that Liam wasn't his own. Therefore, he never did a paternity test on Liam because he felt like it was an insult to Evelyn. However, his one tiny careless mistake brewed into a catastrophe. Evelyn was so scared that she didn't dare say anything. She never thought that her lie would one day be exposed. Back then, she accidentally became pregnant with Liam while having an affair. Terrified, she even thought about getting an abortion. However, she was in a hurry to give birth to a son for the Green family, and therefore decided to take a risk. She didn't think that anyone would suspect her. Yet, Andrew decided to investigate her. "Evelyn!" Timothy ran up to her like crazy and put his hands around her neck. He strangled her as if he wanted to kill her. Brenny ran up to save her mother, but his father kicked her to the side, smashing her into the wall. "Dad, please don't act rashly. You can't change what happened even if you kill her," Andrew consoled. Just as Evelyn thought that she was going to die, Timothy suddenly let go of her. "Dinner is over, Chloe. Go home with Jack. I need to take care of things at home." "Okay then, we'll head out now." Jack and Chloe got up and left awkwardly. As soon as they left, Timothy pulled Evelyn upstairs and immediately beat her half to death. Her screams echoed the mansion. Brenny and Liam kept crying. Neither of them knew what to do. "It's all your fault. You did this. Why are you so evil?" Liam ran up to Andrew in an attempt to hit him. However, the latter grabbed his hand and threw him onto the ground, like a piece of trash. After beating Evelyn up, Timothy came downstairs. "No one is allowed to leave this house until I thoroughly investigate this." After he calmed down, Timothy decided to do another DNA test. If what Andrew said was true, and Liam really wasn't his son, Then he would need to draw up a new will. Okay, Dad, we'll wait for your results. Andrew smiled on the couch, crossing his arms. I feel bad for you. You raised someone else's son for more than 20 years, Lily said mockingly. Everyone shut up. Then, Timothy covered his chest with his hand and fell unconscious to the ground. After Chloe and Jack left the Green Mansion, they went straight back to South Hill Manor. It was early winter and cold at night. The two of them held hands as they sat down by the edge of the fountain. Honey, did you enjoy watching the show at Green Family just now? What about you? I enjoyed it. Timothy has done too much evil in his lifetime. This is karma. But Andrew sure is ruthless. I bet he knew about it a long time ago, but decided only to drop this bomb after bleeding $400 million out of Evelyn, hitting her when she's down. I think it doesn't matter if Brenny is Timothy's biological daughter. Timothy will never forgive Evelyn, and the three of them will never be able to recover from this incident. Yeah, that's how Andrew does things. He's very cruel. Jack never liked him. Right, honey, I wanted to ask you about something. What? Next Friday is Justin's birthday. He invited me. Do you think I should go? Chloe didn't want to hide things from Jack, so she decided to ask in advance. What about you? Do you want to go? Jack asked gently. Do you want to hear the truth? I do. Jack nodded. I don't want to go since Justin and I aren't close enough to celebrate each other's birthday. I don't know why he invited me, but even if I don't go, I still have to. Because he gave me something on my birthday, and I want to give it back to him. What did he give you? Jack froze for a second. Chloe never mentioned this to him. Was she afraid that he would get jealous? Chloe took out the bullet from her handbag. He gave you this? Jack picked up the bullet and examined it. There wasn't anything special about it. Yeah, he stopped my car on my way home and gave this to me. He told me that it represented a wish. He said that if I ever needed him to do something for me, I could go find him with this, and he'll help me no matter what. He sure is generous. Jack sounded a bit sour. Chloe smiled as she leaned on Jack's shoulder. Hey, is Mr. Dawson jealous? Would you believe me if I said I wasn't? Nope. I guess I am then. Jack lovingly stroked her head. I knew how important this present is, so I've been looking for an opportunity to give it back to him. When better than his birthday? It's what I've been wanting to do. Sounds good, but there's something you need to pay attention to, Jack gently reminded her. What? Confused, Chloe looked at Jack. The entire city's eyes are on Justin. There's going to be a lot of media outlets at his birthday party. Don't give anyone the chance to make groundless accusations. It'll be bad if someone blows things out of proportion. Plus, my dad's really thin-faced. If our personal matters affect the company, it might dampen his opinion of you. Jack was very serious. He wasn't being unreasonable nor pretentious. Not only had Peter's attitude towards Chloe gotten much better, he even accepted her as his daughter-in-law. However, if negative news erupted from this event, the old man's attitude towards her might change. Jack didn't have to care about his mother, but he had to care about his father. After all, Jack respected him. Chloe completely understood what he was trying to say. She could go to his birthday party and enjoy a meal here. But don't let the media catch her doing anything out of line. If they magnified it, it would be bad for everyone's reputation. After all, they were all public figures, and GK Film and Television was Imperial Star's competitor. I understand. Chloe nodded. The next morning, as soon as Chloe got to the hospital, she received a phone call from Beth. The latter told her that Cody was acting up and asked her to check up on him. Chloe quickly put on her white lab coat and black-rimmed glasses. Upon reaching the top floor, she bumped into Cody, who was in casual wear and ready to head out. Where are you going dressed like this? Sister Chloe, perfect timing. I've been feeling suffocated and want to go out for a walk. No. Chloe blocked his way. Sister Chloe, I can't believe you won't sympathize with me. Cody was a little surprised. It's not that. I have to be responsible towards you. So, are you telling me or not? What's my illness? If you don't tell me, then I want to be discharged. I don't want to stay here anymore. I'm going crazy. I don't like doctors. I want to go home. Beth looked like she was struggling and didn't want to tell him. Chloe fell silent as well. Why? Are you going to keep me in the dark forever? Tell me, I'm not scared, even if I have cancer. I've had enough of this life anyway. Just tell me, don't hide things from me like I'm a child. I'll find out, anyways, before the surgery. You won't be able to forge my signature. Cody had a bad feeling these days. He felt like the nurses and doctors were being too careful around him. Beth has been in a bad mood, and Chloe checked up on him 3 times a day. Indigestion? Would he really believe them? Change out of your clothes, and I'll tell you, Chloe said calmly. Young madam, Beth seemed hesitant. It's okay, Beth. I'll tell him. Give us a few minutes. Chloe nodded at her. Cody was obedient. He went into the bathroom to change out of his own outfit and then sat down on the bed in his hospital gown. Tell me, what disease do I have? Don't lie to me. In layman terms, you're suffering from liver failure and need a liver transplant. A liver transplant? Is it cancer? Cody looked up, seemingly calm. It's not liver cancer, but rather a case of complicated liver sclerosis. Because you're in the mid-late stage, you need a liver transplant. Is it that serious? Can you find a matching liver? Yeah, we found one already. That fast? Cody obviously didn't believe her. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Then, when will the surgery be? Within 5 days, as soon as you finish your pre-op checkups. I'll fully recover after surgery? Yup. As simple as that? Yes. As simple as that. After Chloe finished, Cody still felt unsettled. He looked at Chloe doubtfully, and she smiled. Don't look at me like that. I won't lie to you. Then what's the rush? I thought I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. The thing is, you're suffering from liver failure, affecting your digestive system. If you don't get surgery soon, it'll affect your appetite, and you'll lose weight. Okay. I don't understand medical jargon, but from what you said, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Of course it isn't. You don't have to worry, Chloe consoled him. After his conversation with Cody, he calmed down quite a bit and stopped trying to leave. Beth immediately went up to Chloe after she left his room. How did it go, young madam? He's fine, don't worry. He's on Weibo talking to his fans. Chloe smiled. How was his reaction after he found out? It was fine. It isn't a life-threatening disease to begin with. So why make a big deal out of it? That's great. Thank you, young madam. Don't thank me. The organ donor is the hero here. Without the donor, Cody wouldn't be able to get surgery so soon. You're right. Who's the organ donor? I'd like to compensate him or her. After all, they helped Cody out. Chloe shook her head upon hearing what Beth said. It's okay. She won't take money. She doesn't want money? Beth looked confused. Yeah. Never mind. I'll tell you about it later. I still have work to do. Call me if you need me. After a busy day at Southside, Andrew sent her a message telling her that Timothy did another DNA test, and he was right. The Green family went through a night and day change, and Evelyn and her children were completely sidelined. Timothy put them on house arrest and didn't let them go anywhere. He was going to update his will as well. Timothy also told Chloe to be there the day he announces his new will. Chloe, the 2 of us will be able to eat their share of the cake now. Are you happy? Andrew asked her via Snap. I don't want the cake. It doesn't belong to me anyways. You can have it all. Chloe wasn't greedy. She never wanted to take a cent from the Green family, since she was never Timothy's daughter to begin with. You don't want free money? Are you an idiot? Andrew sent. Money isn't a good thing. Too much of it is troublesome. I don't want something that's not mine. You made it sound like you're not a part of the Green family, Andrew said profoundly. Chloe began struggling again. Did Andrew know about her true identity? If he did, how much did he know? Could it be more than her? Huh, why aren't you replying? Andrew sent her another message. Andrew, you seem to know many, many secrets. Chloe used many twice, just to see Andrew's reaction. Haha. I do know a lot. To her surprise, Andrew didn't deny it. Chloe felt her heart beat faster. Perhaps Andrew could give her the answer she was looking for. She held her phone and nervously sent him another message. How much do you know? How much do you want me to know? Andrew continued to beat around the bushes. How would I know how much you know? What do you want to know? I know a lot. What do you want to hear about? Andrew said arrogantly. Chloe didn't want to scare him off. She was afraid that his mysteriousness was a ploy to get information out of her. Therefore, she asked vaguely, I just wanted to know what happened a little over 2 decades ago. Everyone told me that my mom ran away with Timothy's driver. Back then, Uncle James was indeed his driver, but I don't see what's wrong with them falling in love. Originally, I wanted to ask Uncle James about all this stuff, but sadly he died. It's all ancient history, and I can't even verify their story. Andrew chuckled upon hearing this. What are you laughing about? I think James's death might be a good thing for you. What do you mean by that? Uncle James died for me. Do you know how sad I've been? Because of this, Chloe was forced to part with Jack for 7 years. How could Andrew say that it was a good thing? What I meant was, if James didn't die, you would have. Yeah, he died to save me. That's why I'll be forever guilty. How can you be sure he was trying to save you? Perhaps he was their original target. Plus, you don't know much about James's character. I only remember the old man, and my mom say that he was very cunning. How could that be? The car was coming at me. Andrew, don't defame Uncle James. He's not on this earth anymore, so we have to be respectful. Chloe clearly remembered what happened that day, and therefore was angry with Andrew's deductions. She found it hard to accept his biased comments. Haha, don't get agitated, I was just blabbering for fun. Andrew chuckled again. Upon seeing that Chloe was mad, Andrew decided to let it go. So, are you coming to the announcement of the old man's new will? Nope. Chloe was still determined. I know the old man well. Even if you don't come, he'll still count you in. Andrew added, I don't want it. Even if he counts me in, can I automatically forfeit? Fine. Jack has really treated you well. I can tell from the way you sound, you little rich mogul. It's for the best. All the money will be mine then, and I won't have to try to kick you out later. It's much easier on my end. After putting this seemingly half-serious, half-joking message out there, Andrew stopped typing. Chloe, on the other hand, felt like her entire body had gone cold. She was only testing out the waters right now, but it seemed like Andrew really did know a lot. Uncle James's character, she never once suspected him. After all, he had treated her very well back in those years and never once picked on her. However, Chloe also knew that Andrew wasn't someone who spoke nonsense. There was always some truth to his words. If what he said was real, then was there another truth behind what happened that year? She thought that it was just a ploy carried out by the Dawson family to kill her. Uncle James was just trying to save her. But Andrew said that the target was Uncle James, to begin with, and not her. If Uncle James hadn't died, then she would be the one who did? Was Uncle James not the man she thought he was? If this was a few months ago, Chloe would never suspect Uncle James, who sacrificed his life to save her. However, now, every assumption was possible, because things had become more complicated and confusing. Uncle James knew about her true identity, but never uttered a word. In Towtown, everyone who knew of the truth had faced tragic deaths. Was there really a horrific person manipulating everything in the dark? Did Uncle James's death have something to do with this? What about Jack's parents? Were they used as scapegoats? Were they just taken advantage of her? At this thought, Chloe shivered all over. This was terrifying. What kind of person would plan out and control something for more than 20 years? After she left the hospital, she drove straight to Sky Blessing Court. After Thomas left, she began wanting to spend more time with her mother. You're back from work? Sandra seemed happy to see her daughter. Yup. Are you tired? I feel like you've been running around a lot recently. Chloe shook her head. No, I'm not as busy as you think. Sandra took out an apple, washed it clean, and handed it to Chloe. Thanks, Mom. She smiled sweetly. Thomas called me. He's there already. He told me it's really beautiful there. Yeah. He sent me a message too. I saw the photos. New Zealand is really pretty. Mom, don't worry about him. Technology is really advanced these days, and video calls are very convenient. I know. I'm not worried about him. I'm more worried about you. Why aren't you pregnant yet? It's driving me crazy. Sandra was constantly worried by the fact that Chloe wasn't pregnant yet, and brought the topic up every chance she got. Mom, Sarah took me to see a traditional medicine doctor, and I'm drinking the herbal tea the doctor prescribed me. Don't worry, I'm sure it'll happen soon. The doctor said that my body is a little cold, so it'll be harder for me to get pregnant. But it doesn't mean that I won't get pregnant. It's not a big deal. That's good. Drink the tea on time and take care of your body. Oh, and tell the hospital to not make you work night shifts anymore. Staying up all night isn't good for your health. I know, Mom. Oh, right, Mom. Who named me? Why did they name me Chloe Green? Sandra sat down beside her, trying her best to remember. I remember that I named you Bixie Green in the beginning. Pfft. That's such a lame name. Chloe almost choked on the apple in her mouth. If her name was Bixie Green, Jack would probably laugh at her. Yeah, Uncle James didn't like the name, and said that it wasn't unique enough. He said that your name had to be special. Why did Uncle James want to give me a unique name? Chloe looked at her mother, confused. Uncle James seemed to have many secrets. Why didn't she notice this before? Were the Green people right? Was Uncle James really cunning? Who knows? He only briefly mentioned it, and back then, you always cried. It was really weird. I fed you my breast milk, but you still caused a lot of trouble. Thomas, on the other hand, fell asleep right after I fed him. Before you reached 1 month old, you cried all the time, and your cries were so loud that neither of us got enough sleep. Later, Uncle James suggested that we call you Chloe Green, Chloe, as in sleep, so that you would get more sleep in the future. That's how you got your name. Mom, when you gave birth to me, didn't you give birth in Tao Town with Dr. Perry? Then, after my birth, did Uncle James keep in contact with her? You told me that they were distant relatives. Sandra nodded. Yeah, they kept in contact. When I was recovering from childbirth, Uncle James went to Tao Town once and brought Dr. Perry some local specialties. What happened then? Did Uncle James go back to Tao Town often? Chloe continued asking. I guess. He went back quite often because you had to get all sorts of documents. Who knows? Anyways, while I was recovering from childbirth, Uncle James kept running back and forth. Sandra didn't seem to know much about these things. She basically believed everything James told her. Mom, do you still have Uncle James's things? I want to take a look at them. Why would you want to see them? It's bad luck, Sandra said unhappily. I'm a doctor. I'm not superstitious. Mom, can you find them for me? I really miss Uncle James. Wait here. Let me go look for them. I don't think there's much left, just a little box. Then, Sandra went upstairs. Shortly after, she brought down a little box. Chloe smiled. Mom, can you warm up a glass of milk for me? I'm thirsty. Okay, wait here. After Chloe sent her mother away, she quickly opened the little black box and began looking through Uncle James's possessions. She wanted to see if there were any clues. She was now more curious than ever. What in the world happened all those years ago? The search proved to be disappointing. There were only a few items in the old box. The old-style razor and flashlight were things that Uncle James used very often. There was also an old cell phone, the oldest model. She couldn't even turn it on. Chloe secretly placed the cell phone into her bag. If she managed to take the chip out and take it to an expert, maybe she would be able to find out who Uncle James contacted before he died 7 years ago. There was also half a pack of unsmoked cigarettes. from a very old brand. The cigarettes cost $5 per pack, and a lighter laid next to it. It seems like her mother still missed Uncle James. That's why she saved all this stuff. At the bottom of the box was a really funny book that Uncle James often read. It wasn't a classic, nor a martial arts fiction. It was a fortune-telling book, old-time horoscopes of the sort. Chloe flipped through it. There were chapters regarding bone fortune-telling, ironboard fortune-telling, and even the fortune of the 12 zodiacs. These types of things had been extremely popular in the countryside because most villagers believed in the so-called 4 pillars of destiny. Chloe remembered that Uncle James often read this book and even had to flip through it before leaving home sometimes. She didn't think she would see any clues in the book, but when she stopped at the page with her birth month, a circle was drawn on the date she was born. September 19th, 1992. That wasn't weird. After all, it was Chloe's birthday, so it was natural for Uncle James to note it. However, curiously, at the bottom of the book, one word was scribbled on the blank space. Regret. Regret. That was all. The handwriting was messy, but it was obvious that Uncle James wrote it. Back when they were organizing his possessions, no one read through the book, so no one saw this. But what did Uncle James regret? Did he regret bringing her back, despite her not being Sandra's child? Or was there some other truth hidden behind this cryptic word? Upon seeing this, Chloe became more confused than ever. "Chloe, the milk is ready." Chloe immediately closed the box upon hearing this. "Thanks, Mom." She took the milk and slowly sipped at it. Sandra glanced at James's possessions, and her expression became sorrowful. "This man wasn't born to enjoy life. Back then we were poor, and he had to provide for our entire family. Now that we're well off, he's not here anymore." "How ironic," Sandra exclaimed. "Mom, did Uncle James have any savings? How would he have savings? He's a driver that barely earned enough to provide for the family. Before he died, he told me that he wanted to partner up with others to do some business, but the accident happened before he could do anything. At the end of the day, he was just not born to become rich." Chloe looked down but didn't say anything. She remembered Andrew saying that Timothy gave James $200,000. It seemed like James never gave that money to her mother. Therefore, the money's whereabouts may have something to do with her identity. Back then, Uncle James seemed to be in contact with someone behind her mother's back. She stayed with her mother for a long time and didn't leave until Jack picked her up. She didn't mention the cell phone and Uncle James's belongings to Jack because, from his phone conversations with Rick, Chloe found out that Jack had been investigating this matter as well. However, the process had been very weird, and people kept disappearing. Therefore, Chloe didn't want Jack to put himself at risk for her sake. "Honey, what are you thinking about?" Jack saw that she was distracted, so he asked her gently. "Nothing. I just miss Thomas." Chloe changed the subject. "Didn't Thomas send you a message?" "He's all settled in, and everything's going well." "Yeah, he told me." Chloe nodded. The couple went to bed early that night. The next day at noon, Chloe utilized her lunch break to go find Victoria at the bureau. Although Victoria was pregnant, she didn't become prissy. Instead, she continued working at the municipal bureau. Brenton was at his family company during the day, so they each had their own work to do. Victoria was exhilarated to see Chloe and grabbed her hands. "We're 2 peas in a pod. I was going to ask you to meet me for lunch." "Let's go. There's a really good dim sum place downstairs." Before Chloe could respond, Victoria dragged Chloe to the restaurant downstairs. "Victoria, I actually came here to ask you a favor." "Tell me." Victoria nodded. Chloe reached into her bag and placed the phone on the table. "Pfft, that's such an old model. Don't tell me it's your phone." Victoria was flabbergasted by the old Nokia cell phone placed before her. She hadn't seen this model on the market for years. "No, it's an old friend's. He's not alive anymore, but it seems like there are some clues in his cell phone. The phone is off right now. I think it's broken. Do you know anyone who can help me find out the call history on this phone?" "Call history?" "Take the SIM card and go to the provider." Victoria was startled. Chloe shook her head. There's no SIM card. I didn't see one when I got the phone. There isn't a SIM card? Victoria was confused. Chloe knew that things wouldn't be easy. The disappearance of the SIM card couldn't have been a coincidence. That's why she wanted to know who Uncle James came into contact with before he died. So, can you help me? Do you know a software expert or something? Chloe was hopeful. Victoria picked up the phone and looked at it. I can try. There's a software expert at the Municipal Bureau, and we're pretty close. I'll take it to him later. Great. Thanks. Victoria smiled. How have you been doing? Any morning sickness of the sort? Nope. Everything's been good. I've been eating like I used to, and I haven't been sick or anything. That's good. You don't have to go through the agony of morning sickness. The wedding's on January 4th. Remember to come. That's for sure. Oh, right. Are you coming to Justin's birthday party next week? Victoria suddenly asked. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. The truth was, Chloe wanted to go quietly, without anyone knowing. Jack was right. The two of them were special people, so she couldn't be that flashy with her appearance. That's why she didn't tell Victoria. Yeah, that's maybe for the best. After all, you're GK's young madam. It'll be bad if you're photographed. It's okay if you don't, but Justin will probably be really disappointed. Brenton said that he's changed quite a bit, and he's barely involved with any rumors anymore. He spends most of his time working at his company. I think he's mended his ways. It's all thanks to you. What does that have to do with me? Doesn't it mean that he's a good person to begin with? Chloe replied. You're right. Justin's a really messed up person. He used to be a big-time playboy, but he's not a bad person. In the beginning, I thought he was screwing around with Gianna, but later I realized that it was just media hype. Justin isn't like that anymore. That has nothing to do with me. I've never paid much attention to him. Chloe was aware of her status, so she's been avoiding interaction with Justin. She treasured her relationship with Jack, so she kept telling herself to be logical and to not make any rash decisions. That's why I like you so much. You're so resolute, and your life is either black or white. You don't hover in the gray area. You like Jack, so you were willing to do anything to marry him. You don't like Justin, so you rejected him rather than give him hope. You didn't keep him on a leash to show off your charisma. Therefore, Chloe, I admire you. You're domineering and a big show-off. After Victoria finished her rant, they both started laughing. That night, when Chloe and Jack were having dinner at Sky Blessing Court with her mother, Timothy surprised them with their arrival. Why are you here? Chloe wasn't friendly upon seeing him. Chloe, don't misunderstand me. I didn't investigate you guys. I went to your old house, but I heard the neighbors say that you guys moved to Sky Blessing Court, so I thought I'd come and visit. Timothy began pretending to be the fatherly figure again. Mr. Green, you must be busy at home. Why would you have time to come see us? Chloe's words were filled with needles. Timothy felt awkward. Mom, you probably don't know what happened in Mr. Green's family, right? Chloe asked her mother. What happened? Sandra was confused. She had no idea because Chloe never mentioned it to her. Mr. Green, should you tell her, or should I? Chloe looked into Timothy's eyes and asked sharply. Timothy didn't know where to start. If you can't say it, then I'll say it for you. That woman, Evelyn, slept with another man behind Mr. Green and secretly had a lover for 20-something years. Not only was she caught on camera, but they also found out that Liam isn't even Mr. Green's son. What? Sandra was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. Timothy took this opportunity and grabbed Sandra's hand. Sandra, you're the best. Back then, I was blind to believe that low life, Evelyn. I've done you and our daughter wrong. No, you didn't do me wrong. Just my mom. Although my mother was a mistress, she didn't want to destroy your family. She loved you like an idiot. Chloe knew how much her mother had to suffer. Sandra may have been a mistress, but the difference was Evelyn wanted money, power, and the Green family's inheritance. Sandra, on the other hand, was just a woman in love. Back then, because of Timothy's change of heart, she even thought about ending her own life. Thank God she met James. The two of them ended up together and lived an ordinary life. Mr. Green, humans shouldn't be so power-driven. Back then, you gave up on my mother. You shouldn't come back asking for forgiveness, because not all mistakes are forgivable. You can't come running back to us looking for sympathy, just because Evelyn hurt you. We're not boo-boo fixers and can't mend your broken heart. Everyone knew that Chloe was a woman with razor-sharp fangs. Jack sat there quietly as he watched Chloe act all high and mighty. His wife sure was good at imposing pressure on others. She was so hot when she was doing so. Jack almost laughed upon seeing Timothy's twisted face. How on earth was his wife able to think of all those words and metaphors? Kudos to her. Haha. Great. That's really great. I never thought that this would happen to you one day. I knew that Evelyn wasn't one to stay loyal to just one man. Sandra laughed. She felt like God had reprimanded Timothy and suddenly felt as light as a feather. Sandra, I was blind. I'm sorry. Timothy kept apologizing. Then, he tilted his head and looked at Chloe. Chloe, I didn't come today to ask for your forgiveness. I'm here to ask you guys to verify my new will. I've decided to give the two of you a great chunk of my inheritance. I'm sorry, Mr. Green, but we don't need your money. Maybe we used to need it because we lived a poor life. But as you can see, our lives are pretty great now. My husband Jack gives us enough to live abundantly, so we're not interested in the specifics of your will. If you don't know who to give it to, just donate it to a charity or an orphanage. There was no way Chloe was going to accept Timothy's inheritance. Perhaps in the past, she would have accepted it without being a prissy. However, now she knew that she wasn't Timothy's daughter. She would never ignore her conscience and take his money. After all, she wasn't Evelyn, who was willing to do absolutely anything for money. Chloe's right. We don't need money, nor your inheritance. The truth was, Timothy wasn't that nice of a man. The only reason behind his decision to update his will was because Evelyn tricked him. Plus, he had a plan all worked out. Once he became close with Chloe, he could rely on GK. By then, he would be able to use Jack to fight against Andrew, taking back everything that used to belong to him. Therefore, he had to give Chloe an incentive first. Too bad she wasn't interested. Jack, help me. I really want to leave them with some money. If I die, at least they will have enough money to live off. Timothy's gaze fell upon Jack, who had been watching them silently. It was obvious that he was just putting on a show. Jack took his time and answered slowly, "It's okay, Mr. Green. I can take care of my own wife and mother-in-law. I will treat them well, so you don't have to worry at all. Jack's words stuffed a sock in Timothy's mouth. Now, that's what they call the cold shoulder treatment. Did you hear what he said? We're not interested in your stupid money. Don't act all high and mighty just because you have money. Let me tell you, it won't work now. Back then, I dated you partly because you were rich. But after all these years, I've come to a realization. All the money in the world won't give you happiness. You still won't be able to live until you're 200 years old. Being content with what you have is true happiness." Sandra stood on her daughter's side as well. Upon seeing how stubborn this family was, he had no choice but to leave. "Mom, the Green family is in chaos right now. I don't know what he's planning to do, but don't ever let him in the house again, okay? I know. I only let him in because he told me he had something important to talk to me about. If I had known that he was going to say all that, I would have chased him out a long time ago. You obviously can't make a crab walk straight. I can't believe he used to tell me that your Uncle James was the cunning one. Did he talk to you about Uncle James?" Chloe immediately asked her mother upon hearing what she said. "Yeah, he often defamed your Uncle James in front of me. He said that he was cunning, and I would never see him for who he actually was. Timothy said that I was stupid and that James was someone who would kidnap me and then dupe me into paying for my own ransom. Oh, why? Curious, Sandra asked. Nothing. I was just wondering. Chloe smiled and stopped asking. On their way back, Jack held Chloe's hand as he asked with a smile, You seem to be really mysterious lately. No, I haven't. I feel like you're hiding something from me. Why would I? Guilty, Chloe immediately denied it. Really? Jack was doubtful. I'm really not. Mr. Dawson, I swear. Anyways, if I find out, I'm going to teach you a good lesson. Jack smiled but didn't say anything else. Soon it was Justin's birthday. A few days before his party, the media all began to report wildly about it. People paid a lot of attention to the event because they thought Justin would hold a big birthday party at Imperial Star. However, the company didn't disclose anything, even when Gianna, Chloe, and the other female celebrities were interviewed. They all claimed that they didn't know President Cooper's plans. Imperial Star's employees also kept their mouths shut about their boss's birthday party. However, the more they did that, the more curious the media got. Justin's birthday party began at 6 p.m. that night at his private mansion. His mansion was home to one of the biggest private aquariums. Brenton used to joke that going into Justin's mansion was like going to an ocean park of some sort. Tempered glass surrounded the place, and sea animals and tropical fish were everywhere to be seen. It must be romantic to sleep in his mansion. However, sadly, no woman was ever lucky enough to stay over at his luxurious mansion. He hated strangers who invaded his personal space. Even when he favored Zoe, he never let her stay overnight. The Cooper family took Justin's 28th birthday very seriously. At noon, Justin had lunch with his parents and grandfather. Then, according to tradition, he went to the ancestral hall and kowtowed to his ancestors. At night, he returned to his mansion, marking the beginning of the extravagant Young People's Party. Renowned directors and celebrities from all over the country arrived quietly in the city. Countless luxury cars parked outside Justin's private mansion. However, because of the tight security, reporters weren't allowed in, so most of them stood outside anxiously. Brenton came with Victoria. Max came with someone new. She was a staggering 178 centimeters tall Russian model, a newbie on the runway. The theme of today's party was red, so everyone came wearing red. The atmosphere was as joyous as the new year. Justin was wearing a dark red shirt with decorative stripes on his chest and shelves. He looked elegant and regal. A black diamond hung on his left ear, shining brightly under the lights. Holy shit. Guys, don't you think Justin's super handsome tonight? Max exclaimed to Brenton from afar. The others looked out to see Justin standing in the middle of the crowd with a glass of champagne in his hand. He was gazing out as if he was waiting for someone to come. Justin's private mansion had a 400-square-meter garden. Everything was as luxurious as could be. The design was unprecedented as well. Many celebrities began complimenting his mansion as soon as they stepped inside. A red carpet was laid out from the front gates all the way to the mansion doors. A stage was constructed beside the swimming pool, with a famous girl group dancing atop it. There were Western dishes, red wine, and champagne everywhere. There were hundreds of dishes and thousands of drinks. The place was even decorated with countless flowers. Justin was a man of luxury and extravagance. Although he didn't announce his party to the world, he spared no money in decorations, making the entire place eye-catching and sumptuous. Justin, you're so handsome today, I think I'm falling in love with you. Max walked up to him and said teasingly, Stop with the nonsense. Help me greet the guests. I'm going crazy here. Justin was speechless. A bunch of people who weren't even invited came out of nowhere. The scene was like a movie premiere, and all of the Imperial Star celebrities attended as well. Even Annie, whom GK poached, came to his party. She was wearing a red gown with seductive makeup and looked extremely pretty. Dr. Victoria, you sure are pretty today. Justin smiled as he looked at Victoria. I've always been pretty, okay? Victoria said as she linked arms with Brenton. So when's little Brenton coming out? The due day is August of next year, Brenton answered proudly. After all, he was the first of them to become a father. Hey, guys, look, who is that? A few girls shrieked. Justin and Brenton both looked towards the door as well. A man in a red tuxedo came in through the door. He didn't smile and had sharp eyes. He was very good-looking, but no one seemed to recognize him. Is that a new celebrity under Imperial Star? He's so handsome. It shouldn't be. Imperial Star didn't promote him, but he is really hot. Look at how handsome he is. He's not even smiling. The women chatted amongst themselves. After walking in, he headed straight for Justin. Then he extended his hand. Young Master Cooper, happy birthday. When in the world did you come back? Justin was pleasantly surprised. He was Case Chase, who used to be one of the 4 princes of the city, along with Justin, Andrew, and Brenton. He was the young heir of Northern Otto. Max's looks and family were nothing compared to his, so naturally, Max didn't like him. Case had been studying in England all this time, so not many have seen him in the country. Apparently, he and Justin were close friends. It seemed like the rumors were true. Last night. Why didn't you call? I could have picked you up. If I told you, would it be a surprise? Case replied. Justin smiled. The two exchanged a few words before Case headed in. Why is that pretentious douche back? Max was unhappy. Hey, don't be so passive-aggressive about the rankings back then, okay? He doesn't even care. Why do you? Brenton smiled. I can't let it go. Our families are about the same, but I lost because I'm not as handsome. Here's the thing, though. I'm much more handsome than he is, okay? Right. You're the most handsome man on this earth. Justin turned around to leave after saying this. What the hell, Justin? Why do I feel like you are being very sarcastic? Max complained. Brenton and Victoria broke into laughter. Hey, Brenton, do you think Jack will come? If the person who was hitting on your wife held a birthday party, would you go? Pfft, that's a great answer. How careless would he be if he came? If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. I'll bet you a yacht that Jack isn't coming. Brenton smiled. I don't want to bet. I'm scared that I'll lose my boxers. But I really think that Chloe can make it, Max added. You always think. I think that Chloe will get a divorce and marry young Master Cooper. Brenton rolled his eyes at Max's unreliable thoughts. If Chloe came to an event like this, wouldn't her presence seem out of place? Just then, a guest at the door once again grabbed everyone's attention. Bella? Why is she here too? Max was surprised by Bella's arrival. As far as he was concerned, she wasn't that close with Justin. Young Master Cooper, happy birthday. Bella had on a pair of red, wide-legged pants with a white t-shirt. Although it was early winter outside, Justin's mansion was brimming with energy. Most guests were dressed in summer attire. Thank you. My father is attending meetings in another city, so I've come here to represent him. Please forgive his absence. Bella was truly a master socializer. Her every smile was just right, and her every move looked natural. Mayor Hall paid a lot of attention to Justin's birthday. He made sure that Bella attended the event with a present. It was all because of Grandpa Cooper's prestige. He only had one precious grandson, so no one dared to disregard him. My father told me to bring you this calligraphy. Bella handed over a cylinder. Please thank Mayor Hall for me, Justin answered calmly. He was already used to politicians. I heard that. Young Master Cooper and Chloe are good friends? Justin raised his head and looked at her calmly. He didn't understand what she meant by that question. Bella then said, I am also friends with Chloe. She's a great person. I really like her. Oh, really? Justin replied lightly. He didn't appreciate his relationship with Chloe being pried on by others. Plus, he didn't even think he had any relationship with Bella. I like someone, and I will keep it to myself if it bothers others. Is that even too much to ask for? Far off in the distance, Victoria gazed at Bella. She said, quietly, I don't like Bella. Why not? Brenton was surprised. No reason. It's just a feeling. A first impression. You shouldn't like her. She's probably Chloe's biggest competitor. She's the Dawson family's prized possession, and Mrs. Dawson's biggest weapon. She's also the only woman who can enter the Dawson Manor as she wishes and see Jack whenever she wants to. Max was always well informed of these types of gossips, so he began to dissect Bella. Women like her... Never mind, I don't think she's a threat to my green. Due to her affection for Chloe, Victoria had a designated name for Chloe in front of strangers. She referred to her as my green. It was a very loving title. Brenton chuckled. I don't think she is as well. I don't think anyone can defeat Chloe when it comes to Jack. There is no such thing. Brenton had seen firsthand just how much Jack loved Chloe. Therefore, the two of them agreed on the matter. It was Max, however, who delivered a blow. I actually want her to defeat Chloe. That way Chloe can cry in young Master Cooper's embrace. My heart aches for Justin, Victoria, Brenton. Fine. They were almost impressed by Max's words. There was never enough trouble for that guy. Not long after Bella's arrival, Andrew arrived, as well. He was dressed in a very eye-catching red tuxedo. Next to him was Emery, dressed in a red strapless evening gown. She became the focal point the moment she arrived. Many famous directors and producers immediately went up to her, all wishing to collaborate. Andrew and Justin stood off to the side. What a grand event! This is already very low-key. Justin sipped at his champagne and smiled. Will she come? Who? Justin pretended to not know. You know, don't play dumb with me, okay? Ha, I'm not sure. She didn't say, but I did invite her. Justin smiled bitterly. He wanted Chloe to come, but knew that it was unlikely. I'm guessing that the girl will come. Andrew then laughed mysteriously. How did you know? Did she tell you? Justin saw a glimmer of hope. Of course not. She wouldn't say something like that. She's very careful in her choice of words. But I think that the girl only looks cold on the outside. She knows who's truly good to her, and she's grateful towards them. I'm sure that she knows how good you are to her. You gave her fireworks and a car fleet for her birthday. She wouldn't just disregard yours. She would at least come to wish you a happy birthday. It's who she is. Andrew watched Chloe grow up. Although they were never close, he was very familiar with her personality. This was why he had guessed that Chloe would show up. Of course, he wasn't certain. After all, if Chloe was worried about making Jack uncomfortable, maybe she wouldn't show up. It was all up in the air. Hearing this, Justin licked the corners of his lips and remained silent. He had always thought that birthdays existed for people to throw away their money. It was nothing meaningful. This time was different. He suddenly felt hopeful of something. If Chloe suddenly appeared and celebrated with him, how happy would he be? She was simply too important to him. He also knew, however, that if Chloe took consideration of Jack's feelings, she probably wouldn't show up. As far as Chloe was concerned, no one was more important than Jack. Emery was surrounded by a group of fans, all wanting her signature and taking pictures with her to show off on their social media. Overcome with boredom, Andrew walked towards Bella. Hi, Miss Hall, young Master Green. You look beautiful today. You're the most exquisite woman I've ever met. Thank you, but aren't you afraid that Miss Emery will get jealous? Bella smiled. I'm not. If I'm speaking the truth, Emery wouldn't get jealous. Bella responded with a smile. I've heard that you lived with the Dawson family for more than a year when you were young. Bella's gaze shifted. Young Master Green, you sure are well informed. I just remember hearing this from somewhere, but it's strange. You were probably very cute growing up, weren't you? If you lived with the Dawson family for so long, why, did nothing romantic happen between you and Jack? Hearing this, Bella looked like she couldn't keep it in any longer. She smiled awkwardly. Maybe I'm not his type? Impossible. All men love beautiful women, but Jack's an exception. In his eyes, probably only Chloe is perfect. With that, Bella took a sip of her champagne, her gaze complicated. President Cooper, it's time to cut the cake. Justin's assistant reminded him. Justin nodded. He looked towards the door, but still, no one was there. All the guests had arrived. Justin turned around and got onto the main stage. A couple of employees entered with a 7-layered cake. It was red and decorated to perfection. Every layer had its own unique style. There were roses, race cars, boats, etc. Everyone walked towards the cake, making circles and circles around it, crowded as could be. Justin lifted his hands, and all the lights focused on him. He then symbolically cut into the cake as an explosion of fireworks began. The girls began to scream out in excitement, all taking out their phones to record videos of the sight. A couple of famous female celebrities from Imperial Star Entertainment surrounded Justin, singing him happy birthday. Many men were as envious as could be of this sight. If I were young Master Cooper, I would sleep with a different woman every day, 365 a year. If I continue like that for 3 years, I could get the Guinness World Record for the highest number of one-night stands. Ha ha ha. Max laughed. If he was as perverted as you, he wouldn't be Justin. Brenton sighed. Master Cooper doesn't look too happy. Victoria noticed that Justin wasn't all that excited. It's because the person he wants to see isn't here. They stood there, watching the event unfold from the side. The majority of people were huddled in the middle. It was so chaotic that no one noticed a small shadow creeping into the crowd and sneaking into Justin's mansion. After the toast finished, Justin sat down on a long bench beside the pool. Just then, his phone rang. At the sight of the number, he couldn't contain his happiness. Hello? He immediately answered. I'm in the southeast corner of your home. There is a lot of paparazzi outside. Jump over the wall. I have something to say to you. With that, Chloe hung up the phone. She sneaked around the outskirts of Justin's mansion and discovered a quiet place in the southeastern corner. There were quite a few sycamore trees, blocking the view from the others and the paparazzi. Only then did she call Justin. After Chloe hung up, Justin felt his heart thumping violently. She really came. He wasn't waiting in vain. Justin walked quietly toward his female assistant and said, I'm going out for a bit. If anyone asks for me, tell them I'm resting in my room for a bit. Yes, President Cooper. The female assistant nodded. Afterward, Justin threw on his black jacket, covering the red on his body. He then sneaked his way towards the southeastern corner of his mansion. There were no lights there, so it was pitch dark. Luckily, the wall wasn't too tall, and with his former military training, Justin climbed to the top of the wall with ease. Sure enough, as he looked down, he saw Chloe standing at the bottom of the wall. She was also wearing red. Although it was a small cotton coat, she nevertheless looked adorable. Hey, stupid girl, you're late. I already cut the cake, he whispered at her. Chloe was startled. She looked up and waved at him. Hurry up and get down here. Don't let the others see. What are you scared of? It's not like we're having an affair. With that, Justin jumped off the 2-meter-tall wall, his action clean as could be. Chloe was speechless. I think you're thinking too much. Where's my present? Give it to me. Who the hell demands presents from other people? Why did you come if you don't have a present for me? Justin looked at Chloe, amused. She was wearing the scarf, hat, and mittens Hannah knitted. They looked white and fluffy. There were even 2 rabbit ears on the hat. She had on a pair of black jeans and a little red down jacket, looking as cute as a button. Knowing that Justin's party was red-themed, Chloe looked through her closet for something red and only saw ball gowns and summer dresses. She would have frozen to death if she wore them. To avoid the paparazzi, she didn't dare drive her Audi R8, too. She took a taxi to Justin's mansion and circled it a couple of times before she discovered this hidden spot. Chloe then took out the bullet shell and carefully handed it to him. Here, What are you doing?" Justin was surprised. He looked at her but refused to take the bullet shell. "Actually, I didn't want it when you gave it to me. It's too valuable since it's your birthday today. I thought that I should give it back to you. I gave you the bullet shell as a gift. I don't want it back. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to use it ever, but don't humiliate me like this," Justin said coldly. Chloe explained, "I don't mean to humiliate you. Please don't misunderstand. Then take it back." Seeing him so stubborn, Chloe could only take back the bullet shell. Justin's words made sense. The promise. Worst comes to worst, she'll just never use it. "So, did you bring any other gifts?" Justin crossed his arms in front of his chest, pretending to be angry. Chloe scratched her forehead awkwardly, and after a moment she said, "Oh, I know. Give me a second." She looked down and grabbed her wallet. She took out a stack of cash, $5,000 exactly. She withdrew it this morning and was thinking of using it to buy Nico a computer. Now that she had no gift, money wasn't such a bad option. "Here, happy birthday. Use it to buy the food you like." "Take it. You don't have to be so polite. You are welcome." "Chloe, I really want to strangle you," Justin said with a dark expression. Chloe was the first woman to give Justin money on his birthday. Everyone knew that he didn't need money. Most women tried to please him with ties, socks, cufflinks, brooches, watches, rings. Some even gave him sex toys and condoms. But who the hell gives money? The only thing that Justin wasn't missing was money. "Is it too little?" "I only have this much right now. Do you want me to go and withdraw some more? Is there an ATM around?" Chloe asked with the utmost seriousness. Justin was about to spit fire. If this person wasn't Chloe, he really wanted to send her flying with a kick. "So, you told me to jump over the wall to see you, just to give me this?" Justin questioned, his expression dark. Chloe coughed awkwardly. "Ahem. It was said that nothing ever goes according to plans. Sure enough, her original plan was to return the bullet shell. She even told Jack that, but what could she do? Justin didn't want it back. She really didn't have another gift for Justin. It's probably difficult picking out a gift for him. He usually received top-of-the-line race cars, mansions, or all kinds of priceless antiques and artworks. For his last birthday, apparently, the boss of some company wanted to please him and his family so much that he gifted him with a gigantic golden snake. Was it because he was born on the year of the snake according to the zodiac sign? Sorry, but if you don't want the money, I really have nothing else," Chloe explained awkwardly. Justin looked down at Chloe, who was wearing a cute hat and thick fluffy coat. The more he looked, the more adorable she became. Then suddenly, without a word from her, he lifted her up with his hands and spun her around 3 times. Chloe was completely scared out of her wits. Just as she was about to be dizzy, he put her down. "Okay, I got my birthday gift," Justin said matter-of-factly. To him, a hug from Chloe was more than enough. An innocent hug, devoid of any unclean thoughts. All he did was hold Chloe up and spin her around 3 times. It was completely unexpected, leaving Chloe speechless. "Go home, it's pretty cold." Justin knew that he couldn't ask her to stay longer, especially because of her current status. Every moment they spent together was risky. If they were discovered, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to others. With that, Justin turned and left without any hesitation. "Justin!" Chloe suddenly shouted. Justin stopped in his tracks, but didn't look back. "Happy birthday," Chloe said slowly, as she gazed at Justin's tall and handsome back. Justin still didn't turn back. Instead, he raised his right hand and made an OK sign with his fingers. He then jumped over the wall, his movements clean and crisp. Chloe took out her phone and looked at the time. It was 8:20 p.m. She ran out of the neighborhood, flagged down a taxi, and left the area. Justin returned, looking beyond happy. No one really seemed to notice his absence. Only a few asked for his whereabouts, but his female assistant told them what he told her to say. "Bring me a box of my wine and open it all." Your wine? Do you mean that one? The female assistant was quite surprised. Yes, that one. Justin then turned and walked away, leaving the female assistant in shock. President Cooper's wine collection was priceless. Every bottle exceeded $500,000. If each box contained 12 bottles, then each box was worth more than $6 million. Wow, he's really nuts. Did something good happen to President Cooper? The female assistant thought to herself. Due to Chloe's visit, Justin felt so happy that he opened a box of priceless Lafite when he got back to the party. The crowd became even rowdier. Performing on the stage was Gianna, an actress who started off as a singer who won a singing competition. Due to the lack of opportunities, she switched lanes and became an actress instead. She was very successful as an actress, but unfortunately, it meant that she couldn't sing as much. She chose a very emotional song for Justin's birthday. Her voice was beautiful, captivating the attention of everyone on site. At the song's climax, Gianna gazed lovingly at Justin, standing not far from her. If you are willing to peel my heart layer by layer, you will discover and be surprised that you are my deepest secret. If you are willing to peel my heart layer by layer, your heart will ache and you'll shed tears. As long as you can hear me, see just how much I love you. You'll understand how the talks of you with someone else cuts into me. I hide my helplessness with jokes. Like an onion, I will always be a supporting act. Is Gianna confessing her love for you? Max laughed. Justin didn't respond. Instead, he listened quietly to the lyrics of the song. Why did it sound like it was talking about him? Brenton interrupted. Why do I feel like it's talking about you, Master Cooper? Justin smiled helplessly. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Oh no! Someone jumped off the building!" The scream drew in everyone's attention, making them nervous. Quickly rising to his feet, Justin and the others ran towards his mansion. When Justin arrived, people were already whispering amongst themselves. A young woman was on the floor, blood pooling underneath her head. She was completely naked, and her body was spotlessly white. What happened? No idea. We heard a loud bang and found her on the ground. Who is this person? Does anyone know her? Justin asked the people around him. A female artist underneath Star Imperial slowly walked up. She said quietly, "President Cooper, I think I know her." Who is she? An unfamiliar woman jumping to her death at his home felt bizarre and unsettling. She's Zoe's younger sister. I've seen her before when Zoe brought her over to the company, the female artist whispered. Zoe's sister? Why was she here? An unsettling feeling crept up Justin's spine. Someone from the crowd called the police. They arrived very quickly. The leader was Noah. Since someone died, as the squad captain, it was natural for him to lead the team. Young Master Cooper, sorry to interrupt, but we've received news of someone jumping off the building here. Noah was dressed in a black police uniform and looked very serious. Yeah, she's right here. Justin pointed to the victim's body. Noah led his team over. Everyone please clear the way. We need to secure the crime scene. I ask for everyone's cooperation. The crowd dispersed almost instantly. Due to the death of the unfamiliar woman, what was originally a grand birthday party had now turned into a bizarre murder case. Several female artists began to discuss quietly. Did Zoe's younger sister come here to avenge her? Why would she risk her own life, though? It's horrendous. Plus, Zoe was a disgusting woman. President Cooper was right in letting her go. What's there to avenge? Why was she naked? Maybe something happened in the bedroom. Most of the guests left after the incident. A few of Justin's close friends stayed behind for the latest developments. Noah and the members of the Major Crimes Unit conducted a thorough search of the crime scene. The group of people waited outside for more than an hour. Afterward, Noah came down with his unit and walked directly towards Justin. With a heavy tone, he said, "Young Master Cooper, we found a large amount of meth and cocaine in your room. We also found the murder weapon and the victim's clothes in there. Because she fell from your bedroom, we suspect that you are involved. Please come with us for further investigation." "What? Are you kidding me, Captain Noah?" Max was livid. How could this incident be connected to Justin? How was this possible? Why would Justin push a stranger out the window of his own building? "Captain Noah, I didn't even enter my bedroom. Even if she did die in there, I'm not the one to blame." Staring at Justin's face, Noah said, "From the surveillance videos, you were absent from 8 p.m. to 8:20 p.m. Justin was truly speechless, because during that time, he climbed the wall to Chloe. He even told his assistant to tell anyone who asked that he was resting in his bedroom. He felt like someone had tricked him. How could the timing be so accurate? "Where were you during that time?" Noah interrogated. "Say something, Justin." "Don't worry, we're all behind you," Max encouraged. They were sure that Justin wasn't in the bedroom. They were even more sure that Justin would never do drugs, especially with an unfamiliar woman. "Were you actually in the bedroom?" Victoria asked Justin with furrowed brows. "No, I didn't go into the bedroom," Justin denied. "Then tell me where you were and who you were with. If you give us a witness, we can investigate," Noah continued. Justin looked down, completely unsure of what to do. If he didn't give an explanation, he would be in a lot of trouble and be seen as a murderer. If he did give an explanation, what would happen to Chloe's reputation? "Say something, Justin." Brenton was anxious as well. "I can't." "Then, you cannot prove your innocence. Not only are you the owner of the property, but there is also a witness who claims that you were at the crime scene. Plus, the victim fell from your bedroom, and you were the only one missing in the surveillance videos during that period of time. Young Master Cooper, we have reason to believe that you were involved with this murder. We need your cooperation. Please come back with us to the station." Noah was a righteous man. Although he was normally a sharp-tongued jokester, he was more than serious when it came to criminal investigations. He wasn't about to go easy on Justin just because the man was famous. Business was business. Justin nodded. "Fine, I'll go with you. Please find out what the hell actually happened." At the sight of Justin leaving with the police, everyone's expression turned heavy. "I think that he's protecting someone." "Could he be protecting the murderer?" Max asked, completely confused. Victoria suddenly uttered, "I actually think that someone's trying to frame Justin." Brenton nodded. "I agree. Even Zoe hadn't been in his bedroom. He would never bring a stranger in. There's no way that Justin was involved." "But where did Justin go during the time of his disappearance?" Max asked. Both Victoria and Brenton fell silent. Brenton waved over Justin's female assistant and asked, "When did President Cooper leave the party?" "At around 8 p.m. "Where did he go?" The female assistant shook her head. "I don't know either. President Cooper told me to tell anyone who asked that he went to his bedroom." "What a coincidence." Max sighed. "Justin's not that stupid. If it really was him, he wouldn't tell others that he would be in his bedroom. So, is this a coincidence? Or is someone framing him?" Max continued to question. "We'll have to wait for the results from the police investigation." The group of people was as worried as could be, unable to stay still any longer. The news of the murder and Justin leaving with the police spread like wildfire. Just a moment ago, the reporters outside the mansion were sitting down, worrying about the fact that nothing was worth reporting, and suddenly, a murder happened. As a result, the front page of the next morning's newspaper was plastered with titles like, "After the Cooper family found out about this, their response was immediate. Grandpa Cooper went directly to the police station to post bail, startling the bureau director so much that the latter personally served the old man a cup of tea. Commander Cooper, why are you here?" Director bowed. "Humph, you took my grandson. I'm here to post bail, of course. But we haven't yet completed the investigation, sir." Director was between a rock and a hard place. With so many eyes watching his every move and so much media attention, if he released Justin, he might be cursed to death by the citizens. "Then at least let me see my grandson. That's all right with you, isn't it? Grandpa Cooper looked furious. Of course, of course. This way, please. Director guided Grandpa Cooper all the way to the interrogation room. Justin was treated well and was sipping tea when he saw his grandfather. Grandpa, why are you here? Stupid brat, you're in so much trouble. How could I not come? Grandpa Cooper looked at his grandson worriedly. Ha, I'm fine. You're laughing? Tell me the truth. What really happened? Grandpa Cooper asked angrily. Grandpa, it's got nothing to do with me. I don't know that woman, and I've never been to the crime scene. I knew it. I knew it wasn't Yukasi. Confident in his grandson. If Justin said it wasn't him, then it wasn't him. Did you hear that? It wasn't my grandson. Hurry up and release him, Grandpa Cooper ordered stubbornly. Helpless, Director looked at Grandpa Cooper and said, Commander Cooper, please don't give me a hard time. I will release him once our investigations conclude. It's fine. I'm not afraid of being investigated. Go ahead and do a thorough investigation. I want to know who's behind this as well, Justin said confidently. Just then, Noah arrived with new information. He walked toward Director and said, Director, the results are back. The victim had a high amount of drugs in her system. Her urine test came back positive. There were no indications of sexual assault, but... Keep going, Director ordered. Justin's skin particles were discovered underneath the victim's nails. So, we have reason to believe that he had contact with the victim, or maybe even pushed her off the building. Are you f***ing kidding me? Justin was livid. He stood up and pointed at Noah. I'm not joking, Director. Look at this. It's the test results. Then, Noah handed over the report. After looking at it, the Director's face sank. Commander, this... The Director seemed very troubled since he couldn't offend Grandpa Cooper. However, even the Emperor was subject to the law. Plus, all the mass media were reporting on this issue. If they publicly bailed Justin out, the results would be unthinkable. I can vouch with my military rank that my grandson would never do anything like that. Grandpa Cooper was furious. He watched his grandson grow up, and his grandson had been in the military for many years, so he knew right from wrong. No matter what he did, he wouldn't do something as morally wrong as this. I know, Commander. I don't think young Master Cooper would do something like that either, but there's nothing much we can do with the evidence at hand. Just then, Justin looked at his grandfather and suddenly said, Grandpa, you should head home now. Grandpa Cooper heartbrokenly looked at Justin as if he had 1,000 things to say. Grandpa, you have to trust me. I didn't do it. I'll get to the bottom of this, and I refuse to take the blame for something I didn't do. You should go now. I'll stay here and cooperate with the investigation. Justin. Grandpa Cooper's brows furrowed as he looked at his grandson with a troubled expression. Justin held his grandfather's hand. Trust me, the men of the Cooper family won't be tripped so easily. In the end, Grandfather Cooper sighed. Then, he said, I'll wait for you at home. Then, Grandpa Cooper drove away. The incident blew up in the media. Some forum posts even claimed that Justin was confirmed to be the murderer, and that his grandfather, a military commander, failed to intervene at the police station. Once this post was posted, it shocked everyone. Justin lowered his head and tried to remember everything that happened last night, in detail. He vaguely remembered that a woman fell in the middle of the pandemonium. Then, like a gentleman, he helped her up. That woman had long nails and accidentally scratched the back of his hand. Could the skin dander be from that incident? He didn't even see what the woman looked like before he turned away, so it was possible that he didn't notice that it was Zoe's sister. Furthermore, he didn't even know that Zoe had a younger sister since he never paid much attention to her. Did Zoe's sister really try to frame him in order to avenge her older sister? How could a powerless woman do that? First of all, she didn't even have an invitation. So how did she get into his mansion? A series of questions formulated in Justin's head as he looked down and ran everything through his head, again and again. Victoria told Chloe what happened through the phone. Chloe listened silently. "Chloe, do you think that Justin could be the killer?" In the end, Victoria asked her through the phone. "Of course not." Chloe immediately denied it. But he did disappear during a period of time, for about 10 or so minutes. Even the security camera couldn't find him, and he wouldn't tell the police where he was during that time. Justin won't explain what happened during the period between 8:08 to 8:20 p.m.s, and we're not sure why he won't just tell everyone. Chloe's heart sank. That was the time when she met up with Justin, so it made sense that the security camera didn't see it, since Justin had climbed over the wall. But why wouldn't Justin tell the truth? Was he trying to protect her reputation? Chloe fell into deep thought. "Chloe? Chloe?" Victoria called her name twice over the phone. Chloe was pulled back to reality. "Ah, keep going. Chloe, do you think Zoe's sister is really capable of committing suicide to avenge her sister and frame Justin? What if she had accomplices?" "I don't know. The police officers need to investigate into that." "Yeah, Noah's been on it. The director of our bureau went crazy this morning. He even listed this case as the most important. This morning, Commander Cooper went to bail Justin out, but the director didn't let him go. The test results showed traces of Justin's skin tissue underneath the victim's fingernails. He's in pretty big trouble now." "How could that be?" Chloe pursed her brows. She was surprised at how far things progressed. "Uncle Jacob? Why are you here?" Justin was quite surprised when he saw Jacob. He was a famous lawyer in the country. Aside from his fame, he was known for being the reserved lawyer for senior military officials. His law office, located in the capital city, was the best in the country, and all his students had gone on to become renowned lawyers. "Your grandfather called me, so I flew here immediately." Jacob was highly valued by Grandpa Cooper, as the latter visited and had tea him every time he went to the city for conferences. Grandpa Cooper asked an important person like Jacob to come because he didn't want anything to happen to his grandson, so it was understandable. "My grandpa is making a big fuss over a small problem." Ha ha. Laughing, Justin looked as if nothing big happened. "A life is involved? Do you think he's over-exaggerating? Do you know how big of a crime homicide is?" "Yeah, but I didn't kill anyone. I'm innocent." "You can't just say that you're innocent. The evidence is against you right now." Uncle Jacob scolded him. "Uncle Jacob, it's not that serious. You're thinking too much. You little brat. You don't understand anything. Anyways, stop blabbering and answer all my questions, got it?" "Okay." Justin nodded without hesitation. "The name of the deceased is Naomi, and she is Zoe's sister. The latter has been imprisoned for a while. Although not to the public's knowledge, it is known by her family. She might have done it for revenge, right? That should be it. Otherwise, I don't even know her. She didn't have to frame me with her life," Justin deduced. "Have you met this girl before?" "No, I've never met her." "Then why did your DNA show up in her nails?" Playing with his recording pen, Uncle Jacob slowly asked. "I remembered something that happened, so it might have gone like this. A lot of people came to my birthday party yesterday, and my guests brought a lot of female +1s, so I didn't know most of them. At the time, a girl fell, and I didn't see her face clearly. When I helped her up, her long nails scratched me. I thought that it was an accident, so I didn't pay much attention to it. That might be the only time there was skin-to-skin contact for me." Something else that is interesting is that somebody messed with your security cameras so that only the outside cameras were working. The ones inside the mansion were not. The outside ones saw that you left for 10 or so minutes, and none of the other cameras picked up your trail. So, where did you go? Uncle Jacob, stop asking. The police have asked this question countless times, and I won't answer. But this is an important question. If you can answer it, we may be able to clear your name. No, I can't. Who are you trying to protect? Uncle Jacob interrogated harshly. Justin extended his hand and rubbed the corners of his eyes, with a complicated expression on his face. Justin, You have to think rationally. If somebody is trying to frame you, then this conspiracy is too well planned, and perhaps the person you're trying to protect was a part of it, too. Don't be tricked by them. She would never, Uncle Jacob. I know her. She would never do something like that. So it's a woman? Uncle Jacob inquired. Stop asking. I won't tell you anyways. I still go by what I said. I really didn't do anything. I didn't go into my bedroom. I didn't meet with Naomi. I didn't force her to take drugs. And I didn't push her off my balcony. Okay, I understand. Uncle Jacob, don't let my grandpa investigate anymore. Whatever I don't want to say is really important to me, and if you go after who I am trying to protect in order to get me out, then I will never forgive you. Justin was actually really worried about how scary his grandfather's power could be once he used it. Chloe would be found out for sure. Then it'll cause even more of a storm. So, Justin decided to make things clear from the very beginning. Lawyer Jacob didn't say much. He only said, "Stupid brat. You're acting like a real man now that you're older." Justin didn't know whether his words were intended to be praise or derogatory. He was only hoping that his grandpa wouldn't harm more people with his wrath. Chloe felt uneasy the entire day. Her gaze was distraught, even when she had dinner with Jack. "Honey, what's wrong?" Putting down his chopsticks, Jack asked. "Honey, I have to tell you something." "Sure. I went to Justin's birthday party last night, remember? I told you about it a while back." "Mm-hmm. I wanted to give the bullet shell back to him, but he didn't take it. He said he won't take back the things he gave away, and that if I don't want to use the shell, I can throw it away, but he won't take it back." "Mm-hmm. Then keep it." Jack thought that it was only a bullet shell and not a big deal. Then, "I went to see him in secret, right? I didn't want to ruin any of our reputations, so I asked Justin to meet me in private. We talked for about 10 or so minutes, and I left right at 8:20. "Honey, what are you trying to say?" Jack could tell that Chloe was circling around the issue and that her gaze was avoiding his. So he asked her directly, "Honey, you know that Justin was involved in an incident, right?" "Yeah, the entire city is reporting on it." Jack nodded in acknowledgement. "Actually, I heard from Victoria that Justin became a suspect because he disappeared from the security cameras for around 10 minutes. He actually spent that time with me. We were talking. So, I'm his only witness. So, what do you want to do?" Jack's expression began to become complicated. It was as if he already guessed what his wife wanted to say. "Honey, I want to go testify for Justin." "No way." Jack straightforwardly rejected her. "Why not?" Biting on her lips, Chloe looked at Jack with puppy dog eyes. "It's simple. You won't be able to explain yourself if you go. Think about it. What would others think if the young madam of GK was with Justin at 8 o'clock at night, where the security camera couldn't see? But if I don't testify, he'll be wronged. Victoria said that Justin wouldn't say what happened during that time, so I'm guessing he's trying to protect me. That's making me more uneasy. I know what I have to face once I testify. But honey, believe me, I don't care about what others say." Chloe thought that Jack should understand where she was coming from. However, she overestimated Jack's level of tolerance. He loved her deeply, so of course he would mind, especially when the other person was Justin. "Chloe, are you clear that with his family background, Justin doesn't need you to testify to get out? Do you know who his grandpa hired?" "Jacob. Do you know who he is? He's a famous lawyer from Capital City who has never once lost a case." Jack knew about the incident, so he was sure that nothing would happen to Justin. At most, he would be troubled and have to stay at the police station for a few days. Chloe put down her chopsticks as she looked at Jack in all seriousness. "I know that his grandpa hired a lawyer. I know that the lawyer is very good, and I also know that the Cooper family won't lose the lawsuit, and nothing will happen to Justin. Then why do you want to testify?" Jack was clearly jealous. He wondered if Chloe's stress was because she was worried about Justin, although he did not want to think that his heart was displeased upon seeing how depressed Chloe was over Justin's incident. "I want to go because I can testify at the police station, and that can make Noah and the prosecutors drop the lawsuit. Once they take Justin to court, do you know how much it will affect his reputation? But do you know how much it'll affect your name if you went? Is Justin more important to you than yourself? Jack's anger left him without a filter. Chloe was stunned slightly, and then she looked at Jack with disappointment. What do you mean by that? You know exactly what I mean anyway. I won't agree to let you go, and I don't think you should. After speaking, Jack rose and left the dining table. He headed straight upstairs into the study. It had been a long time since they fought, and their fight this time was because of Justin's incident, of all things. Chloe felt like someone just poured a bucket of cold water onto her head. Chloe once saw a great quote on Weibo. In a man's world, he will always feel like you'll never leave him if you loved him. In a woman's world, she will always feel like you'll come to find her if you loved her. But, in the end, you didn't urge me to stay, and I didn't turn back. So many couples missed their entire lives together due to a temporary disagreement. It was all because of a difference in opinion. Jack was filled with jealousy because Chloe cared and worried about Justin. However, Chloe felt that Justin's disappearance from the security camera and the suspicion that arose from that was due to her appearance, so she had to clear his name. She had to return Justin's innocence. Depressed, she turned on her phone, logged onto Weibo, and wanted to write something. Surprised, she saw a private message from Justin. She slowly opened it, and her heart began to ache upon reading what he sent. Justin wrote, "Stupid girl, I know that you're pretty loyal, and that you're probably feeling guilty upon hearing that something happened to me. So I am warning you now, do not come to testify for me at the police bureau. I'm the son of an esteemed family. I have people in my family who can get me out safely. I'm just chilling at the station for a few days, so don't be stupid. Otherwise, when I get out, I'll skin you alive." What Justin said was too much like his style. He was overbearingly arrogant and threatening and extremely domineering. However, Chloe knew more than anyone that he was just worried about getting her involved, and that's why he warned her not to come. That made Chloe feel even more uneasy. She wasn't a Mary Sue. She wouldn't oversympathize and attempt to save everyone. After all these years, she had seen all the warmth and mercilessness of life, and knew how to be grateful to repay a drop of kindness with a river. Because in this world, nobody has the obligation to be good to you without something in return. She remembered a popular post in her Snap friend circle a while ago. A lot of people may ask you out to dinner, but only a few will buy you breakfast. A lot of people may want to drink with you, but few will take care of you when you're drunk. A lot of people may worry about you when you're ill, but few will take you to the doctor and buy your medicine. A lot of people may add to your glory, but few will help you in your time of need. A lot of people may court you, but few will want to be responsible for you. A lot of people would say that they will be there for you, but few will help you when you're in trouble. So, we have to cherish friends who are worth cherishing. If Chloe said that she never treated Justin like a friend, she was lying, because friends like Justin were rare. Strangers wouldn't protect you as nothing else mattered. Chloe knew she couldn't just not do anything, pretend to be mute, and watch Justin walk in and out of the police station. She would feel guilty and lose sleep at night. She was silent for a long time, and at last, she replied to Justin, "From this moment on, you, Justin, are my friend." When Justin saw her reply, he was overwhelmed with joy, like a child who received a high score on a test. He was sitting on the chair inside the interrogation room in the middle of the night, bored out of his mind. He had drunk coffee and tea, pot after pot. Apparently, the police were going to start organizing evidence against him tomorrow and bring him to court. Although it was only a procedure, he believed that he would be released as an innocent man. 1, he didn't murder that woman. 2, Uncle Jacob never lost a case. It was only a bit of suffering. A lot of female stars from Imperial Star wanted to visit him, including Gianna. Of course, Brenton and Max wanted to come too. However, Justin refused to see them for one simple reason. He was sick of saying, "Stop asking me. I won't say where I went for those 10 minutes to every person that comes to ask. The truth was, everybody wanted to know who or what Justin was protecting. When Chloe went back into their bedroom, Jack was still in the study. She knew that he was angry. So, Chloe took a hot shower and climbed into bed. She set an alarm and went to sleep. She didn't think she did anything wrong. Jack's distrust of her came from thinking too much. It was better for him to calm down. Jack came in when the sky was almost bright. Seeing Chloe in a deep sleep made his gaze turn from cold to warm. Although he was still mad at her, he still found her sleeping expression cute. He couldn't have enough of it. He smoked an entire box of cigarettes in the study last night, finishing off Russian cigars. He was in a bad mood, but when he thought about it, Chloe was probably just asking for his opinion. If he didn't agree, she probably wouldn't go ahead with her own plan, since this incident would involve too many people. When Chloe woke up in the morning, Jack had already left. There was warm milk and a sandwich on the dining table. Even if they were giving each other the silent treatment, he didn't forget to make her breakfast. Chloe's heart felt warm. She drank the milk and drove to the police station. "Chloe, why are you here?" Noah was pretty surprised seeing Chloe here so early in the morning. "Noah, I want to testify for Justin," Chloe said. "Word for word, what did you say?" Noah was immediately stunned. "Noah, Justin won't say why he disappeared under the security camera at 8:08 p.m. that day because he was with me." "With you?" Noah was more surprised. Then, Chloe told him about what had happened. After Noah heard what she said, he turned into stone. It took him a while to come back to his senses. "But you have no proof that you were outside the mansion at that time. Since he was a cop, he needed evidence for everything. I didn't drive that day and called a cab. Because it was rush hour and traffic was congested, it was hard to get a cab, so I called one with an app. I also paid with my phone, so you'll be able to find out how much I paid, as well as the driver's phone number. Feel free to check." "Okay. Chloe, you're good." Noah knew that Chloe was someone who was attentive to details. Her appearance here at the police station proved that she had thought everything through. "So, can you let Justin go now?" Chloe softly asked. Noah was silent for a moment, then he asked back, "Chloe, does Jack know that you testified for Justin?" Biting her lips, Chloe said with a low voice, "He didn't want me to come because he was scared of my name getting tarnished and didn't want to put me under public pressure." "Then why are you doing this?" "Because this is my bottom line. Noah, I can't just watch Justin abandon everything and go to court in order to protect me. I know that he won't lose, but once he goes to court, his name will be tarnished. We're both human beings, so why should I give up on a friend who's protecting me in order to protect myself? I can't do that. I, Chloe, am not Saint Mary and cannot save the world. However, I will never let my friend get hurt for helping me. I would feel guilty for my entire life." After hearing Chloe's words, Noah nodded understandingly. Actually, Chloe was very stubborn. Once she decided on something, no one could talk her out of it. Also, she did not want to involve others in her business, so coming here to testify suited her personality. However, what about Jack? Noah thought that this situation may escalate for the worse. So, he uneasily asked, "Chloe, you can still back down now. I can pretend that I never saw you. You should go. You should go. I still have to go to work after testifying. Time is precious." After speaking, Chloe walked in first. Noah knew that he could not stop her now. Chloe filled out a detailed report at the police station and provided many details. After some analysis, they found her report to be reasonable. With Chloe providing an alibi, Justin was declared innocent immediately. In the interrogation room, Noah walked in, looked at Justin emotionlessly, and said, "You can leave now." "Leave? Aren't you prosecuting me?" Justin demanded. "No. Someone testified for you." When Noah spoke, he looked at Justin with a complicated gaze. To be truthful, Noah didn't like Justin because he witnessed Jack and Chloe's love during high school with his own eyes. He knew how much Jack loved Chloe. so he didn't want anyone to butt in. Someone testified for me? Justin shot up as an uneasy feeling began to build up in his heart. You don't have to look at me like that. Chloe came, you should know. She's the only person who could provide you with an alibi. How could she... Justin frowned. He had threatened her to prevent her from coming. Why did she come anyways? This woman was arrogant beyond belief, treating his words as farts? So you're free. Congratulations. After coldly saying that, Noah opened the door and left. When Justin walked out of the police station, the media surrounded him. President Cooper, do you have anything to say about this lawsuit? President Cooper, did the police bureau release you? Was it because of pressure from your family? Or was because you're free from suspicion? Can you comment? President Cooper, weren't they going to prosecute you? Why did they let you go all of a sudden? Did something happen? Did the police find new clues? Can you let us in on them? Facing the swarming media, Justin's brain was empty. He only wanted to see one person right now, Chloe. His desire to see her right now was so strong. He got onto his sports car without paying attention or speaking to anyone. The company sent tens of cars to pick up Justin, and they all followed his beloved Sesto Elemento. He got on the sports car and raced straight to Southside Recuperation Center. Chloe had just finished rounds and was heading back to her office to organize documents when she saw Justin. He had been at the police station for 48 hours straight and didn't even have time to shave off his stubble, but he had a messy beauty to him. When he saw Chloe, he strode up to her in large steps. Without speaking, he grabbed Chloe's arm, scaring her. What are you doing? Chloe was pretty surprised to see Justin. Shouldn't he be home, telling everybody that he was safe right now? Stupid girl, didn't I send you a private message last night? Chloe was silent. Did you think that I was BS? Justin angrily demanded. Chloe was still silent. Speak. It was the first time he spoke to her so harshly because he was furious. It's within my responsibility to testify. You're not the murderer anyway. Why do you have to go to court? Looking up, Chloe asked Justin, word for word. I already said that I can handle it. But even if you won in court, your name will still be tarnished. I don't want you to carry the reputation of being a suspect of murder for the rest of your life. I don't want everyone to make fun of you for this incident. But do you know the consequences of your actions? Do you know what you are going to face once the police bureau announces to the public why I was declared innocent? Everyone will be pointing their fingers at you. Chloe, are you crazy? Do you think you're God? Why don't you go to heaven then? Justin was furious. Chloe stood out to help him, while at the same time placed herself in danger. He didn't want that to happen. What's wrong with that? I don't care about other people's opinions anyway. How about Jack? Is he going to understand you? Justin coldly asked. Chloe fell silent. Jack always spoiled her and supported her decisions, but not this one. You're too impulsive. I was one step away. If I went to court today, I could go home, and everything will be over. But my conscience won't rest easy for the rest of my life, Chloe slowly said. After Justin heard that, he was a little stunned. Justin, I have my own principles. You don't have to teach me what to do. Once I decide to do something, no one will be able to stop me. On the contrary, even if you cut off my head, I won't do something that I don't want to do. You don't have to be so angry. You don't have to be moved that I helped you either. This is what I am supposed to do. I am an important witness, and you were with me during that time. No matter what others say, you didn't kill anyone. You're innocent. And now, I won't have to keep feeling guilty anymore. Okay, I am going to work now. You should leave. After speaking, Chloe acted like nothing had happened to her and turned to walk into her office. She closed her door with a bang. Justin was stunned and stood outside her office door. There was a moment where he had a very strong urge to hold her, to hug her very tightly. But he resisted it. Chloe. That name had already taken root and grown in his heart. She had already become a special religion in his heart. This woman was arrogant beyond belief, with an aura that he could not pull himself out of. When Justin came out, the Public Security Bureau updated their official Weibo. They wrote out Chloe's confession in detail, including the two's meeting time and location. They even listed the cab driver's phone number and the route Chloe took. Everything was crystal clear. Once the news was out, Weibo, the forums and the media, blew up. Chloe was pushed in front of the spotlight. Her Weibo was drowned by tens of thousands of people. Most people were degrading her. The top comment was extremely derogatory as well. "You're a shameless woman, trying to hook up with Justin when you already have Jack. What a hoe." Chloe scrolled through the comments without changing her expression. She was already used to this defamation and slander. Also, when she went to the police station, she already knew what would happen. At that moment, her phone rang. She got a message. She thought that it might be Sarah or Victoria asking her what happened. Out of her expectations, it was from Jack. There were only 6 words, but they hurt Chloe's heart like knives. Jack said, "I am very disappointed in you." Yes, Jack said that he was disappointed in her. That line hurt her more than any other. She hesitated for a long time before finally replying, "I don't think I did anything wrong." Yes, up until now, she still thought that she did everything right. In her opinion, the only way for her to not feel guilty was to testify for Justin. After waiting for a long time, Jack didn't reply to her. She knew that he was really angry. Before she even got off work, Sarah, Victoria, and the others' phone calls bombarded her. She was in no mood to reply to them, so she just said a few words and used the excuse that she was going to see a patient to get them off her back. In the afternoon, she went to the VIP room on the top floor to see Cody. Cody was following the incident as well, and he had even posted his support for her on Weibo. That caused a drop in his followers, because everyone thought he was trying to suck up to the young madam of GK. At the door, Beth asked her to comfort Cody. "Hey, patients shouldn't be on electronics often. Put that down." As soon as Chloe went in, she started lecturing Cody. Cody turned around and immediately put down his tablet upon seeing that it was Chloe. "Oh my. Sister Chloe, how can you still be smiling? It's going crazy out there. Should I cry instead?" Chloe walked over and sat on the chair opposite of Cody. She took a tangerine, peeled it, and passed it to him. Tangerines and kiwis are high in vitamin C. Remember to eat them often. "Sister Chloe, don't you know that all the news outlets are talking about you?" "I do. People are all slandering you. They even slandered me when I tried to help you on Weibo. They went from fans to haters. There are so many idiots who don't know the truth." Cody knew what Chloe was like, so he thought that it was unfair. You're a public figure. You shouldn't be so analytical or fighting with fans. Go and delete your posts on Weibo." "No, the word is out now. I am supporting you till the end." Cody remained stubborn. "Those people must have said that you are morally wrong, right?" Smiling, Chloe asked. "Eh? How do you know? Sister Chloe, you're like a prophet." "I can guess." They don't have much else to say. Chloe was quite calm as she peeled another tangerine and began eating. "But what actually happened? You didn't really have something going on with Justin, right?" "Ahem. Do you think there's something going on with him? Little brat. Do you think that I'm a fickle woman too?" "Of course not. I just thought that maybe you were moved by Justin. After all, what he sang last time almost moved me." Insiders knew that the song was for Chloe and not Gianna. Chloe licked her lips, but she didn't say anything. "Okay, let's drop the issue. Get yourself ready. The surgery is coming up." "That soon? Did you find a liver already?" "Mm-hmm. We found one a long time ago. We're just waiting for all the main surgeons to arrive. One is away at a conference, and we're waiting for him. To make sure that nothing happens, we've prepared the main surgeon and 3 assistants." "So grand, it's not my style." Cody laughed, as he was in a good mood. "Of course, you're my little brother. I have to make sure that you rest easy, right? So you should spend all your energy recovering. When you're healthy, you're going to act in films and bring glory to GK Film and Television. Okay?" Chloe patted Cody's head lovingly. Now that Thomas wasn't home, She treated Cody like her biological brother. Cody nodded. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Also, sis, be yourself and don't listen to what those people say. Mm-hmm. Chloe nodded and left the VIP room. When she got off work, Jack still hadn't called. She wanted to call him a few times during the day, but she didn't have the courage to. She was scared that Jack won't pick up or hang up right away. At GK headquarters, when Chloe's negative news surfaced, Mark lost his cool. He witnessed his boss's face turning cold like a glacier. It was absolutely terrifying. Sir, it's time to go. Mark looked at his watch and carefully reminded him. Jack didn't talk. He just sat in front of his desk with a dark expression on his face. You guys leave first. Jack's voice was chilling. Mark had never seen his boss's mood drop so low. He didn't yell at anyone. He didn't explode in anger. He didn't redirect his anger at others. He just sat there silently, making Mark feel bad for him. Once young Madam's negative news surfaced, the PR department came over and asked if he wanted them to take care of it. However, the president didn't answer them. She went to help Justin, but now GK needed to clean up her mess? How could he not feel hurt? Plus, at this time, any official statements would be taken as a joke, right? Other city. Jennifer was in a great mood upon seeing the news. Haha, look at the karma. Chloe, look at you today. Jennifer had basically been banished to other city and didn't even get to go to GK's 30-year anniversary party. Her hatred towards Chloe had peaked, so she couldn't wait for something to happen to her. She didn't think that she would be dragged down so quickly, basically being forced to jump into a hole she dug herself. Talk about karma. Jennifer wondered how bad President Dawson's mood was. So, she held up her phone and called the president's landline. The assistants were off work now, but Jack was still at the company, so he picked up. Hello? Jennifer was extremely happy to hear Jack's voice. President Dawson, I am Jennifer. What do you want? Jack coldly asked. President Dawson, here's the thing. I was working overtime at the company and came across a problem. I don't know how to handle it, and I thought that you may still be at work. That's why I called. Please forgive me if I am intruding. Jennifer kept up her gentle persona in front of Jack to get him to like her. However, she never knew that Jack liked Chloe not because she was gentle. In other words, he liked her because she wasn't gentle at all. He loved her no matter what faults she had. What is it? Jack was a little annoyed. He didn't want to deal with Jennifer, but he didn't want to mix his private life with business. Here's the thing. We had a swap of employees, and some of the employees left with the old general manager. According to company regulations, we do not have to pay employees who resign without notice. However, these people are causing trouble every day at the company. Should I call the police or do something about it? After all, I never had to take care of anything like this before. Just pay them, Jack indifferently said. But they're traitors who suddenly resigned. They were our employees, and we should still pay them for their work. Yes, President Dawson, I'll do what you say. That's all. Jack was just about to hang up when he heard Jennifer suddenly say, President Dawson, please wait. What? Jack was clearly impatient. President Dawson, if possible, I want to go back to HQ. I think that the design department suits me better. I don't want to be a general manager. I just want to be an employee who works under you. Jennifer pitifully said, We'll talk about it later. After speaking, Jack hung up the phone. He didn't want to take care of Jennifer's business because his brain was filled with Chloe. He wanted to go home, and he wanted to see her. However, he was still mad over her stubbornness. He was disappointed by what she did, and the fact that she didn't think she did anything wrong. Jack held up his phone, looked at it, and saw no notifications. After Chloe got off work, she didn't return to Imperial Park or South Hill Manor. She went straight to Sky Blessing Court. Now that Thomas was gone, she thought she should spend more time with her mother. Mom, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Chloe asked immediately as she stepped into the house. Yeah, but it's probably cold now. I'll heat it up. Thanks, Mom. Because her mother didn't know how to use the internet or read newspapers, she didn't know what was going on outside. Her mother's house was the only place where she could find peace. At this time, her phone rang. She thought that it was Jack, so she picked it up immediately. "Hello? Chloe, my little sister, do you want to come out for a drink? It's my treat." It was Andrew. If it were any other day, Chloe would definitely have said, "No, thank you." However, after suppressing her feelings all day, she really did feel like drinking. Therefore, she said, "If I were to drink with you and someone photographed us, don't you think I would be in even more trouble? If you're not afraid of a scandal with Justin, why would you be afraid of drinking with me?" Andrew burst out in laughter. Upon hearing this, Chloe actually thought that he had a point. "Fine, where do you want to meet?" "Old Town Bar on the street. I'll wait for you there." Then Andrew hung up the phone. Chloe got up and put on her jacket. "You're heading out?" Confused, Sandra asked. "Mom, I'm sorry. I can't have dinner right now. I'm going out, but I'll be staying here tonight. Remember to keep the door unlocked." Then, Chloe left the house and hailed a cab to meet up with Andrew. 20 minutes later. Old Town Bar on the street was a dim bar that not a lot of people frequented. Chloe was wearing a black cashmere jacket and black heels, paired with white gloves and a scarf. She looked like the female lead from a Korean TV show. Andrew, on the other hand, was wearing a coffee-colored leather jacket and slim-fit pants, looking as dashing as ever. Truth be told, he was a handsome man, but a little too dark and dangerous. That's why neither Chloe nor Jack liked him. "I didn't think you would actually come." Andrew smiled as he waved the cocktail glass in his hand. Chloe didn't say anything. She sat up on a bar stool, looked at the bartender, and said in a depressed manner, "A dozen Budweisers. You don't want a cocktail?" "Nope, there's not enough alcohol in them." Chloe was a steel-clad iron lady. "Ha. I love it when you're pretentious." Andrew burst out in laughter. Chloe picked up a bottle of Budweiser and drank it all. Andrew squinted and looked Chloe up and down through the dim lights. She was just as pretty as she used to be 7 years ago. She was also just as stubborn and headstrong. The way Chloe lived caused people to only have two feelings for her: love or hate. There was no in-between. Justin, Jack, Victoria, and Sarah all loved Chloe, whether as a friend or lover. Jennifer, Jenny, Zoe, and Bella all hated Chloe, whether as a romantic rival or enemy. Only Andrew both loved and hated her. He loved that although time has passed her by, she still remained the same. At times, it felt like she was still that stubborn girl from years ago that liked to show off. He hated that her gaze never fell on him, not even once, no matter how he missed her or cared about her. He once said that Chloe could only see Jack. It was as if all the other men on this earth were dead. He couldn't stand being looked down upon like that, but it was something every man that fell in love with Chloe had to endure. If you knew what would happen, why did you do it? With your IQ, you shouldn't have let yourself sink into this mess. Andrew enunciated each word. He put away his usual careless attitude and said in all seriousness. Chloe was already drinking her second bottle. Halfway through, she waved her bottle at him. Then she slowly said, "Because I'm Chloe." Andrew's expression dimmed. A weird light flashed before his eyes. She was right. Only she was capable of never playing by the rules. That's what made her unique. I didn't think you would challenge Jack. Loving him is one thing, but following my character is another. The two don't conflict. I don't think I challenged Jack. It's how I live in this world, that's all," Chloe said slowly. "If you already did what you did, then why are you so depressed? If I guessed right, did you two get in a fight?" Andrew probed. Upon hearing this, Chloe's expressions turned grim. "We didn't fight. I'd rather we started fighting," Chloe said slowly. "So, you guys are giving each other the silent treatment?" Andrew continued asking. "Sometimes fighting was a method of communication. Fighting wasn't scary, but not fighting was. Silent treatments were the worst. Chloe didn't reply, but her answer was implied in her silence. Chloe, have you ever considered that maybe you and Jack aren't compatible? Andrew stared at Chloe's pretty profile and asked slowly, I used to, but not after we got married. I want to be his wife my entire life. It's what we both want. But you have to know that sometimes you need to learn how to take detours rather than drive down the same route for the rest of your life. If you knew that it's a dead end, would you still decide to go down that path? Even if you find yourself with nothing left but cuts and bruises? Is it worth it? Chloe remained silent. Her life with Jack hadn't been easy, and the only thing supporting them was love. If their love disappeared one day, what would be left between her and Jack? Should they say goodbye to each other rather than spend the rest of their lives together? Most couples find it hard to forget each other, even after they break up. Many stories start by promising love and happiness, and end by hoping that the other person is happy. What about them? She was 24, and Jack was 27. A little over 6 months ago, they registered for marriage. Although it wasn't Chloe's choice to marry Jack, Chloe really did love him. She thought that their being together was the best ending she could have. However, Andrew's question threw her into a nonstop struggle. Were they really incompatible? Would it be better if they split up? When Jack arrived back at their home in Imperial Park, as expected, he didn't see Chloe. She didn't come back. Jack called Uncle George at South Hill Manor, but the latter said that Chloe hadn't returned there either. It seems like she was at Sky Blessing Court. Usually, he would drive there and woo her until she forgave him. However, this time, Jack didn't. He was tired. He felt like Chloe never tried to think in his shoes. He had lined up the disadvantages for her to see. However, she still disregarded his feelings and let negative news erupt between them. He didn't care about GK's stock market declines. Money was just an accessory. However, has she ever thought about her husband? Just then, Jack's phone rang. He immediately picked up. He was disappointed to see the caller because it wasn't Chloe. Jack, it's Bella. Bella's voice was gentle. Jack sounded indifferent. Do you have time? I want to visit you. Right now? Jack was surprised. Yeah, I'm at Imperial Park. Why are you here? Jack frowned. It wasn't convenient to live with my parents since we have really different schedules. So I moved out and bought a condo here. It's not too far from yours. Oh, I assumed that you're not in a good mood today after the news. So, I wanted to see you. Sorry, I'm not at Imperial Park. Jack declined Bella's offer. He wasn't in a good mood, but he didn't need another woman to console him. Oh, I see. Okay then, another time. Bella hung up. She peered at the Maybach outside one of the buildings, and disappointment filled her chest. Jack always had his guard up around her. Even if he and Chloe were giving each other the silent treatment, he still didn't want to see her. On the other side of town, Chloe had already downed 10 bottles of beer, but she wasn't drunk at all. Don't drink any more. Andrew gently tried to stop her. Why? Didn't you say it was your treat? Are you afraid that I will drink you poor? Chloe half-jokingly retorted. No, I don't want your stomach to get upset. Once again, Chloe fell into silence. After a while, she suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Andrew, do you like me? Andrew's body froze for a second upon hearing her question. He never thought that Chloe would ask him such a direct and sharp question. Would you believe me if I said that I did? It took him a while to come back to his senses, but he replied with a smile on his face. Chloe put an empty bottle on the counter with a bang and smiled as she looked at Andrew. Of course I wouldn't. Why not? Curious, he tilted his head to look at Chloe. He looked at her with such loving tenderness. Because you were born with a mask on your face. People like you will only ever love themselves. You will never love others. Haha. If I'm not wrong, you've never loved Emery, but she likes you very much, right? That's why she keeps probing you, trying to find out who you like. She also suspected me, right? You're very smart, Andrew said faintly. But she probably doesn't know that you're a man who pretends with everyone. All you care about is conquering the Green Corporation. Don't worry, I don't want the inheritance, and you don't have to rack your brain to deal with me. Moreover, you don't have to mislead me by telling me that you like me, because I'm no threat to you. We never wanted the same things to begin with. Oh? You know what I want? Andrew raised an eyebrow. You want the world to be under your feet. You want power and money. Your number one goal is to topple that old man. Haha. Andrew laughed, but didn't say anything. I, on the other hand, want to live a peaceful life. We don't have the same goals, but we suspect each other because we're both smart people. So that's how you think of me. Am I wrong? Chloe looked at him. Nope. You're absolutely right. Andrew licked his lips and finished the rest of his cocktail. Chloe had 13 bottles of Budweiser by the time they left the bar. However, she didn't feel drunk at all. You have a good tolerance. Thanks for the drinks. Bye. After saying goodbye to Andrew, Chloe immediately hailed a cab. Where to? Imperial Park, she said, the first place that popped into her head. Then, she realized that she gave the driver the address of her place, not her mother's. The taxi headed towards Imperial Park, Chloe thought. Since she was already there, she might as well go upstairs. Jack was probably asleep at this hour anyway. If worse comes to worst, she'll sleep in the guest room. However, to her surprise, as soon as she arrived downstairs, she saw Bella head in, with a bento box in her hand. Chloe stopped in her tracks. She looked at her phone. It was 12:30 a.m. Why was Bella here with a midnight snack? Did Jack ask her to come? Or she didn't even dare to think about it. However, she was not in the mood to go upstairs anymore. She stood quietly downstairs, like an idiot. Jack was curious upon hearing the doorbell. After seeing Bella in the peephole, he opened the door. I saw your car downstairs, so I came up. Did you just get back? Bella said on purpose, so Jack wouldn't feel awkward about having his lie exposed. It's been more than 2 hours since she called him. Oh. Jack's reaction was bland, and he didn't seem to want to invite Bella in. I couldn't sleep and was a little hungry, so I went out to get something to eat. I bought an extra serving for you. I'm not hungry, Jack said faintly. Have some. It's spicy and sour noodles. I remember that we both used to love eating this dish, and whenever your maid made some, we always fought over them, and it was so spicy that I cried. Bella extended her hand, so Jack had no choice but to take it. Thank you. Is Chloe home? I brought her some barbecue corn. I heard it's her favorite, Bella asked pretentiously. Before Jack had the chance to say anything, a voice behind her said, Thanks. I really do love corn. Then, Chloe walked out from behind Bella and impolitely took the corn from her hands, walking inside as she munched on it. Bella and Jack were both dumbfounded. They both thought they were hallucinating. Chloe shouldn't be at home, because Bella didn't see her car on the way up. You drank? Jack frowned upon smelling the alcohol on her. Chloe didn't reply, but she turned around to look at Bella. It's late. Why is Miss Hall at our place? Oh, I couldn't sleep, so I went out to get some food. I was passing by, so I brought some for you guys. I don't seem to recall that you lived here. Did you purposely come to bring us snacks? Chloe looked at her. I just moved here, since it's not convenient to live with my parents because my schedule is all over the place. I didn't want to disrupt them, so I moved out. I asked a friend to scout a place for me, and it turned out to be Imperial Park. What a coincidence! Chloe raised an eyebrow as if to say, Who are you trying to fool? Bella smiled awkwardly. Yeah, I was surprised too. Chloe, you won't think too much, right? Of course I won't. Thank you for the corn. It's delicious. Chloe looked at her provokingly. Chloe's return ruined Bella's plan to spend some time alone with Jack. Therefore, she had no choice but to say goodbye to them. Since you guys already got the food, I won't be bothering you anymore. Good night. Honey, go down and send Miss Hall off. She took the time to bring us corn, so you have to at least appear appreciative. Chloe spoke in a tongue-in-cheek manner. Jack's expression was grim. He didn't care about Bella or the corn, but he did care about the fact that Chloe drank again. How could she not have learned her lesson? Don't be like that. I just asked you to send Miss Hall off. Even if you don't want to, you shouldn't reveal it on your face. If so, Miss Hall will feel awkward. Chloe smiled at Jack. Jack continued to remain silent. Bella, on the other hand, felt embarrassed by what Chloe said. She immediately waved her hands. It's okay. I live close by and can leave myself. Good night, guys. After saying goodnight, Bella ran away with her tail between her legs. She realized that if she continued standing there, Chloe might say something even more shocking. After Bella left, Jack asked her faintly, "Was that fun? What? Are you heartbroken that I spoke rudely to Bella?" Chloe was obviously trying to piss him off. Jack's expression was awful. You know what I'm talking about. How would I know? I'm not a god. How would I know what you're thinking if you won't explain it to me? Anyways, go and eat your love-infused midnight snack. After all, it's a gesture from Miss Hall. Then, Chloe yawned and headed upstairs. She drank more than 10 bottles tonight. She wasn't drunk, but she was sleepy. Since she was already home, Chloe wanted to at least have a good night's rest. However, to her surprise, after a few steps, Jack yanked her back and blocked her by the edge of the staircase. He looked at her domineeringly. "Chloe, what do you want? You're funny. President Dawson, you've asked a weird question. What do I want? What could I want? If I didn't come back on time, I'm curious. What would you and Bella have done?" Chloe sneered, her expression filled with disdain. She didn't actually think that way. She trusted Jack, but she wasn't about to lose to him in a verbal fight. Jack was angry because she cleared Justin's name and ignored her the entire evening. He didn't call her, didn't snap her, nor did he pick her up at her mother's. She had never felt such unease. It was as if an adult gave a child a lollipop every day, but one day, suddenly stopped. Of course, the child would be mad. "Yeah, you sure came back at a bad time? I didn't even think you'd be back." Jack was mad too, so he spoke out of anger. "Good job, Jack." Chloe smiled in despair. Jack looked at her. At that moment, he both loved and hated her, but he didn't know what to do with her. "What about you? Didn't you do the exact same thing? You ignored your reputation, my reputation, and GK's reputation, just to help someone who doesn't even need your help. Chloe, what was going on with that brain of yours?" Chloe glanced at him with a complicated expression on her face. "I shouldn't have come back. I'll leave." They were both mad and couldn't even communicate properly. Therefore, she decided to turn around and leave. Jack hugged her by the waist. He carried her up and dropped her on the couch. He didn't use force, but he wasn't gentle either. She could tell that he was angry. "Chloe, we're not done talking yet. How can you leave like that?" "About what? What do we have left to say?" Chloe sneered. "I remember that you asked for my opinion. Why did you still do it, even if you knew that you shouldn't?" Jack had never hated Justin, nor had he gotten jealous of him, even when he sang for Chloe at GK's 30th anniversary. But this time, he couldn't take it anymore. He didn't care about what others said, nor did he care about gossip. He only cared about Chloe's heart. He was scared that Chloe felt something for Justin. "Are you kidding me? I'm an independent person, not your accessory. I discussed it with you because I respect you, but it doesn't mean that I have to take your advice. I thought about this a lot. I'm not a child, and I know to weigh the pros and cons. But Jack, I have my own ethics, and everyone has different standards in life. If I didn't stand out to help him, I would feel bad for the rest of my life. Why don't you just say that you care about Justin?" Jack was furious. "What? Did you say?" Chloe stared at Jack in disbelief. Jack had a feeling that his words were too impulsive just now. He didn't have the courage to repeat them. Chloe got up from the couch and pushed Jack aside with all her might. attempting to leave their home. However, she couldn't. "Let go of me." "No." "I'm leaving." "Where?" "I'm going to go look for Justin. Didn't you say that I cared about him?" Chloe stopped filtering her words. This was the most serious fight they had ever gotten into. They both said things they didn't mean. Upon hearing what Chloe said, Jack became even angrier. He pushed Chloe down onto the couch, lowered his head, and bit on her ruby lips. Chloe struggled, but couldn't escape from Jack's embrace. His tall and strong body pushed down on hers so hard that she couldn't breathe. His kisses came down like raindrops, with a hint of punishment. He bit the corner of her lips, as she felt a slight pain there. She was furious, but couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, she put her arms around Jack's neck and bit him back. She used 10 times the strength. One bite, and Jack's lips began to bleed. The stench of blood quickly flowed out and into their mouths. Yet, Jack was still stubborn. Even though his lips were in extreme pain, he still didn't let go of Chloe. He kissed her even more domineeringly. He only stopped when they were completely worn out. Chloe pushed him aside, breathing heavily as she did. She leaned back on the couch, exhausted. Her lips still tasted like Jack's blood. She coughed gently and forced herself to get up from the couch. Chloe. The truth was, he wanted to apologize. She paused, but then walked up to the door and left immediately. She didn't even give him the chance to say, "I'm sorry." Jack regretted what he did. He pushed aside the curtains and saw Chloe leave Imperial Park. His heart began throbbing in pain again. After she left, Chloe hailed a cab. Sky Blessing Court. After she got on the cab, she only said 3 words before falling silent in the back seat. The driver couldn't help but look at her from the rearview mirror. The more he looked at her, the more scared he got. I have to go home for dinner. Why don't you get off up there and hail another cab?" Chloe looked up to see that there were still bloodstains by the corner of her mouth. It was indeed terrifying to look at during this hour. "I'm not a freaking vampire." Chloe vented her anger at Jack in her head and then growled at the driver. The driver was at a loss for words. He shivered and focused his attention onto the road, not daring to say anything else. It was already past 1 a.m. by the time she arrived at Sky Blessing Court. Thank goodness her mother didn't lock the doors. Chloe went upstairs quietly, took a shower, and rolled into bed. Her phone had run out of juice and turned off. She plugged it in without turning it on, and then lied down. Jack took out his phone and dialed that familiar number. "I'm sorry, the subscriber you dialed is not available right now." His heart sank upon hearing that Chloe's phone was off. The next morning, after Jack finished his morning meeting, Assistant Mark was very considerate and handed him a Band-Aid. "Sir, there's an injury on the corner of your lips. Haha, you should slap a Band-Aid over it." "No need," Jack refused coldly. Did the young madame bite you?" Mark was a curious man. This was the first time he saw an injury on the president's lip, so he was curious. Did the young madame do this? After all, the young madame looked very shy and reserved. She didn't seem like someone who would do anything this wild. Jack looked at Mark with a grim expression on his face. Who else could it be? A teddy bear dog? Sir, you have a dog? Mark froze for a second. No month-end bonuses for you for 3 months. Jack felt tired as he pointed at Mark. He was shocked by the fact that he used this weird little assistant for more than 6 months. Mark was again dumbfounded. All he did was suspect that his boss was bitten by a dog. Did he really have to take away 3 month-end bonuses? He seriously wanted to hide into a corner and cry for a while. After walking out of Jack's office, he immediately notified all the departments. The president's not in a good mood today. All departments must be on alert. If you guys say something wrong and he deducts your month-end bonuses, don't blame me for not reminding you. Then, he walked into a corner. Taking out his phone, Mark decided to use his last resort. In the past, whenever the president scolded him, Everything would return to normal as soon as the young madam called. After all, Jack was a wife spoiler. Therefore, Mark decided to dial Chloe's number. Chloe was on rounds when Mark called. She hesitated before picking up. "Young madam, this is Mark. How can I help you?" Chloe thought that Jack wanted Mark to forward something to her, so she had her hopes up. I wanted to ask you for help." "What is it?" I accidentally said the wrong thing just now, and the president deducted my bonus for 3 months." "Could you please talk to him?" "Sorry, I can't help you there. The president hasn't been in a good mood recently, not even if I talk to him." "That's impossible. The president always listens to you. That was then, and this is now. If you don't believe me, feel free to mention my name to him. I promise that he'll deduct 3 more months of your bonus." Then, Chloe quickly hung up the phone. Mark sank back into complete confusion. What was this couple playing at? Did their S&M play go a little too far last night, and they got pissed off at each other? The world of rich moguls wasn't something an ordinary citizen could understand. At lunch, Victoria drove to South Side. They ordered some delivery and enjoyed it in the hypnosis room on the top floor. This place was quiet because no one came. Then, Victoria hit 2 birds with 1 stone by getting a routine pregnancy checkup. "So, you standing up for Justin got pretty out of hand." Victoria glanced at Chloe. "I know." Chloe seemed extremely calm. "Does Jack know what you did?" "Yup." "How is he now?" "Going crazy." Chloe thought back at how Jack was last night and summarized his behavior as crazy. I would be going crazy too if it were me. Of course he's jealous. You could have helped anyone, but you had to help Justin. By doing that, you threw yourself into the teeth of the storm. If I didn't attest for him out of fear and acted like a turtle, then I wouldn't be Chloe. Why not change my name to Turtle Green? In Chloe's opinion, people shouldn't live like Mary, but one still needed a bottom line. She just stood out to reveal the truth. It was such a normal thing to do. It wasn't like she saved the earth. Why were people making such a big deal out of it? Upon hearing what Chloe said, Victoria almost spat out the water in her mouth. "Don't make me laugh. I never realized that you could be so funny." "I'm only telling the truth, okay?" Chloe said as she ate. "Oh, right. I almost forgot something important." Then Victoria got up, took out a long call history list from her bag, and handed it to Chloe. "Here you go. This is the call history that my friend pulled up from that old phone of yours. Take a look." Upon hearing this, Chloe couldn't wait and immediately picked up the call log and began looking at it closely. She immediately noticed that an unknown number consisting of weird numbers appeared 3 times. It only appeared 3 times, but the number was very attention-grabbing. "You're wondering about that number beginning with 920, right?" Victoria guessed what Chloe wanted to ask. "Yeah, it's a really weird number. Can we find out where it's from?" Chloe looked up at Victoria. She noticed that Uncle James contacted this number at 2 a.m. on the day he died. This was a very weird time, paired with a weird number that only swindlers would use. Yeah, at the time I thought it was weird too, so I asked a hacker friend to check it out. Weirdly enough, it is a fake number. However, when we investigated further, we were surprised to find out that its IP is in a foreign country. A foreign country? Chloe was a little surprised. Victoria nodded. Amsterdam, Holland. I can't track the actual location because it's too far away. All I know is that the person who used this number was there. Chloe thought back, but didn't remember that Uncle James knew anyone from Holland. This was indeed shocking news. It was beyond her imagination. Then, she continued looking at the call history. Everything else was normal. There were phone calls from her mother, and some of Uncle James's friends back in the day. The only weird thing was those 3 calls from the same strange number. Will this number go through? I'd like to call them. Technically it shouldn't, since this number is basically a fraud number. You can dial it, but no one will pick up, because whoever used this number probably didn't want to be found out. However, you can still try. But I didn't. Chloe nodded. Then, she took out her phone and dialed the long string of numbers on the call history. However, the number really didn't go through. It was busy. This number shouldn't be from a scammer. They won't call 3 times, Victoria analyzed. It definitely isn't a swindler. Take a look at the length of the call. See, the last phone call was as long as 4 minutes. Chloe was attentive to details. Upon seeing the length of the calls, she became even more suspicious. She was sure that Uncle James didn't know how to speak even a word of English. How on earth did he communicate with someone in Holland? Was he talking to a known person? The more Chloe thought about it, the more confused she got. Also, she realized that her identity was like a giant ball of mysteries. The more she looked into it, the more questions she uncovered. Things weren't as simple as she thought they were. No wonder even men as powerful as Rick and Jack couldn't find anything. Even she noticed that things were much more complicated than they seemed. But because of that, she wanted to find her biological family, now more than ever. Did her parents even know that a daughter like her existed on this earth? Chloe was fighting with Jack, so she didn't want to go home. She also didn't want her mother to worry, so she decided not to go back to Sky Blessing Court either. Instead, she arranged a few night shifts and planned to live out her days at the hospital. During the day, she rested on the bed in the hypnosis room. She basically lived at the hospital. That night, Peter rarely came to GK. After he did a little inspection, Jack drove him back to the Dawson Manor. "Jack, I need to ask you something." "Sure," Jack said as he drove. "You and Chloe are young, so I didn't want to interfere too much in your relationship, unlike your mother." But this time, the media really blew this incident up. I'm confused. Why would Chloe know someone like Justin and step out to defend him? Rumors are flying all over the place, and they're not pleasant to listen to. "Did you guys talk about this?" Peter asked with a stern face. Jack's expression changed. He knew that his father was bound to ask him about what happened. After all, everyone knew about it. "Yeah, she told me about it." Jack nodded. "So you've agreed to her nonsense?" Peter looked at his son with a grim expression. "I told her to step up," Jack answered after some thought. "What? You told her to do so?" Peter was surprised to hear this. In his eyes, his daughter-in-law had always been arrogant and disregarded others' feelings. Therefore, he was surprised to hear his son say that it was his idea. Although Jack was mad at Chloe, he would never defame her in front of others. He would always protect her and was willing to take all the responsibility in front of his father. However, he didn't need Chloe to know what he did. "Yeah, I told her to, because I didn't want to owe Justin a favor. The truth is, Justin could have said so himself, but he didn't, which meant that he was trying to be considerate of us. I think he's a loyal person, so I told Chloe to clear his name. But do you know what everyone else is saying right now? I don't care about what other people say. We're living our lives for ourselves. I want to live happily and comfortably, so I can't care about everything happening around me." "Dad, it's not like the olden days when gossip barely existed. All we can do now is to be our best selves. I know that you care about what's happening with us, but please trust Chloe. If you can't, then at least trust your son. I'm not wrong about her." "Okay then. If that's the case, then I won't keep asking you about it. Anyways, try to be more low profile in the future." "We will." Jack nodded. He was thankful that his father didn't drone on and give him a headache like his mother always did. That evening, the Dawson Manor was abnormally lively. Mayor Hall came with his wife and Bella. Along with Peter, Mrs. Dawson, and Jack, the 6 of them enjoyed dinner together. The truth was, Jack didn't know they were coming and bumped into them by accident. Mrs. Dawson asked the maid to make a bunch of dumplings, along with 8 dishes. It was a sumptuous meal indeed. Bella rarely uploaded photos onto her friend circle, but today, she uploaded 3 photos. One of the dumplings, one of herself, and another one of Jack, who was sitting across from her. Chloe was working the night shift and wasn't in the mood to eat. Beth bought her some food while she was buying Cody dinner. "Young madam, I bought some vegetable congee and pickles. Have some. Thanks. Chloe looked at Beth gratefully. After Beth left, she set aside the dinner and continued working. She really wasn't in the mood to eat. Just then, her cell phone rang, and she immediately picked it up. She thought that it was Jack, but it was a message from Andrew. He didn't say anything, and only sent her a screenshot of Bella's Snap friend circle. It said, "It was a heartwarming dinner. I would like to thank Mr. Dawson, Mrs. Dawson, and you." There were 3 photos below. One of the dumplings, the other one was a selfie. Bella's selfie was very low-key. She didn't show a peace sign, nor did she pretend to be cute. It was a photo of her profile, her arms supporting her chin, a very modern pose. The last photo was, of course, of Jack. He had his head tilted and was talking to Mayor Hall. His profile was absolutely stunning. Men who were focused on work were really attractive. Chloe immediately blew up upon seeing that photo. She was speechless that Mr. Dawson went to look for that little bitch while they were fighting. "Chloe, are you sad?" Andrew sent. "Why would I be sad? Bella uploading a photo at this time will cause others to imagine things," Andrew replied. "So if I went to see Justin and had dinner with him, would we be tied?" Chloe asked. "You want to have dinner with Justin?" Chloe was a little shocked. "I would never do something as degrading as that," Chloe replied. "If you don't do anything, your status might be in jeopardy." "I realized that Bella isn't easy to deal with, unlike the other women who have been interested in your husband in the past," Andrew reminded her. "I'm not in the mood to fight her. She can do whatever she wants. I'm tired." Chloe was a little glass half empty. She was surprised that Jack didn't even call or message her throughout the day. However, he had to the heart to have dinner with Bella. She was not about to tolerate that. "Do you need a lawyer? I can hire one for you." "Why would I need a lawyer?" "Depressed," Chloe replied. "To get divorced, of course," Andrew said with profound meaning. Chloe wasn't sure if he was joking. However, upon seeing the word divorce, Chloe's heart sank. Truth be told, she never thought of divorce, not even when she said it to Jack that one time while they were fighting. She didn't actually want to divorce him. Marriage was a big deal, and she wasn't about to get divorced on a whim. What Andrew said made Chloe feel incredibly uncomfortable. Upon seeing that she didn't reply, Andrew added, "Hey, did you think I was being serious? I was just kidding." Chloe didn't reply to him. She realized that whenever she and Jack got into a fight, other people would immediately take advantage of the situation, because they wanted her and Jack to get divorced as soon as possible. Her mother once said that words like divorce and breakup shouldn't be said unless you meant it. This was because those words hurt, and once spoken, will leave a mark on the receiving party. If you keep saying, "I want to break up," then one day you will break up. If you keep saying, "I want to get divorced," then one day you will get divorced. Chloe's EQ may not be staggeringly high, but it wasn't low either. She would never say stuff like that to hurt Jack. The Green family's chaos had come to an end. After Timothy beat Evelyn up into a pulp, he forbade her from leaving their house. If he let her go at this time, wasn't he basically sending her to the arms of her lover? Liam, on the other hand, was kicked out of the Green family. In order to contain the rumors, Andrew bought a plane ticket and sent him back to the Philippines. Brenny, on the other hand, continued to live at home, since she was, after all, Timothy's daughter. However, because of what happened with her mother and brother, his father didn't like her anymore. She had been racking her brain, trying to hook up with an heir and marry into a rich family, hoping to save her mother. Lily and Andrew became the biggest winners, but Andrew wanted more. The Green Mansion. Timothy hadn't been back in 3 days. Rumor had it that he had been sleeping with a young model in her 20s. He was still daydreaming about giving birth to another son at his age. Lily felt nothing towards stuff like this. She enjoyed tea with Andrew in the living room. Andrew politely poured a cup of tea for her mother and then passed it to her. "Mom, you haven't been doing much lately. It's boring to stay at home all the time. You should travel more. If you want to go abroad, I'll buy you a ticket." There's no rush. I like our house right now. It's very quiet. Lily smiled. She was elated by Evelyn's fall from grace. The latter had been a prick in Lily's eyes for more than 20 years. After finally getting it out, she felt much better and happier. That stupid man is still screwing around at his age. Make sure your people follow him. We can't give him another son. We finally got rid of Evelyn. I don't want another one, Lily reminded him. Don't worry, Mom. It won't happen. He can have all the fun he wants, but he'll never have another child. How are things going with the board of directors? Everyone's basically on our side. I can kick them out whenever I want. But so many things have happened recently, so I can't be too obvious, or else people will talk. I'll look for a more appropriate opportunity. Okay, I trust you. Mom, you still have feelings for that old man, don't you? If you do, I won't push him off a cliff. At least you'll have someone with you to live off your retirement. I don't need him. My heart had been smothered flat after all these years. Ever since Evelyn arrived at this house, I bit down on my teeth and decided that one day I will make him beg me and then kick him to the curb. Lily hated Timothy. In the beginning, their marriage was no more than an arrangement that was mutually benefiting. However, Lily was a woman who was keen on face-saving. Evelyn's sudden arrival and the fact that she gave birth to a boy and a girl made Lily the laughing material amongst socialites for years. She had been suppressing this hatred for a very long time, so she would never go easy on Timothy. If that's what you want, then I know what to do. Andrew smiled. Andrew, yes, Mom? Andrew was smart. He immediately knew that there was something else Lily wanted to talk to him about. As expected, Lily put down the teacup in her hand and said earnestly, You're more than 30 years old now. It's time for you to start a family. Mom, I'm not in a hurry. So what if you're not in a hurry? You don't get much choice over this. I think if you marry someone from a suitable family, things will be more advantageous for us. Andrew licked his lips and smiled, but he didn't say anything. You should break things off with that female celebrity. She's just for fun, so don't fall for her. I know, Mom. Andrew was an obedient son. He nodded at everything Lily said. Since you were born into a family like ours, you shouldn't fantasize about love, because it's imaginary and unreliable. It doesn't suit us. Plus, I think that people who get married on the basis of mutual benefits last longer. If you get married for love, your marriage will become weak. Once love dies out, the marriage will end as well. Do you know what I mean? I do. Andrew poured his mother another cup of tea and carefully handed it to her. What do you plan to do with Chloe? Lily took the tea and asked quietly. Kick her out as planned. Lily's furrowed eyebrows relaxed upon hearing this. She seemed to be satisfied with Andrew's answer. That kid is smart, and I like her, but she's too arrogant and won't be of use to us. We don't need her. I can't believe Timothy is still dreaming about using her to lure Jack. But Chloe's too smart for that. You shouldn't risk things. Just kick her to the curb. Andrew, you have to remember that in the future, the Green family is ours. I know. Andrew nodded. Lily was a calm and indifferent woman who didn't believe in love. She was born into the prestigious family and was forced to plot against her siblings at a young age. She didn't know family, love, or friendship. All her social connections were formed after careful calculations. In order to take Andrew from her sister, Lily provided her with more than $30 million in investments. Then, she proceeded to raise a calculating and manipulative son. However, Andrew was much scarier than she could ever imagine. After Justin was proven innocent and released from the police office, he was very low profile and rarely showed his face out in the public. He would occasionally go to Imperial Star for work, but spent most of his time at the Cooper mansion. He sold his private mansion for a low price since someone died there, and it would be unlucky to keep living there. Everyone in the Cooper family was elated that Justin was now living at home. Justin's father was always busy with work and rarely came home. His grandfather would occasionally enjoy wine and play chess with his grandson, when he was on vacation, living a life of leisure. Today, his grandpa was in a good mood, and he wanted to play chess with Justin. They sat on the tatami in the study. While they enjoyed a game of chess, incense was lit beside them. It was as if they had traveled back in time. "Justin, what did you think about Grandpa Grant's granddaughter? It's been almost 2 weeks since Grandpa Grant and his granddaughter left, but his grandfather was just bringing it up." They didn't stay for long. After all, Justin's incident broke out, so it was inconvenient for them to stay any longer. "Grandpa, are you talking about Tracy?" Justin picked up a horse and moved it on the chessboard. "Yeah, she's not bad. Very energetic and innocent. Justin's impression of her was surprisingly good. Do you think she'd make a good wife?" Before Grandpa Cooper could finish his sentence, Justin interrupted him. "No thanks. That girl's better fitted to be my little sister. I'd rather be single forever than marry her." "Ahem. Why?" Grandpa Cooper stared at him blankly. "I don't like her. What do you like, then?" "I really like pork with pickled cabbage," Justin replied loquaciously. "You little brat, can't we enjoy a conversation?" Grandpa Cooper was speechless. "Ha ha, checkmate, Grandpa. You lose. Your pieces are unsalvageable, ha ha ha." Justin clapped and broke into laughter. His grandfather was incredibly skilled in chess, and Justin rarely won. However, today the old man's mind wasn't on the chess game in front of them. Rather, he was trying to feel his grandson out. "You little brat, stop beating around the bushes with me. Tell me, when will I be able to hold my great-granddaughter or great-grandson?" The old man became agitated and flipped the chessboard in his fury. "Hey, yo, are you threatening your baby grandson now? Stop with the nonsense! Answer my question." His grandpa wasn't about to let Justin change the subject. "Don't worry, you'll have your great-grandson. Heck, you'll even have your great-granddaughter. Don't worry, it's only a matter of time. BS. If I wait for another 20 years, I'll be in the dirt, rotting away with barely any bones left." Grandpa Cooper raged on. "Okay, fine. Tell me what you want, Grandpa. Get married, as soon as possible." But I need someone to get married to." Justin chuckled dryly. His grandpa sure was a stubborn one. "I've been thinking. If Tracy isn't your type, go for that actress from your company then. I don't care anymore. That girl, something... What's her name again? Her? No. Justin shook his hands immediately. "Don't you like that girl?" Haha. "Grandpa, who told you that I liked her?" Justin chuckled. "The media. Newspapers are always writing about you guys." "Oh, don't tell me you believe the media." "The only thing that is true about the media is the date and the year. Nothing else could possibly be real. Trust me. Even the weather forecast trolls us citizens. Quit BS random crap with me. We're speaking of serious business here. Why are you bringing up the weather forecast?" The incident that Justin got himself into made Grandpa Cooper very anxious. But at the same time, it made him anxious about something else as well. He was anxious for Justin to settle down and start a family. Men can sometimes be difficult to predict, especially when they were bachelors. Once they had a home, a wife, and a kid, they will become more responsible. Grandpa Cooper made the executive decision that his grandson needed marriage to help him tune down his flamboyant attitude. It was for his own good. But who would have thought the kid was so good at going off on a tangent? Serious business, huh? What you suggested is not viable. If I were to have a wife, she's got to be a girl that I like. Listen, Grandpa, a lifetime is only 80 or so years. We have the money, we have the power. You're not seriously expecting me to marry someone with a strong familial background to boost our family's reputation, right? Come on, I'm your only grandson. Do you have the heart to watch me suffer? Who said anything about marrying for reputation? The issue at hand right now is for you to get married as soon as possible. Who do you like? Tell me. I don't like anyone at the moment. I will tell you when I do. It's getting late, Grandpa. Rest up. Justin ran down the stairs as soon as he finished speaking. Kids these days. Grandpa Cooper sighed. Justin didn't want to reveal anything, and his grandpa was running out of ideas. By the time Justin got back to his bedroom, his mother was in the middle of changing the bed sheets. "Mom, you don't have to change the sheets every day. I'm not germophobic. It's a waste. I bought this while shopping today. The material is very good, so I thought I'd buy it for you. Just use it for now. You rarely come home." Mrs. Cooper was delighted by the fact that her son had come back home. Every day she would come up with new cuisines and dishes for the kitchen to make for Justin. Not only that, she changed his sheets, day in and day out, providing even better service than hotels. Justin understood his mother's intentions, for he knew every mother loved their children dearly. "Are you hungry? Do you want some food?" Mrs. Cooper asked. "Nope? Then you should sleep early." "Okay." Justin took off his jacket as he walked towards the washroom for a shower. "Son, the reason you were released is that Chloe came out as a witness for you. But she's put herself in a terrible position. You're well known in the industry. Can you come out and explain for her?" "I'm afraid she won't be able to handle all of this negative media attention," Mrs. Cooper suddenly asked thoughtfully. She was grateful that Chloe stood up and helped her son. But at the same time, she felt terrible about how the press had dramatized the whole situation. The negative press and rumors never bothered Justin, since he owned an entertainment company and lived and died in rumors. However, the situation was a little different for Chloe. She was a girl. As soon as she was put into a difficult spot, the criticisms would batter her up, swallow her, and spit her out piece by piece. Justin's eyes gleamed in thought as he ran through what his mother said his head. He wanted to protect Chloe, but instead, Chloe came out and protected him, bringing the negative media attention onto herself. "Mom, I want to help, but I'm afraid it will only make things worse," Justin answered in a serious tone. As one of the protagonists of the story, him coming to Chloe's aid would only bring forth even more negative effects. The only real way of helping was to remain silent and try to control the media that he had power over, so the event doesn't continue to be dramatized. He had also recruited some internet ghostwriters to comment as Chloe's supporters, but it didn't seem to help much. In today's internet age, news got out way too fast, and the content often got skewed the more it was retold, like a broken telephone. "Okay, I understand then." Mrs. Cooper nodded and walked away. Justin laid on the bed after taking a shower. He took out his phone, and a picture of Chloe in a white lab coat lit up on his screen. He traced the details of the photo with his eye for several long seconds before swiping to unlock the phone and log on to Weibo. There were lots of comments under his Weibo account, most of them from his fans. The most upvoted comment was rather interesting. It said, "Like this comment if you've never bashed young Master Cooper." This comment received over 2,000 likes. It was rather popular. Most of his fans were female, and almost all of them referred to him as hubby. But of course, there were haters as well, and their comments went something like this. "Justin, what's your relationship with Chloe? Why did she help you? So GK's young madam attended Justin's birthday party? Is she the spy that you sent to Jack? Bro, it's not right to seduce a married woman. This is a matter of principle. You're filthy rich. Don't you have enough women already? Why are you seducing a married woman?" Another even more interesting comment said, "Why do I think the situation is more complex than it seems? Perhaps Jack and Justin are the real lovebirds here, and Chloe is just a front." Justin couldn't help but roll his eyes as he read that last comment. He had to give it to the internet surfers. Their imaginations were beyond wild. After he finished browsing through the comments, he quietly clicked Chloe's profile. She hadn't updated her Weibo in a while. However, her most recent update exploded with almost 60,000 comments. They were all, of course, bashing her. "Chloe, you're such a slut. Why did you seduce young Master Cooper when you already have a husband? The women from the Green family are all bitches. Chloe and Brenny are both the same. It's been proven. Can you imagine how President Dawson feels with all this going on? Chloe, should you really be double-dipping? How can you justify yourself when you've been receiving sports cars and mansions from President Dawson? What an ungrateful woman. You're shooting yourself in the foot. Goddess Green, who's better in bed? President Dawson or President Cooper? I bet 10 cents that Chloe and Jack will be divorced soon. If they don't, I will livestream myself eating shit. There were all kinds of comments in her comment section, mostly negative ones. Women had always been a vulnerable group within society. Seeing Chloe remain in complete silence, Justin's heart throbbed. She chose to explain nothing and simply endure everything herself. There used to be an actor under his company who had an affair with another actress, while the actor's wife was pregnant. Once the situation was revealed by the paparazzi, both parties involved experienced severe declines in their careers. In the end, the actor listened to the company's suggestions and held a press conference where he admitted his wrongdoing with tears. He apologized to his wife and promised to never do such a thing again. However, the actress, on the other hand, was called all kinds of names. There was basically no hope left for her career in the entertainment business. In the end, she moved abroad to get away from everything. Apparently, she went to Australia. As the old saying goes, you can't clap with one hand. Cheating is not something that can be done by a single individual. Of course, both parties were at fault. However, as a man, he was easily forgiven after openly admitting his wrongdoings. But as a woman, she was humiliated endlessly until her career was over. Justin was terrified by the thought that the same thing might happen to Chloe. He was afraid that this black mark would stay on her like a Sharpie. If that were to happen, it probably would have been better if he just showed up in court. There was no way the police could convict him. With much hesitation, Justin sent a private message to Chloe. There were only 3 words in his message. Are you asleep? He had no idea that Chloe had stopped returning home and was sleeping at Southside. Chloe seldom logged on to Weibo. However, on this night, she was browsing the news to prevent herself from falling asleep during her night shift. Therefore, she immediately saw Justin's message. Not yet, she replied. I told you to stay out of it. Now look what's happening. Everyone is bashing you. Did you know that was going to happen? Justin asked with concern. I know. Chloe's reply was brief. Are you dumb? My brain probably weighs 2 pounds more than yours. Justin was left speechless. How can you still joke at a time like this? Depressed, Justin asked. It's always the darkest before the dawn. What's there to be scared of? It's not like the world is ending. Chloe was still optimistic. So, what about Jack? Did you guys fight? Justin asked anxiously. He felt very conflicted. From the standpoint of his own self-interest, he liked the idea of Jack and Chloe fighting. Because then it meant that he might have a chance if Chloe left Jack. But, considering the bigger picture, Chloe's feelings for Jack were deeply rooted. He could tell based on what had happened the last 2 times. Chloe resourcefully solved GK's crisis. She was even willing to beg Andrew for Jack. Therefore, even if they had a fight, Chloe would be heartbroken, because she loved Jack so deeply. Justin, on the other hand, obviously didn't want Chloe to be upset. So yes, he was rather conflicted. We're fine, Chloe answered vaguely. She wouldn't tell Justin what was going on between her and Jack. After all, it was personal. If you find it hard to tough it out, just go abroad. Go on vacation, and I will take care of things here. You can come back once everything settles down. No, it's okay. I can handle it. This is nothing. Also, there's nothing between us. Why should I hide away? Okay. You're right. Justin felt a little down. There really was nothing between him and Chloe. It's nothing more than someone trying to make a mountain out of a molehill because of their status within the society. After a couple of rounds of private messages, Justin still had trouble sleeping. He went to his Snap group and asked, "Anyone want to go out for a drink?" "Me," Max answered immediately. And me, Brenton, on the other hand, answered as well. Holy S. I can't believe you replied. Aren't you afraid that Dr. Victoria might kill you? Everyone knew that Brenton doted Victoria. Now that she was pregnant, Brenton had been treating her like a queen. So, Brenton very rarely came out for drinks anymore. Therefore, Max and Justin were both surprised to see his reply. Our doctor told me to go out and have a drink. She said it was to prevent prenatal depression. Brenton chuckled. Prenatal depression? Doesn't that only apply to pregnant women? What does that have anything to do with you? Max exclaimed. Aha! You don't understand. But a lot of men become depressed while waiting for their wives to deliver. My wife has a doctorate in psychology. Don't question her, Brenton said proudly. He never imagined that one day he would marry a super scholar. Okay, yeah, sure, of course. Whatever your wife says is right. Stop BS. I will wait for you guys on the top floor of Seductive Fox. The three of them jumped into their vehicles to attend the gathering. Justin drove a black Lamborghini, Max drove a flirty pink Ferrari, and Brenton drove a Range Rover that was rather low-key. Only the three of them sat inside the large VIP room. Max, for once, did not bring a date. Justin ordered some appetizers and booze as the three of them chatted. I've been thinking, but I haven't quite figured things out yet. Can you guys help me out a little? Justin twirled his empty wine glass on the table. Shoot. Max nodded. Let's hear it. Brenton knew Justin wanted to talk to them about something since he wasn't yet asleep at this hour. Naomi died in my private mansion. Her time of death coincidentally matches the time I hid away from the cameras. I am the primary suspect, since during that time I was with Chloe. Any average person would believe Naomi was taking revenge on me with her death, so she could avenge her sister. Are you saying that's not true? Max asked, startled. It seems to be true in theory, but I thought about it and something seems off. What seems off? Brenton asked with an unlit cigarette hanging in his mouth. Well, first of all, how did Naomi confirm my departure time from the party? I think she was already inside my room at that time. I bet she had an accomplice. How else do you think she got into the party without an invitation? Max analyzed. Right, she's definitely working with someone. But I'm talking about their motive. Motive? Wasn't their motive to frame you? What's the point of guessing? Everyone knows that, Max said matter-of-factly as he stared at Justin questionably. No, I don't think it's that simple. What other loopholes did you find? Brenton asked. I think if they're only trying to frame me, they would try to get me into the house. That way, there would be more evidence. They wouldn't have let me go out to see Chloe and make Chloe my only witness, since she was definitely going to testify for me. So, you're saying... Brenton was beginning to understand. Yes, I have a daring hypothesis. Naomi was simply used. On the surface, her death was used to frame me. But in reality, the person behind this had his or her eyes on Chloe. They probably wanted to frame Chloe. As soon as she stood out and became my witness, she fell into this person's trap. And look where things have taken themselves. This is what the person behind the curtain wanted. Holy yes! No way! That's terrifying! It's a trap within a trap! Max gasped. Brenton and Justin exchanged glances as they understood the situation. Brenton put his cigarette in the ashtray and said, If that's the case, then the person behind this is rather terrifying. Naomi was used to frame you, but the person calculated everything, including the time you went out to meet Chloe. The person would also have needed to know Chloe very well in order to lead the situation the way it was intended. That person is definitely something. It's just a feeling as of now. I'm not 100% sure. So what now? Are you going to investigate? Of course. Not only is this person my enemy, but they're also Chloe's enemy. I need to find out who it is. Justin had been holding his breath. After contemplating it today, he knew something was wrong. Initially, he was pretty sure Naomi had people working with her, but then he realized that this situation may have threads that lead to Chloe. After all, that person wouldn't sacrifice Naomi to do something that wouldn't even frame him. It was a waste of time. Everybody who knew his identity should know that. He wouldn't have lost the case even if he went to court, and that was the truth. The fact that Chloe is in deep water would cause relationship issues between her and Jack. Anyone who benefits from that would most likely be the murderer. I think I have someone in mind. Are you thinking of Bella? Brenton asked without thinking. Smart. Max gave him a thumbs up. No, it's probably not her. Justin shook his head and rejected Max's suggestion. But she's the most suspicious. You have no idea how ambitious she is. Did you know that she moved to Imperial Park? Do you know where that is? It's where Jack and Chloe lives. Also, she's got so much power and resources, it's probably pretty convenient for her to plan this out. Max didn't like Bella very much since her friends were all well-known backstabbers within the circle. One of Max's ex-girlfriends was once bullied by Bella's friends. He had openly engaged in fights on Weibo with them too. Zoe's incident had happened for a while ago, and Bella just got back from overseas. I don't think she would do something like that. If the mayor's daughter was associated with a person's death and meth, it would severely affect her father's career. I don't think Bella would take such a risk just to frame Chloe and break her and Jack up, Brenton explained. Brenton was known to be smart, so a lot of the time Justin would run things through him if he was ever stuck. Justin nodded in agreement with what Brenton said. Well, that's weird. Who else could it be? Max murmured to himself. It's got to be someone with great power, and someone who's known to be ruthless, Justin conjectured. Oh, do you guys think it could be Mrs. Dawson? Doesn't she hate Chloe the most? Max asked suddenly. The idea can't be entirely ruled out yet. But then again, Mrs. Dawson doesn't appear to be capable of something like this. Even if it was her, then there's got to be someone behind her who helped her plan this out. I've seen her interviews. She's not a wise one. Justin commented on his feelings towards Mrs. Dawson. Okay, well, let's not worry about that for now. We know it's a conspiracy, so we should investigate into it. As long as it's done by a human, then there's bound to be clues and traces, Max suggested. Yes. Cheers. After all these years, somebody finally got to me for once. Haha. Justin lifted his glass for a toast. The Dawson Manor. After dinner, Mayor Hall and his wife chatted happily with Mrs. and Mr. Dawson in the dining room. Jack began walking out towards his car, and Bella followed. Jack, could you give me a ride? I'm a little tired. I still have a lot of renovation work that needs to be done for school tomorrow, so I want to go home and rest early. Sure. Jack nodded and said nothing else. Bella opened door to the passenger seat door and was about to go in when Jack said, Sit in the back. But she opened her mouth in protest, and before she could finish, Jack interjected, Chloe doesn't like it when other people sit on my passenger seat. Oh. Okay. Bella smiled awkwardly and immediately got into the back seat. She was not content with what had happened, but her face showed no such emotions. For the whole ride, Jack kept his silence. He seemed to be in a bad mood and only ate a single dumpling during dinner. Are you in a bad mood? Bella asked. No. To be honest, the rumors are flying out like crazy. Everyone knows what happened. And I know why you're in a bad mood even if you don't tell me. But I believe Chloe. I'm sure there's nothing going on with her and Justin. You believe her? Jack asked, a little surprised. Of course. If there was really something going on between them, Chloe would never come out as a witness. That's like intentionally leaving evidence behind. I believe she came out as a witness for Justin based on the fact that there's nothing going on between them. She's got a great sense of morals, so I don't believe any of the rumors. Jack was rather surprised by Bella's comments, and not in an entirely bad way either. In all honesty, he thought she would take this opportunity and talk behind Chloe's back. But she didn't. Not only that, she was saying that she believed in Chloe. This woman's definitely got some tricks up her sleeve. I thank you on behalf of Chloe, Jack said as he adjusted his attitude a little. He liked listening to people speak nicely of Chloe despite still being mad at her. But I heard, well, it's just some news that's been circling around. Please don't be worried. I'm just telling you. Go ahead, Jack said, upon seeing Bella's hesitation. I heard Justin liked Chloe for a long time. I'm not sure what happened before since I haven't been back in the country for very long, but I can tell. Remember last time, at my dad's party? Two of my friends went over the line and were giving Chloe a hard time. Justin drove his car into my friend's car later that night. I was really confused back then, but now that I think about it, I think perhaps he really does like Chloe. Jack kept driving and didn't reply. Bella, on the other hand, couldn't figure out what was going on inside of Jack's mind. So she added, "But I believe Chloe does not feel the same way about Justin. After all, she is married to you, and you guys have been together for so many years. Right?" She was clearly trying to get on Jack's good side. "I'm not mad because I'm suspicious of what's going on between Chloe and Justin," Jack suddenly said, making each syllable as clear as possible. "So why? I'm mad because she went ahead and did something without considering her own reputation. I don't care about my reputation, and I don't care about GK's reputation. But I care about her, and I can't stand her being condemned by the public," Jack continued, leaving Bella stunned. "I would have never thought that you loved her so deeply," she said bitterly. "Of course. I admire Chloe. She has someone that loves her this much," Bella smiled. Jack fell silent as the two of them headed back to Imperial Park together. It was late at night, and there weren't a lot of people on the streets. However, Jack failed to notice a hidden camera hung up on a nearby tree branch. The red light on it kept blinking, recording everything that happened. After they reached Imperial Park, Bella no longer pestered Jack and headed straight home. He, on the other hand, drove away from their neighborhood. This time, he headed straight to Sky Blessing Court. However, to his surprise, Chloe's car wasn't there. Therefore, he turned around and drove to South Side. Upon seeing her Audi R8 parked outside the hospital, Jack realized that Chloe didn't even go home. They were giving each other the silent treatment, so he wanted to refrain from seeing her. However, he missed her like crazy. He missed her gaze, her smile, her voice. He wanted her to fall asleep in his arms, smell the baby life, scent on her body, and stare at her slightly curled eyelashes as she slept. He missed her so much that his feelings rushed out like a flood, and he couldn't resist it any longer. He endured 7 years without her. But now, he couldn't even go one day without missing her to death. He was too used to her being by his side. He was the fish, and she was the water. He was the bird, and she was the sky. Chloe was no longer a head nurse, so she didn't have to stand duty at the on-call booth. She worked her night shifts doing consults for patients. However, the neurology department rarely had emergent cases at night, so she didn't have much to do. "Dr. Green, a patient wants a consult." A nurse knocked on her door and said to her, "Our department?" Chloe asked. "Yeah, they're in the emergency booth in the lobby and seem to be in a hurry." "Okay, I'll be right down." Chloe looked down at her phone. It was midnight. They must be in a hurry to come at such an hour. Therefore, she got up, put on her white lab coat, and walked out. 2 women, one old and one young, were waiting by the booth with a man in his 30s. His body was seizing, and he seemed to be saying something. No one understood what he said, but he looked agitated. "Dr. Green is here. You should talk to her," the nurse said to the patient's family. "Doctor, please take a look at my husband. I don't know what happened, but he became like this all of a sudden. It's so scary. Does he have epilepsy or a mental disorder?" The younger woman panicked. Chloe looked at the man, who seemed to be in a trance. "Does he has a history of mental illness?" "No," the woman shook her head. "What about his immediate family?" Chloe asked. The older woman beside them immediately shook her head. "No, my husband and I are fine. There's so much gold on the ground. Ha ha ha. Why aren't you guys picking them up? Are you F-king idiots?" Then, the man looked down and uncontrollably swept at the floor. "Honey, look at me. Don't scare me." The woman was so terrified that she couldn't stop crying. "It's not epilepsy. Here, take him in. I'll sedate him. Then, we'll draw his blood and examine him." "Okay." The 2 women panicked. They followed Chloe's orders, helped the man up, and pulled him towards the consulting room. However, the man suddenly slapped his wife on the face. Then he kicked his mother away. Everyone shrieked in fear. The timid nurse was so scared that she began retreating. For some reason, that man went crazy. He looked up at Chloe. "You devil! Why are you taking my gold?" Before Chloe had the chance to say anything, he suddenly ran up to Chloe and reached for her neck. Then, he tightened his grasp around her. "I'm going to strangle you, you devil. You ruined everything. I'm going to strangle you to death for blocking my path to wealth." The man glared murderously at her as he growled, "Honey, no, let go of her. She's the doctor." The woman cried and ran up to them, but no matter how hard she tried, her husband refused to let go. With the man's hands around her throat, Chloe felt like she was about to suffocate. She tried to take out the silver needle she carried with her, but her hands won't listen to her commands. Chloe's brain slowly ran out of oxygen. Just as she was about to asphyxiate, a shadow suddenly appeared before her, pulling the patient aside and throwing him a few meters out of their way. Chloe weakly collapsed onto the floor. Jack immediately went up to hold her. He was so nervous that his heart was about to flatline. "Honey, are you okay?" Chloe wanted to speak, but she couldn't. She reached out to touch Jack's face, her eyes glancing weakly at him. The truth was, Jack was scared half to death. He ignored the others around him and immediately performed CPR. 30 seconds later, Chloe slowly came back to her senses. "Why are you here?" Chloe asked weakly upon seeing Jack. "Dr. Green, thank God your husband came, or else things would have been awful. The patient who just came in is suffering from some kind of mental disorder. He went crazy and started hurting people. He almost strangled you to death," the nurse explained. Chloe recalled what happened and then got up from Jack's embrace. She placed her hand on her forehead and swayed as she walked. Worried, Jack immediately went up to hold her. "Where's the patient?" Chloe asked. Security tied him up, afraid that he might hurt others. Chloe nodded. "Get a urine sample from him. I don't think he's suffering from a mental disorder. If I guessed right, he probably ingested something." "Will do, Dr. Green." The nurse nodded, and then immediately followed Chloe's orders. Jack helped her sit down on a bench inside the consulting room. Then, he poured a glass of warm water and handed it to her. "Thanks." Chloe took the water. She still looked weak and seemed to be recovering from what happened. "Since when did you start being so polite?" Jack sighed in relief upon seeing that she was okay. "Why are you here?" Chloe finally took notice. It was so late. Why was Jack here? "If I didn't come, my wife would have been strangled to death," Jack said furiously. "Chloe, I'm going to tell Richard to transfer you tomorrow. The neurology department is too dangerous." Chloe, "Which department should I go to then?" "The finance department. Why not calculate employee salaries?" "It's a good gig," Jack said in all seriousness. Chloe, she finally obtained a doctor's certificate, but Jack just suggested that she should work in the finance department and be an accountant. Was he crazy? Before Chloe had the chance to speak, the nurse knocked and came in. "Dr. Green, the results are in. The urine test came out positive for drugs. Call the police. He should be arrested." Chloe suspected that the patient ate something. That's why he was being so abnormal. He wasn't suffering from mental disorders nor epilepsy. People like him were a threat to society. "What do you think about my suggestion?" "What suggestion?" "The finance department." Jack refused to settle. For the first time in his life, he realized how dangerous being a doctor was. If he came a little later, then the consequences would be unspeakable. "Should I just quit and wait to have a baby at home?" Chloe looked up and asked him. "That's a great idea. It's perfect." "Chloe, President Dawson, can we not do this? I'm still at work and I'm very tired. You should go home." Chloe felt like Jack was being unreasonable for no reason. She loved this profession. If she quit, she would probably be bored to death. Chloe turned around to go back upstairs to her office, and Jack followed her. "What are you doing? Hanging out with you?" "Why would you do that?" I thought we were giving each other the silent treatment. Chloe remembered that they hadn't made up yet. The two don't conflict, Jack answered quickly. But you're affecting my work. Just now, I was the one who performed CPR on you. Are you really complaining that I'm affecting your work? Chloe, have a heart. Jack was speechless. His wife was sure good at burning bridges. Did you have fun at dinner? Chloe asked. Not sure what she wanted to say. Jack fell silent. Did the dumplings taste good? Chloe asked with a smile on her face. They did. Did Bella taste good? Did she taste better than the dumplings? Chloe continued to smile. However, her smile gave Jack goose bumps. Dumplings, Bella. She knew everything. Damn it. Why aren't you replying? Are you thinking about how to answer my question? Chloe found Jack's silence amusing. Honey, you're right. I did have dinner with Bella tonight. Yeah, so it's solid proof of an affair, isn't it? Chloe continued. An affair? Jack was dumbfounded. Chloe was making too big a deal out of things. Why are you looking at me with such surprise? Did you think I didn't know? I'm not that easy to fool. No, I'm just surprised by your imagination. How did you deduce that I was having an affair with some dumplings? You're a great fortune teller. Jack couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you? Don't you think you're interacting too frequently with Bella? Last night she bought you a midnight snack, and tonight you had dinner together. Will your kids be playing catch by tomorrow night? Jack, what? You have nothing to say anymore? In that case, you should go. Also, tell Bella something for me, will you? Chloe spoke with such seriousness that Jack almost burst out in laughter. Tell her what? If I, the queen, don't die, she'll always be a concubine. Jack, honey, you can't smear my name like that. I never got you back for standing up for Justin. Why would you get back at me? There's nothing going on with Justin and me. So, there's something going on with Bella and me? Jack asked, feeling wronged. But I didn't have dumplings with Justin, and he didn't bring me midnight snack. Also, he didn't move to Imperial Park. Plus, I didn't grow up with him, and he hasn't known me since I was 8. Most importantly, he didn't visit Sky Blessing Court every single day to suck up to my mom. Chloe said everything in one breath. Jack couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing about? Don't think you can conquer me with your smile. However, Chloe had to admit that Mr. Dawson looked very handsome when he was laughing. Honey, you're really cute when you're jealous. Are you having fun? I don't think it's funny. Don't you think you went a little overboard, Mr. Dawson? Chloe put her arms around her chest and demanded angrily. Honey, let's go through what happened. Everything happened because you stood up for Justin, and now rumors are flying all over the place. Not only did you refuse to repent, you even iced me, forcing me to sleep alone. You've achieved 5-star stubbornness. It's fine if you didn't want to go home. I thought you were at your mother's, but you weren't even there. Rather, you are here, working the night shift at the hospital. How can you do this to your body? You let Thomas down, you let me down, and you let all the medicine that you've been drinking and then throwing up down. Chloe was completely dumbfounded. She never knew how skilled Mr. Dawson was at verbal confrontations. She thought she was skilled enough, but Mr. Dawson even brought up the traditional medicine that she had been taking. You shouldn't disregard your own health and pull all-nighters. What if our baby is born a night owl, huh? Whose fault would it be then? Jack pretended to be serious. Chloe. She stared at Jack, but she was at a complete loss for words. I'm not having a baby with you. Go find Bella. She's so pretty. She'll give birth to a mini actress, Chloe said incredibly sourly. No, I want a high IQ baby. That will only happen if I have a baby with you. So, is that why you married me? To have high IQ babies? Chloe demanded, with a grim expression on her face. Why else? You think it was because you're good in bed? For the first time in his life, Mr. Dawson stuffed a sock in Chloe's mouth. She was so shocked that she almost turned crispy. After a while, she pointed at her office door. Get the F out. Upon seeing how mad Chloe was, Jack was happy that he finally didn't have to live under his wife's tyranny. Therefore, he shook his hands. "Hey, never mind. I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I regret what I said. You're the best in bed. Number one in this world, okay?" "Jack! Jack!" Chloe gritted her teeth as she looked at the man in front of her. She really wanted to ask why he was here. Was he here to fight her? To reconcile with her? Or just to piss her off? "Honey, don't look at me like that. I might pounce on you." Jack was the only person in this world who was capable of driving a calm person like Chloe mad. "Jack, did you come here to fight with me?" Chloe asked in all seriousness. "No. Why are you here then?" Chloe didn't understand why Jack would show up at Southside at this hour. Weren't they giving each other the silent treatment? "I was missing that woman with no conscience," Jack said truthfully. "Don't tell me you're talking about me." "Of course it's you. Did you think I came to Southside for a consultation?" Jack was speechless. Chloe looked away and fell silent. She was still mad. There were still marks on her neck, left by that patient. Chloe frowned. He was heartbroken. "Honey, can we stop fighting?" "Why, you want to admit that you're wrong?" Chloe glanced at Jack. Did he want to reconcile? Does it matter who's wrong and who's right? Home is a place for love, not reason, Jack said slowly. The truth was, what he said moved Chloe. Some people couldn't tell the difference. They were nice to outsiders and mean to family members. Chloe wasn't usually like this. If this incident didn't involve her principles, she had no reason to get mad at Jack. "So, you won't suspect that there's something's going on with Justin and me?" Chloe looked at Jack and demanded coldly. "Would you suspect that there's something's going on with Bella and me?" Jack answered with a question, so his own. "Of course not." In her calmness, Chloe trusted Jack. Forget one Bella. Even if it were 10 of her, Jack still wouldn't be stolen away. Because Chloe knew that Jack never paid attention to Bella. If Jack had an affair based on how pretty a woman was, then he would have slept with the countless beautiful women at GK, including Jennifer, since they were all just as pretty, if not prettier than her. However, Jack didn't. Therefore, he would never cheat on her with Bella. "If you're so trusting of me, then I have nothing else to say. I am mad about what happened with you and Justin. I don't care about the rumors flying around, but I care that you're being attacked. It's okay. I'm used to it. It's not the first time in my life that I'm being attacked. I'm not scared of defamation. A life without bruises and bumps is not a complete life." "Honey, you're right." After his initial impulsivity, Jack stopped fussing over the gains and losses of this incident. Instead, he apologized. Although it wasn't his fault, when he saw that Chloe was almost strangled to death, his heart almost jumped out of its socket. If this was the last time he saw Chloe, and they were forever separated, then he would probably die of sadness. He didn't even want to imagine how he would spend the rest of his life. He didn't have the courage to imagine a life without Chloe. When Amelia died, Chloe once said that, aside from birth and death, everything else in life is a small matter. He thought she had a point. As long as they were alive, he wanted to treasure her. As long as they were together, he was willing to let go of the little things. "Don't think that I will forgive you." Just like that. "Then, next time we're in bed, I'll let you be on top, and I'll be on the bottom." Here we go again. Every time they reconciled, he would shock her with shameless words. "Jack, can't we enjoy a happy conversation? Honey, the night is still young. Conversation is overrated, don't you think? There's a bed here. Why don't we—" "Are you crazy? This is a hospital, don't even think about it." "Honey, I meant that we can chat while lying down, that's all," Jack said innocently. Again, Chloe fell into a sea of awkwardness. He never said anything appropriate, but she always misunderstood. "I don't want to talk to you, leave. You're affecting my work." Then, Chloe began shoving Jack out the door. Honey, if you're that unwelcoming, then I'm going to go find Bella, Jack said on purpose. Chloe was immediately furious. Jack, don't you dare! If you go see her, then you'll what? Jack was amused by Chloe's fury. Then I'm going to go see Justin. Right now, Chloe said angrily. Sure, we would be heading in the same direction. They live pretty close together. Do you need a lift? Jack smiled. Chloe was so angry that she jumped up at what he said. Jack, you're so despicable. I'm going to… Before she could finish the rest of her sentence, Jack immediately ran up to her, and pulling her into his embrace, he planted a domineering kiss on her ruby lips. They weren't at home, nor were they at GK. However, to Chloe's surprise, Mr. Dawson kissed her, right then and there. He just pounced on her, and then… Dr. Green? Are you okay? The nurse just now didn't know what they were doing. After busying herself with that patient, she suddenly remembered to ask how Chloe was doing. Therefore, she barged into Chloe's office without knocking on the door. However, she was dumbfounded by what she saw. I'm sorry, Dr. Green. You guys continue. Closing the door behind her, the nurse immediately ran away. Chloe pushed Jack aside and punched him in the shoulder blade. There you go, it's all your fault. That girl has a giant mouth. Everyone at Southside will know. What's wrong with me kissing my own wife? Jack felt wronged. As expected, after their passionate makeout session, things went back to normal. Jack picked up Chloe's hand and placed it on his own. Honey, I still have to talk to you about what happened with Justin. I thought we were done with that. Are you going to keep at it? Chloe helplessly glanced at him. Jack shook his head. That's not what I wanted to talk about. I meant to talk to you about Justin being framed this time. What about it? In Chloe's point of view, wasn't it normal for a man like Justin to be set up? After all, he was an arrogant man and had too many enemies. I don't think he was supposed to be the victim this time. The truth was, if he wasn't so angry at Chloe at the time, he would have suspected this a long time ago. You mean, Chloe seemed to be catching on. Who's the ultimate victim here? Jack asked. You and me. Chloe reacted fast. Justin's incident involved only two people, her and Jack. Because she was currently surrounded by negative news, Jack had been implicated as well. That's right. So, I was thinking the person behind this didn't actually want to do anything to Justin. After all, the Cooper family is powerful, and nothing would happen to him anyways. However, when you stood up for him, you fell right into the perpetrator's trap. Plus, the time you met with Justin and the weird death of that woman is very fishy. After Jack finished his analysis, Chloe sank deep into thought as well. That's right. Back then, she was only thinking about proving Justin's innocence, so she didn't think about much else. However, it seemed like Justin was going to be okay anyway. The only affected parties were her and Jack. So, if your hypothesis is correct, then that person sure is scary. Not only was he able to control the time Justin and I met up, he even planned out the death of that woman. Most importantly, if I didn't stand up for Justin, then his plans would have fallen through. However, he managed to trick me into doing it. So, whoever did it probably knows you very well. Jack placed Chloe's hand on his chest and said slowly, Do you think it's… Chloe's eyes widened as an answer popped into her head. Yeah, we're probably thinking about the same person. However, we don't have any proof. Jack nodded. He knew who Chloe thought it was. This incident involves a person's life. I really hope it's not him. Perhaps he's killed more than one. After all, he is a resolute man. Chloe fell silent upon hearing what Jack said, but her heart sank. Why would anyone put someone's life in danger just to get what he wanted? Of course, she didn't have any proof of what happened. These were only their deductions. The enemy is in the dark, and we're in broad daylight. We're at a disadvantage no matter what we do. Plus, it won't be easy to investigate this incident. If we act rashly, we might alert the enemy. Yeah, I never paid attention, so I didn't think too much into it. But the important thing is, what does he want out of this? Did he want to defame me? I'm used to slander, so I'm not scared, but he wouldn't get anything out of doing so. Chloe didn't understand what his ultimate goal was. It didn't seem worth it to pay such a price, just so he could smear her name. What if the price was you leaving me? Jack asked in response. Chloe froze slightly. What would he get out of me leaving you? Chloe looked at him in surprise. That would depend on him. After all, we're not him, and we don't know what's going on in that head of his. Then again, it's only a guess. There's no proof that points to him. It just proves his intelligence. He never leaves loose ends untied, Chloe said. That's why she and Jack never liked him, even when they were young. Jack fell silent. He agreed with what Chloe said. They seemed to be on the same page. Honey, I suddenly thought of something. Chloe turned around and moved up closer to Jack, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Tell me. I think we should keep pretending that we're in a fight. Play along with the enemy's plan and see how far he will go. He already set up the chess pieces, so why not play along? No, it's too dangerous. I don't want to put you at a disadvantage. Jack's grip around Chloe's hand tightened as if he was afraid that he would suddenly lose her. I won't be. He had so many opportunities to get to me. He wouldn't go through all that, so I'm interested to see what kind of game he's playing at. Chloe's instincts told her that she wouldn't be in danger. However, she was curious because she didn't know what he wanted to do. Therefore, she wanted to keep investigating. Before Jack said anything, Chloe added, Honey, we may be unharmed after this incident, but it doesn't mean we'll be so lucky next time. He may cause more trouble and set us up again. I'd rather we go with the flow this time. As long as the two of us work together to put on a show, I'm sure we'll be extremely convincing. Even so, we'll have to keep icing each other. That way, I won't be able to see you or hold you. Jack was obviously unwilling. We're just trying to lure the snake out of its hole. It's not real. We can contact each other in private and use Snap. Didn't you install anti-wiretap systems onto our phones? No one will know. Chloe smiled. Jack didn't say anything. He knew Chloe had a point. Although it was risky, they couldn't be on the defensive forever. This time, he used Justin and Naomi Death to get to them. What would he do next time? After struggling for a while, he finally gave in to Chloe's persuasion and unwillingly nodded his head. Chloe pecked him lightly on the corner of his mouth, her eyes filled with content. Honey, thanks for all the hard work. Let's work together to deal with our enemy. Chloe was immediately pumped with positive energy. You have to promise me that if there's any danger, we'll abort the plan immediately. You can't risk yourself, or else I will never forgive you. I got it. Chloe playfully stuck her tongue out. She felt like Jack was way too nervous. It wasn't like she was made of paper. In the end, Jack left Southside unwillingly and drove back to Imperial Park. Chloe, on the other hand, continued with her night shift. The next morning, a piece of news exposed by a local newspaper outlet attracted the attention of the entire city. GK's president meets with mysterious woman at night, seemingly having an affair. Everyone went into an uproar as soon as word got out. First, Chloe seduced Justin. Then, Jack met with a mysterious woman. What was this couple trying to do? Moreover, there was also a blurry photo of Jack's car, with a long-haired woman sitting in the back seat. However, that woman definitely wasn't Chloe. Chloe's hair fell down to her shoulders, while this woman's hair fell down to her waist. Sarah lost her cool after getting off the plane, and he immediately drove to Southside. After entering Chloe's office, she grabbed her collar and tried to pull her out. Girl, what are you doing so early in the morning? I'm not off work yet. How can you still be at work? Your husband is running away with someone else. Did you know? Sarah demanded angrily. Ha 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 ha. Run away? With who? Chloe burst out in laughter. Stop laughing and grow a heart, will you? Then, Sarah took out a newspaper from her bag and threw it onto Chloe's desk. Take a look at the date and time this photo. It was taken at 11:40 p.m. last night. I can't believe that Jack would take a woman who wasn't you home at that hour. Do you know what's worse? Nope. Chloe shook her head adorably and played along with Sarah. Look at what the newspaper said. This photo was taken outside Imperial Park. The car entered the neighborhood, which means that your husband brought a woman home last night. Did you know? Nope. Chloe shook her head again. He brought a woman home last night. Where were you? Where the hell were you last night? Sarah interrogated her anxiously. I was on call at the hospital. BS. What were you thinking? How can you have the heart to be on call when something this big happened? I thought you were staying at South Hill Manor since you guys were fighting. I can't believe you were at the hospital. Chloe smiled upon seeing the time printed on the newspaper. At around midnight, Jack came to South Side, and the drive from Imperial Park was at least 20 minutes without traffic. That meant after Jack drove Bella back, he immediately came to South Side. When would he have had the time to cheat? Plus, if something was really going on, Jack would never openly take her to Imperial Park. Was he crazy? Which man on this earth would bring the mistress home when his wife was still alive? Sarah, calm down. Haha. Things aren't as serious as you think they are. Not serious? Don't kid me. Noah told me that you and Jack were icing each other. Jack hasn't been in a good mood and sounded weird when he was talking to Noah. Ever since you stood up for Justin, he changed completely. What's wrong with you? Why would you testify for Justin? He was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Nothing would happen to him, even if you didn't help. Why would you wade in his muddy water? Damn it. What are you going to do now? Sarah was extremely worried for Chloe. She had watched over her ever since high school. Chloe was finally happy, but it was such short-lived happiness, as people kept messing with them. Sarah was basically forced to worry with her. Chloe was touched by Sarah's anxiety. Sarah, I trust Jack. He would never betray me. I refuse to listen to news outlets. Local newspapers enjoy stirring up trouble. First, they accused me of having an affair with Justin. However, nothing's really going on with the two of us, Chloe explained. But rumors are flying around like crazy. Everyone's talking about you guys. People are saying that you're each having your fun and your marriage is over. Word has it that you guys already signed divorce papers and are just looking for the right time to announce it. Go look at your Weibo. A lot of verified paparazzi are trying to expose you guys. Then let them. Time will prove everything. Chloe was still as calm as ever. However, she couldn't tell Sarah about her and Jack's plan. Not because she didn't trust her. Rather, the fewer people that knew, the better. After all, playing chess wasn't easy. The pressure of rumors was just a process, and how things progress would still depend on the parties involved. If Jack hadn't come last night, she might have gone crazy. Above all, Bella had been pissing Chloe off ever since she came back to the country. Are you an idiot? What if, I'm saying what if here, this becomes real in the future? What if Jack is really cheating on you? What would you do? Sarah had been flying all over the country, so she didn't know much about Bella. However, Noah told her that the latter was Mayor Hall's daughter. With such a prestigious family, Sarah was truly worried that Chloe may one day lose to her. If he really wanted to cheat, then I won't be able to do anything about it. If a man doesn't love you, he'll find fault in everything you do. He won't forgive you, even if you kneel down and beg him to. If a man loves you, then no matter how much others defame you, or how many opponents he encounters, he will still come to you as if nothing happened. Chloe was now completely lucid and believed in the man Jack was. The man she loved was not a shallow scumbag, nor was he a man who couldn't resist temptation. If one day you were forced to divorce him, would you be able to take it? Sarah's heart ached for Chloe as she looked at her. If that day really came, I would have to take it, even if I didn't want to, Chloe replied in all seriousness. No, I have to go look for Jack and yell at him. What the hell? Is this all because of Justin? Why did he bring a woman with long hair home? I'm so pissed. As Chloe's best friend, Sarah wasn't the smartest, but she had a good heart and was extremely loyal. Upon seeing what happened to Chloe, she was so furious that she wanted to go to GK and demand an answer from Jack. However, Chloe grabbed her. "My lord, please don't. Don't cause trouble at GK. So many media outlets are looking at our every move. Going there will just make the situation worse. But I'll be angry at myself for not doing anything," Sarah complained. "Haha, you can betch about what happened to Noah. Then, conquer him with your beauty and get me some useful information. After all, he's Jack's buddy. He'll probably have a lot of insider information." "Huh, you have a point. Why didn't I think of it? That man wants to treat me to Dummy's pork feet. Okay, I'll get on that now. I'll see if I can get any information from him and then immediately get back to you." "Okay." Chloe nodded. "Stay strong. Don't listen to what the others say. Okay?" Sarah patted Chloe's shoulders and reminded her, "I won't. Don't worry about me." Then, Sarah left in a hurry. After the negative news broke out, the outside word sank into chaos. But Southside was as peaceful as ever. Everyone liked Chloe, and although they would gossip in private, no one mentioned it to her, so things weren't as bad as she thought they would be. "Dr. Green, someone's looking for you." "Okay." After she organized her documents and left her office, Chloe saw Hannah. The latter was still wearing her old and battered pink down jacket. It was a very old style, and its color was fading from being washed. The cotton-padded shoes on her feet were handmade, and not delicate at all. However, Chloe liked how down-to-earth Hannah seemed. "Ms. Hannah, you're here. The operation is tomorrow. Did you get the dates wrong?" Chloe smiled. "I know it's tomorrow. I came to see Cody today." "You want to see him?" Chloe was surprised. "Yeah, I won't be able to take care of him afterward, right? I would have to recover for a while, so I wanted to take a look at him before the surgery." "That's a good idea, but he might not want to see you right now." Chloe knew how much Cody hated his mother. "I know. I'm prepared. I just want to see him." Hannah carried some apples and bananas in her hand, looking as shabby as ever. "Okay then, I'll take you to him." In the VIP room on the top floor, Cody was watching TV calmly. Ever since Chloe told him what he had, he stopped thinking too much. He ate and slept when he was supposed to. He lived a normal schedule and waited patiently for the transplant surgery. His overall conditions had gotten much better, and he even gained weight. Beth was busy with Cody's advertisement press conference, so she wasn't at the hospital. A young assistant stood outside the door. "Dr. Green." "Is Cody in there?" "Yeah, he's watching TV." "Great." Chloe nodded as she walked in with Hannah. "Chloe, you..." Cody smiled as he was about to greet Chloe. However, his face fell immediately upon seeing Han, who was standing behind her. "Why are you here?" "I heard that you were sick, so I came to visit you." Hannah walked over and carefully placed the fruit by his bedside table. However, Cody pushed the bag off the table, and the fruit spilled all over the floor. "Get out now! I don't ever want to see you again." Cody became agitated upon seeing Hannah. His expression was filled with hate. "Cody, calm down. She's just here to see you." Chloe tried to settle Cody down. "Sister Chloe, you know my story. I don't want to say anything else. Tell her to leave, now," Cody screamed. He had never been so mad, and his anger shocked Chloe. Hannah bent down and picked up the fruit. Then, she placed it on the windowsill. She looked at Cody with a complicated expression on her face. "Don't be mad. I'll leave now. I heard that you were sick, so I came to check on you. I hope you get better soon. Even if I die, it'll still be none of your business." "Don't pretend to be the good person here," Cody spat at her. "I know. Anyways, I hope you can get better soon." Hannah didn't want to leave. She looked at Cody before turning around to leave sadly. Chloe came out with her. "Ms. Hannah, you should tell him the truth. Perhaps he won't hate you as much." Hannah shook her head. "I hurt him too deeply and owe him too much. There's no need to try and comfort me. It's okay. I deserve all of this." After Chloe sent Hannah off, she went back to work. She didn't listen to the outside rumors. After work, a few reporters swarmed up to her as soon as she stepped out of the hospital. "Miss Chloe, please comment on the photo that proves your husband's affair. Do you know the woman in this photo? Have you known this all along? Are you really going separate ways and only pretending to be a loving couple? Miss Chloe, have you signed divorce papers yet? What about the division of assets? Rumor has it that you'll be receiving massive alimony. Is it true? Miss Chloe, rumor has it that you guys have been fighting because you haven't been able to get pregnant yet. You're close to being kicked out of his rich family. Does it have anything to do with that? What's your relationship with Justin? Will you consider dating him if you get divorced?" Faced with the reporter's wanton questions, Chloe felt like she was going crazy. What kind of questions were those? Before, she would have snapped back at them, but right now, she wouldn't. She was determined to keep acting. Therefore, after 3 seconds of silence, she said, "Thank you for your attention to my personal business. I'm doing great, and I am not at the liberty to disclose family matters. I believe that time will prove everything. What must be, will be." After a vague reply, Chloe got on her car and left. The reporters misinterpreted Chloe's words, and an hour later, a new report came out. GK's young madam implied that her marriage is over. The duo may be getting a divorce. After work, Chloe drove straight back to Sky Blessing Court. This incident completely blew up, and the TV stations and radios were all talking about it. Sandra felt unsettled, and she called Chloe quite a few times. Chloe didn't know how to explain things over the phone, so she went back to her mother's to talk to her in person. "Chloe, tell me, what's going on with you and Jack? What's with the long-haired woman? Is he cheating on you? What in the world is going on?" "Mom, I'm fine, don't worry." Chloe smiled as she took off her down jacket. Then, she sat down on the couch, picked up a pear, and began munching on it. "Gosh, how can you be in the mood to eat? How magnanimous are you?" Sandra snatched the pear from her daughter's hand and looked at her with concern. "Mom, what do you want to know? Are you and Jack getting divorced?" Sandra asked with a grim expression. "Nope." "Did Jack cheat? Or did you cheat? I heard them talk about it on TV, but I didn't understand what they were talking about." Sandra still wasn't sure who cheated, so she didn't know the specifics. "Mom, who do you think cheated?" Chloe asked with a smile. "Stop making me guess. Tell me, I'm going crazy here. I was so worried that I didn't even have a sip of water today." Sandra wasn't someone who could tolerate pressure. She would lose her cool soon as something happens. "Let's talk about this later. Mom, I need to ask you a question first. Did Uncle James know any foreign friends before he died? Or did he have any business partners in, for example, Holland?" Chloe probed. "Foreign friend? I don't think so." Sandra was dumbfounded by Chloe's racing thoughts. They were just talking about her and Jack, but the next second, they began talking about James. Think harder. Does he have any relatives there who he occasionally contacted? No. Your Uncle James didn't have many relatives to begin with. Ever since we got together, we barely saw them. He's an introvert and rarely communicated with others. Plus, he was an uncouth fellow who didn't even graduate from elementary school. Where on earth would he find foreign friends? He didn't even speak another language. Chloe, why are you asking? Oh, nothing. I suddenly thought of it. Chloe didn't mention her identity to Sandra. After all, her mother didn't know the truth. If one day she found out that Chloe wasn't her daughter, she would probably be disappointed. Or perhaps she would sink into depression. "Don't change the subject. Tell me about you and Jack." "Mom, we're really fine. The media outlets are just making things up for attention. Just ignore them. Anyways, unless I tell you with my own mouth that Jack and I are getting divorced, don't believe what others say. Don't try to fool me. Are you guys really fine?" Worried, Sandra asked again. "We really are, Mom. I swear I'm not lying." Chloe raised her hand to swear, a bit amused. Her mother slapped it down. "Don't swear for no good reason. It's bad luck. Anyways, if you guys are fine, then I won't worry about you. Are you hungry? I'll make dinner. Hand-pulled noodles, please. Thanks, Mom. Seriously, can't you eat something else? You want the same thing, every single time, Sandra said, but she still got up and headed into the kitchen to make her daughter some noodles. Chloe took out her phone, looked through her Snap. A lot of people asked her about what happened. However, she didn't reply to those that she wasn't close with. Chloe, come out. Only Victoria could send something so domineering. What's up? Chloe sent her a smiley face. I saw the photo. The woman looks like that batch, Bella. Pfft. You're good. I can't believe you recognized her from such a blurry photo. Chloe tipped her imaginary hat at Victoria. What's going on? It's only been a few days, but the world is going crazy. You and Justin, Jack, and Bella? Is this a double affair? Victoria asked as she laughed. Yup. So I was thinking that it's a good chance for me to trick him out of a huge amount of alimony, and then get out of his way. Not bad, Mrs. Moneybags. With GK's assets, you can get a staggering amount of alimony. Of course, hang out with me in the future. I'll make sure we have the time of our lives. Ha ha ha. You sure can, BS. Victoria burst out in laughter. How have you been? How's wedding planning going? It's not bad. Brenton listens to me on everything, but I really don't like his parents. They keep talking about money. Such vulgar people. Brenton's sister is not bad, though. She's furiously chasing after some young entrepreneur. Wow, that's breaking news. I bet the man your sister-in-law likes is an outstanding one. Yeah, the young heir of the Chase family. He came back a while ago and attended Justin's birthday party. He's very mellow, but I heard that dude's hot on the market. Brenny and a couple of Bella's socialite friends are all trying to get in his pants. I wonder who the winner will be. Wow, that popular? Is he really hot? Chloe was rarely so gossipy. How should I put this? He's Cody's level. Holy crap. No wonder people are fighting over him. But I'm guessing Brenny is at no advantage. Her life's been pretty sucky, Chloe analyzed. You should stop paying attention to the sucky lives of other people and rather focus on yourself. Girl, rumor has it that you're getting divorced. Haha, and what do you think? I think, if everyone else is saying that you're getting divorced, that means you're fine. If the rest of the world is saying that you guys are perfectly fine, it means that something's up. After all, a weird person like you will always surprise others. Am I right? As expected, Victoria and her high IQ analyzed Chloe perfectly. Victoria would never listen to media outlets. She knew from the way Chloe was talking to her that the latter was completely fine. Otherwise, would Chloe be messaging her and talking nonsense with her? She would probably be crying her eyes out somewhere. Fine, Dr. Victoria. You know me too well. Then again, are you going to teach Bella a lesson? I get pissed off whenever I see her. Victoria opened a bottle of yogurt and sipped at it as she voice messaged Chloe. Teach her a lesson? Why should I? Chloe was speechless. Isn't she crazy in love with Jack? Everyone can see that. You're so smart. How could you not tell? Ever since Jack and I got married, so many women have been trying to get between us, and I've gotten used to it. The point is that Jack doesn't give a damn, and that's why I'm not mad. But Bella is really hard to deal with. She's very inconsistent. She will be nice, and then she will be mean, and she does this over and over. People like her are the hardest to deal with because they are unpredictable. Besides, there's always a dagger behind her sweet words. Yup. So the sooner you get rid of her, the sooner you will have peace. It's important to cut the weed out of your life, Victoria reminded her. She's not that easy to deal with. She has a powerful family. You're worried about Mayor Hall? Victoria asked her. Not really. I just feel like Bella hasn't really done anything. If I act rashly, I might fall into her trap. So, I've decided to wait and see. That's good too. Anyhow, let me know if you need me. Even though I'm pregnant, I'm more than happy to help you fight that batch. Haha. Thank you, Dr. Victoria. Oh, come on, don't mess with me. All right, I need a nap. I've been so drowsy lately. Okay. After chatting with Victoria, her mother's hand-pulled noodles were ready. It was simple, just some veggies in with the noodles, but it was delicious, and the texture was just about right. It was oily but not greasy. Mom, it's so good. Teach me how to make them. When I'm old, I'll go find a town in the middle of nowhere and open up a noodle restaurant. Haha, and work there until I'm old and die. Chloe complimented her mother's skills while eating the noodles. You have no ambition. You are a successful doctor, but your future goal is to sell noodles. Sandra looked at her daughter, angry and amused at the same time. After dinner, her mother tried to kick her out. If you don't need anything else, go home. You don't have kids now, so people must be making all kinds of gossip. Hurry up and make a baby. Chloe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, a baby won't appear just because I want one. It's not easy to get pregnant. Do you know how hard it is physiologically? The chances are very low. Besides, only one sperm cell will survive, and it has to be fast, because each egg only waits for 48 hours before closing the door. I don't understand your nonsense. Anyways, just hurry up and make a baby. Sandra gave an executive order. All right. I will try harder. Chloe couldn't keep living at Sky Blessing Court anymore, because she didn't want her mom to worry. But for her plan to make progress, she couldn't go back to the Imperial Park either. So, she went straight back to South Hill Manor. Young Madam. Uncle George and the maids respectfully bowed when they saw Chloe. Thank you all for your hard work. Young Madam, do you need us to prepare dinner? Uncle George asked politely. No, I already ate. Will young master be back later? They probably saw the news and knew what was happening between the young couple. He's not coming. You don't have to make him dinner. Okay. Chloe went upstairs to the bedroom, put down her purse and phone, then went in the bathroom to take a shower. The phone was ringing when she came out. She saw the screen. It was from an unknown number. After hesitating for a few seconds, she still picked it up. Is this Chloe? Yup. This is Bella. I recognize your voice, Chloe said calmly. Sorry to bother you this late. It's okay. What's up? Can I grab a coffee with you? I am at your coffee shop. It's pretty late. Might not be a good time. Chloe seemed like she wanted to decline her invitation. I have something I want to talk to you about. I hope you can come. What is it that we can't say over the phone? Chloe smiled and asked. It's about Jack. I want to talk to you in person, Bella responded. All right. Wait for me then. Chloe didn't hesitate anymore when she heard it's about Jack and immediately decided to go. Even if Bella was pure evil, she still wanted to go. She wanted to see what game this woman was playing. When Chloe arrived at the coffee shop, she saw Bella sitting by the window on the second floor. It was a cold winter, but she only wore a black woolen coat, a pair of skinny jeans, and low-heeled shoes. Bella was a stylish woman. She lived in Italy for many years and was a painter, so she was really good at dressing herself up. Chloe wouldn't choose to dress herself up over warmth, so she had a few warm parkas. Today, she wore a white, cute parka with cartoon patterns on it, a clear contrast to Bella's black outfit. Sorry, the traffic was bad. Am I late? Chloe took a while to leave the house, and she didn't drive very fast either. She wanted Bella to wait longer. She didn't expect this woman to be so patient. Bella gave her an elegant smile. No problem, I understand. Do you want anything? I will order it for you. Hot latte. Chloe nodded casually. Waiter, 1 hot latte. Thanks. Bella waved at the waiter, smiling. She was pretty, so she always caught a lot of eyes wherever she went. The people sitting at the nearby tables often looked over at them, whispering. What did you want to talk to me about, Miss Hall? Chloe took off her parka and put it on the chair behind her. Then, she looked at Bella, who was sitting across from her. Chloe had a smile on her face, but her words were sharp. Chloe, you don't have to be so polite. You can call me Bella. It sounds weird when you call me Miss Hall. I feel like I'm not that close to you. Plus, I'm used to calling you Miss Hall. Chloe didn't feel like she needed to be a hypocrite and pretend to be friends with this woman, who was her romantic rival. Okay, as long as you are comfortable. Bella had a good temper. She wasn't like Jennifer, who loathed Chloe outwardly, nor like Linda, who was obvious with her love for Jack. She kept herself within range and controlled her feelings well, never too forward, nor too mild. She was elegant and polite to everyone. Her words never incited anger out of anyone. Many people said that Bella grew up in an upper-class family, and that was why she had such good manners. Actually, that was not the case. Chloe felt that women like her were the most dangerous. She could be your friend one minute, but throw you under the bus the next, without a second thought. So even if Bella didn't try to steal Jack, Chloe still didn't plan on being friendly with a woman like her. She was good at analyzing people, and she knew Bella wasn't a kind woman. She was different from Victoria. Although Victoria was smart, arrogant, and despotic, she was magnanimous and always straightforward. If she liked you, she would show you. If she didn't, she wouldn't even look at you. But Bella was different. She wouldn't express her love or hate towards you, which was scariest because you will never know when she planned to harm you. That's why Chloe always stayed on her toes. But it was exhausting. Didn't you want to talk to me about Jack? Shoot. I'm very interested in anything about my husband, Chloe slowly asked while stirring her coffee with a spoon. Chloe, to be honest with you, the woman in the picture that the news exposed today was me, Bella said slowly as she looked at Chloe. Okay. Chloe nodded, not knowing why Bella was telling her this. But it was nothing like what was reported. You know that I live in Imperial Park as well, and last night we had dinner together, so he gave me a ride. We didn't have dinner alone. Our families were there too. Besides, Jack didn't know that I would be present at the dinner. He just got back and met my dad, so they chatted about business. I think it was very normal, and I hope you won't misunderstand. Yeah, and? Chloe asked calmly. Then it was what you saw. We were filmed by some paparazzi, and that's what caused the cheating scandal. I was planning to explain it to you. Don't misunderstand Jack. He cares about you a lot. I don't want you guys to have any issues with your relationship because of me. I didn't misunderstand. You're worrying too much. I was afraid that you would misunderstand when you saw the news. Last night, Jack went back home after he dropped me off. We are innocent, and there are cameras all over our community. You can go and check the footages. I know. So, you came to explain this to me? Chloe looked at Bella, thinking her purpose was not this simple. That's right. I came to explain this to you. Chloe, yes, I have feelings for Jack, but I also know that he's married, and I know that he loves you. That's why I don't want to play games. I asked you to meet me not because I wanted you to forgive me or anything, but only because I hope that you won't misunderstand us. Other people can, but you shouldn't, because he cares about you the most. You sound like you know my husband really well, Chloe laughed. Actually, I do. Bella was full of confidence. Then Chloe burst into laughter. What are you laughing about? You think I'm lying? Bella looked at Chloe and asked, gently. No, I'm just curious. You have barely seen him since you guys were 8. How could you know him well? I have been with him for so long, but I still can't say with absolute confidence that I know everything about him. So, do you really know him? Or you just think you know him? Chloe was mocking her. It's true. A woman who had no contact with Jack since they were 8 claimed that she knew Chloe's husband well. It didn't make sense to Chloe. You don't have to spend a lot of time with someone to know them well. Some couples spend their whole lives together but still don't know each other's true hearts. But I think Jack showed the real him to me. You probably might feel uncomfortable hearing me say this, but I think the Jack I see is the Jack I know. So what? No matter how well you know him, he is still my husband. Chloe smiled as she said this. She wanted to use Bella's tactics against her. Saying harsh words with smiles was something that Chloe had just learned and used. Certainly Bella's expression changed. But soon it changed back, which meant that she was still very rational. She looked at Chloe, smiling. So, you are very lucky. Therefore, you should cherish it. Don't be too close to Justin. The other day, after my friends unintentionally bullied you at the wine party, Justin crashed his car into my friends for you. Fortunately, nobody got hurt. Otherwise, I'm sure you would feel extremely guilty. I have something to say about this. Miss Hall, please be careful in choosing friends in the future. Don't hang out too much with stupid people, or else they will drag you down. Your besties are obviously not on your level. But that's about right. Not many people are as smart as you in this world, Miss Hall. Geniuses are always lonely. Chloe didn't feel embarrassed about the Justin thing. Instead, she taunted Bella with it. Chloe, you are indeed a smart woman. Bella looked at Chloe with deep intent, and her lips curled up into a creepy smile. Miss Hall, what do you mean by that? Chloe pretended not to know what she was talking about. Nothing. In the past, I thought that since Jack was such an outstanding man, so many women would throw themselves at him, trying everything they could to be with him. However, in the end, he chose you. And you guys even had a shotgun wedding. I thought his determination was because he didn't want to let go of his high school sweetheart, but now I can see that you are a smart and capable woman. If I were a man, I would probably fall in love with you as well. Thank you, Miss Hall, for your compliment. I'm not special. Rather, I'm an ordinary woman. I cry, laugh, I feel happiness, and I feel sorrow. I also want to protect the man I love. I am willing to face off against those who try to ruin our relationship. I refuse to stand by and watch as manipulative and calculating batches try to pry their way through. Haha, you're absolutely right. You do have to protect him. Conceding the verbal showdown with Chloe, Bella smiled faintly and sipped at her coffee. Miss Hall, did you need to talk to me about anything else? If not, I'm going to go. Working the night shift has been tiring. No, I just wanted to explain to you about the photos. Okay then, I'm going to leave now. Waiter, check please. Bella elegantly waved her hand. It's okay, my treat. Chloe smiled gracefully and then picked up her bag and left. Back when she recalled all the storefronts on this street, business was close to dying. Today, the 13 storefronts had combined to become one of the most popular pedestrian streets in the city, and everyone who worked in the coffee shop knew who their boss was. Of course, they wouldn't charge Bella, so why was she offering to pay? This area was Chloe's territory. On her way home, Jack sent her a video chat request. She set her phone on a little stand above her steering wheel and picked up. Hey, Mr. Dawson, you seem to be in a good mood. Where did you go? To secretly meet with Justin. Chloe laughed arrogantly. Come here now. I promise not to strangle you, Jack said in all seriousness. Ha ha ha, I love it. When you're jealous, hubby, you're so cute. What kind of fetish is this? Jack was at a loss for words. Was his wife's purpose in life to make him feel bad? To build her happiness atop his agony? Where are you going? To South Hill Manor. I thought you went back already. Uncle George had told Jack that Chloe was back. Plus, he could see South Hill Manor's surveillance from his phone. He noticed that Chloe went back before he even got off work. Yeah, I did, but then I came out again to have a cup of coffee. I'm now heading back again. Coffee? With who? Jack was a little surprised. Guess. What's in it for me if I guess right? Jack asked. $100. Chloe stuck out a finger. Jack shook his head. $500. Jack still shook his head. $1,000. That's as high as I go. Chloe clenched her teeth and upped her offer one last time. I don't want money. If I guess right, you have to kiss me. How am I supposed to do that? You're not here. Kiss me through the screen. But that's awkward. Chloe had never done something as lame as that. Yes or no? Jack purposely provoked her. Why not? But you only have one chance, and if you guess wrong, you will have to kiss me through the screen, Chloe said smugly. This was because she didn't think Jack would guess right. He would probably guess either Victoria or Sarah. After all, no one would imagine that Chloe would ever have coffee with Bella. Deal. Mr. Dawson was sure of himself as well. Okay then, guess. Chloe was proud of herself. Back to 17, sang by a reality show star, played in her car as she hummed along. The lyrics were as follows. The sun is shining, the flowers are smiling, the birds are saying good morning, why are you carrying? Before she could finish the rest of that sentence, Jack, who was sitting on the chair in his office, said, Bella. What? I'm guessing you had coffee with Bella. You cheated. You already knew, didn't you? Chloe was absolutely dumbstruck by the fact that Jack guessed right on his first try. I didn't. I made a simple deduction. What deduction? Tell me, Chloe said, unconvinced. At noon, Sarah said in our Snap group that she was flying down south, and Victoria is pregnant, so she can't drink coffee. Most importantly, you asked me to guess with such confidence, which meant that it's someone I would never think of. That's why I guessed her. Is your brain human? Were you assembled by a machine? Chloe was completely persuaded. She knew that Jack would never cheat. Of course, he didn't know that she met with Bella. Plus, from her conversation with Bella just now, it didn't seem like the latter planned on telling Jack about their meetup. Therefore, Jack's guess was completely based on deductions. How attentive to details was he? Was Mr. Dawson a Virgo? His deduction skills were comparable to Sherlock Holmes. Fine, you win. The smug look on Chloe's face completely disappeared. The song in her car kept playing. Back then I had to memorize a bunch of rules. And after all these years, I finally remembered everything. The first time I drank, it tasted sweet and bitter, and I still reminisce about it now. Come on, baby. Jack couldn't help but laugh at how quickly his wife wilted. Then, he moved his face towards the screen in all seriousness. Mr. Dawson, it's not a good idea. Chloe was embarrassed. An action as cheesy as kissing another person through a screen was something only teenagers would do. She was a 20-something grown-up, and the most famous doctor at South Side, Dr. Green. If word got out, her reputation would change forever. Honey, you lost. You have to be a woman of your words. Or else how are you going to educate our child in the future? Jack said, word for word. Gosh. Fine. I got it. Then, Chloe clenched her jaw and slowly parked her car off to the side of the road. She shyly closed her eyes and gently kissed the screen. I'm saving this recording for the rest of my life, Jack said triumphantly. Jack, screw you. Chloe felt like she was going crazy. Did he just record what she did? My God, how was she supposed to face the rest of this world? Yeah? What do you think Noah and Sarah would say if I uploaded this video onto our group chat? Jack laughed. Chloe admitted defeat once again. Mr. Hubby, please show mercy. Call me Hubby. Mr. Hubby. Call me Hubby, not Mr. Hubby. Jack was acting high and mighty as all hell. Hubby. Chloe sounded like a whiny little housewife. Say, Hubby, you're the best. Hubby, you're the best. Say, Hubby, you're so handsome. Hubby, you're so handsome. Chloe was like a tape recorder, repeating everything Jack said. She acted all obedient, but her brain was crying out for dear God. If Mr. Dawson kept playing her like this, she might go crazy. This was so embarrassing. She jumped into a hole she dug herself. Why in the world would she ask him to guess who she had coffee with? What an idiot. Say, Hubby, I want it. Chloe, say it. Jack, how thick-skinned are you? Chloe asked slowly. Jack couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing what his wife said. Chloe's heart filled with warmth as she saw the man through her screen laugh so happily and handsomely. Hubby, I really miss you, Chloe said passionately to the man on the other side of the screen. Jack felt like something began melting in his body. At that moment, nothing in the world could compare to Chloe's, Hubby, I really miss you. Honey, maybe we should abort our plan, I'll go find you tonight. Jack had been missing Chloe all day. The more he saw her, the more he missed her. No, or else all of our hard work would have been for nothing. Just a few more days, honey. Chloe really wanted to find the man behind the scenes. Jack looked at her with puppy dog eyes. They chatted for a while longer as she drove towards South Hill Manor. It was 9-something when she arrived. Chloe took a hot shower and then climbed into bed. She then took out a book, while the maid brought over some fruit and warm milk. The service was impeccable. Just then, her phone began ringing again. Upon seeing the number, Chloe immediately put down the book and picked up her phone. Thomas! Sis! Are you sleeping? Not yet. I was reading. I knew you wouldn't be asleep at this hour. Haha. How are you doing there? Are you used to it? Yup, things are great. The scenery here is amazing. If you have time, you should come here with my brother-in-law. I'll take you guys out for food. Sure, sis. Yeah? How have you been? Thomas asked carefully. I've been great. Don't lie to me. My old classmates already told me what happened back in the city. The media outlets have been reporting that you guys are getting divorced. How much of an idiot are you to believe in what media outlets say? But where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Did something happen between you and my brother-in-law? Nope, don't worry about it. Really? Thomas remained unbelieving. Really, my good brother, don't worry about us. Okay, thank goodness. Towards the end of their call, Thomas suddenly said, Sis, I've been dreaming about Amelia a lot. Really? Their tones became grave at the mentioning of Amelia. Yeah, I keep dreaming that she's looking at me from afar. But every time I walk towards her, she disappears into thin air, and I can't even touch her. Thomas, people can't arise from the dead. You have to accept that. Life is a one-way ticket. Everyone has to get off sooner or later. She just fell in love with the scenery along the way and got off a little earlier than the rest of us. One day, the same thing will happen to us. Don't be too hard on yourself. I know, I'm just sad. I used to say to her that once I start working at my brother-in-law's company, I would earn enough money to marry her. Then, we would go to Provence for our honeymoon. Too bad. These things will never come true. I know you loved her, but you guys weren't meant to be. Thomas, she's a part of who you are, but it's all in the past. You don't have to forget her, but you need to learn to let go, okay? I will. Okay, sis, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm heading out now, so you should get some sleep soon. Okay. Chloe felt bad after she hung up the phone with Thomas. What happened with Amelia was too much for Thomas to handle. It'll be a while before he forgot her. She didn't want to inject him with chicken soup for the soul whenever they talked to each other. However, she occasionally hoped that she could help him out of sadness. Life was a process of obtaining and losing that everyone had to go through. Her family and friends would all leave her one day. Even if she was sad, she wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Sometimes, she would recharge herself by reading some soothing literature. Recently, she fell in love with a poem called A Moment Gone. Its verses went viral a while ago. Chloe clicked open her Weibo and signed on. She posted, I closed my eyes and sat amidst the incense fog inside the temple, and suddenly hear the mantras you used to recite. That month, setting all the prayer wheels turning. Not to achieve transcendence, only to brush your fingertips. That year, proning in the dust of the mountain road, not to make obeisance, only to press into your warmth. That lifetime, turning and turning, mountains, rivers, stupas, not to seek rebirth, but to meet you along the way. That moment, hoisting the wind-horse banners, not to beg for good fortune, only to welcome your return. That day, raising the sacred boulder pile, not to accumulate virtue, but to cast a stone in your heart's pool. A night gone, listened to satsang, not to be enlightened, but to find your scent. A second gone, I flew up into the sky, not to become an immortal, but to wish you a lifetime of happiness. That day, that month, that year, that lifetime. But that night I forgot everything. I threw away my faith, abandoned my samsara, just for the rose crying in front of God, that lost its shine a long time ago. Chloe hadn't uploaded on Weibo in a while. As soon as she uploaded this verse, her comments section blew up again. This time, some cursed at her, while others praised her. Upon seeing this update, Justin became excited. He privately messaged her, "Chloe, do you believe in destiny?" "I do," Chloe replied immediately. "I feel like destiny played me over. Ha ha ha. Others think that I'm too outstanding, so they're envious of me. Some even said that I saved the universe my last life and stuff like that. But I know that aside from materialistic things, I'm just an ordinary man. I thought I was favored by God, and therefore reborn into a great family. But now I realize that God was just giving me a taste of sweetness before playing me to death." Chloe didn't reply, because she didn't know what to say. Justin continued, "I never thought that I, Justin, would one day want something that I can't have. Did you know? Ever since I was young, I could always get what I wanted. Therefore, I didn't care about anything. But one day, I met someone great, but she's not mine. I felt depressed as ever. In other words, I may never have you, and that feeling is tearing me up inside. It's killing me." Every time the Dawson couple flaunted their love, Justin would feel crippled. However, he kept looking for trouble. Wherever Chloe went, he would go as well. To him, as long as he didn't make Chloe's life harder, everything was worth it. However, missing her and the pain of not being able to have her accompanied him all the time. If you know that she doesn't belong to you, then why not give up? Sometimes determination isn't a good thing. Chloe tried to console Justin. The truth was, she hoped that Justin would let her go. After all, only then will her heart not feel burdened anymore. She never thought that one day she would marry Jack, the man she loved since she was a young girl. Since they were already married, she had no intention of leaving him. Forget Justin. Even if someone even better than him appeared, Chloe still wouldn't do anything about it. Perhaps Justin may think she was overly indifferent, but she lived by her principles. If something wasn't hers, she didn't want it. If something was hers, she would do everything to get it. Haha, you make it sound so easy. How can I let go? Did you think it's as simple as going to the market? That I can buy carrots if there weren't any cucumbers left? Justin smiled bitterly. Chloe fell silent. That's why I'm saying that God is playing with me. If you believe in destiny, then you should know that in this life, we're only paying back the debt we incurred in our last life. God said that people meet because they owed each other. I think I might have owed you too much from my last life, and that's why I'm doomed in this life. You exist on this world to put me in gut-wrenching pain. Justin, the truth is, I don't know how to say this, but I'm not someone who likes loose ends. If I don't like you, I don't like you. Even if I didn't meet Jack, I still wouldn't like you. Love isn't that simple. Two people have to be attracted to each other. But I'm not attracted to you. You're not going through what you're going through because you met me a little later than Jack did. The truth is, even if I didn't marry Jack, we still wouldn't be together. That's our destiny. Chloe knew how much pain she put Justin in every time she said ruthless things to him. However, if she didn't make things clear and instead spared his feelings, he would never let her go and will continue obsessing over her. In this life, she only wanted Jack to obsess over her, not anyone else. You damned girl, I know what you're saying. The truth is, I don't want you to be mine anymore. After all, compared to Jack, I barely did anything for you. Sometimes I was just thinking if I would ever get the chance to take care of you, even for a day. However, I know that some things are impossible. Never mind. Go to bed. Don't listen to me drone on and on. Oh, and thank you for helping me that other time. You sure are an iron lady. You never back down when faced with danger. If you were a man, I would make you my sworn brother. Chloe smiled, but she didn't reply. To her, the less she spoke with Justin, the better. She had to take Jack's anger this time into account. After all, everyone knew how Justin felt about her. Anyone would be annoyed if this happened to them. Mr. Dawson was generous enough. He already spoiled her to no end. The next day was Saturday, so Chloe slept in. During breakfast, the headlines of the newspaper once again drew her attention. The front page of the Saturday newspaper was of Bella, along with a giant photo. The title was, "It was a complete misunderstanding. The mysterious woman is Mrs. Dawson's close friend." Chloe felt speechless after she read what it said. That woman, Bella, really had her ways. It turned out that the report clarified that the woman in GK's President Dawson's car was Bella. She lived in Imperial Park as well, and that was why they were riding in the same car. Most importantly, she was good friends with Mrs. Dawson, and they enjoyed coffee together the day after the incident. The photo on the front page was of them laughing and chatting at the coffee shop. However, that wasn't what happened. Chloe sighed. She thought she took everything into consideration, but she didn't think that Bella would do something like this. It was obvious that Bella asked to be followed the other day at the coffee shop. Then, she released the photo on purpose, showing that Chloe and she were actually friends. What was Bella's goal? Simple. It was to prove Jack innocence. Bella cared about Jack's reputation. She also wanted to keep her good girl reputation in front of Peter and his wife. If others defamed Jack, Bella's life would be much harder. Therefore, she decided to use Chloe to prove her and Jack's innocence. That way, people would turn their attention back onto Chloe since her incident with Justin still hadn't been resolved yet. That day, Bella updated her Weibo. She wrote, "Love needs regular maintenance and upkeep, or else weeds will grow." Then, a bunch of fans began showing their support in her comments section. "Goddess, we support you. You're beautiful, and your heart is even more so. Goddess Hall, you're so pretty. You look like an actress. Why didn't you become an actress? It's such a waste of your looks. Goddess, you're so much prettier than GK's young madam. I wonder why President Dawson didn't choose you. I hear that you guys met when you were 8 years old. Goddess, when is your school opening? I want my nieces and nephews to learn drawing from you. I heard that you are a master of ink wash painting." Bella's Weibo was filled with fans who sucked up to her. They were all crazy in love with her. Victoria, who was resting at home, couldn't take it anymore and registered a Weibo account with the username Batch Conqueror. Then, she wrote in the comments section, "Hey Goddess, I have a question. There's so many places to live in our city. Why did you move to Imperial Park? Didn't you know that President Dawson lived there as well? Oh, and I heard that you haven't been back in the country for a long time. How did you manage to become such good friends with Mrs. Dawson in less than a month? Finally, I heard that a couple of your socialite friends were blacklisted by Mrs. Dawson's coffee shop. Do you care to venture an explanation?" Victoria's questions were short, sharp, and to the point. Bella didn't know how to reply upon seeing this comment. However, she didn't reply, pretending to be aloof. A couple of fans who didn't know what was happening swore at Victoria. "You have such a venomous tongue. That's her business. What's it to you? I hate your Weibo name. Stop defaming my goddess and go away." Goddess? Yeah, right. That word is worth nothing these days. Are you sure it's a compliment? Victoria shot back. Honey, what are you doing? Brenton was strolling around with Victoria, but she suddenly sat down in a pavilion and began playing with her phone. Oh, nothing. I was just playing with some puppies. Victoria smiled and put away her phone. With one photo, Bella successfully proved that nothing was going on with her and Jack. Most people believed that she and Chloe were really good friends. That night, another post was uploaded onto a forum. A flirty batch. The women of the Green family are all the same. This post again caused an uproar. It was the most harmful, Chloe-slandering post ever. So naturally, it gained a very high click rate. The post basically did an expose of Khloe from her birth to after her marriage. First, it summarized that the apple didn't fall from the tree, and all the women in the Green family, Brenny and Khloe, were batches. Then, it began casting malignant libel at Khloe so that people would point their blame at her. Second, Khloe was the daughter of a mistress. Sandra knew Timothy was married but still interfered in his marriage, gave birth to Khloe, and disgusted everyone around them. Third, even when she was at school, Khloe was an arrogant woman who barely had any friends. She also rarely attended class reunions. Fourth, according to GK employees, she purposely used Jack's relationship with her to provoke her parents, causing the Dawson family to sink into chaos. During this time, Mrs. Dawson was hospitalized, and not only did Khloe refuse to visit her, but she also didn't even let Jack visit his mother. Fifth, she interfered with company matters and suppressed Annie because she thought that the latter was seducing Jack. She refused to give Annie any work to do and even tried to bury her. She also transferred an executive to an out-of-town branch just so she could seek revenge on a private grudge. Sixth, she used her status to stir up trouble at Southside, and even director Richard was scared of her. Most importantly, she suddenly went from nurse to doctor, leaving everyone in bewilderment. Seventh, she cozied up to Cody and tried to buy his heart. Right before he signed with Imperial Star, Cody betrayed Justin for glory. Eighth, she suppressed and sought revenge on her ex-boyfriend, Simon, forcing her and Lisa to get divorced. Scared of the Dawson family, Lisa left the country. Ninth, she repeatedly seduced Justin and played with these two unbelievably powerful men. 10th, she was an extremely ambitious woman who used everyone around her. She wanted to take over GK and even had her eyes on Imperial Star. In summary, Khloe was a manipulative, calculating batch with high IQ and EQ who pretended to be all innocent. It's karma that she didn't have children. God was punishing her. Originally, she would have ignored a post like this. However, the last sentence of that post pierced through her heart. It's karma for a woman like her to not have children. It was God's way of teaching her a lesson. She sat beside the fountain by the door of their South Hill manor. Tears began streaming down her face. If God really had eyes, he should really give her a baby. Khloe never did anything shameful nor evil onto others. Why did she have to take responsibility for such accusations? She could endure them. But what about Jack? She really wanted to give Jack a child. It didn't matter if that child was a boy or a girl, but she wanted to stuff a sock in the mouths of those who slandered her. Then, they would be able to know if Khloe's evil actions were the reason as to why she didn't have children. "Young madam, are you okay?" Uncle George walked up to her. "I'm fine. I'm just not feeling well. Let me tell the chauffeur to take you to the hospital." "No, I'm fine. My eyes hurt. That's all. I think it's because of the all-nighters." Khloe shook her hands. Then, she took out a tissue and wiped off her tears. "Please don't tell my husband that I was crying, okay? He'll be worried." "I won't, young madam." Uncle George nodded. After this defaming post was uploaded, it became very popular, and many people commented and shared it. Most people said that Khloe was cheating on her husband, and that she deserved all these unfortunate things that fell upon her because she was a slut. Some who didn't know the truth said that they were going to wait for the truth to be unveiled. Things weren't that bad. However, at noon, Mrs. Dawson lashed out on her as well. Someone uploaded a recording of Mrs. Dawson being interviewed. "Mrs. Dawson, what do you think about the post of your daughter-in-law? I don't live with her, so I wouldn't know. What about when you were hospitalized? She didn't go to visit you, not even once. Is that correct?" "Yes, she didn't want my son to visit me either. During that time, my son and I were very distant. Did you and the chairman's relationship with your son become awkward because your son married her?" That was indeed the case. We used to be very close to our son, but after she married into our family, everything changed. Mrs. Dawson lashed out on her at a perfect moment. She viciously hit Khloe while she was down. making her the ultimate bad guy. After the recording was uploaded, more people started believing in that post. A bunch of fans ran to Southside, demanding an explanation from Chloe. The good thing was, Chloe had the day off, so she was at South Hill Manor. "Chloe, have you been following the news? Your mother-in-law is at it again. How are you ever going to survive this?" Andrew sent her a message. Upon seeing what he sent, Chloe's face fell. "I have." Chloe's reply was simple. "You seem to be in quite a pickle. Do you want to come back and stay for a few days?" Andrew asked. "Why do you seem so happy that something's up?" "What's it to you?" Chloe asked in response. Haha. You're overthinking things, Chloe. I'm just worried about it. That's why I was asking. Do you need help with anything? No, it's okay. I'm fine. Okay then. Oh, right. Come to the corporation sometime. The old man is redrafting his inheritance. Okay. Chloe was never afraid of being slandered by Mrs. Dawson. She knew how much the latter disliked her. However, Bella's proof of innocence combined with this libel sank her into confusion. Was Andrew behind all this? Or was it Bella? Or were they working together? The more Chloe thought about it, the more muddled she became. The Dawson Manor. As usual, Bella drove to the Dawson Manor in the morning with a bunch of fresh flowers and fruit. It had become a habit of hers. Even the maid treated her as a part of their family. Don't put the lilies in the bedroom. Just leave them in the living room. The scent of lilies aren't good for the human body. It makes people dizzy. Okay, Miss Hall. Oh, right. Remember to wash the strawberries a couple of times before soaking it in salt water for half an hour, or else the pesticides won't wash off. Okay, Miss Hall. Oh, and remember to put less salt when you make dinner. It's okay if the taste is a little bland. It's better for their health that way. Mr. and Mrs. Dawson are at an age where they are easily exposed to chronic diseases. I don't want anything happening to them. Okay, Miss Hall. Bella diligently reminded the maid of these day-to-day things. Mrs. Dawson was extremely satisfied with this future daughter-in-law of hers. She complained to Peter, "It's all your fault. You shouldn't have made a bet with our son." Nothing that followed would have happened if you just made him marry Bella. We have no control over this. Jack chose Chloe himself. Peter also liked Bella, because he had been close friends with Mayor Hall and his family for years. Plus, Bella was a good girl. However, he didn't dislike Chloe either. After all, his son chose this woman. As his father, Peter didn't want to overly interfere with their marriage. Too bad his wife didn't think the same way. Bella, stop tiring yourself out. Come and sit, Mrs. Dawson called out passionately. Bella was wearing a light brown Valentino dress, paired with leather booties. She looked elegant. Mrs. Dawson, I bought some winter melon today and was thinking about making you guys winter melon lamb stew for lunch. My mom said that my cooking skills have gotten a lot better. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Oh, right. You should call Jack and ask him to come home for lunch. Mrs. Dawson wanted Bella to give Jack a call. I shouldn't. A lot of things are going on at the company, so we shouldn't disturb him. You child, you're too considerate of him. My heart aches for you, Mrs. Dawson said as she held Bella's hand. Bella smiled. Did you see that post? What did our family do to deserve this? Ever since that woman married into our family, we've been living in constant chaos. The family is all over the place. Most importantly, Jack isn't willing to reflect on himself. He's fallen so hard for that woman. Look at all the accusations in this post. A woman who calculates this much is truly scary. Bella, what do you think? Mrs. Dawson took out her tablet and opened up the forum to show to Bella. Bella took a look at it and smiled. Mrs. Dawson, I think someone is slandering Chloe on purpose. I don't think she's like that. If she was, Jack would have seen through her a long time ago. Oh, and you shouldn't say bad things about Chloe in front of the media. After all, she's your daughter-in-law, and we should never air our dirty laundry in front of others. You should think about your family, Mrs. Dawson. You're so nice, but people might take advantage of your impulsivity. See? Bella has a very good point. I told you not to say anything, but you wouldn't listen and kept saying nonsense to those reporters. That's why our son is mad." Peter immediately began blaming his wife upon hearing what Bella said. "I was telling the truth. All right? I'm not wrong about her." Mrs. Dawson rolled her eyes at her husband. "Mrs. Dawson, there's nothing wrong with the truth, but we have to be considerate of the bigger picture. We shouldn't make Jack's life harder than it already is. He's already so busy at work, so we shouldn't make him come home to all this. I'm worried about him. Bella, you're a great girl, and you always have Jack on your mind, unlike that selfish, cold-blooded wife of his. My son treats her and her family like royalty, but so what? In the end, she's still constantly seducing other men. Anyways, I don't and will never like her." To suck up to Bella, Mrs. Dawson kept saying bad things about Chloe. However, Bella was smart enough to know that she should never talk smack about Chloe in front of other people. Rather, she defended Chloe. This way, others would see her as the most empathetic woman alive. Even Jack had no idea what she was trying to do. That was why she was so brilliant. Chloe originally wanted to go to the pedestrian street on her day off. Chloe was delighted to hear the finance department say that the 13 shops under her name were doing well. She recalled these storefronts out of anger, but brought them back to life. That street was now one of the city's busiest commercial areas, and business was surprisingly good. However, due to all the rumors flying around, she couldn't leave the manor. There were so many media outlets and paparazzi following her. If she was photographed eating noodles, they would probably make it seem like she was secretly meeting her lover or something. Therefore, she decided to take out a style magazine, do some reading, water some flowers, and drink some tea. To her surprise, however, Victoria came. She drove herself here in that low-profile Lexus. After security told Chloe that Victoria was here, she immediately let the latter in. Then, she ran out to greet that domineering pregnant woman. "Why are you here? You didn't tell me beforehand." Chloe looked at Victoria in pleasant surprise. "I was bored at home, so I decided to come to see you." Then they went upstairs to the rooftop. The maid brought them some fruit, scented tea, macarons, and tiramisu. Victoria sat on a rocking chair, looked at the scenery in front of her, and exclaimed, "Your mansion is awesome. 400 million is completely worth it. I would pay up to 800 million to wake up to this every day. It's like heaven on earth." "If you like it, you should ask Brenton to build you one. The Blake family has plenty of money." Chloe laughed. "Never mind, he doesn't have the time. My child will probably be going off to school by the time construction finishes." Ha ha ha. Chloe always enjoyed talking to Victoria. She didn't have a filter, and her domineering and cute personality was very compatible with Chloe's. Victoria scrolled through Weibo and asked unintentionally, "Have you been on Weibo recently? News about you completely blew up. You were pushed to Weibo's Hot Topics list and have been there for 24 hours. Haha, I'm that popular?" Chloe believed that as of right now, she was probably more popular than some of the celebrities under GK. The Hot Topics list was updated every 10 minutes. How much attention was being paid to her if she had been on there for 24 hours straight? The person slandering you is interesting. They want public opinion to push you off the cliff. Or maybe they want Jack to lose trust in you. What do you think? Then, Victoria logged onto her other Weibo account, Batch Conqueror. Then, she opened Bella's Weibo. She hadn't been back for a long time, but in that short month, she gained as many as 5 million followers. It was truly shocking. Bella had just posted something onto Weibo. It was a photo of her with Mr. and Mrs. Dawson. She wrote, 8 years ago, I was lucky enough to become a member of this family. After all these years, Mr. and Mrs. Dawson still treat me like they used to. I am thankful for all that I have today." Her fans then crowded her comments section. "Goddess, you're so lucky. I'm so jealous. Bella, when can you upload some photos for your fans? I want to see you make cute poses at the camera. Bella, is that the Cartier's newest bracelet on your wrist? Do they sell that in the country? Goddess Hall, you're the most well-educated socialite I've ever seen. I heard that you're a master of inkwash paintings. When can you show us your work? Goddess, you're a much better match with President Dawson. You lived with his family when you were 8. You must know a lot of fun things that happened to him when he was young. Tell us about them. Most of her comments were filled with praise. Most netizens liked her and thought that she was a good person. She was pretty, rich, had an advanced degree, was a master of inkwash painting, and most of all, she was gentle and often uploaded heartwarming tidbits onto Weibo. I can't take it anymore. I want to throw up, Victoria said. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Chloe really thought she wasn't feeling well and reached out to hand her a garbage bin. Hey, I don't literally want to throw up. I'm simply disgusted by that Supreme Batch, Bella. Supreme Batch? Chloe's never heard of this saying before, so she was a little dumbfounded. I invented it. It's the highest state to which a manipulative batch can be. In short, a supreme batch. The phrase describes her perfectly, don't you think? Victoria asked. Chloe smiled. If Victoria disliked someone, then she wouldn't have anything nice to say about that person. Therefore, Victoria used that side account of hers and commented, If you're so close with the Dawson family, why didn't Jack marry you? Hey, you shouldn't do that. It's not worth it. Chloe didn't see the need for Victoria to slander Bella on Weibo. I don't like how pretentious she is. But we're pretentious as well, Chloe retorted with a smile on her face. We're not the same. We are pretentious in a mellow and appropriate way. She's pretentious 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and she's always pretending to be so high and mighty. She's disgusting, assuming that no one can see through her mask. Chloe didn't respond. Instead, she quietly sipped at her scented tea. Victoria then went into Chloe's Weibo. She uploaded the poem written a short while ago, and there were tens of thousands of comments. However, unlike Bella's comments, Chloe's attacked her. Is this your confession to Justin? You're so shameless. Chloe, how can you do this to your husband? You're such a scumbag. Jack did so much for you, but you're so indifferent. I hate you. Keep ruining yourself. You should just get divorced, contentious little hoe bag. Victoria was immediately infuriated by what she saw and slammed her tablet onto the side table with a bang. What the F? Are these netizens F-king idiots? They don't even know the truth. What gives them the right to slander you like that? How can they say that you're indifferent towards Jack? I'm F-king speechless. If you don't care about him, why would you marry him? If you don't care about him, why would you put aside your pride and help GK sign celebrities when the company was in trouble? If you don't care about him, why would you put on that much makeup and walk down the red carpet like a showgirl? Are they oblivious towards how protective you are of your husband? Ever since you married Jack, so many manipulative batches have tried to butt themselves in your relationship. First Jennifer, then Bella. It's already tiring enough that you have to work and deal with those hoe bags at the same time, but these brainless netizens keep talking smack about you. Victoria liked Chloe. That's why she domineeringly decided to be good friends with her. She only made friends with people who lived genuinely and despised double-dealing individuals. At least Chloe didn't have a mask over her face. She may seem calmer than others, but it was only because her brain spun faster, not because she was cold-blooded and indifferent. All these years, Chloe had been taking care of her mother and her brother. After breaking up with Simon, she continued treating Uncle and Auntie Simon with respect. Even though she and Lisa were enemies, she still risked herself to save her baby. She was aware that she might get herself in trouble, but she still chose to rescue that pregnant woman. She also risked her life to rescue Sarah from seductive Fox. Chloe always knew what she was supposed to do and never regretted her actions, because that was the kind of person she was. What moved Victoria the most was Chloe risked herself and helped Justin when he was in trouble. If it were her, she might not even have the guts to do something like this. However, Chloe's decisions have always been so brave. If Chloe shirked like a turtle, in fear of ruining her own reputation, Victoria might look down upon her. Men must be daring and bold, so must women. Chloe lived candidly and never let anyone down. Although the things she did were widely disputed, and many people slandered her, Victoria was always her top admirer. Many women on this earth were like Bella, who lived with masks on their faces. But not many were as blunt and outspoken as Chloe. Bella was common, but Chloe was rare. That was what made her so special. Bella had a lot of friends, even a girlfriend squad that consisted solely of socialites. However, she didn't have any close friends. Chloe, on the other hand, only had Sarah and Victoria. However, when she needed help, both of them were willing to move heaven and earth for her. Because she was worth it. Victoria, calm down. It's really okay. I don't care about what others say. No matter what they say, I'm still me, and I'll never change. I know how I feel towards Jack, and he knows too. We don't need to explain much to each other. I believe that time will prove everything. Chloe was wearing a long baggy t-shirt with a Winnie the Pooh cartoon printed onto it. It was simple but cute. She looked out, showing her profile. Her features weren't perfect, but they were pretty all the same, and most importantly, highly recognizable. Chloe, I'm not as calm as you are. The truth is, I care about what others think. After this incident, I've been really worried about you, and that's why I registered a new Weibo account to shut Bella down. But you're right. There's not much meaning to what I'm doing. In the end, none of these things matter. Just ignore people who don't like you. It's not like you will get anything out of them anyway, right? Ha ha ha. Right. My life won't become brighter and shinier just because they like me. People I don't care about are mere strangers to me. Chloe put down her teacup, looked at Victoria, and flashed her a nonchalant smile. I'm curious. Have you ever complained about your family background because of everything you went through in the past? Victoria knew that Chloe's life hadn't been easy, and it took her and Jack a long time to come together. Truth be told, I used to. Back then, I was young. When I was faced with bumps along the road, I blamed others. But then I stopped because I realized that each and every decision I make now will determine my future. Some people, like Brenny, were born with good cards, but they played them terribly. Others, like me, are dealt nasty cards at birth, but have ended up working hard to turn things around. Ha ha ha, which category do I belong in? Victoria laughed. You were born with good cards and played them perfectly. You're a straight flush. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Victoria burst out in laughter, completely disregarding her image. Then she sent what Chloe said to Brenton. Brenton was quiet for a while before replying. Then am I the poor fellow who didn't even end up with a pear in his hand, who lost to you and then got enslaved? It was a little cold up in the rooftop, so Chloe was just about to stand up and get Victoria a blanket when her phone began to ring. Hello? Chloe looked at the unfamiliar number and hesitated for a few seconds before picking up. Hi, Chloe. I'm Justin's mom. Mrs. Cooper's voice was as gentle as ever. Hello, Mrs. Cooper. Although Chloe was a bit surprised, she still greeted Mrs. Cooper politely. Do you have time to meet? Now? Yes. Mrs. Cooper nodded. All right, why don't you pick a place, and I'll come find you. Chloe knew that Mrs. Cooper wouldn't look for her for random reasons. Therefore, she agreed to meet with her. Why don't I send the driver to pick you up? Sure, I'm at South Hill Manor. Chloe stated her address. All right, see you soon then. Mrs. Cooper sounded very gentle. Auntie Cooper? Don't tell me she's Justin's mom? Victoria was stunned. Yes, that's her. Why is she looking for you? I don't know, haha. But I've met her twice before and she was really nice to me. She seems educated and is respectable. After meeting Mrs. Cooper, Chloe realized just how unfortunate it was for her to have someone like Jack's mother as a mother-in-law. So, Chloe took a liking towards Mrs. Cooper. "All right, I'm going to leave then. We'll catch up another day. You have to come with me to try on wedding dresses." "Okay?" Chloe nodded. With that, Victoria left South Hill Manor. Mrs. Cooper's driver was very fast, sending an Audi R8 to South Hill Manor not long after Victoria's departure. "Miss Green, I'm here to pick you up upon Mrs. Cooper's request." "Okay." Chloe nodded and got into the car. On the way there, she didn't forget to flirt with Mr. Dawson. She sent over an $8.88 red pocket on Snap. It was quickly accepted by Mr. Dawson. He replied, "Honey, you're so generous." Of course, other wives usually give their husbands a $0.88 allowance. "Aren't I great to you?" Chloe sent over a smiling emoji. "Thank you, baby, for being so generous." Jack was at a high-level meeting, but he couldn't help but smile at his phone. Everyone sitting in the meeting became confused. They didn't dare to question their boss as they were terrified of his temper. "Sir, should we go on?" Assistant Mark asked quietly. "Continue." Jack raised his head and replied calmly, "Yes, sir. Regarding our market growth in this quarter." The marketing director continued on. With his head down, Jack continued chatting with Chloe, content as could be. "Was it really appropriate to court your wife on while in a meeting? President Dawson, do your parents know this playful side of you?" Assistant Mark was truly worried about his boss. Sure enough, after his presentation, the marketing director intentionally asked, "Sir, I've finished my presentation. Do you have anything to add?" Jack put down his phone and looked around. He then said, "We're now nearing year-end. It should be peak season, but you're telling me that the increase is no more than 8%. Are you kidding me? During last month's meeting, I stated that 10% was the guaranteed baseline, and nothing below that was acceptable. You're telling me that you're happy with 8%? Do I have something to add? What can I add? I'll give you half a month to raise the 2%. If you fail, your department will not be given a year-end bonus." The marketing director's forehead was suddenly drenched with cold sweat. He had thought that since the president was busy playing on his phone, he wouldn't be paying attention to his presentation. He was actually quite relieved that he could escape a scolding. To his dismay, however, his boss had the ability to multitask. Yes, he was playing with his phone, but he was also paying attention to everything that was being said in the meeting. How incredible! At the sight of the marketing director being scolded, the administrative director weighed in. "President Dawson, it's not their fault. Everyone tried their best." Jack gave the female director a cold sneer and asked, "I know how much the pressure the marketing department endures. That's why the employees in their department get paid much more than the others. Don't think for a second that just because you're in the administrative department, you don't have other things to do." For the 30th anniversary party, if the public relations department didn't help you out, do you really think you could have handled it? For the year-end party, I'm giving the job solely to your department. You still have less than 20 days to prepare. If the results fail to meet my standards, you will be held responsible. President Dawson." The female director wanted to slap herself. Why didn't she stay quiet? Now that the president was all fired up, she was dragged into the situation as well. The year-end party was no cakewalk, and 20 days was not really enough. "Does anyone else have something to say?" Jack asked coldly. "President Dawson, after Director Jennifer left our department, our results have been steadily declining. Back when Director Jennifer was here, at least 3 out of 10 designs were passed. But last time, none of the 20 designs we submitted passed. I think that we should bring Director Jennifer back. I've spoken to her personally. She also feels that she's not suitable as the general manager of our branch in other city. I hope that President Dawson can consider the big picture." The speaker was a manager who worked in the design department. He was a former employee underneath Jennifer. After her departure, he truly struggled to manage the department, leading him to make such a brave request. Jack watched him calmly and asked, "You're so reliant on Director Jennifer. What if she quit? What will you do then?" Will you ask me to bring her back? No, President Dawson, that's not what I meant. Instead of elevating your own skills, you rely on an employee that already left. I wanted to give you a chance, but clearly, you're not up to it. From now on, you can return to your original position. I will appoint a new director for the designs department. I hope you all remember this. GK was not built by a single person. It was always a team effort. No matter who works here, GK will always survive, but not all companies will give you chances like GK does. President Dawson, I'm only saying this because I want the company to do better. I just think that Director Jennifer is very capable. The man looked like he was about to cry. I can see who's doing well and poorly in the company. I will not keep useless people around, but I will definitely keep talent when I recognize it. How I delegate people is my business. I don't need you to teach me. If you have the time to worry about that, why don't you reflect on your own work? Find a way to produce better designs instead of seeking outside help. Not only did Jack take away the director of design's position, but he also scolded the other company executives as well. The director of designs slowly looked down, feeling first-handed the wrath that was Jack's sharp tongue. The room fell into silence. Any other questions? Jack stood up and fixed the cuffs on his black suit. Everyone remained silent. Sir, the sales department has yet to receive their bonuses for this month. Should it be dispersed along with their salaries this month? Or should we wait until next month or the end of the year? The speaker this time was Assistant Mark. Back when Jack's father was the president, the rules were different. Due to the sales department's high bonuses, they were usually calculated every 3 to 6 months. Now that Jack was president, it was calculated monthly. However, because of President Dawson's recent low mood, the sales director steered away from bringing this up. He was smart enough to only complain to Assistant Mark about the matter. So when Assistant Mark suddenly remembered this, he raised the concern, unintentionally scaring the crap out of the sales director. At the sound of Assistant Mark's voice, the male director from sales jumped up and declared, President Dawson, don't worry. We can wait. It's no big deal. The company is currently going through hard times. Everyone understands, and we're not in a hurry. Jack nodded as he looked at Assistant Mark. Pay them. The sales department works very hard, running around every day making sales. There's no need to delay their bonuses. It's not a staggering amount to begin with. Tell the finance department to pay them monthly. If an employee is in need, they can apply for advance payment. Of course, they will need their superior's approval first. Got it, President Dawson. Assistant Mark smiled. The president was indeed kind. He always did what was needed to be done. The executives sighed in relief after Jack left the conference room. President Dawson is scary. I'm afraid of him. Every time I see him, a gust of cold air comes along. Haha, yeah, after all, our boss is famous for being cold and domineering. The sales department did pretty well. President Dawson was really generous just now. The other directors all looked at the sales director enviously. The president knows about our hard work. Haha, everyone stopped comparing. Jack returned to his office just in time to see Bella's call. He didn't answer, however, as he felt like she had been contacting him quite frequently. Even if it was nothing, Chloe probably wouldn't appreciate it. Likewise, if Justin contacted Chloe as frequently as Bella contacted him, he wouldn't be happy either. Therefore, he wasn't going to pick up the phone, no matter how much it rang. Sir, why hasn't young madam come to the company recently? Are you guys really in a fight? With so much gossip on the newspapers, Assistant Mark was a little worried about Jack and Chloe's relationship. Truthfully speaking, he was a fan of the Dawson Green couple. He truly believed in their love. When are you so into my personal life? Aren't you overstepping your role as an assistant? Jack raised his head and stared at Assistant Mark, scaring the latter out of his wit. Haha, sir, please don't be angry. I'm just curious. My wife is a fan of young madam. She even fights for her against the slandering netizens. She asks me about you guys every day. I don't even know how to respond." Assistant Mark continued his charade of being dumb and innocent, so that his boss wouldn't get mad. Sure enough, Jack's expression calmed down quite a bit upon hearing what Mark said. "Tell your wife to not worry." "Hmm? Then does this mean that you guys are fine?" "Ha ha ha, I knew it. How could you fight with young madam? You love her so much." Assistant Mark was very happy upon hearing the president's words. With a pen spinning in his hand, Jack planned out how he could go see Chloe that night. He always thought that romance novels were a joke. How could one day of not seeing each other seem like 3 years? It was BS. Now that he was in the situation, however, it made so much sense. It wasn't just 3 years, it felt like a decade. He missed having Chloe in his arms while they slept, cozied in his embrace like a kitten. "Honey, I want to find you at South Hill Manor tonight," he messaged her. "No." "Honey?" Mr. Dawson actually began to act cute for the first time ever. Chloe almost gave in, but as soon as she remembered that she was set up, she knew she needed to find the person behind all of this. So, she bit her tongue and said, "Be good, honey. We need to work together and catch the bad guy." "Then how will you repay me?" Jack asked proudly. "In any way you want." In order to calm him, Chloe went all out. "Really? Really? Then after this thing passes, I want to do it 10 times a night. I'm going to try every position with you. Oh, right. I also want you to wear sexy lingerie and dress up like a Playboy bunny." A Playboy bunny? How could he think of something so lame? He really was incredible. "Jack, you are the president of a major corporation. Can you not be such a pervert?" Chloe was speechless. "Go away." Chloe was completely done with him. The car soon entered a high-end residential area. "Aren't we going to a restaurant or a tea house?" Chloe expected the meeting place with Mrs. Cooper to be an elegant and quiet place. Why were they in a residential area? "Mrs. Cooper told me to bring you to her home." What? Her home? Chloe completely lost her cool. So this was the Military District Family Housing, the most famous residential area in the city? It was said that this residential area was intensively fortified. An even more exaggerated rumor said that every mansion had its own underground tunnel. In short, the place was something made of dreams. Chloe never imagined that she would one day step into Justin's family house, a place that was almost magical. With Mrs. Cooper being the hostess, she suddenly began to doubt her safety. She heard a story before about a woman who had rejected some rich gentleman's love. His family used their connections and kidnapped the woman back to his home. After he forced himself on her, she went crazy. She was later sent to a prison in some city. Afterward, it was said that she died of a disease. No one knew of her whereabouts, and, ultimately, her family never saw their daughter again. Not even her body was found. It was stories like these that made Chloe shy away from people with too much power. They had too many shady secrets. It wasn't something that could be fathomed by ordinary people. With this thought brewing in her mind, Chloe began to worry. She was truly afraid for her life. She didn't want to worry Jack, so she didn't dare to text him. She ended up messaging Victoria instead. "Victoria, I'm at the Cooper residence. You don't need to reply. I just wanted to tell you where I am." Understanding the meaning behind Chloe's text, Victoria didn't reply. She was a little bit worried about Chloe, so she made a call to Brenton. "Queen, what can I do for you?" Brenton laughed. "What kind of person is Justin's mother?" Victoria asked directly. "Why are you asking me this all of a sudden?" Brenton was confused by the question. "What's with all the questions? Just hurry up and answer me." Victoria felt impatient. "Auntie Cooper's super nice. We used to hang out with Justin at their mansion a lot, and she was really gentle, many times better than my mother." Brenton liked Mrs. Cooper very much. "Okay, I got it." Hearing Brenton's description of Mrs. Cooper, Victoria relaxed quite a bit. After all, being best buddies with Justin for so many years, Brenton definitely knew what kind of person Mrs. Cooper was. If that was the case, then Mrs. Cooper wouldn't do anything to Chloe, right? She wouldn't hurt her just because of her son's bad publicity, right? Cooper Mansion entrance. With Grandpa Cooper and Mr. Cooper traveling all the time, there was rarely anybody at home. Mrs. Cooper would spend her time meeting with friends, traveling, and attending charity events and business dinners. She also sang songs from the 90s during Imperial Star's anniversary parties. The car slowly came to a stop. Just as Chloe got off the car, Mrs. Cooper came out of the house. She was wearing a bell-sleeved cashmere top, a pearl necklace, and a skirt. Everything matched up nicely, and the nude color looked very cozy. "Chloe, come in." Mrs. Cooper took Chloe's hand warmly into her own and began walking into the house. "Are you cold?" Mrs. Cooper asked. Chloe shook her head. "No, I was in the car the whole time. The temperature was perfect." "Anyone, put on a pot of rose tea." "Yes, ma'am." The maid was very busy, cutting fruits and brewing tea. Chloe couldn't help but feel awkward. It was the first time that she was treated so warmly by someone who was her mother's age. The few times that she went to the Dawson Manor, Mrs. Dawson was always cold, and they were almost guaranteed to fight. "Mrs. Cooper, did you want to talk to me about something?" Chloe asked quietly. "Yes, there is. Wait here for me. I'll be right back." With that, Mrs. Cooper went upstairs, returning shortly after, with a thick photo album in her hands. She sat down beside Chloe closely, her motherly scent warming the latter's heart. Although the outside world painted Mrs. Cooper as a scary woman, one who would do anything to protect her son, Chloe didn't get that vibe from her. She had actually taken a liking towards this woman. "Chloe, come here. I want to show you Justin's baby pictures." With that, Mrs. Cooper flipped open the photo album. A picture of a chubby baby presented itself in front of Chloe. On his forehead was a red dot, and covering his little body was a red belly wrap. He was placed in a bamboo basket, pouting, his brows furrowed, cute as the ginseng baby. "Haha, is this really Justin?" Chloe couldn't help but giggle. "Yes, let me tell you. Back when I was pregnant, I wanted a girl. When I saw that Justin was a boy, I was kind of disappointed. I kept trying to dress him up like a girl. After he grew up and understood the difference between the two genders, he stopped letting me put red dots on his forehead." Ha ha ha. Mrs. Cooper was very happy talking about Justin's childhood. Chloe couldn't help but giggle. She couldn't imagine that the young Master Cooper, a man of such status within the city, had such an embarrassing childhood. More specifically, it was his mother who surprised her, a mother whose life's goal was to embarrass her son. "Oh, don't forget to eat the apples. I handpicked them from our own garden. There are no pesticides on them." With that, Mrs. Cooper took a small red apple and stuffed it into Chloe's hands. Chloe didn't refuse. She took a huge bite out of the apple, natural as could be. Mrs. Cooper continued to flip through the photo album. She pointed to a photo and introduced, "This was taken during his 3rd birthday. His grandfather had a business trip but didn't want to leave him behind. In the end, I took him and followed his grandfather to the army base in the western mountainous area. We stayed there for more than 10 days. When we came back, his face looked like a red potato, truly plateau red." Ha 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 ha. Chloe couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mrs. Cooper's description was too spot on. It was just ruddied cheeks, the type that one gets when they're in the wind for too long. But Mrs. Cooper, plateau red, was truly ingenious. "This one too. This one's really funny. I brought him to Disneyland in the US. We met a little girl there who thought that he was a girl, since he was really pretty. She kept following him, calling him her older sister. In the end, Justin couldn't take it anymore and told her that he would cut off her pigtails if she kept calling him older sister. She started to cry, thinking that Justin was being serious. Chloe didn't say anything. She just kept laughing. Oh, and this was when he was 10. He received 2nd place for a mathematical Olympiad. Both his grandfather and his father were super happy, but he wasn't happy because he didn't come first. He was a straight A student when he was a kid. Chloe looked slightly surprised. She couldn't imagine Justin as a good student. Yes, he was brilliant at math. He was very bright, but he hated studying. Apparently, he didn't want to turn into a nerd. Mrs. Cooper continued to flip through the album, laughing. Then, a photo of him in a military uniform appeared. It was Chloe's first time seeing Justin in uniform. Surprisingly, he looked quite valiant. The uniform fit him perfectly, and he looked especially handsome in it. There were 2 pictures, one with him in a camouflage uniform, his skin incredibly dark from being under the sun the whole time. The other was of him in a formal uniform, his hand in a military salute, handsome as ever. When he left for the army that year, I cried for a long time. I really couldn't let him go. I knew he would suffer a lot, but it was his own choice, and I couldn't stop him. Do you know what kind of soldier he was? Mrs. Cooper looked up at Chloe and asked. Chloe shook her head. Since she was never interested in him, she never asked him about his past. He was in the Special Forces. Special Forces? Isn't that dangerous? Chloe was surprised. Yeah. When he went to the West, I wouldn't agree to it no matter what. It was truly too dangerous. Really, it's not something we can imagine. Not only was the climate horrible, but the West is also where we intersect with Y, and an extremely dangerous country. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but underneath that calmness were turbulent waters. 3 of Justin's teammates died during one of their missions. That's really scary. Chloe couldn't imagine a rich kid like Justin being in the Special Forces. Yes! Because of this, his father and I had a huge fight. I wanted him to be discharged, but he stayed for 2 more years and came home just as he was about to be promoted. He really didn't want to come back. Although he looks like he doesn't care about a thing in the world, he's actually quite patriotic. He had always thought that patrolling in the frontiers was the most honorable thing he's ever done. Ultimately, his grandfather gave the order for him to be discharged. I'm sure that you know by now that he is the Cooper family's only son. After I gave birth to Justin, my health deteriorated and we couldn't have another child. So, to us, he is really, really important. Mrs. Cooper used 2 reallys to emphasize the importance of Justin to the Cooper family. Chloe nodded. She didn't reply. She only listened. This one was taken when he was discharged and opened his company. He was quite young then. Yeah, he looks more mature now. Chloe commented on the photo as she continued biting into her apple. This one was taken during the last Lunar New Year. We went to the South Sea. She pointed at Justin, who was wearing an orange t-shirt and black beach pants, paired with a pair of brown sunglasses. He looked very handsome, like a superstar. As she flipped through the photo album, Mrs. Cooper continued to tell Chloe funny stories about Justin. After they finished looking through the pictures, Mrs. Cooper closed up the album and said to Chloe, I'm very impressed by you. Despite the potential damage to your reputation, you testified for Justin. Most women would protect their own interests and could care less about others. It's nothing, Mrs. Cooper. After all, I was a witness, Chloe replied calmly. Then, did you expect what would happen after you testified? Of course, Chloe laughed, completely unbothered. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it? Aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation? Mrs. Cooper asked Chloe in a serious manner. How should I put this? To me, I value how I view myself more than how others view me. I don't want to do wrong onto others. That's my bottom line. Chloe enunciated every word. Mrs. Cooper gazed at her with admiring eyes and said, I'm very grateful for the things you've done for Justin. No, he's the one who's been protecting me. That's why he didn't say anything about our meeting. I actually think that testifying is something I should do. It's nothing noteworthy. Please don't see me as someone who's great. Honestly, I'm just a normal person. I also have a selfish side. When difficult situations arise, I will also scheme. Chloe said honestly, This is why I like you. Mrs. Cooper looked at Chloe lovingly. Chloe felt a little bit embarrassed. She tilted her head downwards and chewed slowly. Ma'am, dinner is ready. Let's go eat dinner. Mrs. Cooper, you're too kind. I should go. Chloe felt that it was inappropriate for her to stay for dinner. After all, she didn't have a tight bond with the Cooper family. Don't worry, Justin isn't coming back until later. I know what you're worried about. Stay for me? I'm the only one at home." Hearing this, Chloe couldn't refuse any further and followed Mrs. Cooper into the dining room. "I heard that you really liked seafood, so I went to the market this morning to buy some. It's very fresh." "Thank you, Mrs. Cooper." Feeling slightly awkward, Chloe pulled out a chair and sat down. The table was filled with seafood: scallops, squid, conches, sea rabbits, crab, prawns. It was a big seafood feast. "Don't worry, we're just going to chat about everyday things," seeing a tensed-up Chloe, Mrs. Cooper explained. "Mrs. Cooper, I'm a very straightforward person. Can you tell me why you asked me to come here today?" Mrs. Cooper put down her chopsticks and smiled at Chloe. After a while, she said slowly, "I actually just wanted to ask, are you really having issues with your husband?" Chloe was truly surprised. She didn't expect Mrs. Cooper to ask her such a question. "If, and I'm only talking about if, you and your husband really do end up like what the media's been reporting, and you do break up in the end, could you possibly give Justin a chance?" Chloe was now even more shocked. "Is Mrs. Cooper confessing to me for Justin?" "Mrs. Cooper," Chloe looked at Mrs. Cooper, her eyes wide from shock. "Chloe, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to separate you and your husband. I'm just asking, if you are really going to become single again, please give Justin a chance. He really, really likes you. I've never seen him like someone so much, and as his mother, I feel for him. I know that you love your husband, but with all the media reporting otherwise, I don't really know what to believe. I don't know what's really going on, so I've asked you here to talk about it face to face. Mrs. Cooper, my husband and I love each other very much, and our relationship is stable. We've known each other for many years," Chloe said honestly. "All right. If this is the case, just pretend we didn't have this conversation today. Please don't blame me for being ridiculous." Honestly, even I think I'm being a little bit ridiculous, but I'm just a mother who loves her son. I really don't want to see him like that. He really likes you. Plus, I really like you too. Of course, if the two of you are not fated to be together, that's all right too." Mrs. Cooper was very open-minded. Hearing Chloe's rejection, she didn't say any more. "Sorry, Mrs. Cooper, I've disappointed you." No. I'm the one who should be apologizing. As your senior, my actions are quite inappropriate for my status. Please don't tell Justin. With such a strong personality, he will definitely be angry with me," Mrs. Cooper reminded. "Okay, I won't." "Good. Then hurry up and eat. You shouldn't stay out for so long." Mrs. Cooper didn't get mad at Chloe for her rejection. Rather, she was more than friendly with her. The truth was, Mrs. Cooper was actually a woman with innocent thoughts. With all the bad news floating around, and the fact that Mrs. Dawson hated Chloe, she just thought that if Chloe and Jack were to separate and she ended up single, that she could give Justin a shot. That way, her son wouldn't have to suffer as much from his unrequited love. However, since Chloe had already made it clear, she wasn't about to bring it up again. When Chloe left the Cooper residence, it was already dark outside. Just as the car that had her inside left, Justin's car came back. The two cars passed each other, but because of the blackened windows on both of their cars, Justin's didn't notice the person inside the Audi A8. "Mom, you didn't tell me you were having seafood for dinner?" Justin was greeted by a table full of seafood as soon as he stepped into the house. "I had a guest over. It's not for you." Mrs. Cooper sat down in the living room, sipping tea. "A guest? Who's privileged enough for my mother to invite them into our house?" Justin laughed, spinning his keys in his hands. "Chloe," Mrs. Cooper replied calmly. "Who?" Young Master Cooper was no longer laughing. "Chloe." Mrs. Cooper even decided to spell it out. She looked almost comical. Mrs. Cooper was also a rascal at times. "Mom, are you joking around with me?" Justin was clearly doubtful. "You can look at the surveillance if you don't believe me." "You invited her to our home?" "Yep." "To eat seafood?" "Yep." "Then, what were you trying to do?" Justin was truly speechless. "I like her," Mrs. Cooper replied, completely unfazed. Mom, don't mess around. Justin clearly didn't believe her. You don't like her? Mrs. Cooper asked, while staring at her son's face. Young Master Cooper's face immediately ruddied with embarrassment upon hearing his mother's acquisition. Don't change the topic. Tell me, why did you ask her to come? Nothing really. I just showed her your childhood pictures. What? Justin truly lost it. Mom, please don't tell me that you showed her the picture of me when I was 100 days old, dressed in the stupid red belly wrap. Justin was about to explode. Yep, that one. Mrs. Cooper was looking incredibly proud of herself. Mom! Justin was on the verge of having a breakdown. What? Mrs. Cooper answered calmly as she sipped tea. Be honest, was I given to you in a buy one, get one free promotion or something? Sorry, when you were born, buy one, get one free promotion wasn't a popular thing yet. Mrs. Cooper replied, even more calmly. Mom, why did you do that to me? Justin scrunched up his face and felt like crying. That photo was the most awkward photo of his life. Why did Chloe have to see it? He wanted to just shoot himself in the head. It's awkward to be embarrassed in front of your crush. I didn't do anything to you. That was a very cute photo of you. You should thank me if Chloe falls in love with you because of that photo. What if Chloe decides to start avoiding me because of that photo? Justin asked. Oh, Mrs. Cooper said, a little startled, and continued. I didn't think about that. Gee, thanks, Mom. Justin rubbed his temples in distress. Suddenly, he ran up the stairs to grab the photo album. Justin, where are you going with that? I'm locking it in my safe at the bank, just in case you decide to embarrass me again. Mrs. Cooper was left speechless. On his way to the bank, Justin received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello? Justin, it's Tracy. Who? I'm Tracy Grant, you dummy. Very much like Tracy, she sounded extremely joyful on the other end of the phone. Who's Tracy Grant? Justin asked again. It wasn't because he didn't care. He just didn't care enough to remember her name. In all honesty, he couldn't even recall the daughter of Mayor Hall. It was Hall something. Who cares? It wasn't his business anyway. BS. Are you being serious right now? You just saw me a while back. My grandpa took me to visit you. At the sound of that, the light bulb in Justin's head went off. Oh, it's you! What do you want? I can't just call you? Of course you can't. I'm a busy person. Can you get me Cody's autograph? I really like him, but he hasn't been updating his fans, and no one in the fan group knows what's going on. Did he go on a vacation? He hasn't updated his Weibo either. I'm worried. First of all, let me make something clear, little girl. Cody is under GK. Yeah, I know. Why are you here asking me if you already know? The news is saying you and Chloe are having an affair. That woman is also Cody's sister. So, of course, I'm asking you. I have nothing to say to you. Bye. Justin hung up the phone angrily. Tracy called back immediately, but he simply put his phone on silent. The butler walked over as soon as Chloe arrived at South Hill Manor. Young madame, dinner's ready. Okay, Chloe responded happily. Even though Mrs. Cooper had genuinely prepared a seafood feast for her, she left feeling hungry. Initially, she thought Mrs. Cooper was going to lock her down, or even worse, kill her. But not only did she leave safely, but she also discovered a secret. Justin's mother was very innocent and pure. She even confessed his son's feelings to his crush. She was, hands down, the best mother in the world. A sudden message notification pulled Chloe out of her thoughts. Little sister Chloe, weren't you coming to the company? I've been waiting for you the entire day. I forgot, she replied to Andrew as she stuffed a chopstick full of rice in her mouth. Then come tomorrow. Dad renewed the documents. Okay. How have you been with Jack? He asked. Not very good. We haven't been talking to each other and are living apart. I'm at the South Hill Manor, and he's at Imperial Park, Chloe said intentionally. Oh, really? Andrew chuckled slightly, but asked in disbelief. Nothing slips through your fingers. Shouldn't you already know? Chloe questioned back. So, what's your plan then? I hope you're not going to wave a white flag in defeat against Bella. That's not really your style. Do you need my help? Andrew probed. Help? How are you going to help me? Chloe chuckled. I have my ways. Just know that I'll get rid of this tick for you. I'm supposed to just believe that you're this kind? Chloe questioned. I've always been kind to you, haven't you noticed? Haha. Why would you, Mr. Green, do something for free? Save your sweet talk. It only works on those young naive girls, not on me. I won't take your help unless you tell me what you want. No pain, no gain. You're a stubborn girl, Andrew said. He then continued. Fine. Since you've asked, I will tell you. What I want is simple. Dad is transferring his shares tomorrow, and I want all of your shares. That's not a problem. But is that all? No add-ons? Chloe questioned him, a bit skeptical. What else can I add? If you want to give me anything extra, I'll take it. After all, GK is doing pretty well, Andrew joked. Stop joking around. Can you really deal with Bella? She's Mayor Hall's daughter, you know, Chloe reminded him. It doesn't matter who her father is. I have my ways. Fine, I'll believe you. If you can get rid of Bella for me, I will give you all my shares. I won't take a single penny. Okay, deal. Wait for my good news. Chloe questioned the legitimacy of this deal as she hung up the phone. She could never fully trust the things that came out of Andrew's mouth. Did she need his help against Bella? Of course not. But since Andrew initiated this conversation, he must have other motives. She hadn't figured out what they were just yet, but her and Jack's show could be over for now. A fox like Andrew would reveal no more, and now he would probably be focusing his efforts on Bella, as he had offered. Chloe dialed Jack's number, but he didn't pick up. She then sent over a message. Honey, the game's over. Come home, I'll be waiting for you. Chloe waited for 5 minutes, but he didn't reply. Her heart sped up as a small panic rushed over her. Did Jack get mad at her? Since she didn't tell him when she went over to Justin's house. Just as she was diving deeper within her thoughts, the knob of the bedroom door turned. Jack stood at the entrance. He wore a tailor-made suit, paired with the most handsome face ever. Jack always looked calm. He was rather different from Justin. Justin was an extrovert with an extremely flamboyant personality. He was hot-tempered and territorial. If he liked you, then his passion would burn you alive. But if he didn't like you, he wouldn't even bother to remember your name. Jack, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. He was very introverted, and oftentimes it was difficult to tell his emotions as he buried them deep within his heart. For example, with Chloe, he cared about her very much, but strangers would never be able to tell that he did. The emotion he felt for her was not something that could be understood by the average person. Fortunately, the presence of his determination was heavily felt by Chloe. Honey! Chloe jumped up the moment she saw Jack and wrapped her arms around his waist as if she was terrified he would disappear. I called you, but you didn't pick up, so I messaged you, but you didn't reply. I was starting to panic. What's there to panic about? I'm not going anywhere. Jack cupped her face and stared at her beautiful face. So you saw my message? Yes, I was almost home, so I didn't reply. Jack lifted her up and walked over to the sofa, and then lovingly dropped her onto his lap. I think Andrew is changing his tactic. He's not focusing on whether or not we're divorcing. I think he's trying to get close to Bella now. I'm not sure what he's trying to do it, but I think this is part of his plans, Chloe explained, as she rested her head on Jack's chest. Jack stroked Chloe's hair, his eyes gleaming with tenderness. Honey, let's not talk about this for now. We have more important things to do. What? Chloe asked, a little startled. She thought he was going to share with her some important information he recently found out. Little did she know that Jack would wrap her into his arms as he slipped his hands inside her cotton pajamas. Ah, what are you doing? I haven't showered yet. First sex, then shower. Then, Jack's endless gentleness completely flooded over Chloe. It had been a while since they last made love, so they were both more passionate than usual. Chloe was even a little nervous and excited. She choppily cooperated with Mr. Dawson's movements and even teased him here and there. Their light moans filled the air around them. A night like this one became especially mesmerizing. An hour later, exhausted, Chloe took a shower and then came out of the bathroom. Jack seemed to be tired too. He leaned against the headboard and lit up a cigarette. He reached his hand out to her upon seeing her walk out. Chloe obediently walked over and sat down by the edge of the bed. He put an arm around her slim waist. "Honey, I feel like we've been fighting more ever since Bella came back to the country. I thought about it, and I think it's because I haven't been ignoring her enough, causing misunderstandings between us." Chloe rested her head on his sturdy chest and replied gently, "The truth is, I know that nothing's going on between the two of you, and you would never fall for her. I know that you know what's going on in that head of hers. And I also know that Bella isn't the root of our arguments. Neither is Justin. Too many things have piled atop each other, making us both a bit exhausted. After all, we're humans, not machines." "Yes, you're right," Jack nodded, showing his agreement with Chloe's analysis. "But honey, we can't ignore the crisis behind these incidents. We still don't know if Andrew is behind all of this, but if he isn't, it means that we have other enemies, so we have to be even more careful in the future." "I'll be fine. I'm more worried about you. You need to protect yourself better." "I will." Chloe nodded. They hadn't been together in a while, and they truly missed each other. Chloe quickly slid under the covers and curled up in Jack's arms like a kitten. She felt a long-lost sense of security blossoming from the bottom of her heart. Jack hadn't been sleeping well for the past few days. Now that he was once again bathed in Chloe's unique scent, he quickly fell asleep. A while later, Chloe opened her eyes. She noticed that Jack was in deep sleep. His breathing was even, and the beautiful moonlight outside the windows enabled her to take a closer look at his young and gorgeous face. Chloe still felt like everything was just a dream. The young man she loved as a young girl was now her husband. How lucky was she? She sneaked a gentle peck on the corner of his mouth. "Thank you for never giving up. Thank you for betting your entire life on me. I will never let you lose out. Good night, and I love you, Mr. Dawson." Chloe's voice was barely audible as she muttered to herself. Then she put her arms around his neck and fell asleep happily. The next morning, Chloe woke up early and was in a great mood. She put on some casual wear and went downstairs to make breakfast with the maids. Breakfast was ready by the time Jack came downstairs. "Honey, what did you make me?" Jack woke up 30 minutes after her. He looked much better after a good night's sleep. The smog that had been hanging over his head for the past few days had all dissipated. "I made some egg pancakes but didn't succeed. Some of them are burnt." Chloe stuck out her tongue at him. She held in her hand a plate of slightly blackened egg pancakes. "So, we're having dark cuisine for breakfast." Jack couldn't help but laugh. Chloe was at a loss for words. "You can eat what the maids made. They made a lot, and there's more than just egg pancakes." Chloe felt bad for herself. Jack smiled as he snatched the plate from Chloe's hand and placed it onto the table. "This is my favorite." Then he began eating. They didn't taste that good, but since Chloe made them, Jack felt happier than ever. Chloe sat across from him, slowly sipping on warm milk. "What do you have for plan today, honey?" Jack knew that Chloe had the day off, so he asked her as he ate. "I have to go back to the Green Corporation in the morning, because Timothy is updating his will and redistributing his stock rights." "Does that mean you're going to come across a large amount of money?" Jack smiled. "Yup, so if you end up losing your job, I can be your sugar mommy." "Ever since we got married, I've been saving up a lot of money on the side." "Great. Then I don't have to be worried about unemployment." Ever since she married Jack, not only did he transfer her hundreds of millions, GK's finance department also transferred Jack's $1 million a month salary into Chloe's account, making her an extremely wealthy woman. She had so much money that she didn't even know how to spend it all. "Should we have lunch together? Come and find me. I'll be at the company." "Yup." Chloe nodded. "The young master and young madam look good in a couple's outfit," one of the maids said quietly. Only then did Chloe look down and realize that she and Jack both wore white today. She was wearing a baggy white sweater. Her outfit wasn't sexy, but it made her look as youthful as a high school student, which was very fitting to Chloe's style. She randomly picked this sweater out from the closet and paired it with dark denim straight jeans and sheepskin heels. Jack rarely wore white, but today he did. It was a knitted shirt from some luxurious French brand. He seldom wore bright colors, but looked incredibly gorgeous when he did. They looked like they had come out of a portrait as the sun shone onto them through the French-style windows. "I can't believe how much our clothes match." Chloe smiled. "It shows how connected we are." Jack looked at her, his expression as gentle as ever. They each drove a car out of South Hill Manor and went their own ways at the intersection. Green Corporation headquarters. Chloe arrived early. She was a punctual person who hated waiting for people, and vice versa. She believed that respecting others' time was the basis of respecting others. The shareholders walked in one by one, but Evelyn and Andrew were nowhere to be seen. Brenny came in after Timothy. She looked pale and wasn't dressed as flashy as she used to. She was wearing a black woolen dress, and her hair was up in a high ponytail. Her expression was pale, and she had obvious dark circles under her eyes. Chloe could imagine how bad Brenny's life must have become since her omnipotent mother had been put on house arrest. Brenny was a brainless woman, so naturally, she didn't have what it took to stir up trouble. After she came in, Brenny glanced at Chloe, but didn't say anything. Just then, Andrew walked in. President Green. President Green. The shareholders treated Andrew with more respect than Timothy, the corporation's chairman. "Since we're all here then, we might as well begin. Dad, why don't you start?" Andrew smiled as he looked at Timothy. Timothy appeared a lot older, and the white hair in his sideburns was more obvious than ever. "Some things have happened at home recently, so I've decided to redistribute my stock rights and update my will. I asked you all to be here to bear witness." Then, Timothy's lawyer walked up to the crowd and read out Timothy's new will and stock rights, while the others listened quietly. The Green Corporation was a family business, but the Green family didn't own all the stock rights, since the shareholders had quite a bit in their hands as well. After the redistribution, Andrew's stock rights remained the same, while Lily's increased by 2%. Chloe's stock rights, on the other hand, soared up to 10%, making her the second biggest shareholder after Timothy. Liam and Evelyn's stock rights were completely revoked, and Brenny was only left was 2%. It seemed like, although she was his biological daughter, he still vented his anger out on her. After his announcement, no one said anything, because after all, this was the Green family's internal matters. "Chloe, don't disappoint me," Timothy said to Chloe with much profoundness. She wanted to say something but remained silent. The truth was, she struggled. If Timothy found out that he didn't give birth to her, he would probably instantly fall to the floor and begin spitting out white foam. "Dad, Chloe is so smart. Of course she won't let you down," Andrew answered for her. Timothy nodded. Exhausted, he left. As Chloe walked out of the conference room, Brenny suddenly called her quietly. "Chloe, I need to talk to you." Chloe turned around to look at her in surprise. "Can we talk in private? I don't want to talk to you here." It was obvious that Brenny didn't want Andrew to know. "Fine." Chloe nodded, and then she followed Brenny into a small lounge beside the conference room. Brenny looked tired and no longer had that arrogant expression on her face. "Chloe, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" Chloe nodded. She knew that Brenny was no longer a threat to her. "Can you introduce me to Case Chase?" "Case Chase? Who's that?" It wasn't that Chloe wasn't up to date with her news. Case was simple too, low profile of a person. He's one of the 4 princes and is the young heir of Northern Auto. He came back to the country recently. Oh, right. He went to young Master Cooper's birthday party. but I don't know him. I know you don't. Case is a low-profile man and rarely interacts with people in our circle. So I can't get in touch with him, but I heard that he's close friends with young Master Cooper. I think, since you guys are so close, if he helps me, then I would be able to get to know him. As for the rest, I'll have to rely on myself for that. All you have to do is introduce me to him. Chloe was just about to speak when Brenny added, I won't ask you to help me for free. I can transfer a part of my stock rights to you. After all, you're the second biggest stockholder after Dad and have the ability to fight against Andrew. The problem is, I have no interest in your stock rights, nor fighting against Andrew. Don't lie to me. My mom said that you'll never be on Andrew's side. Your mother sure knows me well. Chloe was surprised at how thoroughly Evelyn saw things. She didn't tell me why, but I believe her. What do you think? Do you want to cut this deal? My stock rights for your introduction, Brenny begged. She didn't care about what the news said, but she knew that Chloe and Justin had a special relationship. As long as Chloe asked, Justin would help her for sure. It only mattered if she was willing to ask or not. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Chloe smiled as she refused her. First, she wasn't interested in Brenny's remaining stock rights. Soon, Andrew would take those stocks and put them in his own pocket. Second, she decided that she will no longer get involved with Justin because of mundane things. She finally made up with Mr. Dawson, and she didn't want to do anything that frustrated him. Therefore, she decided to refuse Brenny's request. The latter felt down in the dumps as she watched Chloe walk away. She never thought that one day, the ground beneath her would crumble. She also never thought that she would one day be envious of Chloe. She used to mock Chloe, calling her poor, saying that she was a bastard child, and judging her for not having a father. However, she had a father as well as money, but she lived like a dog, if not worse than one. Chloe, on the other hand, not only married Jack, but was also loved by a man like Justin. Any other woman would be jealous to death, right? After Chloe finished her conversation with Brenny, she was about to head downstairs when Andrew's assistant stopped her. Miss Green, the president is waiting for you. What for? I'm not sure either. You'll find out when you go in. The female assistant smiled. Every time Chloe went to the Green Corporation, Andrew would always ask her to go to his office. She was too lazy to knock, so she pushed open his office door and walked straight in. Andrew was signing documents for the finance department. That's it for now. You can leave. Okay, President Green. Come sit. Andrew waved his hand and smiled at Chloe. Just tell me what you want. I'm headed to GK right now. Andrew looked at Chloe and then said profoundly, I think wearing a low-cut sweater today was a big mistake. Ha! Since when did you develop the habit of commenting on my outfit? Chloe was amused. Don't tell me you don't know what's on your neck. Chloe froze for a second upon hearing what Andrew said. She was in such a hurry to make breakfast this morning that she didn't look at herself too closely in the mirror. Therefore, she immediately ran up to a mirror and took a look. Then, her face immediately turned bright red. There was a hickey on her neck. Damn it, how humiliating. Mr. Dawson is such a jerk. Why didn't he tell her this morning? She even pranced around the maids and Uncle George. She flaunted their love without knowing it. So, how domineering is that brother-in-law of mine? Did he tag you because he's afraid that someone will try to steal you away? Andrew placed a finger on his temple and looked at her with a spurious smile on his face. Do you need to talk to me? Shoot, or else I'm leaving. Chloe felt like it was too perverted to talk about her private matters with Andrew. Therefore, she decided to not respond to him. Look at you. You're so patient and calm with everyone else. But why do you always treat me, your brother, with such animosity? You look like you're about to blow up any second. It's your own fault. You're as volatile as gasoline. Andrew was speechless. He was dumbfounded by Chloe's assessment of him. Fine, you have a point. But I'm about to help you remove your biggest obstacle. Can't you thank me sincerely? Once you succeed, I'll bring you some ham, sunflower seeds, and canned peaches. Andrew was speechless again. Ham, sunflower seeds, and canned peaches? What the hell? Andrew was completely flabbergasted. Chloe, you're such a weird person. I've met so many people, but no one can compare to you. Andrew was furious and amused at the same time. It just means you haven't seen enough. You're right. This world is filled with weird people. I bet you are a mutated creature who somehow survived the Jurassic period. Andrew commented in all seriousness. So, you ask me to come to your office to talk BS with you? Chloe was running out of patience. Not everyone has the chance to talk BS with me. Would you like me to leave some shut here for you to bull with then? Chloe decided to piss him off a couple times, so he learned his lesson. Chloe's words immediately infuriated Andrew. He quickly pressed a button on his company phone. See her out. Goodbye. Chloe was pleased with herself and walked out of President Green's office arrogantly, leaving Andrew all rattled in his office. He now understood that whoever loved a weirdo like Chloe was probably a weirdo himself. Chloe drove to GK's headquarters. She hadn't been here in a while, but the employees still greeted the young madam passionately. No one was affected by the negative press. When Chloe walked into Jack's office, the latter was still in the conference room. Mark sensibly poured her a glass of milk. Young madam, wait here. The president is still in a meeting. Okay. Chloe casually sat down on the couch to wait for him. Just then, his phone began to ring. Chloe glanced at Jack's phone, sitting on his desk. Looks like he didn't take it with him into the conference room. She wasn't going to pick up, but upon seeing that it was Bella who was calling, she immediately changed her mind. Hello? Chloe picked up. No one responded. Bella was probably surprised that Chloe was the one who picked up. Is Jack there? You can tell me what it is you need to talk to him about, Chloe said impolitely. I'm sorry, Chloe. I don't feel comfortable talking to you about this. Bella's doesn't matter. He'll tell me right after you tell him anyway. It won't make a difference, Chloe said confidently. Huh. I wouldn't know if you didn't tell me, but do you guys not give each other any privacy? Is that how married couples in the country treat each other? No wonder divorce rates are so high. Huh, what do you mean by that? Chloe was a little angry. I was just saying, don't think too much about it. Chloe, I didn't mean to make you mad. I just thought that couples should respect each other, as well as each other's privacy. After all, you are two people and shouldn't dominate each other's personal space. You shouldn't rely too much on each other, am I right? I know what you're talking about, but here's the thing. You're an outsider, so I really don't think you should be lecturing me on how Jack and I should live our lives. Oh, and you can be as close to Jack's parents as you want. That's your business. But please stop referring to yourself as a member of the Dawson family. Sometimes it's better to know your place. Before Bella had the chance to retort, Jack came in. Here, it's for you, Chloe said as she handed him his phone. Who is it? He asked. Miss Hall, Chloe emphasized. Jack took the phone and asked indifferently, What is it? Jack, my mom just came back from Lake Yanzi, and she caught a lot of fresh fish. You like fish, right? Mrs. Dawson said that it's your favorite, so my mom asked our maid to make a bunch of dishes. There's steamed fish, braised fish, boiled fish, and stewed fish. My dad wants to invite you over for dinner. Before Bella finished her rant, Jack immediately refused. Please thank Uncle Hall for me, but I won't be able to go for dinner. I told my wife that I'm going to spend the next couple of days with her. Oh, I see. Another day, then. You can actually bring Chloe along with you, Bella added at the end. No, it's okay. She doesn't like fish, and neither do I. Thank you for the kind gesture. Then, Jack immediately hung up. You like fish? Chloe never knew about this. She never noticed that Mr. Dawson liked fish when they ate out with Noah and Sarah. That was a long time ago. Once, I went fishing with my dad and came back with some fish, which my mom then cooked using the microwave. It tasted really fresh, so I ate more than usual. From then on, my mom thought that I liked fish, so she kept making it. I see. Chloe nodded. Have you been waiting for a while? Jack reached out to lovingly rub her cheek. Nope, I've only been here a couple minutes. What do you want for lunch? Jack asked. I have no idea, but I know that Sarah's off today, and she's having lunch with Noah. Should we go wreak some havoc? Chloe smiled evilly. Honey, is that really a good idea? Jack couldn't help but laugh. Of course it is. Let's go. Sarah told me that she's having roasted duck on Chang Street. Let's create a chance encounter. Then, before Jack could respond, an excited Chloe pulled his hand and began dragging him out of GK. She ran like a child, leaving all the employees in bewilderment. At some roasted duck restaurant on Chang Street, when Jack and Chloe went upstairs, they immediately saw Noah and Sarah, who were sitting by the window. They looked like a sweet couple, laughing and talking. Chloe quietly walked up to Sarah and suddenly patted her on the shoulder. Ah! Sarah was so scared that she shrieked out. Noah was just about to take out his gun when he looked up to see Chloe and Jack. He immediately calmed down. Why are you guys here? Guys. What a coincidence, Chloe beamed at them. Noah and Sarah immediately looked like they were caught with their pants down or something. Sarah, what kind of friend are you? Why didn't you call me to join you guys? Chloe pretended to be angry and demanded. Oh, I had the day off today. Noah said this place has really good roasted duck, so he invited me. Mr. Moneybags, Noah, why didn't you ask my husband to join you guys for lunch? I thought that you guys were friends. Chloe purposely glanced at Noah. The latter immediately dry coughed. Mr. Dawson's a busy man. I heard that GK is getting ready for its New Year banquet, so I didn't want to bother him. You didn't even ask me. How did you know I was busy? What a fortune teller. Jack quietly threw Noah under the bus. Noah began feeling even more awkward. Hey, come sit. Sit, let's eat together. Sarah immediately stood up and offered her seat, hoping to change the subject and avoid further awkwardness. You guys seem to be close these days, eating roasted duck together, Chloe continued, picking on them. Sarah and Noah both coughed awkwardly. Honey, what are you talking about? They would never reconcile. I bet they're splitting the bill today, Jack said on purpose. Yeah, we're splitting the bill. That stupid cop Noah is too cheap to treat me to lunch. Way to hit a man when he's down, Sarah, Noah said, feeling wronged. It was Sarah who said she wanted roast duck and him who offered to treat her. However, after Jack and Chloe made fun of them, this meal went from being Noah's treat to them splitting the bill. How speechless. It is what it is. It's not like we're best buds or something. We're each paying half. Sarah kept batting her eyes at Noah, in fear that he didn't understand. Helpless, Noah depressingly looked down and no longer said anything. Just then, the roasted duck was served. Hungry, Chloe rolled one up for herself, but just as she was about to eat it, she instead brought it over to Jack's mouth. Honey, here, try this. Thanks, honey. Are you guys really here for roast duck and not to flaunt your love? Noah looked at the Dawson couple, completely speechless, yet couldn't do anything about it. What do you think? We're both hungry and have no time to flaunt. Honey, eat this. It's free, Chloe laughed. Pfft, girl, are we suckers? Remember who you guys are? Super rich people like you shouldn't eat regular citizens? Like us, poor. Sarah commented bitterly. Chloe ate too fast and accidentally got some sauce on the corner of her mouth. Jack took a piece of napkin and gently wiped the sauce off her face. Sarah and Noah stared at them with envy, jealousy, and hate. Hey, Sarah, remember how you told me about that guy on Snap yesterday? How's it going with him? Chloe asked in all seriousness. Sarah was immediately dumbfounded. That guy who's been chasing after you like crazy and gave you 99 red roses, Chloe added. By then, Noah's face had turned green. Sarah, I didn't know how popular you were. Listen to me, girl. You're not here for roasted duck. You're here to push me off a cliff, aren't you? Sarah finally came to her senses. She didn't mention anyone to Chloe last night. Noah was the only man she had been talking to recently. Chloe was obviously splashing dirty water on her. Before Sarah had the chance to explain, Jack looked at Noah and asked, "What about you and that female cop who works under you? Didn't you say you met her parents already?" Noah was speechless. "Which female cop?" He didn't respond fast enough. "How many are there?" Jack questioned back. "Noah." Sarah gritted her teeth and glared at Noah, ready to rip him into pieces. "Have mercy. I'm not dating any female cops. I've been working overtime for so long that it's killing me. I go on a dozen missions a day," Noah explained with a pained expression. In the end, Jack and Chloe suddenly burst out in arrogant laughter. That's how Noah and Sarah realized that they had walked right into their trap. "Have you guys had your fun?" Noah clenched his teeth and glared at Mr. and Mrs. Dawson. "You guys suck. It's enough that you guys flaunt your love in front of us single people. How dare you toy with us?" Sarah's expression was also filled with fury. "It's your fault for dating in secret. The truth is, it's normal that you guys are together, but I can't stand your denial. Why is it so hard to admit that you're in a relationship?" Chloe said as she ate. Noah and Sarah looked at each other and then fell silent. "So, I have a question. Have you guys had sex yet?" Jack asked in all seriousness. Chloe thought that her husband was going to ask them if they were in a relationship. However, he skipped that question and immediately hit the home base, leaving all three of them dumbstruck. "Honey, shouldn't you be a little more subtle?" Chloe burst out in laughter. Noah and Sarah, on the other hand, were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. After a long time, Noah looked at Jack and said, "Your wife isn't a good role model. What's with the dirty jokes? Do you take them to bed?" Ha ha ha. It had been a while since Chloe laughed so carelessly. She spat out her food in laughter upon hearing Noah's remarks. Food went flying everywhere. Jack quietly took out some napkins and went back to wiping his wife's face. "I have a question. Can we, or can we not enjoy the roast duck?" Sarah looked at Chloe as if she had been wronged. "Of course we can. Admit to your relationship, and we'll go back to eating. Otherwise, we're going to continue with our interrogation. Criminals aren't even interrogated this way," Noah complained. "You look frustrated. I'm guessing she didn't sleep with you yet?" Jack looked at Noah and asked. Noah: "Oh, I see. So nothing happened with you guys when we stayed at that hotel, right, Noah?" Chloe exclaimed. "Girl, you've changed. You're not pure anymore." Sarah looked at Chloe and pouted. "Have you guys done it yet?" Noah and Sarah were again at a loss for words. Jack looked out the window at the beautiful sunny day outside. He suddenly said, "No time like the present, guys. After we finish eating here, you guys can go straight to the Ritz-Carlton. I'll ask them to save you a presidential suite. I'll also ask the hotel staff to get you guys some flowers and red wine." Mr. Dawson was extremely generous. "Condoms, too. Basic protection is still necessary," Chloe added. "Goodbye." "Bye." Noah and Sarah waved goodbye at them and then proceeded to leave. Chloe grabbed Sarah's arms. "Haha, we're not going to make fun of you guys anymore. Come and sit down." "Honey, don't stop them. You're holding them up. They're in such a hurry to leave because they want to get to the hotel as soon as possible." "Oh, I see. I've had it with you guys. Can't we enjoy some roast duck in peace?" Noah was speechless. "Yeah, aren't you being accused of an affair these days? Aren't you being blamed for testifying for Justin? How can you guys be so chill and come out for roast duck? You guys sure are magnanimous," Sarah cursed. Chloe's lips curled up into a smile. "Being magnanimous makes life easier. We can't get mad at everything that comes our way." "Okay, end of discussion. Let's eat. The food will be cold soon," Noah said. He originally wanted to enjoy a nice romantic lunch with Sarah. However, the Dawson couple ruined things for him. Noah was speechless. He had planned on taking Sarah out for a movie after lunch. Are you guys going back to the company after lunch? Noah asked, on purpose. Nope. We have nothing to do today. We'll go wherever you guys go, Chloe replied. Chloe, you can't do that. People who are full will never understand the hunger of those in starvation. You can't flaunt your own love and ruin others. It's not ethical. So, are you going to go to the hotel with her? If so, we won't follow you guys. Or else, you're stuck with us today, Chloe announced. Furious, Sarah shot up and said, Stupid cop, let's go to a hotel. Sit down first. Let's calm down first. Noah tried to persuade her. No. Let's go now and see if they'll follow us. Let's not go to that Ritz-Carlton place. I'll treat you to an inn. Inns aren't well soundproofed, girl. Chloe laughed. That's what's so great about it. We can listen to our neighbors, and they can listen to us. How exciting is that? Noah and Chloe were speechless. Chloe, Jack, if you guys have guts to play, then don't back down and let's play. Let's reserve neighboring rooms at the inn and see who lasts longer. What do you think? Sarah was a scary woman when she went all out. Venomous tongue. Sarah, don't be like that. Come and sit down. Noah secretly tugged at her hand. Chloe was also dumbstruck by what Sarah said and was thinking of what to reply with when Mr. Dawson said slowly, That's a good idea. Everyone was then left dumbfounded, including Sarah. She was just joking around, yet Jack was even more terrifying. Mr. Dawson, I was just joking, haha. Sarah chickened out. But I took it seriously, Jack said in all seriousness. Chloe, keep your man at bay. Is he trying to play us dead? Sarah felt like crying and looked helplessly at Chloe as if she wanted her help. Chloe was probably the only person in this entire world who could suppress Jack. Honey? Ahem. Let's leave them alone and go home. Chloe glanced at the couple in front of her, and upon seeing how dumbfounded they were, she decided to let them off the hook. They were going to secretly enjoy some roasted duck, but Jack and Chloe ended up having way too much fun with them. Chloe wiped her mouth with a napkin and then pulled Jack up. Thanks for the duck, guys. Chloe smiled. Warrior, see you never. Noah did the classic palm-to-hand salute, causing her to once again burst out in laughter. Chloe was still laughing even after they left the restaurant. Honey, did we go overboard? They might curse at us behind our backs. Jack smiled, but he didn't say anything. That afternoon, Chloe went back to GK's headquarters with Jack. The latter had work to do, so Chloe walked around the company. Then she bumped into Annie, who had just signed a cell phone endorsement deal. Therefore, she had been filming with that. A dozen people swarmed around her and treated her like a hotshot. When Chloe walked in, everyone immediately greeted her. Young madam. Chloe nodded at everyone. Annie walked up to her with a bottle of green tea. Have something to drink, young madam. Thank you. Chloe took the green tea and looked around. I haven't seen you here in a while. Yeah, I've been pretty busy recently. How are you doing? I heard that the company got you some endorsement deals. Yeah, 1 cell phone commercial, 2 new season clothing commercials, and a phone app commercial. That's good. Work hard. Thank you, young madam. Oh, right. Did you and Jennifer not get along well? Annie suddenly asked. Yeah, we didn't really get along, Chloe answered honestly. I signed with GK because she asked me to. She's friends with my cousin, but I don't know her very well. A few days ago, she kept calling me and asking me to help her. She wants to come back to the city, but you should know that I don't like interfering in others' business. I also know that you're a smart woman, and there must be a reason behind your decision to transfer her. So, I didn't agree to help her. She must have misbehaved and caused the young madam trouble. You're right. She didn't really know how to behave. Chloe took a sip of green tea and said slowly, Young madam, don't worry. I'm not a woman without principle. You gave me a chance at stardom, so I will never betray you and help pointless people. I also hope that you won't link me with them. After all, we're different people with different paths, and all I want to do is work and make money for the company. I know. Chloe nodded. Annie's intentions were clear. She wanted Chloe to know that although Jennifer introduced her to GK, they weren't close friends, so she didn't want Chloe to vent her anger out on Annie. The truth was, Chloe almost forgot that the person named Jennifer even existed. Ever since Bella came back to the country, she encountered her true enemy. That woman had her ways. She was as vicious as a wolf, but always pretended to be a weak lamb. Jack got off work at 6 p.m., and the two of them drove back to Sky Blessing Court. They wanted to show her mother that the divorce was no more than malignant rumors. Sandra was immediately relieved upon seeing them as happy as they used to be, and began cooking them dinner. After dinner, it began snowing on their way home. This was the first snowfall in the city ever since winter came. Snowflakes floated down like cotton candy. Outside South Hill Manor, Jack and Chloe left the Maybach after parking it. The snow is beautiful. Chloe looked up. The white snow added a hint of romance to the night skies. Jack held Chloe's hand and slowly said, "Apparently, if you walk in the snow with the person you love, you guys might accidentally become white-haired together." Chloe turned around to look at Jack. There were snowflakes on his hair as he stood before her, tall and handsome. "Mr. Dawson, may I have the honor of taking a stroll with you?" Chloe smiled as she asked. "I guess I have no choice but to say yes, Mrs. Dawson," Jack said as he lovingly rubbed her head. Just like that, the two of them began walking around their mansion on South Hill amidst the snowfall. It had been 7 years, and there had been a lot of snowfall around this area over the years. However, Chloe never felt the way she did today, perhaps because of the person beside her. Jack held her hand, the warmth in his palm transmitting onto hers. Just like an old couple, they quietly walked in the snow. They remained silent, but it wasn't awkward at all. Feeling emotional, Chloe took out her phone and put her cheek against Jack's, capturing this moment forever. The two of them were both wearing white and standing in the snow. Then, Chloe uploaded this selfie and a sentence onto her friend circle. "If you don't leave me, I promise to not leave you until death does us apart." Chloe wasn't good at photoshopping, so she only made their skin look a bit whiter before uploading the photo. Therefore, their photos actually looked like them. Since they were both good-looking, their photos were stunning no matter how they took them. "Whoa, sis, you and my brother-in-law are both super attractive." Although he was in New Zealand, Thomas didn't forget to comment. Chloe replied with a smile. "Gather around, you can't miss the Dawson couple making single people feel bad by publicly displaying affection," Noah commented. "Your words are so cheesy, girl. You're 3 years late on the lingo," Sarah said. "I think you're just jealous. Why not ask Mr. Noah to say it to you as well?" Chloe replied. Noah sensibly replied to Sarah, "If you don't leave me, I promise I will die." "Screw you," Sarah cursed. This couple constantly brightened up Chloe's day. Just then, Victoria commented, "We should have our weddings together on January 1st. You guys didn't host a wedding yet, right? We're not in a hurry. We're already legally married, so a wedding to us is just a ceremony." Chloe smiled. "So, you guys are going to plan a wedding and the 1-month birthday party of your child at the same time?" Victoria asked. That's a good idea. I'll take that into consideration." Delighted, Chloe replied to the comments in her friend circle as she read them out to Jack. They strolled around in the snow for a very long time. When Victoria commented on Chloe's snap, she was actually having hot pot with Justin, Max, and Brenton. They all wanted hot pot, but Victoria was too lazy to go anywhere since it was snowing outside. Therefore, the 3 men decided to go along with her and eat hot pot at Brenton's. This place was Brenton's personal mansion. He was going to buy a new one since they were getting married, but Victoria liked it here. Therefore, they ended up staying here. 2 maids, a driver, and a gardener worked at the mansion. It was standard for a person with Brenton's status. He went to the grocery store and almost bought the entire hot pot aisle. Then, the 4 of them sat around the fireplace and enjoyed the hot pot. Things were going great, until Justin became depressed upon Chloe's photo upload. Victoria's phone was the newest iPhone on the market, and the screen was really big. Justin saw a photo of Chloe when she placed her phone on the dining table. He originally thought that it was a photo of just her, so Justin grabbed her phone to take a look. However, he quietly placed her phone down with a depressed expression on his face after seeing that it was a photo of Chloe and Jack. Ahem, you keep asking for torture. Max coughed. Since they were already talking about it, Victoria decided to say something. The truth is, Chloe may seem cold-blooded and indifferent at times, but she actually cares a lot about the people she loves. She fell in love with Jack when they were young, and although they spent so many years apart, and it took a long time for them to get together, they persevered. I think she's very brave to be able to hold his hand and brave the uncertainties and doubts thrown at them by the outside world. She's only 24 years old. People can't expect for her to be as mature as a middle-aged woman, but whoever Chloe loves is a lucky man, because she's your typical stubborn girl. Once she falls in love with him, then it's for life. Victoria's words made Justin even more depressed. He put down his chopsticks and began gulping down beer. Haha, Victoria, do you want a fishball? Brenton wanted to change the subject. However, Victoria suddenly turned around to face Justin. So, aren't you tired of your single-sided pursuit of her? Even if you know that she's deeply in love with someone else, you still won't give up? Victoria? Brenton wanted to stop her. Justin was already feeling crappy, so Victoria's question was obviously adding insult to injury. Don't butt in, let Justin answer. He's a man, you shouldn't protect him like a woman, Victoria said, word for word. Ahem, sister-in-law, you sure are domineering. Max gave her a thumbs up. Justin looked up and said slowly, Of course I get tired. I'm not Jesus, for crying out loud. I'm still human. Sometimes I also feel like a fool, knowing that my feelings for her aren't reciprocated. I want Chloe to be by my side, but things aren't that easy. I like her, and that's my problem. I didn't trouble her, nor did I purposely try to break them up, so I feel like my feelings for her are somewhat justified. Plus, to tell you the truth, when I fell for her, I didn't know she was married. No one wants to become the other man on purpose, and I'm not a man who's short on women, so why would I target a married woman? I get all that, but my heart doesn't. I told myself to give up more than once, and that I will never get a chance with her, but every time I do, my heart begins to throb. In the end, I decided to push all those thoughts away, and just like her. You guys all know I like Chloe. The entire world knows I like Chloe. Even Chloe knows I like Chloe. I think it's for the best. She's not mine, but my love for her isn't cheap or twisted. At least I won't hit Jack when he's down. And at least I didn't look for ways to break them up, right? The three of them fell silent upon hearing this. Justin was speaking the truth. He then added, Honestly, you guys don't have to feel bad for me at all. I think it's rare for a person to meet someone he's willing to do anything for. It really is. Not everyone is as lucky as I am, so even if Chloe doesn't end up dating me, I still think it's for the best. I'm just letting things be, really. I don't want more from her. I'm satisfied as is. Justin knew that he couldn't be too greedy. It was good enough that he could occasionally see her, read her Weibo updates, and listen to friends talk about her. If she was meant to be his, she would be his one day. If she wasn't, then he was not going to force her. So, he had decided to admit defeat and let things be. He was speechless that God purposely toyed him like this and arranged such a deadly encounter. My boy Justin. Tears circled in Max's eyes. The grown-ass man was so touched by Justin's words. Don't cry, dude. I'm not dying. Let's drink. Justin smiled bitterly. Then, he picked up his beer bottle and went back to drink with Max and Brenton. Victoria calmed down and fell silent. Truth be told, she was going to convince Justin to give up, but after what he said, she thought he had a point. He didn't hurt Chloe or put her in danger, so why shouldn't he be allowed to like her? Forcing Justin to forget about Chloe was a little cruel. Victoria looked at Chloe and Jack's happy smiles on her phone and suddenly felt like it was a gift from God for Jack to still be able to get Chloe back after 7 years. After Noah and Sarah watched a movie, they shopped around. Sarah was your typical shopaholic and never left empty-handed. Sometimes, she would force herself to buy some bras or panties if she really didn't know what to buy. It had become a vicious cycle, so she didn't have a lot saved up. Over the years, at Wanda Square they walked around the shops. Huh? Is that new? It's pretty. Sarah went inside a luxury brand shop and looked at the wallet before her. Although it was just a wallet, it cost $10,800. She had even more bags than Chloe did, but she kept buying more and more. However, she only bought what she could afford, and Chloe labeled her as a bag fan. "Miss, I'd like that wallet," Gowran said as he reached for his wallet. "No, it's okay. I'll pay for it myself." Sarah took out her wallet as well. Truth be told, she had no intention of asking Noah to pay. "No, use mine," Noah insisted. The two of them stood there at an impasse until a sensible female employee took Noah's ICBC bank card. That was his salary card. "I'll take yours, sir." The female employee smiled and took Noah's card from him. Damn it, Sarah felt incredibly awkward. Ahem, stupid cop. I really didn't want you to pay. You already spent $700 during lunch today. Those two rich a-holes left right after lunch. I'm speechless. I feel bad for us normal folks. Sarah complained about Chloe and Jack in a comical way. Noah looked down and laughed. It's okay. I'll make sure to visit his mansion sometime and steal a bottle of his wine. A bottle of his wine is worth my year's salary. I know how little you earn. Can you not pretend to be rich? It's okay. It's just $10,000. Ahem. It's 2 months of my salary. Noah was embarrassed to tell her how little he earned. He was the captain of the criminal police unit, but only earned a little over $5,000 each month. Public servants seemed to have it all, but their salaries were truly pathetic. If Sarah flew long-distance flights, she made more than $20,000 a month. All in all, the flight attendant made much more than the public servant. Gosh, I feel bad for you. You can't pay for this. All it's going to cost is half a month of my salary. I can afford it. Then, Sarah turned around to head towards the cashier. However, Noah pulled her back by her collar. Chill. I never get to buy you anything, just take it. Okay? I'm cheap, so who knows when I'll buy you another gift. Sarah felt like she was walking on air upon hearing what Noah said. The truth was, Noah wasn't cheap, and he came from an extremely wealthy family. However, he lived very stringently, and since most of his colleagues were from modest backgrounds, he never pretended to be above them all. He could easily live off his salary since he lived and ate at home. Plus, the bureau offered allowances. Therefore, he barely ever spent his own money, and had plenty left to buy Sarah a wallet. Afterward, they walked out from the shop and got onto Noah's Jaguar. You have work tomorrow, right? I'll drive you home, Noah said. It's so early. Sarah was a little disappointed. What else do you want to do? Go to an inn with me? Noah teased her as he laughed. Screw you. I wasn't actually going to go with you. I was trying to piss them off on purpose. But Jack ended up playing us dead, Noah exclaimed. Yup. Not only is Mr. Dawson arrogant, but he's also secretly a pervert. Only someone as smart as Chloe can deal with him. I would never be able to catch up with his brain. Yeah, for some reason those weirdos ended up together. Noah vented out his anger at them. Ha ha ha, Sarah burst out in laughter. When Noah started his car, he casually put his hand on the gear, accidentally brushing Sarah's. Sparks flew all over the place as their skin made contact. Sarah felt like something burned her, making her so nervous that she immediately shirked her hand. Noah, feeling awkward, immediately put his hand on the steering wheel. The atmosphere immediately turned awkward. Sarah looked out the car window and changed the topic, just like Chloe usually did. It's snowing. The snowflakes are really pretty. Noah quietly nodded. Yep, there are many kinds of snowflakes. Yeah? Sarah asked. Yeah, hard snowflakes, soft snowflakes, big snowflakes, little snowflakes, and don't forget, the snowflakes that fall off your hair after a few days without washing it. Noah, you douchebag. Sarah cursed out furiously. It could have been a romantic moment, but Noah completely ruined things with his stupid humor. "I can't believe you're the captain of the criminal police unit. I'd rather believe that monkeys sent you here to make a fool out of yourself." Sarah poked fun at him. Late night, inside an abandoned factory by the city outskirts, a middle-aged man with a knife scar on his face stared at a photo of a beautiful woman wearing a white lab coat and black-rimmed glasses. "You're pretty, and you're young. Too bad. Too many people want you dead," he sneered. The next morning, after 2 relaxing days off, Chloe finally resumed her normal work schedule. As soon as she arrived at Southside, Chloe went to the VIP room to check up on Cody, since he recently underwent liver transplant surgery. Hannah, who donated a part of her liver to Cody, was also in recovery. Chloe hired a maid in advance to take care of Nico. "How's he doing?" Chloe asked Beth, who was guarding outside Cody's door. "Young madam, Cody's operation was successful, and the lead surgeon said that he'll be kept under observation for a while after he wakes up. Barring any complications, he'll be discharged in 2 weeks. After he's discharged, I'll make sure that the company doesn't sign him onto any movies or TV shows. He can occasionally do some magazine photo shoots or exclusive interviews. So let's allow Cody to recover for 3 months. We don't have to worry about his popularity decreasing. GK will make sure he attends a lot of events." "Thank you for being so considerate, young mistress." Beth smiled. Chloe didn't want to interfere with GK film and television, but she always made sure to take care of Cody. She treated him like she did Thomas. She also sympathized with Cody's childhood. It wasn't easy for him, going from a homeless young man to a celebrity. Cody was still unconscious, so after Chloe reminded the nurses what to watch out for, she went into Hannah's room, located right next to Cody's. She looked fine. She had just woken up and looked a little pale. The nurse was injecting her with anti-inflammatory medication. "Dr. Green," Hannah opened her mouth weakly. "Ms. Hannah, how are you feeling? Are you experiencing any discomfort?" Hannah shook her head slightly. "No, I'm doing well." "I'm glad. How is Cody doing?" Worried, she asked. "He's doing good. The surgery was successful. Don't worry. Good. That's good." Hannah felt like a rock had been lifted from her chest upon hearing what Chloe said. "Don't worry about Nico either. I already asked the maid I hired to take care of him. Get better soon, and he'll come and visit you as soon as classes end." "Okay. Get some rest. If you need me, just ask one of the nurses to come to find me." Okay. Chloe paid for Nico's kidney transplant, as well as Cody's liver transplant. She didn't use the Green Foundation's money, nor GK's. She spent over $1 million of her own money. It was because she felt like it was worth it. She wasn't one to interfere with others' business. But if she did, she would hold herself accountable until the very end. Sarah once asked her, "Since Cody is rich, why not ask him to pay for his own surgery?" Chloe, however, answered, "He treats me like his sister, so I want to treat him like my brother. They were sworn siblings. Most of the time, people had to live in consideration for others. If you treated me well, I will treat you even better." Cody once stubbornly gave up on signing with Imperial Star to cooperate with GK, causing an uproar in the industry. Something like this was rarely seen in the entertainment world, and since Cody was at the peak of his popularity, he had every reason to refuse Chloe. But he didn't. He stood out at a crucial moment and helped Chloe resolve GK's crisis. Chloe will remember that for the rest of her life. After returning to her office, her assistant came in. "Dr. Green, someone booked an appointment with you. He specifically asked for you." "Sure, tell him to come in." Chloe sat in her office, turned on her computer, and got ready to see the patient. Just then, a 30-something man came in. He was wearing a black down jacket and had a horrific knife scar down his left cheek. "Hi, where are you feeling discomfort?" Chloe asked formally. "Are you Dr. Green?" The man stared at her face and asked. "I am." Chloe looked up at the man with a weird expression on her face. Before she could say anything else, the man covered her nose and mouth with a white handkerchief. Everything happened so fast that Chloe didn't even have the time to think before she passed out. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing a white lab coat with a scar down his face put on a mask and hat and left Southside Recuperation Center with a massive woven bag in his hand. "Dr. Green, another patient just booked an appointment with you, but lunch is in 10 minutes. Do you want to see him right now or after lunch?" the assistant asked as she stood outside Chloe's office door. "Dr. Green?" the nurse asked louder, but still, no one replied. Curious, she pushed open the door and walked in, but there was no one in the office. Huh, that's weird. Dr. Green never left her office. The nurse was confused. She had been greeting patients outside by the reception area this whole time, so wherever Chloe went, she should have seen her. However, she didn't see Dr. Green go up or downstairs. Plus, when the last patient went in to see Dr. Green, she was still in her office. It had only been less than 10 minutes. Where did she disappear off to? Weirded out, the nurse picked up her phone and called Chloe. "I'm sorry, the phone of the subscriber you dialed is powered off. Please call again later." Chloe's phone was turned off. Huh, it's off? Did her phone run out of battery? Puzzled, the nurse walked up to reception and asked the others, "Have any of you seen Dr. Green?" "No. Nope. Why?" "She's missing." "Missing? Are you sure? Did she go down to lunch at the cafeteria?" "No, if she did, I would have seen her." The assistant nurse shook her head. "Did she go out to have lunch with friends? And you didn't recognize her because she was wearing her own clothes?" "I don't think so. If Dr. Green left, she would have told me. She didn't even finish seeing patients yet, and Dr. Green is a responsible person. She would never leave the patient waiting for her and head out to lunch." She had been working under Chloe for over a month, so she was familiar with her work ethics. She was alive and right there. I don't think she would have disappeared. Haha, don't worry. Make an announcement on the intercom. If Dr. Green hears you, she'll come back immediately. Okay. Then, the assistant nurse ran up to the hospital's broadcasting room and made 3 consecutive announcements. "Dr. Green of the Neurology Department, please head to your office now." "Dr. Green of the Neurology Department, please head to your office now. Your assistant is looking for you." "Colleagues, please tell Dr. Green to go to her office if you see her." After calling out for her 3 times, Chloe was still nowhere to be found. After an hour, the afternoon began, and people began lining up for appointments. However, the nurse still couldn't find Chloe, and was anxious as ever. "Director Nina, you're finally here." Upon seeing the chief of the neurology department, the assistant nurse immediately ran up to her. "What's wrong?" Chief Nina frowned slightly. "Dr. Green's gone," the nurse said as she ran around in circles. "Gone? How? Tell me." Chief Nina knew that Chloe was a responsible doctor and would definitely notify her before leaving. Then, the nurse told Chief Nina what happened. The latter was well informed and immediately felt like something was wrong. Therefore, she turned around to say to her own assistant, "Pull up the surveillance for the hallway outside Dr. Green's office and find out if she ever left her office. People don't disappear into thin air. I have a bad feeling about this." "Will do, Director Nina." 20 minutes later, Director Nina's assistant ran back. "So?" Director Nina asked. "Director, something's wrong. I couldn't find the surveillance you were looking for." "You couldn't? Why not?" Chief Nina froze for a second. "I don't know why, but the cameras have been broken since 10 a.m. this morning, so we don't have a recording of Dr. Green's office during that period of time. Is it a coincidence?" Director Nina was now almost certain that something was wrong. "What should we do now, Chief? Did something happen to Dr. Green?" Chloe's assistant was so worried that she was about to burst out in tears. She had been a nurse for so long, but never saw a doctor disappear. It was too weird. "Call the police. I have a feeling that something's off." Director Nina pushed her glasses up and said in all seriousness, "Usually the police won't do anything, unless a person's been missing for at least 24 hours. Director Nina's assistant reminded her. "That's not the same. Dr. Green is someone of special status. The police won't sit there and do nothing. You, call 911. Then, Director Nina looked at Chloe's assistant and asked, You, go to GK headquarters and let Chloe's husband, Jack, know. Will do, Director Nina. At GK headquarters, GK had been going over 3D setting photos for the corporation's New Year gala. Since GK was a conglomerate, the entire city watched over every single move they made. Every year, other competing companies would fight to imitate the incentives, guests, and theme of his company's New Year gala. Therefore, no mistakes could be made. Jack's right eyelid began twitching an hour ago. Folklore has it that good things happen when the left eye twitches, while bad things happen when the right eye twitches. He felt like something bad was coming his way. He wasn't a superstitious man, but for some reason, he felt anxious. Therefore, his fingers moved away from his mouse, and he proceeded to send Chloe a message. Honey, are you busy? Have you had lunch yet? Upon seeing no reply, he called her anxiously. I'm sorry. The phone of the subscriber you dialed is powered off. Please call again later. Her phone's off? Jack raised an eyebrow as his expression became grim. Chloe rarely turned off her phone during the day, and her assistant would help her charge it if it ran out of battery, unless something out of the blue happened. Therefore, he picked up his phone again and called the landline in Chloe's office. But still, no one picked up. Is she at lunch? Is she charging her phone? Jack tried to console himself. Just then, a series of rushed knocking sounds came from his office door. Come in. President Dawson, young madam's assistant from Southside is here to see you. She said, it's an emergency. Mark opened the door and said, Tell her to come in. The sinking feeling in Jack's gut was now more obvious than ever. Chloe's assistant at Southside was here. Did that mean something happened to her? The more he thought about it, the more unsettled he became. Hi, President Dawson. I'm Dr. Green's assistant. Director Nina told me to tell you that Dr. Green is missing. Missing? What's that mean? Jack's brain went into overdrive. As expected, something bad happened. Dr. Green disappeared from the hospital. We looked everywhere but couldn't find her. The surveillance cameras broke as well, and Director Nina said that something must have happened to her. The hospital already called 911, and Director Nina told me to come to tell you. When did this happen? Jack asked, with a stern expression on his face. A little over an hour ago. Did she see anyone suspicious before she disappeared? Jack asked calmly. Here's what happened, President Dawson, Doctor. Green was seeing a male patient at the time. Then, the assistant told Jack what happened. Upon hearing everything, Jack was silent for a while, deep in thought. He tried to find clues in what happened. Finally, he slowly looked up and asked her, Do you remember what the last patient Dr. Green saw looked like? I can't remember. All I remember is that it was a man, and because he had his head down when he walked, I couldn't see his face. The assistant thought back long and hard, but really couldn't provide him with more information. There were a lot of patients in the morning, so she had been busy that entire time. Okay, I got it. You should go back to the hospital. President Dawson, do you think something will happen to Dr. Green? The assistant asked, incredibly worried. I won't let anything happen to her, Jack said, word for word. After Chloe's assistant left, Jack's heart sank into the abyss. He was sure that Chloe had been kidnapped, and the kidnapper was the male patient she saw before she disappeared. However, what sucked was that someone tampered with hospital surveillance, and no one paid attention to what the suspect looked like. He was certain that those people came prepared. They were there to kidnap, and she was their target. Mark. Sir, what can I do for you? Clear my afternoon schedule. I'm heading out. Will do. As soon as he left GK, Jack called Noah. Locate Chloe's phone as fast as you can. Ha, what's wrong? Are you trying to catch her in the act? Noah jokingly retorted. Chloe was kidnapped. Jack was in an incredibly foul mood, and even his voice sounded deeper than usual. What? Kidnapped? Noah was flabbergasted by what he just heard. Jack didn't respond. Jack, you're not joking, are you? Noah was in disbelief. Why on earth would Chloe be kidnapped? I would never joke about something like this, Jack replied sternly. True, Jack may joke inappropriately at times, but he never joked about Chloe's safety. Her safety was his bottom line. Don't panic. I'll locate her for you right now. Then, Noah immediately hung up. For the first time in his life, Jack felt anxious and unsettled. He didn't know who kidnapped Chloe, nor where her kidnappers were holding her. Would they hurt her? Would they beat her up? Ever since he found out that Chloe was missing, he felt like his heart was being torn apart, piece by piece. Jack sat in his Maybach, smoking one cigarette after another. He never believed in God and only believed in himself. However, this time he was scared. He was completely terrified. He was already thinking about the worst-case scenario, and he didn't want to even think about what his life would be like if he lost Chloe. He ruthlessly smeared the cigarette butt in his hand and looked out his car window in despair. God, if you really do exist in this world, then I hope you can hear me. Please don't let anything happen to Chloe, or else I will go look for her, even if I end up in hell. All of Jack's calmness, wisdom, and arrogance collapsed at that very moment. All that was left of him was a husband who lost his loving wife. He felt helpless and hopeless. When Chloe woke up, she realized that someone had put a blindfold over her eyes. Her hands and feet were tied by ropes. "Where am I? Is anyone there?" she asked. "You're awake," a man's voice sounded. She immediately recognized that voice. It was the man who she was seeing right before she passed out. He had a weird voice, so it was highly recognizable. "It's you? Weren't you a patient?" Dr. Greensure has a good memory. The man chuckled. "Who are you, and why did you kidnap me? Do you want a ransom? How much do you want?" After realizing that she had been kidnapped, she stopped panicking. If this person wanted money, she was willing to strike a deal. Ransom? Haha, no thanks. We already accepted someone else's money. The mission today is to kill you. Chloe's heart sank upon hearing this. The scariest kind of kidnappers were ones who weren't interested in money. However, I'm not going to kill you just yet. Our mission isn't finished. Then, the kidnapper took out his phone, punched in a number, and placed it by Chloe's ear. "Tell your husband not to call the cops. If he wants you to live, he'll have to come alone," the scar-faced man said viciously. As soon as he finished talking, the person on the other end picked up. "Hello?" Jack's familiar voice sounded from the other end. Upon hearing Jack's voice, Chloe suddenly felt the urge to cry. However, she didn't say anything. She kept her mouth shut. The kidnapper just said that he didn't want money. He wasn't interested in a ransom, just her life. Therefore, his motive behind calling Jack right now was obvious. He wanted to kill Jack as well. It was fine if she was kidnapped, but she would never drag Mr. Dawson into her mess. "Talk!" the scar-faced man spat viciously. Jack felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. "Chloe, is that you?" he asked gently. All he cared about right now was whether she was still alive. Chloe bit down on her lips, refusing to speak. She knew that if she did, Jack would come for sure. "Batch, talk." The man suddenly swung his palm at Chloe's face. A burning red palm mark immediately appeared on Chloe's fair complexion. He hit her with great force, and blood trickled out of the corners of her mouth. Even so, Chloe still chose to keep her mouth shut. "Are you a effing mute? I told you to speak to him." The man was incredibly impatient, and immediately sent a kick at Chloe's abdomen. A tearing sensation came from her lower abdomen. Any other woman would have burst out in tears. However, Chloe still didn't make a sound. Having sustained injuries, she fell silently onto the floor. She bit down on her lips as hard as she could. She knew that if Jack heard her voice, He would throw everything aside to come to find her. However, if she remained silent, Jack wouldn't know if she was really here, and therefore wouldn't come so easily. If he had time to discuss things with Noah, he wouldn't put himself in so much danger. Her brain turned quickly, but nothing came out of her mouth. Boss, this woman is too stubborn. She's not going to say anything, no matter how much we hit her. I bet she doesn't want to put her husband at risk, one of his lackeys said. Upon seeing how stubborn she was, the scar-faced man stopped wasting time and picked up the phone. Mr. Dawson, right? I have your wife. How much money do you want? Jack replied calmly. Money's not the problem right now. I've already been paid to kill her. Why don't you come here alone, without calling the cops, and solve your grudges with my employer? If you don't come, we're going to dismember your wife tonight and start sending you her body parts by tomorrow. Don't touch her. I'll agree to anything. Great. Thanks for being so accommodating, Mr. Dawson. Time? Place? Jack asked. You'll find that out later. The scar-faced man hung up the phone after this sentence. He then kicked Chloe's abdomen again. Stupid woman. You sure are a tough character. Too bad both of you are my employer's top enemies, and I was paid to do the job. How much are they paying you? We'll give you 3 times that amount. Chloe lied on the floor, her voice weak. Ha 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 ha. How treacherous do you think we are? Let me tell you, we only have one employer. If we were prone to selling our employers out for money, we wouldn't have lasted so long in this business. I know you're rich, but I'm sorry. We were already paid. I guess you're just unlucky. Guys, let's go eat. Then, the sound of footsteps gradually disappeared. Chloe lied on the floor of the abandoned factory. It was deep into winter, and she was shivering all over. She was only wearing a white lab coat when she was kidnapped, and the piercing wind blew her entire body stiff. She wasn't in the mood to think about who was behind this kidnapping. All she hoped was that Jack wouldn't come himself, or else they might both die here. After Jack got off the phone with the kidnappers, he felt somewhat relieved. At least those people were willing to contact him. Just then, Noah called again. Jack, we located Chloe's cell phone. Where is she? Jack asked hurriedly. She's off of Highway 4006. I've already sent people there, but they only found her cell phone, and Chloe was nowhere to be seen. I think the kidnappers were trying to confuse us and divert our attention. Okay, I got it. Jack, have the kidnappers contacted you? Usually, they will ask for a ransom within 8 hours, Noah added. No, they haven't. Jack wasn't going to say anything. After all, he didn't want to risk things and involve the police in case the kidnappers killed Chloe, out of anger. If that happened, he would live in lifelong regret, so he decided not to tell Noah the truth. Oh, okay then. Don't worry. I will make sure all forces start investigating into this matter, and will screen all suspicious vehicles that pass through Highway 4006. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Jack lit up another cigarette as he stared at his phone screen. He was waiting for the kidnappers to give him an address. Jack contacted Richard after Chloe disappeared, so the hospital made sure to be discreet and didn't let the news out. He was afraid that if word got out and alerted the media, Chloe might be in even more danger. The others didn't find out, but Andrew did. He had invested so much in Southside, even setting up the Green Foundation. Therefore, he had the rights to know these things. Plus, he also had eyes in Southside. The nurse he bought off would report to him about Chloe. Andrew was having lunch with a client when he was told that Chloe went missing. President Green, Dr. Green is missing. The nurse sent him a message. Andrew's smiling face immediately turned grim. What happened? He asked. She suddenly disappeared, and our hospital is in chaos. Everyone has their own speculation. Some say that Dr. Green was kidnapped by aliens since she disappeared under our noses. Others say that Dr. Green might have died, and her murderer hid her somewhere in our hospital. Anyways, we can't find her, and the surveillance cameras are broken as well. Director Richard is making sure that this is kept discreet, but Dr. Green's husband already knows. Okay, I got it. After replying to his informant, Andrew stood up elegantly. President, I'm sorry, but I have an emergency on my hands. Let's talk another time. Then, he walked out of the restaurant and headed straight to South Side. Inside Director Richard's office, after a brief conversation with Director Richard, Andrew came out with a dark expression on his face. He then went to the Municipal Public Security Bureau and asked them to pull up all the surveillance cameras outside South Side. The ones inside the hospital might be broken, but what about the ones outside? President Green, it's difficult to rule these cars out one by one of the cops reminded him. If it were easy, would I need you? Andrew demanded icily. The cop shut his mouth upon hearing this. Rumor had it that young Master Green's temper was mellow and that he was a really nice gentleman. However, it didn't seem to be the case. Andrew's temper was abnormally bad today. He couldn't think of anything else upon hearing that Chloe went missing. He always thought that Chloe's every move was under his control. Now that he lost that control, he began to panic. If something happened to that girl, he would be sad forever. He didn't even want to think about never being able to see her again. Jack drove to Seductive Fox and went up to the office on the top floor. Rick looked at him regrettably. Jack, I'm really sorry. You told me to protect Chloe, but I've only been watching over her to and from work. I never thought that she would be kidnapped from inside the hospital. It's all my fault. It's not. Her kidnappers planned out everything meticulously. We couldn't have predicted or defended ourselves against them. I already asked my people to look for clues. Don't worry. They'll get back to us soon. No, it's okay. I plan to go save her myself. Jack placed his hands on his knees. His expression was as calm as ever. You can't do that. They're a vicious bunch and won't let her go even if you give them money. Rick grew up in a mafia family, so he had seen almost everything. He also knew that kidnappers were all outlaws that worked with their lives on the line. Hostages rarely made it back alive, so Chloe was in grave danger. Setting that aside, how could Jack risk himself as well? Rick, I didn't tell anyone about this because I only trust you. I came to see you so you could help me with something. If I don't make it back, remember to sell GK as fast as you can and help my parents immigrate to Hawaii, where my uncles are. What are you saying? Is this your last will? Rick's heart sank. I just wanted to make sure everything is accounted for, just in case. Rick interrupted Jack before he could finish his sentence. I don't believe in that. I know you'll come back. I'll try my best. Anyways, I will make sure she comes back. After he left Seductive Fox, no one knew where he went. Rick was in a nasty mood. He got up, opened his window, and let the cold air blow into his office. He had known Jack for a very long time, and he knew how much Jack loved his wife. He had loved her since he was a young boy. A man like Rick, who lived on the edge of the cliff, would probably never get to feel what Jack felt. At least that was what he thought. But fate began making arrangements for him at that very second. Sir, I found the girl you asked me to. Her name is Ivy. She's a student at an art college, majoring in photography. Ivy. Rick's fingers reached out and gently scraped his frost-covered window. The corners of his lips curled up into a barely visible smile. In one day, Andrew utilized all of his connections. However, he couldn't find anything. He had to admit that Chloe's kidnappers were not regular people. Instead, they were a bunch of extremely experienced criminals. They could walk into the hospital in broad daylight and leave without a trace. They sure were skilled. Andrew felt extremely testy. After leaving the city bureau, he got into his white Maserati. After 3 minutes of silence, he suddenly slapped down on his steering wheel in an attempt to vent the anger in his chest. How can a person disappear all of a sudden? What the hell? Andrew cursed violently. Just then, he thought of someone. He quickly picked up his phone and dialed a number. Justin was in a meeting at the Imperial Star headquarters. The departmental executives were reporting their achievements over the last 6 months. Justin was in a light blue suit, looking fashionable and handsome. He was wearing a Patek Philippe and Company watch on his wrist and a sapphire earring on his left ear. He looked like a king. He didn't pick up upon seeing that Andrew called. He continued with the meeting and placed his phone in silent mode. President Cooper. Before the new year, we have another movie release. It's a drama to celebrate the coming of the new year, and the main female lead is Miss Gianna. I believe the box office will surpass $100 million. Justin listened quietly. Just then, Andrew sent him a message. Chloe was kidnapped. This short message blew up in Justin's head like a stick of dynamite. He immediately picked up his phone and got up. President Cooper? The executives were all dumbfounded. Meeting's over. Before anyone else had the chance to talk, Justin turned around and left. Anne, his assistant, followed after him quietly. The first thing he did after leaving the conference room was to call Andrew. What happened to Chloe? He asked anxiously. She was kidnapped. When? At around 10 a.m. this morning. Where? South Side. Who's her kidnapper? I don't know, and I can't find any clues. They tampered with hospital surveillance. It's a planned kidnapping, Andrew explained. Does Jack know? Justin asked again. He does, and he's trying to save Chloe as well. But the problem is, no one knows where she is, so how are we all supposed to save her? I got it. After hanging up the phone, Justin drove straight to South Side and listened to what happened in detail. Like Andrew, he refused to let any valuable information slide through his fingers. After listening to her assistant's deductions, Justin was also sure that Chloe was taken by the last patient she saw. He then began pulling up the surveillance video of all the streets outside the hospital. However, hundreds of cars were parked outside South Side, and it was really hard to determine which one the kidnappers used. After looking at the tape time and again, he finally saw a black Honda CR-V. Find out who the car owner is and where it went. Justin immediately told the traffic police officer beside him, Young Master Cooper. There's nothing special about this Honda, are you sure? Confused, the cop asked. All of the license plates issued from this city starts with CA, but this vehicle starts with CD. What's wrong with it being CD? The young police officer was still confused. Justin looked at him and explained slowly. CD is for the Army vehicles, and only military personnel can use it. That would still be normal. Some military officers own private vehicles that are not a green Jeep, and there are a lot of them undergoing medical care at South Side. There's nothing suspicious about that. Justin felt a bit frustrated as his expression turned cold, and he explained himself one last time. Don't speak about something you don't know. Military personnel do own private vehicles, but they will never use a Japan-made vehicle. That's a common rule that everyone in the Army knows about. The young police officer finally understood. Because the military personnel have a special status, the majority of the head officers drove domestic red flag vehicles. A minority of them drove American-made military-use bulletproof Hummers, and others like to use the German-made Audi. But they will never use a Japanese vehicle because of the cultural hate between the two countries. Therefore, the officials have even prohibited the use of Japanese vehicles for military personnel. That was a very irresponsible and thoughtless action. So Justin saw the flaw. Was it not funny that a black Honda CR-V had a military license plate starting with CD? Therefore, the license plate was fake, and thus, the vehicle was suspicious. The young police admired Justin in an instant, having seen young Master Cooper solve this like Sherlock Holmes. This was a clue that even Andrew didn't think of, but it wasn't because Andrew was dumb. Justin was born into a military family, and so he was more familiar with this. Once they had locked onto the suspicious vehicle, they tracked it down and noticed that it went on Highway 4006. Then, they observed something strange. The vehicle drove around on the highway and exited. It didn't choose to exit on a national highway. but chose a county road instead. And there weren't any surveillance cameras on county roads. "So, you can't track it down any further?" Justin said, as his eyebrows pinched together. "That's right, young Master Cooper. Because there was no surveillance afterward, we can only track it down until here." "Okay, I understand." Justin walked out of the General Directorate of Traffic and drove his Lamborghini all the way to the county road that the Honda CR-V exited at. He noticed that it was a complicated road, and there was a crosswalk every 10 minutes down the road. It would be like searching for a needle in the ocean if he wanted to find traces of evidence here. Justin worried for Chloe even more, now that he realized that she was kidnapped by someone who was smart. She must be in danger right now. Chloe had been lying on the ground half unconscious for some time, and she didn't know how long it had been until someone dragged her up and threw her onto a chair. Ahem. Ahem. Chloe started to cough in pain, maybe from the kick she had received. She felt colder here. Chloe couldn't see, and therefore she didn't know if they were at a hostel, a house, or an old factory. "Feed her some water," a scar-faced man said. Then someone with a face tattoo walked over and held an opened water bottle beside Chloe's mouth. Chloe turned her head away, showing that she didn't want their drink. The tattoo face didn't have much patience for her as he whipped his hand across Chloe's face and scolded, "Batch, you better behave and listen up. It'll save you from a lot of pain." Chloe stumbled, and her white collar stretched open a bit, showing her black tight t-shirt on the inside. A chubby man beside the Scarface let out a creepy smile as he said, "Boss, I think she's quite beautiful and looks like a girl I knew back at the village. Can I get my hands on her first?" Having heard that, Chloe felt despair. The scar-faced man looked at his watch as he said, "There's a small storage room over there. You can drag her inside, but take no longer than half an hour since her husband's going to come soon." "Ha ha ha ha. Got it, boss. You know I never went over half an hour anyway." The chubby man walked towards Chloe in excitement and grabbed her by her collar as he dragged her towards the small storage room. Chloe didn't struggle, nor did she shout along the way. She was brainstorming in her head. Just then, someone suddenly cried out, "Boss, they're back." The scar-faced man immediately shouted, "Fatty, bring her in." "Boss." The fat man felt like crying, and his face was filled with disappointment. However, he had no choice but to listen to his boss and drag her back. "Take off her blindfold. It's going to be a good show." The scar-faced man laughed. Then, the fat man took Chloe's blindfold off. Only then did Chloe realize that she was actually sitting in an abandoned warehouse. There were 8 people around her, and the man standing in the middle was the patient she saw in the morning. She looked at his 7 lackeys and didn't recognize any of them. Who in the world hired them? First, she thought it was Bella. However, she immediately rejected her own accusations. If Bella kidnapped her, she would have killed Chloe long ago, rather than wait for Jack to show up. Bella would never hurt Jack. Same goes for Mrs. Dawson. She would never drag her own son into something like this. Therefore, she then pointed her suspicions at Andrew. Was he behind this? However, Andrew treated Chloe well, so he would never let the people he hired run amok. The good thing was, that fat guy didn't get to have his way with her. Chloe already knew what to do. As soon as that fat man dragged her into that warehouse, she would convince him to untie her ropes. Then, she would use her silver needle on him, since she knew that whichever body part she stabbed with that needle would definitely go numb. As she tried to think, the scar-faced man added, "Hang her up." "Will do, boss." Then, they hung her up with steel wire and placed a big round tin bucket beneath her. That was a meter or so in height. Chloe felt like she knew what they were going to do to her. She didn't want Jack to come, but she also wanted him to come. If Jack came, he would be in mortal danger. But if he didn't come, she might not even be able to see him one last time. The people in front of her weren't ordinary hooligans. They were true criminals, capable of killing others and themselves at any given moment. Just then, she heard footsteps. 2 men came in with Jack. He was always wearing a blindfold over his eyes as well. When he arrived, The scar-faced man welcomed him, and after making sure that Jack came alone, they brought him in. Everyone was extremely cautious. "Get in!" The man behind Jack pushed him forcibly, right into the warehouse. Chloe looked down as she saw Jack come in. At that moment, tears began falling uncontrollably down her cheeks. She missed him. She missed him like crazy. Jack was wearing a thin black down jacket, which looked very handsome on him. His facial expression was as calm as it always was. He never panicked in the face of crisis. Even if the world was collapsing, he would remain unchanged. However, as soon as they took his blindfold off and he saw Chloe, he felt like his heart had been crushed into pieces. Jack looked up at Chloe, who was hanging in midair. Her white lab coat was dirty, and she had bruises on her face. There were even dried-up specks of blood by each corner of her mouth. Jack clenched his fists as he glared at the scar-faced man. "Didn't I tell you not to touch her? I'm sorry, but your wife is stubborn. She wouldn't talk, so we had no choice but to teach her a lesson." Jack's expression turned icy. "What do you want? Tell me." Jack looked at them coldly as he secretly swore that he was not going to let anyone here leave this place alive, because he was going to kill them all. Upon hearing what Jack said, the scar-faced man sneered and threw a dagger at him, which landed by his feet. "Here, to show your sincerity, pick that up and stab your chest with it." "Honey, no." Chloe finally opened her mouth in fear. She was scared that Jack would do anything for her because she knew how important she was to him. Jack looked up at Chloe with inexplicable pain in his expression. He then bent down to pick up that sharp dagger and slowly pointed the tip at himself. "Honey, please don't be stupid. He won't let us go, even if you do what he says." Chloe's face was covered in tears. Jack held the dagger quietly, but didn't move. The scar-faced man sneered, "Let go of the rope." Then, with a swoop, Chloe fell from midair and plummeted right into that tin bucket filled with icy water. She choked, feeling as if she was about to suffocate. "Don't touch her." Going crazy, Jack wanted to run up to her. However, the scar-faced man's lackeys ran up to grab him. "So, you should really consider stabbing yourself, or else your wife might become a water ghost." The man smiled hideously. Without another word, Jack immediately turned over the dagger, pushing it right into his chest. Blood immediately spewed everywhere. Chloe was struggling in the water bucket, so she didn't see that soul-stirring moment. Or else, she might have died from heartache. "Bring her up." Satisfied with Jack's admission of defeat, the scar-faced man ordered his lackeys. Someone then tugged on the rope and pulled Chloe up from the bucket. Her entire body was drenched by the icy water. Water ran down from her hair, dripping and dropping. When Chloe opened her eyes to see Jack, she felt so much pain inside her that she couldn't breathe. Jack was holding a dagger in his hand, which had pierced into his chest. However, he didn't fall over and was still standing up straight. Chloe felt the pain Jack was in. He was hurting, and so was she. "Let go of my wife," Jack said weakly. The scar-faced man clapped his hands together. "Not bad. You are a real man." This man had kidnapped many people in his life, but no man was willing to do something like that for their wife. Jack, on the other hand, stabbed himself in the chest to save Chloe. It wasn't as simple as a skin injury. "You scumbags just fucking kill us and get it over with, don't play trick. You'll pay for what you did today." Chloe rarely swore in verbal confrontations because she didn't see the point. However, today she couldn't help but curse at the scar-faced man and his lackeys. "What's the rush? I will let you guys die together, don't worry. I did everything you told me to. Let her down. Be a man of your words." Jack turned his attention back onto the man and said, coldly, "Let her down." He kept his promise. He knew that with so many people here, Chloe and Jack wouldn't even be able to leave even if they tried. After his men put Chloe down, Jack immediately rushed up to her and held her in his arms. "Honey, I'm sorry," Jack said as he heartbreakingly hugged her. "Are you an idiot? Why did you come when you didn't even hear my voice?" What if it was a trap? Chloe couldn't stop crying. She was surprised that although she didn't make a sound, Jack still decided to come. I didn't want to risk it. I can't afford to risk it. Jack held her head and brushed her forehead against his lips. The dagger was still planted in his chest. What a loving couple. Too bad. You're both going to die now, the voice of a woman suddenly sounded. She walked in from the other end of the factory, with a big, tall bodyguard behind her. Jack and Chloe glanced at her, and both of them immediately recognized who she was. She was Miley Gale, Aaron Gale's sister. After what happened to the Gale family, Jack chased them out of the city. To their surprise, however, she came back. Haha, are you surprised to see me? Miley was wearing a miniskirt with black tights, along with a short white fur coat. The truth was, she was pretty, and she even once tried to seduce Jack. However, the latter wasn't interested. It's you, Jack said indifferently. Haha, I bet you guys never thought that I would climb back up so fast. Let me tell you, I've been waiting for today for a very long time. You bastards ruined my family. I wanted to kill you, every day, and finally that day has come. Ha 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 ha. Miley laughed arrogantly. She was obviously possessed by hatred. Chloe suddenly understood why Rick said that Jack was too soft-hearted and kind. She also understood why Andrew didn't like to leave loose ends, because those people could come back to bite him in the ass. Back then, when the gale plummeted, Jack spared the rest of Aaron's family. However, they quickly rebuilt and are now trying to hurt them. One saying was right. Showing mercy to your enemies was equivalent to being cruel to yourself. Miley took a gun from her bodyguard and slowly walked up to Jack and Chloe. Then, she pointed her gun at Jack's head. Tell me, who do you think should die first? Miss Gale, don't be rash. Haha, allow me to do the honors. The scar-faced man took the black handgun from Miley, and just as he was about to aim at Jack's head, Jack immediately got up and snatched it from him. Then, Jack pointed the gun towards the scar-faced man's temple. Upon seeing what happened, Chloe immediately ran behind Miley and pulled a silver needle out of nowhere, which she then pointed into Miley's temple, the easiest and deadliest place she knew. Boss! Miss Gale! The lackeys all began to panic. Step back. Let us go. Jack's voice was icy. The scar-faced man began blaming himself for underestimating Jack. He never thought that a man with a dagger in his chest would be able to move with such agility. Jack pushed down harder on his temple upon seeing no reaction from him. You think I don't have the guts to pull the trigger? Let me tell you, I can kill you anytime. Just so you know, I don't need to take responsibility for killing outlaws like you. The scar-faced man became scared by Jack's threats. Move away. Let them leave, the scar-faced man said. Boss? His lackeys were unwilling to settle. While Chloe wasn't paying attention, Miley tried to trip and regain control of the situation. However, Chloe kicked her hard in the waist and then pushed the needle into her neck. Miley's entire body went numb. What did you do to me? She tilted her head angrily at Chloe. If you don't want to die, don't move. Chloe and Jack acted in unison. She knew that as long as Jack overpowered the scar-faced man, his lackeys wouldn't be able to use her to threaten Jack. Therefore, she decided to take Miley hostage as well. She didn't know how the latter was related to these outlaws, but one thing was for certain. These people were all terrified of her and listened to everything she said. After they successfully threatened them, the lackeys all retreated and made way for them to pass. Jack's chest was soaked in blood. The good thing was, there wasn't a massive hemorrhage, or else he would be long unconscious by now. Chloe, you leave first. Jack glanced at Chloe. She nodded and forced Miley out the door along with her. Jack then held the gun as he followed after them. You are all a bunch of useless shut. Miley was furious. She was so close to achieving revenge, but her plans went down the drain. No one dared to make a sound. Chloe's entire body was aching, but she knew she couldn't fall apart right now. She had to leave this place, even if she had to crawl out of it. When they got to the door, the scar-faced man suddenly used all his might and charged towards them. Jack had great agility, but he was severely injured, and therefore couldn't respond in time. The man rammed his body into his, knocking him down onto the ground. "Jack!" Chloe shrieked heartbreakingly. The scar-faced man attacked at Jack, tightening one hand around Jack's neck and pushing down Jack's hand with the other. Chloe felt like her heart was about to jump out upon seeing their struggle, while his lackeys seemed like they all wanted to charge towards them to help their boss. "Don't come up, or else I'll kill her," Chloe shouted as she held another silver needle against Miley's neck. "You idiots, get the hell away. If anything happens to me, my sugar daddy will never forgive you guys," Miley shouted. As expected, the lackeys stopped in their footsteps upon her mentioning of her sugar daddy. Chloe knew that Jack was about to win. He kicked at the scar-faced man as the latter covered his chest and rolled around on the ground. Just then, the sound of sirens rang outside. "You're so despicable! I can't believe you called the cops!" The scar-faced man spat out blood and lied exhaustively on the ground. Jack froze for a second as well. He turned around to see dozens of police cars heading their way. The truth was, he never told Noah where he was. As he was in a daze, Chloe saw the scar-faced man take out a small silver handgun from his inside pocket and aim it at Jack. "Jack, be careful!" Chloe screamed at him with all her might. However, she was too late. Jack's chest was wounded, slowing down his movements. He didn't have time to avoid the bullet. With a bang, the bullet went into his body. Chloe felt like something ripped her heart open, as endless pain spread all over her body. Chloe suddenly pushed Miley aside with all her might and ran up to Jack like crazy. She hugged Jack as tears blurred her eyesight. At that moment, she couldn't see anything or anyone else. The scar-faced man raised his gun again and aimed it at Chloe. Bang, bang, bang! This time, it was Noah's gun. As soon as he arrived, he saw Chloe wailing as Jack laid in her arms. Lying there unconscious, there was a dagger in Jack's chest, and his face was as white as a ghost. The scar-faced man on the ground had his handgun pointed at Chloe's back. She had no intention of running away. She knew that if something happened to Jack, she wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, Noah didn't have much time to think, and made 3 shots at the scar-faced man, killing him on the spot. Then, the police ran up to them and arrested all her kidnappers. "Hurry, get Jack onto the ambulance." Noah saw the situation and immediately waved his hands at the paramedics, who ran up to them to lift Jack up. However, Chloe refused to let go of her husband. She hugged him tightly and sat there, unmoving. "Miss, we need to carry him onto the ambulance. No one touches him. None of you can touch him." Chloe's voice was completely hoarse from crying. Her brain had already lost the ability to think normally. "Chloe, don't be nervous. We're trying to save him. He's in danger if we don't treat him on time." Then, Noah stopped, unwilling to finish his sentence. He walked up to Chloe and pulled her off to the side. Then, he gestured at the paramedics. 2 men immediately helped Jack up onto the ambulance. Just then, while Noah wasn't paying attention, Chloe suddenly snatched Noah's gun from his hands. "Chloe!" Noah wasn't fast enough. Chloe aimed the gun at Miley and immediately fired a shot at her. She had never had training before, so her aim was off. Instead of hitting Miley's heart, the bullet went into her abdomen. "Chloe, don't be impulsive. Stop!" Noah rushed up to Chloe and held her down. Shooting in front of the police was absolutely not allowed. For one, the criminals had already been arrested. Once they were put on trial, they would be convicted. 2, Chloe wasn't a police officer and didn't have the right to shoot others. Therefore, what she did was illegal. However, she couldn't think anymore. She acted crazily while Noah wasn't paying attention. Noah blocked her from running up to Miley again. She felt like she was going crazy, and all her rationality had vanished into thin air. In the end, he had no choice but to hit the back of her neck, immediately knocking Chloe unconsciousness. "Take them all back to the bureau," Noah ordered. "Captain, what about that injured woman? We only have 1 ambulance, and President and Mrs. Dawson are already on it." Noah glanced at Miley, who was shot by Chloe. She covered her hands over her bleeding abdomen. Although Chloe failed to make a lethal shot, she was still in complete agony. If she didn't receive treatment, she will bleed out, sooner or later. Ignore her. Let God decide her fate, Noah said icily. As a police officer, how can you not save me? What happened to human rights? I may be a criminal, but without a conviction, you're obligated to save me. Miley received higher education and at least knew something about laws. Noah turned around and glared at her. Human rights are for humans, and you are not human. You're just an animal. Even if you don't die now, you'll still be sentenced to a death penalty. Even if I save you now, hell will still be waiting for you on the other end. For the first time in Noah's life, he didn't deal with an incident from a police officer's perspective. Rather, at this moment, he was Jack and Chloe's friend. If it weren't for all the people around him, he would have shot Miley to death a long time ago. The ambulance headed straight to Southside. The first hospital was located downtown, and if they were stuck in traffic, it would waste a lot of time. To Jack, time was of the essence. Noah made the executive decision to leave the freeway and send the two of them right to Southside Recuperation Center. As soon as they arrived, the couple was pushed into the emergency room. Upon hearing what happened, Andrew and Justin immediately arrived, and soon, so did Brenton and Victoria. They all stood outside the emergency room, filling the hallway with people. What happened? How's Chloe? Justin was anxious. Jack was shot, and Chloe was also badly injured. They are receiving emergency treatment as we speak. Noah's tone was filled with sorrow. Justin's face turned green as he leaned back on the wall. Andrew, on the other hand, looked down and didn't say anything. A dreadful aura filled the hallway. Chloe woke up 6 hours later. "Jack, no, don't do anything stupid," she called out in her dreams. Chloe woke up in Southside's ICU, and her body was still incredibly weak. The assistant nurse saw that she woke up, and she immediately handed her a cup with a straw in it. Chloe, dizzily, took a few sips before she felt like she had regained a little bit of energy. She slowly opened her eyes to see the glaring light and white ceiling of the room. "Where's Jack?" Chloe asked quietly. "Dr. Green, don't panic. Your husband is still in the OR. You should rest for a while. I want to go find him. I need to see him." Chloe disregarded the nurse's words and held herself up. She removed the IV with her shaking hands and rolled off the bed. However, she was too weak, and before her feet even landed, she fell onto the ground with a smack. "Dr. Green, please stay calm. You should stay in bed. You need to get some rest." "No, I have to go. See him." That was the only thought Chloe had in her head. She wasn't going to stop until she saw him. The nurse was surprised by how stubborn Dr. Green was and didn't know what to do. She reached out to help her up, but Chloe slapped her hands away. "Don't stop me. I need to see him." Then, Chloe used all her might to get up and slowly walked out of her room. She wasn't really walking. It was a slow shuffle. "Dr. Green, let me help you." The nurse went up to Chloe again, upon seeing how hard it was for her to walk. This time, Chloe didn't refuse. With the help of the nurse, she would be able to walk faster. She wanted to see Jack as soon as possible. Right now, the only thing in her mind was him. She didn't and couldn't care about anything else. Everyone was shocked when they saw Chloe walk out of the ICU. Justin was the first to run up to her. "Are you crazy? Do you not want to live? Look at yourself. Why are you out here? You should be resting." Chloe ignored Justin and kept walking forward with a lifeless expression on her face. "Chloe, you need to rest up right now." Heartbroken, Andrew tried to console her, but Chloe ignored him as well. "Chloe?" Victoria looked at Chloe and began to cry. Pregnant women were emotional to begin with, and she was truly heartbroken by the Chloe in front of her. Chloe was no longer a calm and collected woman who was capable of dealing with anything that came her way. The Chloe in front of her looked like an injured child. Her expression was filled with loneliness, panic, and helplessness. If was as if she couldn't see any of them. She slowly walked forward, determined to see Jack. "Victoria, don't cry, they'll be fine." Brenton was heartbroken by his wife's tears and hugged her. "Chloe, you really shouldn't be here. Don't worry, I'm sure Jack will be fine. I know he doesn't want anything to happen to you, so right now, you need to go back and rest." Noah looked defeated. He felt awful seeing Chloe like that. "Where's Jack? I need to see him. He's still in the OR." Chloe immediately turned around and ran up to the OR door, frantically slapping it with her hands, again and again, until her palms turned red. "Open the door. I need to see him. I need to see him right now. Open the door. I need to see Jack." Chloe's voice was hoarse. Even her friends couldn't recognize her voice anymore. "Chloe, don't be like that." Noah went up and pulled on her. However, she wouldn't budge. She slammed on the door like crazy, asking to see Jack again and again. "Chloe's gone crazy," Brenton said quietly. "She's been suppressing herself for so long. She's been pushing down her feelings for Jack all this time, and no one knows how much she loves him. Today, she finally let herself go." Victoria knew Chloe well. She knew that Chloe appeared indifferent on the outside, but was actually passionate on the inside. To others, she was overly aloof and calm. Yet, Jack existed like a god to Chloe, and no one could take his place. Justin looked at Chloe and felt like someone had dug out a hole in his heart. It hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. She had always been so calm, yet at this very moment, she was acting like a crazy wife. It all came down to how much she cared about him. Loving someone like so could drive them mad. It turned out that Jack was Chloe's only pressure point. Furious, Justin walked up to her in a few steps, pulled on her collar, and dragged her away from the door. Then, he pinned her onto the wall. "Chloe, wake up. He's still receiving emergency treatment. Slapping on the door won't help him. You need to come to your senses. Let go of me. I need to see him." Even now, all that was in Chloe's head was that she needed to see Jack right this second. "You won't be able to see him anyways. He's in surgery. He was shot. We don't know if he's dead or alive. You being crazy isn't going to help anyone. It might even affect the surgeons who are operating on him. Where did all your arrogance and calmness go, Chloe, huh?" Justin had obviously gone crazy too, as he screamed at Chloe. Everyone was dumbstruck. "Justin, don't be like that." Andrew couldn't take it anymore. Chloe was still a little groggy, and her current IQ was no higher than a little kid. Wouldn't Justin's screams just scare her? To his surprise, however, as soon as Andrew's hand touched Justin, the latter slapped it away. "Don't touch me. Am I wrong? If you guys all care about her, then don't let her go crazy like that." Then, Justin glared at Chloe with bloodshot eyes. "If you want Jack to recover, then shut up, go back to your room, and rest up. Or else, even if he gets better, I'm still going to shoot him in the head." "You..." Chloe stared blankly at him, and just as she was about to say something to him, Justin cursed at a nurse beside them. "What the hell are you standing here for? Take her back." "No, I want to..." Before Chloe could finish her sentence, Justin once again grabbed Chloe by the collar and basically dragged her back to her room. Although Chloe struggled, she couldn't do anything to Justin, since he was much stronger than she was. "I think Justin's being a little too violent." Andrew rubbed his forehead with a pained expression on his face. "It seems like Justin went crazy too." Brenton sighed. Chloe cared about Jack, so she went crazy. Justin cared about Chloe, so he went crazy along with her. This chain reaction shocked everyone, leaving them speechless. After Justin dragged Chloe back into her room, she was still emotionally unstable, so the nurse injected her with a sedative. Justin didn't leave her room until the sedative was in, and Chloe fell asleep. He walked gently out of the room as if he had no more strength left in him. No one knew how heartbroken he was upon seeing Chloe just now. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He hated her like that. acting like a half-dead zombie, and wanted her to pull herself together. He wanted her to go back to being that fearless and arrogant Chloe, who was capable of heading off any dangers that came her way. How is she doing? Andrew was worried about Chloe. They gave her a sedative. She's asleep now, Justin replied grimly. Everyone sighed in relief upon hearing this. Just then, the OR door opened, and the lead surgeon came out with a dejected expression on his face. "Doctor, how's my friend?" Noah immediately went up to ask. "He's temporarily out of the woods." "Temporarily? What's that supposed to mean?" Noah asked distraughtly. "He's sustained very serious injuries. The good thing is, he is familiar with anatomy, and the wound he made in his chest won't kill him. He didn't stab himself too hard, so there wasn't too much blood loss, or else he would have died from a hemorrhage. We've given him a transfusion, but..." Then, the doctor paused, and Noah immediately knew that whatever came next was going to be bad news. "But what?" he asked. "But the gunshot wound he sustained is tricky. We weren't confident that we could successfully take it out, so we left it in there for now. The bullet is lodged in a really dangerous place, so we will have to take it out sooner or later. He's still under anesthesia, and we temporarily closed him up. We're scared of an infection, so we need to go in again to extract that bullet within 48 hours. So, you can't extract it now?" Noah was a policeman. He knew how dangerous leaving a bullet inside someone's body was. The doctor shook his head. "It's not as easy as you think. The bullet is lodged less than a centimeter away from his heart. If any mistakes were made, and we nick a blood vessel during surgery, he will go into a cardiac hemorrhage and die in less than a minute. What can we do then?" Noah's heart sank upon hearing this. Feeling deprived, he leaned against the wall of the hallway, his face as pale as paper. "We're going to discuss this with Director Richard and decide how we should go on with the surgery and what the success rate is." Then, the lead surgeon left with his assistant. Everyone fell back into silence. "So, he's saying that there's only a small chance that Jack would survive this?" Andrew asked, his expression complicated. "That can't be... Oh my God! If something happens to him, Chloe won't be able to live on." Victoria covered her mouth in agony. She leaned on Brenton's shoulder and began sobbing again. "These doctors are useless. Why are they whining like little girls about a bullet retraction? When I was in the military, I was shot too. It really isn't that big of a deal. He should be transferred over to the military hospital in the capital city. I'm calling my grandpa right now." Justin was Jack's biggest rival, but he didn't take advantage of Jack's current state, especially after he realized how important Jack was to Chloe. "Mr. Cooper, calm down. He can't be moved right now. The bullet lodged in Jack is in a very tricky place, and surgery is going to be difficult. With his current state, he won't be able to make it to the capital city. And, plus, there's not enough time either. He needs to receive surgery within 48 hours, Brenton explained to him. "Then I'm going to tell all the experienced doctors in the capital city to get the F over here." Then, Justin took out his phone, dialing as he walked. "Hello? I'm in a hurry. I need to talk to my grandpa." He immediately called Grandpa Cooper's assistant. Justin was going all out for Jack this time. Noah looked at Justin gratefully. For the first time, he didn't dislike him. Justin was a real man. He didn't hit a man when he was down or laugh at his misfortunes. Rather, when Jack needed help, Justin was willing to ask his own family to help him. Chloe was incredibly lucky to be liked by a man like him. Jack was probably proud to have a rival like him. At least Justin was an open book, and didn't stand by and watch as Jack withered away. While everyone was still worrying over Jack, Andrew quietly walked over to Chloe's room. He looked at her sleeping figure from the window, his expression filled with heartache and even a little bit of tenderness. Truth be told, aside from Chloe, he didn't care about anyone's life or death. He wasn't interested in Jack, and even hoped that he would never wake up. That way, he wouldn't need to put his own plans into action in the future to get rid of him. The only thing he cared about was Chloe's safety. He was happy, as long as she was alive and by his side. "Did you tell Chloe's mother what happened?" Victoria asked Noah. Noah shook his head. But I called Uncle Dawson. As soon as he finished his sentence, they saw Peter and Mrs. Dawson rush up to them. Behind them was Bella, who was wearing a beige dress. Noah, how's Jack? Peter asked him nervously. Uncle Dawson, he's still in critical condition right now. Noah felt bad and didn't know how to explain things to Jack's family. At the time, Jack went to look for Chloe by himself and didn't tell anyone about it, not even Rick. In the end, it was Noah who felt like things were a little off, so he ordered his people to follow after him. That's how they got there on time, or else the consequences would be unbearable. Oh my God, why was my son shot? What in the world happened? Mrs. Dawson began crying buckets and buckets. All Noah told them was that Jack had been shot and was receiving emergency treatment at the hospital. Bella was drinking tea with the Dawson couple at that time, so she immediately followed them here. She was extremely worried about him. Noah looked at them and slowly began to explain. Here's what happened. Chloe was kidnapped. Jack went to save her and they were both injured. Jack was shot, so his situation is dire, but don't worry about him. I'm sure he'll be fine. Noah avoided the important details and dwelled on the trivial as he explained what happened to Jack's parents. They quickly understood what happened. Peter's expression turned grim and he fell silent. Mrs. Dawson, on the other hand, blew up immediately. What? Did he get injured trying to save Chloe? Why does everything have to do with her? I knew that my son wouldn't have been shot for no reason. That woman's jinxed, and she's set to ruin my son. I went to a fortune teller before, and was told that they didn't make a good couple. Jack didn't believe me at the time, but look at what happened. That Bakch killed my son. Furious, Mrs. Dawson placed all the blame on Chloe. Bella, on the other hand, put her arm around Mrs. Dawson's and said with a heavy expression, Mrs. Dawson, calm down. I'm sure Jack will be fine. Where's that little Bakch? I'm going to kill her. Mrs. Dawson looked around, thinking that Chloe was here. Victoria couldn't take it anymore. She stepped out and said, Get your facts straight. Chloe was injured as well. That's her own problem. She pulled my son down with her. She deserves to get hurt. Mrs. Dawson spat viciously. Upon hearing this, Victoria became even angrier. Come on, they're married. What do you mean by pulling your son down with her? If one day you were kidnapped, does your husband deserve to get hurt just because he tried to save you? You should really think before you speak. Don't say everything that comes to your mind. After all, you're the wife of a rich man. You shouldn't act like a shrew and crap all over your own daughter-in-law, whom your son tried to save with his own life. Huh. Who are you? What does anything have to do with you? Mrs. Dawson glared at Victoria and then rolled her eyes at her. I'm a friend of Chloe's, and I don't like it when others defame her. If you have anything to say, just say it to my face. Victoria acted like a full-on Iron Lady and began talking back at Jack's mother to her face. Victoria, calm down. She's your senior, Brenton quietly reminded his short-tempered wife. Don't kid me. Who is she, and why should I respect her? If she's not worth expecting, then why should I put on a show? Chloe is still in the ICU, and she's badly injured as well. Her mother doesn't even know she's here, so why is being cursed at right now? Your parents really haven't taught you well. Mrs. Dawson was enraged by Victoria's curses and pointed at her nose as she retorted. Mrs. Dawson, never mind this. Let's not fight anymore. Jack's still in his room. Let's go check up on him. Bella didn't like to engage in public catfights with other people and always remembered to be the perfect lady. Therefore, she pulled on Mrs. Dawson's arm and they headed towards Jack's room. Then, Brenton and Victoria left the hospital. Sarah got off the plane at midnight. She didn't go home to rest, but rather took a cab straight to the hospital. Noah was still there, so he met her at the entrance. How's Chloe doing? Physically, she's doing fine, but emotionally, she's unstable. What about Jack? Sarah asked anxiously. Things are still not looking too well. Why didn't you tell me that something as big as this happened until just now? Sarah complained. "I was scared that you would be worried," Noah said as he quietly followed Sarah. "But I'm still worried, even if you just told me." "What kind of logic is this, pig-brain cop?" Sarah glared at Noah as she blamed him. She was wearing a long black cashmere coat with a knot tied around her waist. She paired that with mid-length leather boots and looked very sexy as she walked. Her complexion was fair. She wasn't staggeringly beautiful, but her looks still turned heads. Most importantly, in an era where most women underwent plastic surgery, natural beauty like Sarah was highly impressionable. The truth was, Noah had a thing for Sarah ever since high school, but the latter was short-tempered. Therefore, Noah never admitted her feelings towards her in fear that things would become awkward if she rejected him, and that they wouldn't even be able to be friends. Therefore, they just stayed friends. On the other hand, Sarah thought that Noah disliked her, so she never even thought about him that way. Over the past few years, she dated a lot of men, but none of her relationships had a happily forever after. Today, after all that, they were both single. The more they spent time together, the more feelings they developed for each other. Chloe was right. They were super close to dating. "Hey, how can you be walking so fast with heels as high as yours?" "I'm speechless," Noah mumbled behind Sarah. "Do you speak human? These aren't that high. They're only 5 centimeters. Have you ever seen 7-centimeter heels?" Sarah retorted. They soon arrived outside the BIPICU on the top floor. Chloe and Jack were in separate rooms, away from each other. The Dawson family was standing outside his. Bella kept wiping off tears with a handkerchief as if she were his wife. Annoyed, Sarah asked, "What does it have anything to do with her?" "She came with his parents, so I couldn't just chase her away. She has the right to see him." They talked as they walked towards Chloe's room. As soon as they arrived outside, Sarah immediately rushed in. But she saw Andrew tucking Chloe in, his expression as gentle as ever, leaving her dumbstruck. If she didn't see his expression with her own eyes, she would never have believed that Andrew would be one that treated Chloe with such tenderness, as if he was really her big brother. Upon seeing Sarah come in, Andrew didn't show a hint of embarrassment or unease. Instead, he got up and headed towards the door. "Since you guys are here, I'll be going then." Noah nodded. After Andrew left, Sarah put down her bag and took off her jacket. Then, she walked up to Chloe. She was wearing a hospital gown, lying pale and unconscious on the bed. Damn it. What the hell? Those God-forsaken kidnappers. When you execute them, remember to shoot as many times as you can and aim for their heads. They're so inhumane. Sarah's heart ached for Chloe upon seeing how frail she was. All these years, neither of them had seen her so fragile. Noah scratched his nose and didn't say anything. He didn't plan on telling her that the kidnappers confessed that they beat Chloe up because she wouldn't talk to Jack over the phone, and that they almost drowned her to death by tying her up and dunking her into a giant bucket. Chloe really did suffer inhuman treatment. Has she been asleep this entire time? Sarah put Chloe's hand in her own and looked at Noah. She woke up once, but was really emotional, and almost broke down the OR door like a crazy person trying to see Jack. She cares too much about him. I didn't think that Chloe loved Jack this much. Noah smoothed out the back of his head. Chloe's behavior this time truly surprised him. It's because you're an idiot. It takes Chloe a while to warm up to someone, and you will never be able to tell how much she cares about a person from the surface, because she's a person of her actions. Last time, she went to see a traditional doctor with me, because she was worried about not getting pregnant. The doctor prescribed her with a bunch of foul-smelling medicine, but she sucked it up and drank it 3 times a day. She would drink, throw up, drink, and throw up again, all to give Jack a child, Sarah said quietly. Noah was a bit touched as well. She sure is determined. What did you think she was? If Chloe didn't love Jack, do you think she would have done all that for him? Sarah asked. But Jack might not even wake up. Upon hearing what Noah said, Sarah's expression became ghastly. Stunned, she turned around and looked at him. What? Did you say? Chloe, don't worry. Jack's fine. He's in the ICU next to yours. I have to go see him. Chloe got up. But you're still weak and shouldn't be walking around. Girl, trust me. I would never lie to you. Jack is really fine. Sarah knew that Chloe was worried they would trick her. That was why she was in a hurry, to make sure that he was actually in his room. Sarah, I need to see him with my own eyes. Chloe's eyes swimming with tears as she said in agony, Okay, don't cry. I'll take you to him, but let's make a deal. You need to come back as soon as you see him, okay? Sarah said. Chloe nodded her head. Then, Sarah helped her up, and the two of them slowly walked towards his room. No one was outside Jack's room right now. He was still in critical condition, so his parents couldn't go in either. The Dawson family went out for food, so Sarah took this opportunity to take Chloe to see him. Chloe pried on the large glass window and looked at Jack from outside. Jack lied there quietly, with tubes all over his body. He was much more injured than she was. Chloe looked at him, and tears began falling down her cheeks uncontrollably. Girl, don't cry. You haven't recovered yet. You need to take care of yourself before you can take care of Jack, Sarah said, as she gently patted Chloe's back in consolation. Chloe, on the other hand, continued to cry, quietly. They stood outside for 5 minutes. Upon seeing that her legs were shaking, Sarah knew Chloe didn't have any strength left in her, so she said, Hey, let's head back. You haven't eaten yet. Rest for a while, and let's come back later. Chloe didn't struggle. She looked at Jack longingly and then turned around to head back to her own room. Just then, they bumped into Mrs. Dawson and Bella, who had just came back from eating. I'm curious, why is my son so seriously injured, but you seem fine? Mrs. Dawson glared icily at Chloe. Mrs. Dawson, Chloe's already heartbroken and she's sustained serious injuries as well, okay? Is it really the time to place wrongful blame on her? Sarah looked at Mrs. Dawson furiously. Chloe, are you okay? Bella's arm was around Mrs. Dawson's as she asked her gently. Chloe took one glance at them. Then, without speaking, she and Sarah headed straight back to her room. Look at that. I can't believe you would even talk to her. How uneducated is she? She won't even take. Mrs. Dawson cursed. It's okay. Chloe's not feeling well, so it's natural for her to be in a bad mood. I won't mind. Bella, you're just too kind, Mrs. Dawson complained as the two of them walked up to Jack's room. Upon returning to her room, Chloe had calmed down quite a bit. She took out a tissue, wiped off her tears, and sat down on her bed. The nurse came in to take her temperature and insert her IV, to which she cooperated obediently. Dr. Green? Get some rest. Don't think too much, the nurse reminded her. Chloe nodded. Girl, do you want plain congee? What about eggs? Sure, Chloe nodded. Sarah slowly fed Chloe food, and Chloe took big bites, as if she had a hearty appetite. Upon seeing her spirits lift a little, Sarah let out a sigh of relief. After she ate, Chloe looked at Sarah. Sarah, please, I want to see Jack's lead surgeon. Huh? Why? Sarah was confused. Please, ask him to come here. I need to talk to him. Chloe's expression was as calm as ever. It seemed like she was already back to normal. Okay, wait for me then. Sarah didn't know what Chloe wanted to do. She assumed that the latter was curious about Jack's conditions, so she didn't think too much and immediately went to look for Jack's lead surgeon. Since the lead surgeon was Chloe's colleague at Southside, he quickly went up to Chloe's room. Dr. Green, you were looking for me? Doctor, how's my husband? You don't have to hide anything from me, just tell me the truth, Chloe said as she calmly looked at Jack's lead surgeon. The doctor was clearly in a difficult position. Perhaps he just didn't want to tell her the truth. You don't have to worry about me. I'm a doctor too. You won't be able to hide it from me anyways. I can see that Jack's being kept alive by blood transfusions, tubes, and an oxygen mask. The bullet is still lodged in his body, isn't it? The doctor nodded. Doctor Green, I'm sorry. We tried our best yesterday. The good thing is, his knife wound isn't too bad, or else he would have died on the table. The bullet is the tricky part, since it's lodged right next to his heart. It's in such a sensitive spot, less than 1 centimeter away from his heart, so surgery will be difficult. You're a doctor, so I don't have to explain it to you. If we don't take it out on time, it may become infected at any moment. Therefore, he needs to undergo another surgery within 48 hours for us to extract that bullet. What's the success rate of the surgery? Chloe asked calmly. Less than 20%. Chief glanced at Chloe and said quietly. Chloe's expression turned grim as she felt her heart sink. But let's wait for the doctors from the capital city to come tonight. Perhaps they have a way, the doctor added. Capital city? Chloe frowned, not sure he was talking about. You don't know this yet, but your friend, Justin, utilized his connections with the army and asked the lead surgeon of Capital City Military General Hospital to come. He's arriving in the city with 3 assistants this afternoon. If things go as planned, your husband might be able to undergo surgery tonight. Chloe fell silent upon hearing this. She was shocked that Justin was willing to help her like this, since normal people would never be able to access military surgeons. Maybe with the help of Justin, the success rate of the surgery may be higher. However, as a medical practitioner, Chloe knew how dangerous the bullet's location was. Okay, I got it. After Chief left, Chloe sat quietly on her bed as she looked at the snow falling outside her window. Just a few days ago, he held her hand as they walked in the snow. He promised that they would spend the rest of their lives together. However, now he was on a sickbed, and no one could predict his chances of life or death. Jack, don't you dare leave me behind, or else I will never forgive you, not even if I die. Chloe felt lonely as she looked at the scenery outside and said in her scratchy voice, Andrew was the first to visit her that day, holding a bouquet of beautiful lilies in his hand. You seem to be doing much better today, Chloe. He chuckled. Chloe glanced at him but didn't say anything. The old man doesn't know what happened. I didn't tell him. You don't have to tell him anything. It has nothing to do with him, Chloe said apathetically. I know. You didn't even tell your mom that you're hurt, so I assumed that you wouldn't want him to know either. Then Andrew asked, Did you want anything to eat? I can go buy you some. I ate already. Good. You need to eat more. Take a look at your face. You're as white as a ghost. Right now, you can appear in a horror film without makeup. Andrew tried to make her laugh by joking around. However, she didn't react at all. Those criminals will be sentenced to death. Don't worry, you'll be avenged, Andrew consoled her. Chloe nodded, but still didn't say anything. Right now, she didn't care about vengeance. All she cared about was whether Jack would be able to survive this. Just then, Justin walked into her room. His hands were empty. He didn't bring any flowers nor food. You're up? He asked. Chloe tilted her head to look at Justin, who seemed to have dark circles under his eyes. Perhaps he didn't sleep well last night. Don't worry. Your husband will be fine. My grandpa asked the best military surgeon to come. He's on a private plane and will be here in 3 hours. Thank you, Chloe. Had never felt so grateful towards Justin. Although the army surgeon couldn't guarantee a completely successful surgery, at least success rates will be higher. Don't be so cheesy. If you really want to thank me, tell that husband of yours to stop competing with me. Produce fewer movies and stop stealing my market, goddammit. Justin forced a laugh. Chloe bit down on her lips. She wanted to say something, but she didn't. 3 hours later, the army surgeon and his assistants arrived at South Side. Jack's lead surgeon, Chloe, Director Richard, as well as Dr. Fang, the army surgeon, met in the conference room. Dr. Fang, this is his current situation. Take a look. What is the success rate of the surgery? Director Richard looked at the 60 or so elder in front of him. Dr. Fang looked at Jack's charts as well as his CT. However, he didn't say anything. Dr. Fang? Chloe said as she looked at him nervously. After a while, Doctor. Fang slowly looked up and glanced at the others, before his gaze finally stopped on Chloe's face. To tell you the truth, this surgery is highly risky, Doctor, Fang said with a heavy tone. What's the success rate? Chloe asked, unsettled. She wanted to hear an answer she could accept, A success rate of 50% was worth it for Jack to take the risk and undergo the surgery. However, the reality was usually much harsher. With my years of clinical experience, I would say that the success rate of surgery in an area as sensitive as this one is less than 30%. After Dr. Fang finished his sentence, the others quivered. Chief said that the success rate of the surgery was less than 20%, and that was why Justin went through all the trouble of flying a top-notch surgeon in from the capital city. However, the success rate rose by less than 10%, miles and miles away from Chloe's expectations. Chloe's gaze turned icy immediately. Her hands and feet became cold as she sat there quietly. "Chloe, you shouldn't worry too much. I know Jack will survive this. Heaven rewards the good." Director Richard consoled her slowly. "Director, we're all doctors. A sentence like heaven rewards the good is just something we say to console the patient's family. Please don't say it to me." Chloe's voice was heartbreakingly hoarse, as if she would lose her voice any second. "Director, Dr. Green, what should we do then? Should we do the surgery or not?" Chief asked carefully. They didn't seem to have much of a choice. If they did the surgery, it would be risky. Even with a renowned surgeon from the capital city, the surgery success rate was still less than 30%. If they didn't do the surgery, in 48 hours, the area around Jack's heart may become affected. By then, the consequences will be grave. Time is of the essence, Chloe. You are Jack's immediate family, so you should decide. Director Richard knew how much Jack meant to Chloe, so he passed the baton over to her. "Director Richard, I need some time. Let me think about it." Chloe felt so much pressure that she was about to explode. Dr. Fang looked down at his watch. "Young lady, my suggestion is, if you agree to surgery, we should do it tomorrow morning. The human body is strongest in the morning, so if we do it then, the success rate will be higher. You have an entire night to think about it, but we can't wait past tomorrow." "Okay." Chloe nodded with a heavy heart. Then, the meeting ended. Chloe felt like she had hit rock bottom as she left the conference room. After she returned to her room, Sarah immediately went up to hold her. "How did it go? What did you guys decide? When is Jack getting his surgery? I still need to think about it." Chloe's complexion was pale. "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll go buy some for you." "I'm fine, Sarah. Go home and get some rest. You've been at it all night with me. There's a lot of nurses here, and I want to be alone for a while, so I can mull over some stuff." Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm a strong girl. I'll always be that undefeatable Chloe." Chloe forced a smile. "Okay then. I'll be back tomorrow morning. You should get some rest." Then, Sarah left her room. Before leaving, she reminded the nurse, again and again, to take good care of Chloe, since she was emotionally unstable. After Sarah left, Chloe walked up to the window and stood there, by herself, for a very long time. She didn't even hear Justin when he knocked on her door and came in. "What are you thinking about?" Justin asked gently, afraid of startling her. Chloe turned around and even flashed a smile at Justin. "You're here." Her smile was feeble, helpless, and made him wonder, For some unknown reason, Justin felt his heartache after seeing Chloe smile like that. Chloe had never spoken to Justin so gently before. She walked to the shelf, held up the teapot, and poured Justin a cup of tea. "Try it. After drinking tea for so long, I think that Long Jing is the best. It's mellow and sweet." "Why are you being so nice to me?" Justin was surprised by the attention. They fought every time they saw each other, so he wasn't used to it when Chloe faced him with her rare, gentle side. "What? Is it a crime to be nice to you?" Chloe joked. "No, I'm just not used to it." Justin awkwardly licked his lips. God knew how he spent yesterday. He couldn't sleep all night and kept thinking back to Chloe's manic state, as if something was stuck in his heart. He begged his old man 3 times before the latter agreed to send an army surgeon. In exchange, his grandpa also said that Justin had to go on an arranged date, and he agreed without hesitation. He did all this for Chloe. To him, Jack was just a love rival. His life didn't matter to him. However, he couldn't leave Chloe alone. Upon seeing how she acted yesterday, Justin knew that she would go mad if Jack died. How could he sit and watch such a clever and cute girl turn into a crazy person? So it's true that people are naturally despicable. If you get used to me being rude, you won't be used to me being gentle. Stupid girl. Are you putting me down again? I won't sink to your level today. You're a patient. Smiling, Chloe remained silent. She then sat down opposite of Justin. To be honest, I thought that you were brain dead the first time I saw you at Southside. Facing such a crappy review, Justin didn't know whether to smile or cry. What about afterward? Justin was obviously unconvinced and kept asking. Then, my view of you changed. After a while, I realized that you weren't brain dead. That's right. Justin was proud of himself. You're a total weirdo, Chloe added. Justin was speechless. Damn. Stupid. Girl. Did you get addicted to dissing me? Do you really think that you can do anything you want now that you're sick? I can throw you off the building anytime, Justin purposefully said. You thought I was a weirdo when you first saw me too, right? Chloe asked again. Mm-hmm. I thought that you looked like an old grandma. Everyone else at Southside wore low-cut uniforms, and you were the only one who wrapped themselves up like a dumpling. It was funny. His first encounter with Chloe felt like yesterday. Justin thought about how great it was back then. If time could flow backward, he would go back to his time during Southside, since it became one of his happiest memories. Because he could argue with that stubborn nurse every day, and she even tortured him for revenge. Justin wasn't a romantic person, and he couldn't understand Nolan's "if time could stop" at the moment when we first met, when he first read it. He thought that the writer was being cheesy with his words, but now he came to understand it. How great would it be if his relationship with Chloe would be as if they first met? He really wanted the time he spent alone with Chloe to pass as slowly as possible. He wasn't greedy. He didn't want anything more than this. Time's actually extremely heartless. It steals the most precious things away from us without us even realizing it. I used to always want to go back to being a child. When I was at school, I was stressed out over monthly exams. Then, when I started working, I realized that life was much more complicated than school. Tests and exams were the easiest. Geniuses like you get stressed? You aced your middle school exams, and second high school even offered you admission and provided you with a full-ride scholarship and stipends. Justin asked in a joking manner. Chloe's face was filled with surprise. How did you know about what happened all those years ago? I was pretty interested in your past a while ago, Justin admitted up front. So that's why you went to eat Ajin's ramen? Chloe asked. Yeah. Speaking of which, is that noodle restaurant really that good? It tasted pretty average to me. Justin always wanted to ask Chloe, but never got the chance. And when he had the chance, he forgot to ask her. Finally, he remembered to bring it up today. Who said that I went because of how good it tasted? Why then? Justin was filled with confusion. Because it's cheap. It only costs $2 per bowl, and it hasn't changed all these years. Pfft, you're going to kill me with shock. Justin thought that Chloe had set up a trap for him. When he first heard that Chloe loved to eat their ramen, he brought Brenton and Max there. To be honest, he thought that it tasted average. It wasn't as good as he thought it would be. However, he couldn't admit that. So, every time he went with Max and the others, he emphasized how good the noodles were. Max and Brenton looked down on him and said that the only reason he liked them was because of Chloe. As long as Chloe liked it, even crap would be delicious to Justin. Of course, something as vulgar as that came from Max's mouth. However, Chloe didn't eat it because of how good it was because it was cheap. He was incredibly speechless. When I was in high school, my family didn't give me much money to spend. I liked medical books and used all my money on those. Therefore, I used the money I had left at that restaurant because it was cheap. Fine, you win. Justin was filled with hopelessness. Chloe smiled and kept speaking. I went there after graduation because I was yearning for my youth. The past can't come back, but I could look back on it. I eat it now to remind me of youth. Ahem. Now, Justin was embarrassed. He never attended Second High and ate there anyway. Was he a parrot? I think that... You might be the weirdest woman I've ever known, Justin exclaimed. Sometimes I think so too. Chloe seriously agreed with Justin's words. Justin looked at Chloe. They faced each other, and he felt a sense of happiness upon seeing how close they were. Seeing that her face was pale from worrying, Justin said, I'll ask my housekeeper to make some date and lotus seed congee tomorrow. You've gotten skinnier and your complexion looks bad. Don't worry, my body's great. I'll recover soon. Then rest. I'll leave now. See you tomorrow. After speaking, Justin got up to leave. Justin? Hearing Chloe's sudden call, Justin stopped in his tracks. Thank you. Don't be so emotional. I don't help people to be appreciated, that's too lame. Justin, this is for you. After speaking, she took out a bullet shell out of nowhere. What are you doing? I said that I don't want it back. After seeing the bullet shell, Justin's expression changed. No, I'm not giving it back to you. I have something to ask of you, Chloe said, as she stared into Justin's eyes. What do you want? Tell me. As Justin slowly took the old bullet shell from Chloe, he thought that the tiny object was extra heavy today. He had a hunch that whatever Chloe said, it wouldn't be good. This was a promise that he made to Chloe. He once said that if she wanted something one day, she could ask him. As long as it was within his powers, he would do it. It was like Aladdin's magical lamp from that old Western tale. Justin could do a lot of things, and if Chloe asked him for $100 million, he would immediately write her a check. She could also ask Justin to make her a superstar, or even ask him for a luxurious sports car or a mansion. Anyways, this was a keepsake that could make a normal person rich overnight, and the only person who had this keepsake in the world was Chloe. Looking at Chloe's pretty face, Justin waited for her to tell him her wish. After 3 seconds of silence, Chloe slowly said, Justin, if I die, please forget me. What? Justin felt like he had been hit by lightning and couldn't move his body. If he heard right, Chloe had just asked him to forget her if she died. You didn't mishear anything. That's what I said. Why would you say depressing stuff out of the blue? I thought that you had a real request. This doesn't count. Take the bullet back and think about it. I'm telling you that I have a lot of valuable things in my mansion. Pearls from the Qing dynasty, blue and white porcelain from the Ming dynasty, a copper sword from the Warring States period, a jade pendant from the Western Zhou dynasty. I have everything. Anything is better than this. Justin thought Chloe was joking, so he wanted to give the bullet back. However, Chloe didn't take it from him. Instead, she looked at Justin with a serious expression. Are you a man of your word? Of course. Then you have to keep your promise. Justin couldn't speak. You said that you would fulfill any wish I have within your capability. But this wish isn't something I can do. Justin looked at her and answered with immeasurable sadness in his voice. To him, it was too difficult and cruel to forget Chloe. You have to do it. Chloe stared into his eyes. The two were in a stalemate for a while. Justin tilted his head up and controlled his emotions. Then, he packed up the bullet shell and softly said, Okay, I promise you. Chloe smiled. But I don't think you'll die. If you die, I'll go to hell, find Lucifer, and beat him up. After that, I'll drag you back to the mortal realm. That's all. Rest well. Bye. Before Chloe could reply, Justin turned to leave, without staying for another minute. Of course, that suited Justin's style. It was very much like him to threaten to beat up Lucifer. After Justin left, Chloe changed out of her hospital gown and into casual clothes. She wore a white jacket and white boots. Dr. Green, you're leaving? The nurse who was delivering the dinner asked. She was beyond surprised to see Chloe leave. I miss my mom. But you're still not in good shape. You can't move around too much. It's okay. I am not driving anyways. I'm calling a cab and will be back in 3 hours. Don't worry about me. But the nurse still seemed conflicted. Don't worry. Oh, and don't tell anyone that I left. If someone asks, say that I went to sleep. Thanks, Chloe said as she turned around to leave. The nurse didn't think too much because she knew that Chloe was a reliable person. Chloe did call a cab home. When she got home, Sandra was just about to make dinner. Mom, I'm home. Huh? Aren't you supposed to be traveling? Sandra was quite surprised. Ah, I came back early because I got bored. Right. I don't understand traveling. It's tiring and the same, wherever you go. Sandra was really happy to see her daughter come home. Mom, did you eat yet? No, I'm just about to cook. What do you want to eat? I'll make some for you. No, I'll cook today. After she spoke, Chloe took off her jacket, rolled up her sleeves, and went into the kitchen. What are you going to make for me? I thought you only know how to make messes. Though Sandra nagged her, she was quite happy. I'll make you dumplings. Do you have meat? Mm-hmm. Then, Sandra got Chloe some dumpling fillings from the fridge. It's ready-made. Great. You can just leave it here. Go rest. I have everything under control. What's wrong with you, kid? You're acting strange today. Sandra sensed that something was wrong and looked at Chloe strangely. No, I am perfectly fine. I just want to make dumplings for you. You've been cooking for me all these years. Ha ha. I wanted to give back to you. I want to prove to you that you didn't raise me up for nothing. After speaking, Chloe quirkily kissed Sandra's cheek. Gosh, what's wrong with this kid? Sandra muttered as she walked out of the kitchen. She didn't see that the moment she walked out, Chloe's tears poured down like waterfalls. Mom, thanks for nurturing me for 24 years. Looking at Sandra's silhouette, she softly said. Because her mother was great at cooking, Chloe rarely cooked. Now that she was cooking, Sandra felt incredibly comforted by her daughter's gesture. She sat on the couch eating sunflower seeds and watching TV shows. For some reason, hints of warmth crept into her heart. Although Sandra missed Thomas, she knew that Thomas was safe in New Zealand, so she didn't worry about him. The only thing worrying Sandra now was that Chloe was still not pregnant. Her mind was constantly filled with the thought of this. Chloe was good at making dumplings, and she quickly made 40 white dumplings. Then, she boiled water and put the dumplings in the pot. Sandra was worried about her daughter, so she walked into the kitchen and watched her from behind. Mom, why are you here again? I said that I don't need you. Chloe laughed, trying to conceal the sadness in her eyes. I'm worried that you might mess up. No way. You know how to cook them, right? Still unsure, Sandra frequently looked into the boiling pot. I know, you've taught me many times. Lid off to cook the skin and lid on to cook the filling. Only then did Sandra nod, somewhat convinced by her daughter's skills. 10 or so minutes later, Chloe placed 2 plates of steaming dumplings onto the table. Mom, dinner's ready. Sandra washed her hands and silently sat down with her daughter. I wish Thomas were home, Chloe suddenly said, a little depressed. Thomas? If he's home, we would have had to make 30 more, okay? Sandra smiled. Chloe helped her mom make some garlic sauce and put a dumpling in her bowl. Mom, try this. Give it a good review. Sandra lowered her head and bit it gently. Then, she slowly chewed. How is it? How is it? Chloe quirkily asked. It's okay. After hearing that, Chloe smiled. She knew that her mother didn't like to compliment others. As long as she said it was okay, or it wasn't bad, it meant that she liked it. You need to eat more too. You don't look good. Have you been too tired lately? Sandra looked at her daughter heart-achingly. No, everything's been good. Chloe lowered her head and ate slowly. The truth was, her heart was in great pain. She really wanted to tell her mother that she wasn't her biological daughter, but she thought that it would be too cruel. It would be better if she didn't tell her mother. If she didn't survive tomorrow, then that secret would be buried forever, right? Thinking about that made Chloe look up and smile at Sandra with tears in her eyes. Mom, I love you so much. Kid, why are you so emotional all of a sudden? Sandra thought that Chloe was behaving really weirdly today, but she couldn't tell what was wrong exactly. She looked fine and didn't have any injuries on her body. Nothing. I just want to tell you that I love you. Chloe held in her tears and tried her hardest to smile. Right, you went traveling. Did Jack go too? Sandra suddenly asked. Hearing Jack's name made Chloe's hands shake a little. He didn't go with me. He's pretty busy with work. No matter how busy you are, you have to take care of your body. Also, don't think that I am annoying, but remember to take your traditional medicine, fix your body, and have kids as soon as possible. I know, Mom. Chloe lowered her head even more, scared that she couldn't control her tears. At this moment, her mother's nagging seemed like a luxury. If possible, she wanted to listen to her mom nag her and Thomas forever. Because nagging was a form of love. Those who didn't care about you wouldn't repeat the same things over and over again. After having dinner with her mother, Chloe washed all the dishes. Then, she helped her mom clean the living room too. It was already 8:30 at night when she finished. Mom, I am leaving. Go home. Jack's probably bored at home. You guys need to be good to each other. Chloe obediently nodded. When Sandra saw Chloe out, Chloe suddenly turned around and hugged her mother. She gave her a giant hug. Mom? Good night. Rest well. Okay, stop being clingy. Kiddo, drive carefully. Sandra didn't know that Chloe called a cab, so she reminded her. Chloe turned to leave, crying as she walked. Sadly, her mom only saw her silhouette in the nightlight. Walking out of the community, Chloe wasn't in a hurry to call a cab. She sat down by the fountain near the gates of Sky Blessing Court. Then, she took out her phone and called a number. Hello? A sluggish voice sounded in the other side of the phone. Your sleeping position is wrong. Get up and go to sleep again. Jokingly, Chloe said. Sis, what's wrong with you? Why did you have to call at this hour? Thomas was fast asleep in his bachelor flat. New Zealand was 4 hours ahead. It was 8:30 at night here, so it was already 12:30 at night where Thomas was. I just suddenly missed you. What? You're sick of me after a few days abroad? No, I just thought that it's weird that you didn't call me during the day and instead called me in the middle of the night. While speaking, Thomas crawled out of his bed and sat on the side of his bed with the comforter around him. Turn on the video. I want to see you. Chloe smiled. Okay. Then, Thomas hung up and sent his sister a video call. Dang, you're dressed like a polar bear. What are you doing? Thomas was shocked when he saw Chloe. His sister was wearing an out-of-style parka with the hood over her head. She indeed looked like a polar bear. I just finished eating with Mom. I called you because I was bored after coming out. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. It's the gate of our community. Smiling, Thomas said. How have you been lately? Do you have a lot of homework? Are you tired? No, it's pretty relaxing. The education curriculum here is different. They don't make me memorize for tests. Our teachers think that creativity is more important. That's good. Chloe nodded. Right, sis. Tell my brother-in-law to stop giving me money. He gave me a card when I left with $1 million in it. I'll be good for a long time. I think I won't be able to finish spending it, even after I graduate. The thing is, my brother-in-law ordered GK's finance department to send me $1 million every month. It's too scary. I'm no spoiled brat. I don't want to flex and live a luxurious life. I thank him for his good intentions, but I really don't want to burn money. Okay, how dare Jack give you money behind my back? I'll take care of him when I go home, Chloe purposely said. No. You'll never hear the end of it if you dare touch my brother-in-law. Chloe, do not bully your husband. He's one of a kind. You really have to cherish him, you know? Thomas's expression was so serious that Chloe smiled. Don't laugh. I am being serious. Did you hear me? I heard you, young Master Thomas. I will cherish him. I know that nobody else in the world will treat me better than Jack, Chloe said in a melancholic tone. Okay, Let's end it here. You're gonna freeze out here in the middle of the night. Also, you're wasting data. We'll chat tomorrow when you have Wi-Fi. Thomas didn't know what was happening on Chloe's end and tried to get her home in fear of her catching a cold. Thomas. If something happened to me one day, you and Mom have to be strong, and you have to take care of her for me. Pff, sis, why are you saying depressing things like that out of the blue? It's just for instance. That instance doesn't exist. You'll live to be 100 years old. I'll have to take care of you then, although I'll be 75 when you're 80. The thing that'll never change is how much I love you, Thomas humorously said. Then I have nothing else to say. You should go back to sleep. I have to go home. Okay. Good night, sis. Thomas unknowingly hung up the call. Chloe, on the other hand, started crying again by the community gates. Today, Chloe turned into a crybaby. The old her rarely shed tears because her personality was quite cold and distant. However, for some reason today, she felt grateful for all the people by her side. Thomas, Mom, Sarah, Victoria. She had both family and friends. These things gave her warmth that no amount of money could buy. She wanted to call Victoria and Sarah, but Victoria was too smart. Chloe was afraid that she would become suspicious and mess up her plans for tomorrow. As for Sarah, she took care of Chloe last night and was probably already asleep. Chloe didn't want to bother her. Half an hour later, Chloe stood up and wiped off her tears. She called a cab back to Southside. Dr. Green, you're back. The nurse calmed down upon seeing Chloe come back. Did anyone look for me? Yeah, Director Richard and President Green. President Green? President Andrew Green. Oh, what did they say? Nothing. I told them that you were already asleep, so they didn't come in. That's good. Chloe opened the door, went into her room, and changed into her patient's gown. Then, she crawled obediently onto the bed. I am going to check your temperature and take your blood, Dr. Green. Okay? Chloe sat still and let the assistant do whatever she wanted. Then, she didn't think about anything else that night and went into deep sleep. She was determined to get all the rest she could. The next morning, Chloe woke up at 6 a.m. After washing up in the washroom, she took out some ladies' cigarettes that she got from the downstairs convenience store. They were thin, mint-flavored cigarettes. Thomas knew about this. She didn't like to smoke. She only did it when she was under great stress and had no idea what to do. She leaned on the washroom wall and smoked cigarette after cigarette. She finished at least half a box. However, she didn't speak a word, nor did she cry. In her eyes were calmness and determination that she never had before. She smoked until she heard knocking sounds, so she brushed her teeth and rinsed her mouth before leaving the bathroom. Dr. Green, Director Richard and the others want to see you in the conference room. Okay. Chloe nodded. She brought along the milk and eggs that her assistant had prepared for her. She drank while walking. When she got to the conference room, she had finished both the milk and egg. Today, she looked more energized than ever. Director Richard, Dr. Fang, Chief Durgeon of their hospital. She walked in with a smile on her face. Chloe, sit. Chloe nodded and sat across from the three authoritative figures. Did you think it through? Do you want the surgery? If you agree and sign, we can start in an hour. I agree. Chloe calmly said those two words. Director Richard nodded. He knew that Chloe would eventually agree to the operation. After all, if they don't take out the bullet, they face the danger of Jack dying any time. It didn't matter if they acted bravely or cowardly. The results were all the same. They should just be quick with it. Although the fast possibility was low, everybody would be happy if the surgery was successful. Director Richard, I have a condition, Chloe added. Okay, tell me. Scanning the aged faces of the three men, Chloe said in all seriousness, I want to take part in the operation, and I want to be the lead surgeon." "What?" Director Richard was completely shocked. The other two men were no better. It was completely out of their expectations that Chloe would pose such a shocking request. Did this 24-year-old young woman just say that she wanted to be a part of the surgery and even be the lead surgeon? What kind of joke is that? Are you kidding me? Dr. Fang was an experienced doctor, but he had never witnessed such absurdity, in which the patient's family wanted to be the lead surgeon for her husband's operation. "Dr. Fang, our Chloe's a doctor too," the chief reminded him. "I know, but isn't she from the neurology department?" The old man seemed quite mad. "It's true that she's in the neurology department, but when she did the doctor exam, many departments wanted her due to her gift in medicine. She graduated from medical school with a degree in nursing. However, she excelled in optometry, gynecology, rheumatology, neurosurgery, and studied many types of neurological disorders. Director Richard would never choose the wrong person." Director Richard glanced at Professor Fang and said, "I'm afraid that you won't understand, no matter how much we say. I'll just say that Chloe's a rare medical genius. At least in my lifetime, I've never seen such an excellent doctor. I've witnessed her perform 2 difficult surgeries and save those patients from the Grim Reaper." Director Richard was talking about the pregnant patient who suffered from a hemorrhage, and when Lisa was in a car accident. Chloe performed those 2 surgeries, and they were both very successful. Although Director Richard was surprised at Chloe's request, he believed in her abilities. Dr. Fang, on the other hand, wasn't a doctor hired by Director Richard, so he wasn't aware of Chloe's accomplishments. "But this is a mess. We're not 100% sure ourselves, so how could a girl like her do it?" Professor Fang was reluctant due to her age. No matter how good she was still a young woman. How could she perform such a difficult surgery? "Dr. Fang, I hope that you can let me try. I don't want to risk my husband's life either. Since the success rate is less than 30% for all of us, I would be more assured if I did it. I want to do this for him." "But, Dr. Green, you might be going into the surgery with personal emotions. That's what I'm worried about the most." Chief was a little worried as well. There was an incident in the hospital where a male doctor operated on his wife, who was in a car accident. It was because of his mental breakdown that the surgery was unsuccessful. The wife died on the operating table, and the doctor quit the profession. After all, Chloe would be operating on someone she loved, so maybe her mental state wouldn't be as intact as she normally was. "I won't, believe me." Chloe didn't say much, but she was extremely determined. Dr. Fang was against it, but after 10 minutes of discussion with Director Richard, he finally reluctantly agreed. Director Richard took the surgical risk agreement from his assistant and handed it over. "Chloe, take a look. If you have no problem with it, sign here." Chloe took the contract, looked it over briefly before picking up a black ball pen and signing it. She even fingerprinted it. "Then we should leave now," Dr. Fang rose and said. The others went into the disinfection chambers to prep for surgery. Chloe, on the other hand, walked to Jack's room with her white lab coat on. She wanted to look at him. Jack's room was surrounded by people. Justin, Andrew, Noah, Sarah, Victoria, Brenton, Jack's parents, Bella and her parents were all present. When Chloe appeared, everybody looked towards her. "Chloe, what did you decide?" Noah asked. "Surgery will officially begin in half an hour." "What? Who allowed it to happen? Didn't they say that the success rate was less than 30%? Do you want to kill my son?" Mrs. Dawson went into a crazed state as soon as she heard what Chloe said. "I didn't want it. I had no other choice." With red eyes, Chloe looked at Mrs. Dawson. "What do you mean you had no other choice? Stop taking advantage of the situation. I bet my money that you're just trying to kill my son and take our fortune for yourself. You cold-hearted woman." Chloe didn't want to pay any more attention to Mrs. Dawson. She turned around and said to everyone else, "In half an hour, I will be entering the operating room as the lead surgeon for Jack's surgery." After Chloe said that, everyone was shocked again. How could you make such a selfish decision? Are you 100% sure that you'll succeed? What if it fails? You're messing around. This time, even Peter couldn't hold it in. He thought that Chloe was messing around. How could a young woman, like her, perform a surgery that even top-notch doctors were unsure of? Was she really trying to kill Jack? Chloe, calm down. Noah and the others panicked as well. They didn't know what was up with her. I am very calm. Chloe smiled. Her gaze was unusually calm too. The Chloe who treated everything with calmness had returned. However, why did Sarah feel heartbroken upon seeing her like this? Chloe, you're crazy. You know that even the army surgeon predicted a less than 30% chance success rate. Justin was in a panic as well. He was flabbergasted by Chloe's absurd decision. Chloe, calm down. Jack will be fine. We have to trust the doctor, Andrew said. He didn't know what else to say, other than to attempt to comfort Chloe. Since at this moment, everything was futile to Chloe. Guys, you don't have to convince me. I've made up my mind. Chloe, how could you make such a selfish decision? You agreed to the surgery, but Mrs. Dawson, and I haven't agreed yet. How could you treat Jack's life so frivolously? Bella could no longer stay calm. She stopped pretending to be gentle and panicked. If Jack died, she would be left in despair, right? She was already scared, and upon hearing that Chloe was going to operate, she became even more scared. Even if Chloe was a genius and had excellent skills, she still didn't trust her. In her heart, Bella was always hostile towards Chloe, so at a time like this she couldn't hold it anymore. Therefore, she couldn't help but step up and demand an answer from Chloe. I have the right to sign. I am his wife. What are you? Staring at Bella, Chloe slowly asked. You can't be so spoiled even if you were his wife. Shouldn't you discuss an important issue like this with everyone first before making the decision? He's my husband. Why do I have to ask others? Chloe coldly glared at Bella and kept up her insanely arrogant attitude. You woman, you have the heart of a snake. No, I don't agree to the surgery. I don't agree to you performing the surgery. I am transferring my son. We're bringing him to America. Mrs. Dawson was agitated and almost swore in Chloe's face. Nobody can stop me today. Nobody is taking Jack away. I have say over everything. Chloe was agitated as well. Therefore, she made it clear that she didn't care what anyone else thought. Chloe, how can you be so selfish? Let me ask you this. What do you plan to do if the surgery fails? How do you plan to give us our son back? Staring at Chloe, Peter yelled. Yeah, tell us. What are you going to do if you fail? Are you going to run away with his money? Crying, Mrs. Dawson screeched. Bella held Mrs. Dawson and looked at Chloe with absolute animosity. It was as if Chloe was going into the operating room in order to kill Jack. Chloe, I don't think that you should do the surgery. I think that the army surgeon is a better bet. It's not that I don't trust your skills. I'm just afraid that you're too emotionally involved, Victoria said. Like Dr. Fang, she was afraid that Chloe's emotions might affect the surgery. Victoria was a psychologist and knew what Chloe was faced with. I won't. Chloe glanced at Victoria with the calmest expression on her face. Chloe, I think that the army surgeon will do great. You don't have to do anything yourself. What if something happens? You would feel so guilty. Noah tried to convince her. There would be no what-ifs. Chloe coldly denied that possibility. You sure talk big. Let me ask you this. What if something happens to Jack? Can you bear this responsibility? Bella demanded Chloe with an unpleasant tone. She was caught up in anger, and her face turned green. She didn't think that Chloe would be so horrible at the brink of surgery, as if her heart had turned to steel. Everybody there was trying to convince her not to do it, but she had to go against the entire world. Her stubbornness was staggering. Chloe stood at the door of Jack's room and looked at everyone present. Then, she said slowly, if the surgery fails, I won't leave the room alive either. That's as worse as it can get. Before anyone could react, Chloe walked straight into Jack's room and locked the door from within. His room had a passage that allowed her to reach the surgery room directly, without any external interferences. Outside in the hallway, Everyone was stunned by what Chloe just said. Both Andrew and Justin's faces had turned especially pale. Smart as they were, they never made the assumption that Chloe had already prepared for the worst. She was prepared to live and die with Jack. It was just then that Justin made the connection and understood why she spoke the way she did last night. No wonder she was so tender to him last night. She was preparing for the worst outcome and tending to her matters. None of them ever thought that Chloe would decide to perform surgery on Jack. In disbelief, Justin ran towards Jack's room and pounded on the door. "Chloe, get the F out of there. Explain to me right now." "Justin, calm down," Brenton tried to convince him gently. "How can I calm down? She's going to kill herself if Jack dies." "Don't say that. Nothing is going to happen to Jack," Bella complained immediately, agitated by Justin's words. "Shut the F up." Justin snapped his head back and glared at her. If Bella was a guy, he would have already beaten her up. Seeing the situation, Mayor Hall pulled on Bella gently. "Bella, stay quiet," he advised. As she observed Justin, Bella pressed her lips together and stumbled back a couple of steps with fear creeping up her eyes. Andrew, his face as pale as a ghost, leaned heavily against the wall, as if it was the only thing that was propping him up. How could she make such a decision without any signs? What's more, she didn't reveal anything to him in advance. He wasn't even given a chance to say goodbye. If Jack's operation really goes south, then perhaps that was the last time he will ever see her alive. Chloe was as stubborn as an ox. She meant what she said, and she would really act on it. Suddenly, Andrew felt like he was being suffocated by waves of regret. He shouldn't have believed what the nurse said last night when he came to visit Chloe. He should have gone in and checked up on her. If he noticed anything out of the norm, he would have tried everything to stop her, even if it meant having her tied up. If only he knew, he would never have allowed her to take such a risk. The success rate of Jack's surgery was less than 30%. This also meant Chloe's chance of living past today was less than 30%. The thought was driving him insane. He hadn't really hoped for Jack to wake up, but things were different now. Because Chloe was involved, he had no other choice but to pray for Jack. After all, he didn't want to lose Chloe. What is this? How can that woman just walk in like that? Open the door. Is she the devil? How could she forbid us from seeing our son? I'll beat the shit out of her when she comes out. Mrs. Dawson was still yelling nonsense, as if she didn't understand the situation. Victoria furrowed her brows, walked over, and pointed at Mrs. Dawson's nose. "Shut up! Who are you talking to?" Mrs. Dawson's face fired up with rage. "That's right. I'm talking to you. Do you really think Chloe is afraid of you? It's merely because you are Jack's mother. That's why she even bothers to tolerate you. And you? Practically reaching for a yard after being given an inch. Do you understand the situation right now? There's a 70% chance that your son won't wake up, and you are here cursing Chloe? You are the world's worst mother-in-law, you damn old hag. You're exactly the type of person who spends her life complaining about everything and will never be happy for a second. Who the hell are you to speak to me that way? So what if I cursed Chloe? How is that any of your business?" Mrs. Dawson raised her voice another level, clearly accepting the challenge for a fight. This was already their second fight. They had never seen eye to eye with each other the moment they saw each other. Clearly, both had been holding in their rage and was finally starting to steam off. Victoria continued, with much hastiness in her voice. "This is a question for everyone here today. If Jack died, Chloe is willing to die with him. Can any of you here do the same? If you can, step up and swear by it. Forget Chloe. I, Victoria, will personally kneel to the ground and admit to you that I was wrong." The crowd went silent as soon as Victoria finished speaking. "Dare I ask, Mrs. Dawson, could you do the same? If Jack does not make it today, would you be willing to die with him?" Mrs. Dawson bit her lip and refused to speak. Clearly, she was lacking confidence. Victoria looked at Bella and asked, "Could you? Yeah? If Jack died here today, would you be willing to be cremated with him?" Bella fearfully took a few steps back and hid behind Mrs. Hall. "Chairman Dawson, would you? Would you go to such lengths for your son and die together with him?" Victoria then questioned Peter. Peter shook his head. He couldn't. It was not that he did not love his son, but he still had GK and needed to take care of his wife. All in all, he had too many concerns. Victoria screamed angrily, "None of you can do it, right? Then, you should all shut the F up. None of you have the right to talk bad about Chloe, since she can do what none of you can. Don't say that she doesn't have her concerns. She has her mother, brother, friends, a job she loves, and the food she likes. She likes living in this world too, but for her, Jack is more important than anything." "Victoria, be careful. You're pregnant," Brenton reminded. "Get out of the way." Victoria was so furious that she didn't even care about Brenton. She was so mad. She was still drowned in sadness by what happened before Chloe went into the OR. But these people were already talking behind her back. Life is the most precious thing on earth, but Chloe was willing to give that up for Jack. This was something even Jack's parents couldn't do. From now on, until the operation ends, if anyone talks bad about Chloe again, I will tear their mouth apart, and I mean it, Victoria threatened. Everyone was silent. Mrs. Dawson could no longer act arrogantly. She turned around and did not speak a word. Bella also stopped speaking and hid behind her parents. Everyone was afraid of death. Chloe was also afraid of death, but she was more afraid of losing Jack. Victoria's outburst controlled the situation. Sarah sneaked to her side and said in a low voice, "You're amazing. I think I'm in love with you." She even secretly gave her a thumbs up. Sarah would never be able to say what Victoria just said, because she was not as domineering as Victoria. After Victoria's outburst, Justin also stopped causing trouble. The only thing he could do now was to wait and pray that Chloe and Jack could come out safely. He hoped he could see Chloe walk out safely, instead of seeing 2 corpses being rolled out. Inside the patient room, Chloe slowly pushed Jack out of the patient room from a hidden door. Looking at Jack's pale face, Chloe suddenly felt fearless. She was happy to be together with Jack, even if it were like this. "Don't worry about losing me. I will forever be with you. Today, if you live, I live. If you die, I will die with you." After speaking, Chloe leaned down to gently kiss Jack on the forehead. Then, she pushed him into the OR. "Dr. Green, you can change into your scrubs and start sterilizing. We can start now," Chief reminded. Chloe nodded and she started preparing for the operation. She was the lead surgeon today. The assistant surgeons were Dr. Fang and Chief. They were assisted by 4 skilled assistants. Chloe looked at the sparkling cold scalpel in her hand. She thought, if Jack was declared brain dead after the surgery, she would immediately pierce her heart with the scalpel. For someone like her who studied medicine, she knew all too well where to stab to take her own life. After preparing everything, she slowly walked to the operating table. "Let's start," Dr. Fang announced. The hand that Chloe was holding the scalpel with began to tremble. She never thought that she would one day operate on the man she deeply loved. The pressure was enormous. The surgery officially started at 7:30 a.m. Everyone waited anxiously outside the OR, each and every person in agony, as they watched the clock tick slowly. Justin sat restlessly. Every once in a while, he would bite his nails and touch his forehead. Andrew looked calm. He was playing games on his phone to distract himself, but his heart was filled with turmoil. Victoria was in a bad mood. She sat silently on a chair in the hallway without speaking a word. "Victoria, do you want some water? Number, how about some food? I can buy you some fruit. Number, you are pregnant now. You can't do this to yourself?" Brenton was speechless. He was also sad and worried about Jack and Chloe, but he was even more worried about the health of his wife and baby. "Are you done?" "I already said I'm okay." Victoria was in a very bad mood. Chloe was the only good friend she had after all these years, and even though they had not known each other for very long, they got along very well with each other. Therefore, she was very mad, especially when she saw how big of a sacrifice Chloe decided to make. She already cried multiple times. Sarah bit down on her teeth as she hid and smoked at the end of the corridor. Her nicotine cravings were much stronger than Chloe's. The latter would only smoke when she was sad, whereas Sarah smoked sometimes when she stayed up late. Noah suddenly appeared behind her and grabbed the cigarette from her hand. He threw it to the ground and stomped heavily on it. Frequent smokers have black lungs. Why does that matter? You will live a short life. No one lives to 100 years old anyway. It doesn't matter if I live a short life, Sarah said without hope. I know you're sad, but don't be like this, Noah said comfortingly. Stupid police, hey, will they make it? Sarah asked in a shaky voice. I think so. Noah was sad too, but he still hoped that Jack and Chloe would be okay. But why am I so scared? My heart has been hanging all this time. It won't come down, Sarah said as she pointed to her chest. Tears slid down her cheeks. Noah felt terrible when he saw her tears. He took out some tissues and gently wiped them away. Don't cry. I'm sure they'll be okay. Sarah couldn't help it anymore. She threw herself into Noah's arms and started crying. Noah, I feel so bad. I can't imagine never seeing Chloe again. How can this happen? I've known her for so many years. I can't accept this. I know. Noah gently hugged Sarah and patted her back to make her feel better. On the other side, the faces of Jack's parents were covered in melancholy. Mrs. Dawson did not speak after she was yelled at by Victoria. Bella, let's go, Mrs. Hall suddenly said in a low voice. Mom, the surgery isn't over yet. Bella didn't understand why her mother would want to go now. Mrs. Hall looked around and saw that no one was looking at her, so she leaned over and whispered to Bella, I heard that when a person dies, there will be bad luck at the place where the person had his last breath. Whoever the breath lands on will suffer bad luck for a year, I don't think. Jack will make it, and his wife will probably die too. Let's go now, or we may get bad luck if the surgery fails, and their last breaths land on us. Mom, how can you be like this? Bella looked incredulously at her mother. Her mother was actually worried and even superstitious about these things. Stupid girl, I'm not afraid, but you're different. You're still unmarried. I can't let you be tainted by bad luck. Let's go, Mrs. Hall said as she pulled Bella away. Mrs. Dawson looked at the mother and daughter with surprise. The surgery started an hour ago, and it was finally time to extract the bullet. Jack's heart beated vigorously in his chest. The deadly bullet was just at the edge of his heart and was surrounded by blood vessels. Chloe, do it. Time is running out, Chief reminded her. Chloe carefully lifted the scalpel and touched the bullet. Be careful. Don't touch the blood vessels. Dr. Fang was already old. He was so scared by Chloe that he almost had a heart attack. Chloe was so nervous that her forehead was covered with sweat. Her assistant frequently helped her wipe them away. At this moment, she stopped thinking about whether the person lying before her was Jack. Even if it was an ordinary patient, she would be diligent at this moment of life and death. Chloe gently moved the bullet with the microscalpel. With another hand, she held onto a pair of forceps and began gently pulling the bullet out. Even though her movements were light, she still affected the wound, since the area was so sensitive. The outcomes would have been the same with even the best doctor. Chloe stared intently at the bullet. Then, she steeled her heart and pulled it out. Oh no, he's hemorrhaging, Mr. Fang shouted. Quickly pass the hemostat to me. The assistant quickly handed over the hemostat to Dr. Fang, who quickly used it to stop the bleeding. Oh no, Chief. The patient's blood pressure is rising and his heart rate is abnormal. The assistant nurse was so scared that her voice was weak. Stats. Blood pressure 215, heart rate 179. Shoot, quickly give him a unit of blood and more oxygen. Chief was also panicking. Chloe's mind was blank when she heard what they said. Assistant, take Dr. Green over to the side and leave the rest to us. Chief saw that Chloe was on the verge of collapsing. Her eyes were sluggish, and her breathing rate was off, so he quickly asked someone to help her. The most important part of the surgery was over. Chloe had personally taken out the bullet. It didn't matter who carried out the rest of the surgery. Dr. Fang and Chief hurriedly rescued Jack. At this moment, Chloe could no longer hear anything. Maybe it was because she was too nervous, but it seemed like she was starting to hallucinate. "Chloe!" She heard Jack calling her name. "Jack! Jack!" Chloe was in a daze and she began to look around. "Dr. Green, drink some water. You're too nervous." The assistant nurse poured Chloe a glass of water. "Chloe." She seemed to hear his voice again. She stood up and looked around to see Jack still lying unconscious on the operating table. 5 hours later. "The surgery was finally completed, doctor. Fang and Chief successfully stopped the bleeding and sutured the wound." "The surgery is over," Dr. Fang said tiredly as he took off his mask. "Doctor, Fang, Chloe asked with a frown. "The surgery was successful, but we have to observe for 48 hours. We don't know if he will wake up or suffer post-surgical complications. I can't guarantee anything." "Okay," Chloe said as she licked her dry lips. The surgery took 6.5 hours. 2 p.m. The OR doors opened. Everyone gathered around immediately. The only ones absent was Bella and her mother. Mayor Hall had also left for work, reasons an hour earlier. Mrs. Dawson was extremely displeased, but she did not say anything. After all, her son's life was still hanging on the line. "How did it go, doctor?" everyone asked hurriedly. "The surgery was a success, but we still have to observe him for 48 hours. We don't know if he will wake up, since there's still a chance for post-surgical complications, so we can't guarantee anything." Everyone was relieved to hear that the surgery was a success, but they were nervous again when they heard that it was not over. "What about Chloe?" Justin asked anxiously. Just then, Chloe walked out. She slowly took off her mask. Her entire body was soaked in sweat. "Chloe," Victoria was just about to walk towards her, when she suddenly passed out and fell to the ground. The 6.5-hour surgery took a complete toll on her body and caused her to collapse. "Chloe, are you okay?" Justin panicked and immediately held Chloe in his arms without care. "She might be too stressed and tired. Inject her with some nutrients and sedatives and take her to her room," Dr. Fang said. After hearing his words, Justin immediately carried Chloe into her room. The assistant nurse gave her some nutrients and then a sedative, so Chloe could sleep peacefully. Jack was pushed into the ICU to be quarantined for 48 hours. "Doctor, is my son okay?" Mrs. Dawson said with tears. "Thanks to Chloe, your son's surgery was very successful. If it wasn't for her, it might not have gone so well. All I can say is that Jack has a great wife. Dr. Fang never praised others, but this was his first time seeing such a calm, 24-year-old woman. She did not care about others' opinions and insisted on her own ideas. In the end, she completed the most difficult surgery in the world. At this moment, Dr. Fang also believed what Director Richard said. Chloe was truly a rare medical genius that was born every 100 years or so. Dr. Fang was in his 60s. He started practicing medicine in his 20s and had been practicing for over 40 years. He had had disciples and taught many students, but he had never seen such a skilled surgeon. She was not only skilled, but she was also very talented. Her calm and collected manner during the surgery did not match her young age of 24. "Thank you for all your hard work." "Doctor?" "Fang, the plane is ready. You can leave in an hour." Director Richard personally escorted Dr. Fang away. "Chloe was born to be a doctor. Your decision was correct. But it's a pity she is in the neurology department. She should have chosen cardiology," Dr. Fang exclaimed. "Haha, why? You want to steal her away from me?" Director Richard said with a hearty smile. "After she wakes up, ask her if she is willing to come to Capital City Military Hospital," Dr. Fang said. "I don't have to ask her. She won't go since this is her hometown. There are many people and things that she cares about here." Dr. Fang nodded. "If I face any difficulties in the future, please let me borrow Chloe. That kid is amazing. Not a problem, you've worked hard, Doctor." Fang. Director Richard ended his conversation with Dr. Fang and returned to Jack's room. Now, only the Dawson couple were still at Jack's room. Everyone else had gone to Chloe's room since they knew that Jack was fine for the time being. Director Richard felt bad for Chloe, since she completed the surgery while battling against tremendous pressure. "Director Richard, when will my son wake up?" Peter asked with a heavy tone. "I am not sure, but rest assured, even Dr. Fang said that the surgery went well. The rest is up to Jack." "Yeah, I believe that he will wake up, my son. He has a strong soul." Peter looked at Jack. He was also very sad. "To be honest, I don't have the right to interfere with your family affairs, but I just wanted to tell you, Chloe is a good kid. The heavens can witness that she has true feelings for Jack. You shouldn't treat her like this. I don't think that either of you will have her bravery or understand the tremendous pressure she was under. I heard from Dr. Fang that Chloe had an emotional breakdown after removing the bullet in the OR. She even started to hallucinate. Poor child." The Dawson couple remained silent after hearing Director Richard's words. Mrs. Dawson looked okay, but Peter looked guilty. "We will reflect." Peter felt regretful. He should not have treated Chloe like he did. "My son is fine now, so she's okay too, right?" Mrs. Dawson did not give up so easily. "You must know that if something happened to Jack, you wouldn't have seen Chloe coming out alive," Director Richard said profoundly. Inside Chloe's room, Justin looked at her pale, bloodless face and felt his heart ache as if it had been stabbed with a knife. "I've met so many women, but you are the most ruthless one. You're basically a cold-blooded animal," Justin scolded Chloe sharply. She might never know the suffering Justin went through in the past 6 hours. He would rather fight on a battlefield than go through such a torturous 6 hours again. It felt like a whip was constantly whipping his heart. He felt as good as dead in the past 6 hours. "Is Chloe okay?" Sarah and Noah also walked into the room. They were quite worried to see Chloe suddenly pass out. "She's okay. Like the doctor said, she was just overly nervous and wore herself out," Noah said comfortingly. Victoria and Brenton also walked into the room. Andrew followed closely behind them without speaking a word. He was very quiet today. Everyone felt distressed when they saw Chloe's weak expression as she slept soundly on the bed. What a foolish girl. She might be the stupidest person in the world. Victoria was both angry and heartbroken. She's not a fool. She's just too set in her ways. Once her heart is set on something, there's no turning back. She's a stubborn one, Sarah added. Thankfully, Jack is okay, or we might have lost her today. Victoria was relieved. Let's all go back first and let her take a good rest. She was sedated, so she won't be awake for a while. There's no point in us staying here, Noah advised. Everyone nodded and stood up, but Justin refused to budge. Justin, Brenton reminded kindly. You guys can go first. I'll stay with her for a bit. Justin was reluctant to leave. No one knew how much he cherished the time he got to spend alone with Chloe. All right, don't stay for too long. You've had a long day. 2. Jack and Chloe's matters caused quite a disturbance over the last few days, since all of them came to Southside multiple times a day. Even Victoria, who was pregnant, would come in the morning, noon, and evening. Brenton was even worried that his wife would have a miscarriage. After everyone left, Justin quietly stayed by Chloe's side. The afternoon sunshine shone into the room and onto Chloe's pale face with a faint glow. Justin stood up and pulled the curtains a bit. He was afraid that the sun would disturb her sweet dreams. Then, he sat down on a chair next to her bed and looked at her quietly, as if he could never get enough of her. Even though the army surgeon said that Jack was still in critical condition and needed to be under observation for another 48 hours, he knew that the surgery was successful and that Jack would make a full recovery. This meant that once Jack woke up, he will no longer have the right to come over to Southside to take care of Chloe. So he greedily wanted to stay longer, to look at her more and spend more time with her. Just spending quiet time like this with her was more enough. Justin felt like a saint. He did not even ask for anything in return when it came to her, and was willing to silently contribute. 1 hour passed, and the sky outside was getting dark. Justin looked down at the time and realized that he should probably go. Therefore, he got up and got ready to leave. Before he left, he placed the bullet casing beside Chloe's pillow. His actions were light, as he was afraid of waking her up. He said, "You didn't die, so I don't have to forget you. The promise does not count, so I'm returning the bullet back to you." After speaking, he looked at Chloe with a gentle smile. "Little dumb girl, sweet dreams." Then, Justin left reluctantly. At Chloe's most vulnerable moment, when Jack was at the brink of death, Justin did not take advantage of the situation. He was nervous, like it was his own matter. He frantically looked for an army surgeon, begged his grandfather for help, and took care of Chloe. He used to be the most temperamental young master in the city. He also used to be someone who spent money like water, but this ordinary woman changed everything about him. If he had not met Chloe, he may never have known what love felt like. If he had not met Chloe, he may never have known what it was like to not be able to get what he wanted. If he had not met Chloe, he may never have known what it was like to be lovesick. If he had not met Chloe, he may never have known that he was capable of loving someone so much to the point of going crazy. If Chloe didn't make it today and died with Jack, he couldn't imagine what he would do. He didn't even dare to think about it. Justin walked lonely out of Southside. He got into his black Lamborghini Sesto Elemento and drove away. Chloe woke up 12 hours later, a little past 2 a.m. Dr. Green. The assistant nurse stumbled up sleepily upon hearing her wake up. "Where's Jack?" The first thing that popped into her mind was her husband. "Don't worry, Dr. Green. Your husband is doing very well. The surgery was very successful. He is currently under observation in the ICU, and chief surgeon said that if he wakes up within 48 hours, he will be okay." "Let me go and see him," Chloe said as she struggled to get up, but her head felt incredibly heavy. "Dr. Green, you are really weak right now, and you are already exhausted. I suggest that you rest a bit more. It's still early in the morning, so you should go back to sleep." "No, I want to see Jack." Chloe stubbornly got up, disregarding the words of the assistant nurse. She then held onto the wall and walked step by step towards the door. The assistant nurse's heart ached to see Dr. Green like this as well. Dr. Green couldn't stand up straight, but she was still worried about her husband. It seemed like she really loved him. Outside the ICU, Chloe changed into scrubs and gently pushed open the door to see Jack laying there silently. She walked slowly towards him, sat down next to him, and put his right hand in her hands. Perhaps the temperature inside the room was too cold, or something. Jack's hands were freezing. Chloe held onto Jack's hand and rubbed it continuously. She tried to warm him up. "You have to wake up," Chloe repeated to Jack, again and again. She hoped that he could hear her words. The night felt extremely long. Chloe continued to accompany Jack inside Southside's ICU. "Dr. Green, it's very late. You should go back and rest. Bring me some glucose. I'll get the infusion here," Chloe said. "Here?" The nurse was surprised. "Yes, I want to stay with him until he wakes up," Chloe said stubbornly. "But, Dr. Green..." The little nurse seemed to feel that Chloe's request was inadvisable. "Go ahead, it's okay." With Chloe's insistence, the little nurse could only go to the pharmacy to obtain the glucose infusion and bring it back to Jack's room to inject it into Chloe. Chloe was already tired and weak. Plus, she barely ate, so her body was in overdrive. Glucose was the only and fastest way to replenish her strength. But this method was a little painful. After all, she had to keep a needle in her arm. After the little assistant nurse left, Chloe lowered her face next to Jack's hand. She gently kissed Jack's icy hand, feeling a corner of her heart softening up. The moonlight shone through the window, and she gently sang, "You are my angel, the angel who protects me, and I have felt no sorrow since you appeared. You are my angel, the angel that gave me happiness, so much that I learned how to fly. I only understood that love is a treasure after flying through the impermanence of the world. No matter how the world becomes, as long as you are here, there will be heaven. Like a child who relies on their parents' shoulders, like tears that rely on one's face. You are like my angel, who gives me strength. Like a poet who relies on moonlight. Like a dolphin, which depends on the ocean. You are an angel. You are an angel. You are my first and last heaven. Chloe really liked Mayday's songs. When she first heard this song, Angel, many years ago, she was amazed by the beautiful lyrics. The lead singer must have fallen in love with a girl, and then wrote such a beautiful song. She felt like this was the most suitable song to sing to Jack, since he was her first and last heaven. Without Jack, the world would no longer be beautiful. Honey, stop singing. You are off tune. Again, a weak voice murmured. Chloe immediately climbed up, her eyes filled with joy. Honey, you're awake? This was the most exciting moment in her life over the past few years. Honey, I'm so happy that I can see you, Jack said weakly, as he slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to have had a really long dream of the memories during his teenage years. He dreamed of the school's opening ceremony, and the really smart and arrogant short-haired girl dressed in a camouflage uniform. He dreamed of her smiling under the sun. He dreamed of her telling him, Jack, once I choose someone, it will be for life, so, do you have what it takes? After such a long, sweet dream, he finally woke up. To be able to see Chloe as soon as he opened his eyes was Jack's greatest comfort. You fool. You will live a long life. Chloe gripped Jack's hand tightly and instantly burst into tears. Her tears fell, like pearls, down her cheeks. Her anxiousness and nervousness for the past few days were finally gone at this moment. A huge weight was lifted off her shoulders. Don't cry, or you will become ugly, Jack comforted her as he gently held her hand. After crying and venting for a while, Chloe realized she should pour Jack a cup of water, so she did. Then, she held the straw to his lips. Honey, you should drink some water first. Jack obeyed and slowly drank the water. Dr. Fang and the others said that you needed to be observed for 48 hours, since you're still in critical condition. But I knew you were going to wake up, Chloe said softly as she looked at Jack. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Jack looked at Chloe guiltily. He could imagine what kind of psychological stress Chloe suffered for the past few days while he was in a coma. Don't apologize. I'm just happy that you are awake. Chloe held Jack's hand to her cheek. No amount of intimacy seemed to be enough for her right now. Jack's awakening finally cleared the clouds hanging over her head over the past few days. She disregarded her own pain and discomfort and took care of Jack while she received an IV. Her actions frightened the assistant nurse quite a bit. Dr. Green, you can't do this. Mr. Dawson is already awake, so you should go and rest now. The little nurse was afraid that the needle in Chloe's hand would move, so she worriedly reminded Chloe. However, Chloe refused to listen to the nurse's words. She continued to stay by Jack's side and refused to leave. Honey, listen to the nurse. Go back to your room and rest. I'm fine. No, I want to stay by your side. I'm going to eat and sleep with you, Chloe said, feeling incredibly insecure. Jack looked at her with amusement and anger. Is it really good for you to be dressed with so little clothes around me? Are you testing my endurance? Chloe's cheeks reddened at Jack's words. Come on, how can you think about these things when things are like this? Listen to me. Go back and rest. Jack could not bear Chloe overworking herself for him. He tried to persuade her to go back to her room to rest, but, no, I'm going to stay here. What are you going to do? Bite me? Chloe shamelessly refused to leave, not even if Jack kicked her out. But was Mrs. Dawson someone who could be threatened? Okay, you asked for it. After speaking, and before Chloe could say anything, Jack suddenly covered her lip with his, catching her completely off guard. Dr. Green, you guys carry on. I'm going to go out first. The little assistant nurse was petrified, and she immediately ran out of the room in a hurry while covering her eyes. The kiss lasted for a full 2 minutes, from overbearing to obsessive, from reckless to gentle. After what seemed to be a long time, she initially thought that they were an old couple so she wouldn't be flustered anymore, but Chloe still felt her heart race as he kissed her. After a while, Jack slowly let her go and leaned against the pillow. Wow, you're perving it up already just after waking up, Chloe's cheeks were red. "You're my wife. Why can't I kiss you?" Mr. Dawson was playful and alive again. At this moment, someone pushed open the door. A hearty voice was heard. "Jack just woke up, yet you're already intimate with him. Is this really appropriate?" The two of them turned to look towards the source of the voice. It was not even 6 a.m., but Noah was here. How strange. "Why are you here so early?" Jack asked him. "I was on duty at the police station when I received notice from the hospital saying that you woke up, so I immediately rushed here. I didn't expect you guys to flaunt your love in front of me." Noah was in a good mood. After Jack fell into a coma, although he was not as sad as Chloe, he was still very worried. When he heard that Jack had woken up, he drove all the way to Southside without even eating breakfast. Embarrassed, Chloe stood up. Noah pulled over a chair and sat across from Jack. "How are you feeling now?" Jack curled his lip. "I'm back to life. This is all thanks to your wife. She was the lead surgeon of your surgery. She betrayed the entire world, took on all the risk to do the surgery for you, and almost ended up killing herself." "Noah," Chloe anxiously blurted out. She seemed to not want Jack to know what happened, because she knew that he might be heartbroken by her actions. Noah's mouth rivaled Sarah's big mouth. They would definitely give away any secrets at the first opportunity. When Noah heard Chloe's objections, not only did he refuse to shut up, he even said with conviction, "Why can't I talk about what happened? It's not an unspeakable matter. You should let your husband know how great you are. Please continue." Jack looked at Noah with a smile. Chloe bowed her head in embarrassment. To be honest, she did not feel that she was that great. She wasn't looking for Jack to praise her actions. She did all that to save her husband. That was pretty normal, right? "Jack, let me tell you, your wife is incredible. The location of the bullet was so scary. Even the top army surgeons Justin sent over said that the success rate was less than 30% because it was so close to your heart. Apparently, it's likely to cause massive bleeding during surgery or something. I don't know too well, since I don't have any medical knowledge. Anyways, your surgery was really risky and difficult. In the end, Chloe decided to personally conduct your surgery," she even said. "She will die with you if you died during surgery." Even your parents were shocked upon hearing what she said. At the moment, I really thought she was Athena. "Noah, stop spouting nonsense. It wasn't as dramatic as you described. Athena? You might as well call me Nua." Chloe smiled shyly. "I'm not exaggerating. In my heart, you are like Nua. I finally understand why Jack only had his eyes on you all these years. You are not a human being. You are the one who is not a human being." Chloe refuted with a laugh. "Don't get mad. I haven't finished yet. You are not a human being. You are a goddess." Noah gave Chloe a thumbs up. His heart was still filled with admiration as he recalled the sight right before Chloe entered the OR yesterday. There were few women in this world who would dare to do what she did, making her truly exemplary. After listening to what Noah said, Jack gained a basic understanding of what happened. His heart ached as he looked at Chloe. Her face was still very frail. She was the lead surgeon of his operation. She did not want to leave his life in the hands of anyone else. She wanted to be with him. If he made it, she would live too. If he died, she would go with him. What kind of feeling was that? Jack didn't dare to think about it. He was afraid that his heart would hurt forever. Jack changed the topic. "How did you guys deal with the kidnappers?" "We are waiting to go through judicial procedures. They will definitely be charged with a death sentence for kidnapping hostages and wounding people with guns. They can be sentenced to death with just these two charges, not to mention that they already had criminal records. Have you checked? There should be someone behind Miley. There was no way she had that much influence." Jack vaguely remembered that Miley had mentioned a sugar daddy. The man with a scar also seemed to be intimidated by her. Noah asked mysteriously, "I would have told you even if you didn't ask. We found out the person behind her." "Guess who he is? Is it someone close to us?" Jack asked, but he already had a person in mind. Noah shook his head. "You are probably not thinking of the right person. He was one of your father's competitors back when your father was still at GK. His name is Alfred, and he was exposed for bribing high custom officials. He then took all his money and ran to Australia, and he has been on the run for almost 3 years now. Rumor has it that he recently came back to the country, but he didn't come back to the city. I can't imagine how Miley got a hold of him, and was in turn used by him to direct this entire scheme. Miley told you all that? Jack asked. He didn't think that he could trust anything that came out of her mouth. Noah shook his head again. No, she didn't say anything. There's nothing but revenge in her mind, and all she ever talks about is killing you and your family. She's going a little crazy up here. Noah tapped his fingers against his temple and continued. The kidnappers spilled everything. Also, that guy with a scar on his face has a long criminal record. He killed a family of 5 previously, and had been on the run for over a year. He somehow met Alfred, took his money, and came back to the city with Miley to kidnap Chloe. Jack nodded in silence. Did you guys catch Alfred yet? No, he's very discreet, so he's not an easy catch. We also couldn't confirm if he's still in the country. Noah sighed and shook his head some more. If Miley is deemed as insane, does that mean she doesn't need to go to jail? Chloe was not resigned to the idea of letting her lose. There was no death penalty for criminals with mental illness, so she couldn't stand the idea of letting her walk away freely. After all, Jack was shot in the chest and almost died. Noah shook his head some more, as if he were a bobblehead. Don't worry, we'll know if she's pretending, but even if she is crazy, we will rig the test. We'll make sure she is sentenced to death. I've been Jack's bro for years. I'll avenge him. But I do think something is really weird, Noah said suddenly. What? Jack looked at him, confused. Everyone involved in this incident, including Miley, had been attacked in prison. They have all been beaten up badly. Someone must have told the inmates to do so. I wonder whose idea it was. Noah pondered to himself. Could it be Justin? Chloe asked directly. I don't think so. If he was going to do anything, he would probably have them killed already. With his temper, he wouldn't just give them a good beating. Who else would avenge us? Chloe asked, confused. Forget this for now. We're not in a rush. On the contrary, Jack wasn't interested in finding out who was behind it. Sure. Don't worry about things at the Municipal Bureau. I got you. Noah gave Jack a pat on the back and comforted him. After a while, and after freeloading a meal, Noah finally left, and Chloe had the chance to feed Jack some congee. Honey, open wide. Ah. I'm your husband, not your son. You don't have to do this. It's rather terrifying. Jack smiled as he watched Chloe take care of him like a baby. Right this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Dawson walked in with Bella. However, Chloe couldn't care less, and continued feeding Jack congee, one bite after another. Jack, on the other hand, cooperated silently. Ahem. Mrs. Dawson coughed dryly at the door, as if she were reminding Chloe that they were there. Dad, Mom, Jack said first. Jack, how are you feeling? Mr. and Mrs. Dawson walked in. Chloe put down the bowl of congee on the counter and turned around to leave. She knew Mr. and Mrs. Dawson didn't like her, but it was fine, since she didn't like them either. Right when Chloe reached the door, Bella's voice floated in. Chloe, thank you for your hard work these days. Chloe stopped dead in her tracks, furrowed her brows, and stared back at Bella. What did you say, Miss Hall? Chloe looked back at her with a slight smile on her face, as if she really didn't quite catch what Bella said. I said, thank you for all your work over the past few days, she repeated. You make it sound like you're Jack's wife, and I'm just an outsider. Chloe chuckled. Oh no, that's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand my intentions. Bella shook her hands immediately and explained. Are you sure it wasn't intentional? Are you telling the truth? Do you dare to swear by it? Swear on your own life. Chloe glanced fiercely at Bella. Bella's face grew pale, obviously frightened by Chloe. Bella, come here, Mrs. Dawson called out to her, providing her with an escape. Yes, Mrs. Dawson, right Away, Bella answered. She nodded at Chloe apologetically and walked over to where Mrs. Dawson stood. Chloe calmed herself and walked out of Jack's room. She had never openly picked a fight with Bella, nor tried to rip Bella's mask off. It wasn't because she was afraid, or she couldn't fight Bella. It was simply because she didn't care and didn't want to be bothered. Despite being extremely devious and cunning, Bella had never openly offended Chloe. On the other hand, Jack had also never expressed any intentions of shielding Bella either. If Chloe were to openly challenge Bella too early, it would in turn look bad on Chloe, as if she was bullying Bella. But with their current special circumstances, where Chloe had just pulled Jack back from death's touch, it was over the line for Bella to make such a remark. Who did she think she was? Somebody important? Chloe walked out of the door with a dark look on her face. Did Bella really think she could be pushed around without a fight? Or did she think she could play Chloe around like an imbecile? Chloe had worked hard at taking care of Jack. So, who was Bella to thank her for the work? Who the hell did she think she was? Chloe smiled coldly as she walked towards the hallway. It was then that she had decided. It was time to show Bella who was boss. Jack laid on the bed weakly, his face pale. He had just woken up and was still recovering. "Jack, I'll take care of the company, don't you worry. Focus on getting better," Mr. Dawson said with a serious tone. "Okay," Jack nodded. "Jack, did you know how scared I was? I can't imagine what your father and I would do if something happened to you," Mrs. Dawson said, as tears began welling in her eyes. "Mom, don't I look fine? Don't worry. Just let Chloe take care of everything. She's amazing. I'll definitely be fine. Chloe is a little stubborn and hot-tempered, but she will always do what's best for you. We acknowledge that now. She's been given a hard time." Mr. Dawson introspected. Mrs. Dawson then pulled Bella by the arm and pulled her towards Jack's bedside. Bella looked down towards the floor, appearing to be extremely shy. She thought that Mrs. Dawson was providing her an opportunity to have contact with Jack. Instead, Mrs. Dawson questioned her in front of Jack. "Bella, why did you leave early yesterday? You left before the surgery was over." Bella's face slightly changed when she heard the blaming tone in Mrs. Dawson's voice. Her expression changed slightly, and quickly she explained. "Oh, Mrs. Dawson, allow me to explain. We were all very worried about Jack, especially my mother. She has very poor health, and the mental tension was killing her. She didn't feel so well, so I took her aside to rest. Later, I drove her home because it was getting quite late." "Really? But I thought I heard her murmur something about life and death? Or something terrible like that. Did she think Jack was going to die and decided to leave early?" Mrs. Dawson asked with an unhappy expression on her face. She didn't quite catch what Mrs. Hall said, but it was definitely related to death. In addition, it couldn't have been anything nice. She could tell just by looking at Mrs. Hall's face. "No, Mrs. Dawson, you must have misheard our conversation. My mother was saying we should rest in case we get too exhausted to take care of Jack when he wakes up. In terms of life and death, she said we should really value our days since we don't know which will come first. An accident, or tomorrow's sunshine." "That's probably what you heard." Bella tilted her head and smiled. "Oh, is that so?" Mrs. Dawson answered back with some suspicion in her eyes. Bella looked at Jack as he laid on the bed and smiled shyly. "Jack, I knew you would be okay. I prayed for you many times, and I knew God would protect you. Thanks." Jack scanned Bella's face without much emotion. "Jack, bring Chloe over to our house when you are feeling better. Your mother and I have decided to apologize to her. You can really only judge one's character when it's a matter of life and death. You brushed past death this time, and so did she," Mr. Dawson said. Bella furrowed her brows and dug her nails into her palm. "Mom, Dad, have you guys decided to accept Chloe? It was your father's idea to apologize." "I don't want to apologize. I'm too old to get face-slapped like this," Mrs. Dawson said awkwardly. It's fine as long as you guys are not hostile towards her anymore. Chloe appears aloof on the outside, but she's actually very nice. She will remember the people who have been kind to her. I would be relieved if you could resolve the conflict between the three of you," said Jack, as his lips spread into a smile. "I think Chloe might not forgive Mr. and Mrs. Dawson even if they apologized. After all, she is hot-tempered and may end up saying something offensive. Maybe you guys should be careful," Bella chimed in. She hated the idea that Jack's parents may reconcile with Chloe. Didn't Mrs. Dawson say she hated Chloe the most? Didn't Mrs. Dawson also say Bella was her favorite? Bella most definitely did not want to see them live with each other in peace. What was more, she hated the idea that they might become one big happy family. "Why do you sound like you know Chloe more than I do? Are you close with her?" Jack tilted his head towards Bella, a cold smirk at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, he felt disgusted by the woman standing in front of him. He was speaking to his parents about his own family business. What business did she have to chime in with her opinion? "Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Jack, you're misunderstanding me. Chloe and I are technically friends. After interacting with her for some time, I realized that her personality is rather strong. That's why I'm afraid she might offend Mr. and Mrs. Dawson." Noticing her previous comment had discontented Jack, Bella immediately pulled back the sharpness in her tone, and once more became the gentle girl next door. "I know my own wife very well. Thank you for your concern. These matters are rather personal, so I don't believe we need an outsider's assistance." Jack's words drew a clear distinction between his family and her, the outsider. She stood behind Mrs. Dawson and stared at her own feet, too scared to say anything more. Jack was not someone that would hold back his tongue when he was in discontentment. He didn't care if she was a girl. He would lash out and embarrass the hell out of her if she pissed him off. After all, to him, any woman that wasn't Chloe had absolutely nothing to do with him. He, therefore, would never need to hold back anything to shut her up in front of his parents. It was that simple. Chloe didn't end up going back to her own room. Instead, she went to visit Cody. Ever since she was kidnapped, she had forgotten to check up on his recovery progress. It wasn't until she arrived in the VIP room that she realized it was empty. "Dr. Green?" the nurse greeted her. "Where's the patient in this room?" Chloe asked. "He was discharged already." "When?" "Surprised?" Chloe asked. "The day before yesterday?" "Okay, I got it." Chloe nodded, and then took out her phone to call Beth. "Hi, young madam." Beth treated Chloe politely, much different from the way she used to. It wasn't just because Chloe was GK's young madam, but also because she respected Chloe's way of dealing with things. Chloe was decisive, thorough, passionate, and most importantly, resolute. After signing with Cody, she helped promote him, allowing his career to reach new heights. After she found out that Cody was sick, she helped him find a liver and even arranged his surgery. Chloe helped Cody with everything that came his way. No one had treated him this way in his life. Therefore, Cody truly saw Chloe as his sister. "Beth, why was Cody discharged so soon? Wasn't he supposed to stay for 2 weeks?" Chloe frowned. She was worried that Cody might not be able to recover properly if he left the hospital earlier than he was supposed to. "Here's the thing, young madame. I don't know how the paparazzi found out that Cody was staying at South Side, but a bunch of reporters was waiting outside the hospital, trying to steal an exclusive. I didn't want him to be exposed, so I arranged for him to be discharged. We talked about it with his doctor, who looked at Cody post-surgical CT. He's recovering well, and I also hired him a personal caretaker who's really professional." "How's he doing right now?" "Worried?" Chloe asked. "He's doing well, so don't worry, young madam," Beth said gently. Chloe knew from the way she was talking that Cody was fine, or else Beth would be the first one to lose her cool. "Good. Tell him to rest up. He doesn't have to go back to work so soon. The company will help rearrange his schedule." Chloe nodded. Then, just as she was about to hang up, Beth said, "Young madam, I wanted to ask you about something. Rumor has it that—" "That what?" Chloe frowned upon hearing Beth's hesitation. "Rumor has it that something happened to you and President Dawson, since neither of you has been to GK in a while. I didn't see you last time I came to Southside either, so I was worried about you. I heard that the chairman went back to manage GK. So did you two leave the company? Or did something happen to you guys?" "Rumors are just rumors. Don't believe them. We're doing good. President Dawson and I went on vacation, but we didn't leave GK. We're just trying to snatch a little leisure from a busy life and ask the chairman to help us out for a bit," Chloe consoled. "Oh, I see. That's good then." Upon hanging up, Chloe let out a sigh of relief. Jack's sudden disappearance and the old board chairman's sudden appearance would for sure cause employees to wonder. A lot of people at the corporation suspected that something happened to President Dawson, who disappeared without leaving any orders behind. Even Mark, whom he trusted the most, didn't know where he went and was dumbfounded by all the questions the others asked him. Thank God that was all in the past. She went back into her room, took a hot shower, and put on white loungewear. Then, she changed into a pair of cotton slippers. She treated Southside like it was her home, even bringing clothes from home here. As she headed downstairs to buy some fruit for Jack, she bumped into Andrew in the hallway. He glanced at her, his expression filled with happiness. "Chloe, my little sister, you've resurrected. As your brother, I think I need to hold a 3-day celebration for you," Andrew called out to her. He stood 3 meters away, with a smirk on his face. Chloe was sure that he was looking at her adoringly, just like how Jack looked at her. She thought she was hallucinating. "You—" Chloe had never looked so closely into his eyes, and was all of a sudden at a loss for words. She mostly mocked him, or made fun of him, but he never got mad and always kept his joking demeanor. Therefore, she was not used to him speaking in such a serious tone with her. "Thank you. You don't have to celebrate for me. I'm not one to be flashy," Chloe said faintly. "I can tell from the way you're talking that you've recovered. Survival sure brings about good fortune." "Are you talking about Jack?" Chloe felt like this phrase better suited her husband, since he literally just survived a catastrophe. "No, I'm talking about you." Andrew chuckled. "Are you heading out? In pajamas?" Andrew was speechless upon seeing what Chloe was wearing. Was she really going out in that outfit? I wanted some fruit," Chloe said truthfully. "Fruit? Why are you going yourself? Did the Dawsons not bring Jack anything when they visited him?" Andrew complained. "They probably forgot. They were just worried about Jack." Chloe looked for excuses for Mr. and Mrs. Dawson, but she really couldn't blame them for not bringing anything. Jack's parents were in so much shock that they forgot to bring anything to the hospital. Upon hearing that Jack woke up this morning, Mr. and Mrs. Dawson immediately hurried over. They bumped into Bella by the entrance, and all 3 of them came completely empty-handed. Plus, Chloe was sick of plain congee and wanted to improve their diet. That was why she wanted to go get some fruit. "You shouldn't be wandering around outside. Your immune system is probably still weak, and you wouldn't want to catch a cold or something," Andrew said as he turned around and glanced at the nurse sitting by the on-call booth. "You come here." Then, he took out $1,000 and handed it to her. "Go get some fresh fruit and keep the rest of the money for yourself. Don't worry about the on-call booth. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." Andrew was the founder of the Green Foundation, so he held high status at Southside. The nurse also knew that he was close to the director, so she didn't dare question his authority. She took the money in her hands and asked feebly, "President Green, what kind of fruit would you like?" Andrew glanced at Chloe. "Ask her." The nurse turned her head around to face Chloe. "Dr. Green, anything's fine." Thanks to Andrew butting into her business, she had no idea what she wanted to eat. "Then just buy a little bit of everything. Here's another 1,000, Andrew said as he passed the nurse some more money. Then, the nurse ran out of Southside. Those who didn't know would think Andrew was a sister spoiler. Yes, he was, but he only spoiled Chloe and never Brenny. After the nurse left, Chloe didn't know where she was supposed to go, so she slowly followed Andrew in the hall. "You seem to be very worried about my well-being," she suddenly asked him. "Of course I am, after all." "You're my only sister," Andrew answered nonchalantly. "Why do you hate Brenny so much but treat me so well? Is it because the enemy of your enemy is your friend?" Chloe didn't understand Andrew's intentions. "It's not that complicated. Me liking or disliking something or someone completely depends on my mood. I don't like Brenny because she's stupid. You, on the other hand, are very smart, and I happen to like smart people." Andrew smiled as he placed a hand in his pocket. "I always thought that we were enemies." Chloe tilted her head and glanced at him. "What about now? Do you still treat me like your enemy?" Andrew suddenly stopped smiling teasingly and instead looked at her with a serious expression on his face. It seemed like Chloe's answer was very important to him. "Do you want to hear the truth?" Chloe asked quietly. "Of course." "Okay then, I'll tell you the truth. I don't treat you as an enemy, but I'm also not your friend. If you do anything to hurt me or my family, then you will become my enemy. My attitude towards you depends on your attitude towards the people I care about." Tsk, tusk. You didn't have to give me such a complicated answer. "Your brain is too scary," Andrew exclaimed with a smile on his face. Chloe couldn't tell whether he was happy with her answer. However, what she didn't know was that when Andrew saw Chloe standing healthily in front of him, all the clouds hovering over him were immediately swept away. He felt like the sun shined brighter, and his life was worth living again. He wasn't over-exaggerating or being cheesy, but that was exactly what happened. To Andrew, Chloe lit up his past, present, and future. She was a magnificent, dazzling existence to him that he couldn't bear to lose. If he did, his life would turn into crap. Like Justin, Andrew had everything. He endured humiliation and bit the bullet, just so he could impress Lily, usurp the throne of the Green Corporation, defeat Evelyn, kick out Brenny and Liam, and strip Timothy of everything. However, after succeeding, he didn't feel accomplished, as if power and the Green Corporation were his to begin with. Chloe, however, was the most beautiful accident in his life. He loved this accident God created for him. She might not yet be his, but he liked her nonetheless. Soon, the nurse came back with 2 delivery boys behind her, each carrying countless plastic bags. "President Green, I'm back. I bought a little bit of everything. Strawberries, bananas, peaches, durian, honeydew, grapes, apples, pineapple, blueberries, lychee." It seemed like the nurse was going to recite all the fruits that existed on this earth. Andrew quickly stopped her. "You don't have to tell me all that. Bring it up to Dr. Green's room," he ordered. "Okay." The nurse obediently nodded. Then she led the men upstairs to Chloe's room, as they staggered from the weight in their hands. "Thank you for the fruit." Chloe glanced at Andrew. She felt like he could sometimes be quite nice. Although it was a waste for him to buy $2,000 worth of fruit, it was a nice and heartwarming gesture. Andrew may be extremely wealthy to begin with, but unlike Justin, he never squandered money. Therefore, his generosity was a rare and surprising sight to see. "You should head back to your room if you want anything. Just call me." "Don't go out yourself," Andrew reminded her. "You don't have to be so nice to me or come see me so often," Chloe said. Truth be told, she was still cautious around Andrew. She would never forget that Jack once told her to stay away from this man. Jack would never wrongly accuse anyone, so there had to be a reason behind his words. Don't think too highly of yourself. I didn't come here to see you. I'm here to talk to Director Richard about cooperating with Southside, and I stopped by to see you." "Okay then, I guess I misunderstood you." Chloe didn't feel as pressured upon hearing what Andrew said. Then Chloe turned around to go back to her room. She then picked out some fruit and went to wash them for Jack. "Dr. Green, you have such a great brother." The nurse who bought her fruit was extremely envious. Haha, you think so? Chloe knew that Andrew would never be so nice without a reason. She rather thought that he was doing this because she still had value to him. Originally, Andrew was going to head upstairs to Director Richard's office. Ever since Jack and Chloe's accident, Director Richard had been spending more time at Southside. Southside, on the other hand, was doing better and better, its reputation almost surpassing that of the first hospital. However, he suddenly saw a beautiful figure in the hall. After he looked closer and found out who it was, so he walked up to her with a smile on his face. "Hey, Miss Hall, President Green." Bella nodded. "You're here to see Jack?" he asked. Bella nodded again. "I am. Huh. You seem to be pretty close to him. I've never seen another woman aside from Chloe in his life." "Really? Then I guess I'm a pleasant surprise in his life," Bella said confidently. Andrew shook his head and smiled. "No, to Jack, no one, aside from Chloe, is a pleasant surprise. Miss Hall, it's good that you're confident, but you really shouldn't be so full of yourself. After all, you might be embarrassed in the future." Bella's smile was still elegant. "You seem to have a problem with me." Bella wasn't an idiot. Andrew always said weird things to her whenever they saw each other. She also knew that Andrew was Chloe's brother. And although they weren't close, she still needed to be cautious in front of this person. "A problem with you? Of course I don't. I never have problems with pretty women. I really like you, that's all. You're a hot topic in our circle. You haven't been back for long, but you sure know your way around. So, I was thinking, smart women like you rarely exist in this world. You're such an outstanding woman, so why would you focus on something that's not yours? It's tiring to steal others' stuff. You might as well find someone more compatible to date." "President Green, you're wrong. I'm not the one doing the stealing. I'm just taking back what was originally mine. I'm innocent and had someone stole from me. I feel bad too. The victim here is me." Bella tried to get him to sympathize with her, but her words revealed her true thoughts. She met Jack when she was 8 years old, so to her, Chloe was the third person, and not herself. That's what I'm talking about. Clever people can act like a fool at times. I really hope you're not that kind of woman. President Green, is this a warning? Are you trying to defend someone? Bella smiled profoundly. It's not that. I think you're beautiful, so you should give me a chance. We might make a great couple, Andrew said in a half-joking, half-serious manner. Bella looked down and smiled. President Green, stop poking fun at me. You have more women than you have clothes. I know better than to think that you might dawdle on me. If you really had self-awareness, then you wouldn't be chasing after Jack. Haha. Miss Hall, you're a smart woman. I suggest that you don't go overboard with your actions. Chloe, how should I put this? You may think she's easy to deal with, but the truth is, she's capable of making your life miserable in a matter of seconds if she wanted to. You think you're smart, but she's even smarter than you. I suggest that you take good care of yourself. Andrew's explicit reminder pissed Bella off. Who the hell was Chloe? Would she really be scared of her? What a joke. She was the daughter of the mayor, favored by all the heirs in the city. A bunch of rich men was waiting in line to date her. So how could Chloe, a woman with no background, compete with her? So, did you say all that to warn and threaten me on behalf of Chloe? So, is everyone in the Green family as arrogant and egotistic as you? Did you think you could scare me? Did you think I am easy to defeat? Bella sneered at Andrew. For the first time, she revealed her true side to an outsider. She suddenly didn't feel the need to pretend in front of him anymore, because she noticed that he was just as fake as she was. They were both wearing masks over their faces. So, Miss Hall, did you just take off your mask as the sweetest and most innocent woman alive? Andrew raised his index finger to his lips and laughed. His words obviously sent her into a fury, since Bella revealed her true self to him. Huh. President Green, you're thinking too much. Life isn't a TV drama. There's no such thing as masks. I don't know what you're talking about. I've always been me. If you think I'm not friendly towards you, it only means that I don't know you that well enough. Please don't judge me before getting to know me. I won't have it. Andrew's remarks angered Bella, but she would never offend him here since there were too many people around. Plus, she didn't see the point in engaging in a verbal conflict with a man like him. After all, her opponent was Chloe, and not Andrew. Okay, if you insist, you can keep your mask on. I'm interested in seeing how much longer you can keep this charade up for. Hopefully, for the rest of your life. Then, Andrew yawned and left. Bella looked at Andrew as he left. Her expression was grim. She had a feeling that he wasn't as simple or gentle as he seemed. Andrew won the throne of the Green Corporation after a long struggle. A simple-minded person wouldn't have succeeded so gloriously. Bella wondered what Andrew's relationship was with Chloe. Did he want to help her? If so, she had to be more careful. But the truth was, she didn't care about his warning just now. Was Chloe smart? Was she powerful? Was she hard to deal with? She was eager to find out. Her life thus far had been sailing with the wind, so she wanted to be challenged, and she was interested in seeing how long Chloe could resist her. She also wanted to see if she was charismatic enough for Jack to fall in love with her. That's the only way she can prove herself. The truth was, Bella was an egomaniac. She always thought of herself as the perfect woman. She was pretty, composed, came from a good family, and was never involved in scandals. No one could find the tiniest piece of negative information on her, making her a 1 in a million inside the socialite circle. That night, Bella uploaded a photo of Jesus Christ and a cross, along with this sentence: "Thank you, Lord, for our salvation. May God be with us." Netizens immediately overwhelmed her Weibo with comments. "Goddess, I support you." Goddess song, "I believe in you and have always liked you." Goddess, "Did your dream come true? Can you share it with us?" Whoa, Goddess, you're a Christian? I knew it. Well-poised women are all Christians. God bless you. When can you upload a selfie for us? You are so much better looking than that batch Chloe. The Goddess is so pretty, but she barely uploads any selfies. This means that she's not only pretty on the outside, but on the inside as well. She's reliable and low-key. Bella leaned on her headboard as she scrolled through the comments on Weibo with a smile on her face. That was what life was supposed to be like. She was supposed to be admired and complimented by the masses. She wanted the entire world to know that Bella lived a great life. Inside a private mansion, Victoria almost erupted with anger upon seeing Bella's Weibo post. What the hell? How can she be so thick-skinned? She's the bakchiest of the bakches. Victoria, what's wrong? Brenton was mixing pregnancy milk powder for Victoria when he heard her slam her phone onto the coffee table with a bang. Bakch Hall. Victoria cursed furiously. Victoria. Did you start cursing at her on Weibo again? Brenton asked worriedly. Victoria's temper had worsened ever since she got pregnant. She blew up at all unjust behavior, and even fought with Jack's mother. Max used to joke that everything in life had its vanquisher. Brenton's vanquisher was Victoria, and he was willing to do anything and everything for her, with no complaints and no questions asked. Curse at her? Is she worth it? I don't want to sink down to her level. I used to think that Chloe was overly low profile. What about now? Brenton asked her with a smile. Now I know why Chloe chose to ignore her. She's the ultimate bakch. How fake she is makes me nauseous. I hate that she pretends to be all innocent. Victoria, calm down. There are so many people like her on this world. You shouldn't be so surprised. Brenton consoled. No, I won't go to sleep until I slam on her. Then, Victoria logged on to her Bakch Conqueror account and commented under Bella's post. There's no such thing as goddesses in this world. One becomes a goddess only because too many people want to climb into her bed. But I'm sorry. Even if I were a man, I wouldn't want to sleep with you. I'm scared that I would see you with your mask off. After all, not everyone is capable of double dealing. Did you study painting in Italy or mask painting? Victoria's post angered all of Bella's fans, and they all wanted to curse back at her. However, she turned off the comments function in her Weibo, so the others couldn't comment on her page and could only tag her. Bella's face fell upon seeing this comment. Batch Conqueror talked smack about her more than once. If it happened just once, she might have thought that whoever commented was just an anti-fan. However, she now had a feeling that it might be Chloe, or a friend of Chloe's. Therefore, she clicked into the profile of Birth Conqueror and sent a private message. "Is this Chloe? Haha. You sure think highly of yourself. Chloe would never respond to you," Victoria replied. "Sarah?" It seemed like she was very well informed of Chloe's inner circle. "You sure did your homework on Chloe? How hostile of you," Victoria sneered. "Miss Victoria? Oh no. Now I should call you Mrs. Blake," Bella said. She could tell from the way the person was typing that it was Victoria. Sarah wasn't so sharp with her words, and didn't have such a high EQ. Therefore, the only other possibility was Victoria. Plus, she saw Victoria cursing at Mrs. Dawson the other day outside the OR, so she knew how sardonic she could be. "Who's Victoria? Is she your friend?" Victoria denied it and shot back at Bella. "Mrs. Blake, do we have any misunderstandings? It's not the first time you've targeted me. What's the point of opening up a new account to bash on me? Are you that bored? I heard that you got married because you were pregnant. If you're pregnant, you should be a dutiful person and accumulate some virtue for the fetus in your belly. What do you think?" Bella retorted scathingly. She never liked Victoria to begin with, probably because she was always on Chloe's side. "Thanks to you, my baby will be chubby and healthy. You, on the other hand, should be worried that no one will ever marry you. From my point of view, women your age should do the right thing. Find yourself a husband rather than pry someone else's. Didn't you know that mistresses are the most disgusting beings on earth?" Victoria immediately replied abrasively. "Haha, I'm curious. How is this any of your business? If I was chasing after your husband, then fine. I understand your hostility. But here's a saying for you. Dogs should not chase mice because it's not your business. Plus, it won't do you any good, will it? Will Chloe thank you for what you did? What's the point of being so rude to me?" Bella sneered as she typed. Bella's words were clear. "I'm not seducing your husband. What are you being so defensive about?" Victoria was immediately infuriated and spat back. "If you had your eyes on my husband, you wouldn't even be alive to show off. Did you think I'm the kind to let you off easily? I would have ruined your reputation a long time ago. Chloe is magnanimous, but that doesn't mean she's scared. I'm shocked by your thick skin, and I'm shocked that you have the audacity to be the mistress. Actually, you're not even a mistress, because the man in question didn't even lay his eyes on you. To Jack, you're no more than a passerby. So, sometimes I feel bad for you. Even if you strip naked and stand in front of Jack, he still wouldn't sleep with you. You were born so pretty for nothing." Tsk, tsk. Throughout the years, few have won against Victoria in verbal confrontations. Plus, since she studied psychology, she was good at figuring others out, poking at their pressure points and making them fall apart. Brenton once said that one day, Victoria and Chloe should have a verbal standoff, because the latter was probably the one person in the world who was capable of suppressing her. As expected, Bella was completely angered by what Victoria said, and she hastily blacklisted her. This way, Victoria would not be able to message her anymore. Victoria felt a sense of accomplishment. Round 1 ended with Bella running away with her tail between her legs. However, Victoria had even more lined up for her. Since Bella was a manipulative batch, Victoria was determined to be even more manipulative than her. She quickly logged onto her own verified Weibo, which had her name, her educational background, and her current employer all verified. She had a couple of thousand fans and occasionally updated her Weibo. Therefore, she uploaded, "Today's a good day. I became friends with Goddess Hall. She's a great person who never double deals." She also tagged Bella. Soon, countless fans began commenting on her post. Fans who didn't know what was going on commented under Bella's page also. "Bella, you know Victoria as well? That's great. Goddesses always make the best of friends." "Goddess Hall, Dr. Victoria. I'm so jealous. You guys are all super scholars. I love you both." Bella was still angry by the fact that Victoria had just scolded her from head to toe when Victoria tagged her on her Weibo. Her actions made Bella angrier than ever. Never Double Deals was the ultimate humiliation. Other people may not know, but Bella did. However, since she had so many fans, if she didn't respond, others might guess around or assume that she was being pretentious. Therefore, she had no choice but to swallow her anger and reply to Victoria. "It was really nice to meet you. Go to bed soon." Bella hated Victoria, but she still pretended like they were friends. Victoria laughed like crazy upon seeing her reply. "Victoria, did you win the fight again?" Brenton quietly looked at his wife. "Fight? I would never. I'm not that lame. The only way to defeat a Bakch is to be even Bakchier. I'm sure Bakch Hall will lose sleep tonight," she said, as she replied to Bella, and attached a photo of an expensive watch underneath. "Bella, do you like this watch? I wanted to buy it for you. In the country, watch has the same pronunciation as Bakch." Victoria was good. She didn't even have to say any dirty words to curse at others. Bella's face turned red with fury upon reading what she posted. She obviously knew what Victoria meant. However, her fans didn't, and they all idiotically commented under Victoria reply. "This watch is really expensive. You guys seem really close. Gosh, why isn't anyone buying me these kinds of designer watches? I'm so jealous. Goddess, you need to accept Dr. Victoria's gift. After all, it's free." Bella was furious, and she had to drink half a bottle of water to calm herself down. Then, she pushed down her anger and replied, "Thanks, girl, but you don't have to do that. I don't need a watch. I already have one. And one is enough." One of Bella's fans unintentionally asked, "Isn't it a bad omen to gift someone a watch? It's the same as gifting someone a clock, which has the same pronunciation as seeing someone off at their funeral?" Bella was even more furious upon reading this and threw her phone onto her bedroom floor with a bang. Not only did Victoria slam her on her Bakch Conqueror account, but she also signed onto her own account and further tortured her. Of course, Bella was mad, since she couldn't even talk back. "Hey, sweetie, what's wrong?" Mrs. Hall asked distraughtly. She was coming up the stairs when she saw her daughter smash her phone. "Mom, I'm mad," Bella pouted and began to complain. "What's wrong? Who offended my baby daughter?" Bella was Mrs. Hall's only child, so she loved her dearly. Mayor Hall was also incredibly proud of her daughter and treated her like a pearl in his palm. "Mom, if I told you that I wanted to be with Jack, would you support me?" For the first time, Bella told her mother about her feelings toward Jack. She didn't want to wait anymore and was ready to take action. "I knew that you still liked Jack, but he's already married." Mrs. Hall used to think that Jack was a good match for her daughter, but sadly, he was already married. "Mom, this is the 21st century. Married people can get divorced. Who said they are going to last forever?" Bella refuted. "But I would feel bad if my baby daughter marries a divorced man." In Mrs. Hall's mind, her daughter was the most perfect woman on this earth, so she didn't want her to marry someone who was previously married. "Mom, I wouldn't care. Even if Jack had previously been married 2, 3, or even 4 times. Gosh, if you liked Jack, what were you doing for all these years? You guys were both studying abroad. You should have said or done something. If you did, another person wouldn't have intervened, and I wouldn't be here worrying about you." Mrs. Hall was confused. What was her daughter doing all these years? Why did she want Jack now that he was married? Bella sighed as she slowly opened her mouth. "The truth is, back then, I went looking for him, but I didn't have the guts to go up to him. He looked so scary and indifferent. All my friend in the States told me that Jack was a cold-blooded monster who didn't talk to any of his classmates and was a loner. What about now? Is he not like that anymore? Mrs. Hall was puzzled. He's changed. I didn't think I still cared, but after seeing how gentle he is towards Chloe, I became really sad and realized that I wasn't ready to let go. I used to be too confident and always thought that I was the only one who deserved to be with Jack. Therefore, I overlooked the absurd fact that he might fall in love with another girl during high school. Mom, I don't want to live in regret. I want to take him back. Upon saying this, Bella walked up to her mother and leaned coyishly against her mother's shoulder. Gosh, my child, your father's the mayor. What if negative news stirs up? Mrs. Hall was worried about the reputation of their family. Don't worry. I won't be so obvious. I'll defeat Chloe quietly. As long as she's gone, Jack will be all mine. I'm confident that he has feelings for me, even if it's just a little bit. After all, we lived under the same roof for over a year when we were children. Even now, Bella foolishly believed that since they spent a year together when they were 8 years old, they were considered childhood friends. However, Jack didn't even remember what Bella looked like back then, and had forgotten all about how she was like when they were 8 years old. The only thing he cared about was his 3 years of high school, which was filled with happiness, sorrow, tears, and laughter. Do you have to do that? Bella, with your background, you can date any man you want. Mrs. Hall still tried to persuade her daughter otherwise. No, I want Jack. It's my only wish. Bella was determined. Actually, she didn't love Jack. She was just crazy jealous of Chloe. She didn't used to be so obsessed over Jack. Faced with the indifferent Jack in the States, she didn't even have the courage to say hello to him. However, now that she saw that Jack had married Chloe, she wanted him back. When Jack was a flawed piece of jade, she was interested, but didn't want him very badly. Now that he was a top-quality piece of treasure under Chloe's care, she had to have him. All in all, Bella wasn't deeply in love with Jack. All she wanted was to steal Chloe's happiness away from her. On the top floor of the seductive Fox nightclub, GK Film and Television wasn't doing so well, since both Jack and Cody were recovering from surgery. Emery, on the other hand, was filming out of town. Therefore, Imperial Star was able to climb above them and prosper significantly over the past few weeks. Justin invested $300 million and signed with 8 new artists. Today, he held a celebratory party with the company executives, and everyone was having a lot of fun. Justin, on the other hand, was extremely calm. No one could tell whether he was happy or upset. The others at the party didn't dare come up to him, and only Max, his good buddy, had the balls to sit down beside him and joke around. Ahem. Why isn't our big boy Cooper joining the party? Is he not in the mood? Max asked. Justin held his wine glass. He was obviously thinking about something and didn't reply to Max. Someone working at Southside told me that Jack woke up. Did you know? Max yacked. Isn't that a good thing? Justin answered faintly. He didn't sound surprised. But it's not a good thing for you, right? If it's a good thing for Chloe, then it's a good thing for me. Justin answered calmly. Young Master Cooper, tell me the truth. Did you secretly wish that Jack would never wake up? Max was curious as to what Justin was thinking right now. After this incident, Justin seemed to become more mature and introverted. He also learned how to control his temper. This was indeed magical, and it could be said that Chloe's appearance completely changed Justin. Want to hear the truth? Justin licked his lips and answered, Of course, we've been friends for so long, so just shoot. I won't tell anyone anyways, Max said as he patted his chest confidently. Then, he looked at Justin, ready to gossip at his answer. Justin sighed slightly, and he placed his wine glass slowly onto the coffee table in front of him. No, not even once. Rather, I hoped that Jack could wake up, because if he didn't, neither would Chloe. That was the only thing Justin cared about. Max wasn't there that day at the hospital, so he didn't know what happened specifically. If he did, he wouldn't be asking Justin that question. Justin knew that if something happened to Jack, Chloe would kill herself. Therefore, he would never wish for Jack to never wake up, He was even willing to help him find the best army surgeon there was, the best hospital that existed, and the most talented team alive. After a few days of running back and forth, he succeeded. Both Jack and Chloe woke up. He, however, left ever so quietly. He never went to the hospital again after that, because he didn't know what identity to go as. He was fine, as long as he knew that Chloe was fine. If he kept visiting, rumors might fly all over the place again. Justin didn't care about rumors and defamation, because to him, they were as common as a cold. However, he didn't want to do anything that might hurt Chloe, because he cared about her reputation at South Side and in society. All he wanted was to see her smile, even if she wasn't smiling at him. Holy F, you're so chivalrous. Young Master Cooper, please allow me to bow down to you, Max said, as he pretended to fall to his knees. Justin smiled. He knew that Max doing it on purpose to make him feel better. By the way, Brenton completely gave way to desire. Dr. Victoria is so scary. We don't get to hang out with him anymore. But I'm actually looking forward to their wedding on January 1st. Oh, right. You're the best man, right? Is Chloe the maid of honor? Max continued gossiping. Their wedding is still a while away. I haven't given it much thought. Justin smiled. Just then, Gianna walked up to them in a deep V-neck black dress, paired with a white fur shawl. She looked elegant and poised. President Cooper, as soon as she opened her mouth, Max immediately took the hint and left. Yeah? Justin nodded. Why aren't you drinking? Are you in a bad mood? Gianna asked. I'm fine. I'm just a little sleepy. Would you like to stay at my place tonight? Gianna asked. Justin fell silent, not sure what he was supposed to say. She immediately added, I just redecorated my place, and one of the rooms was modeled after the Western-style master bedroom in your old mansion. If you don't want to go back to your parents' house, you can stay at mine. You can sleep upstairs, and I'll sleep downstairs. Or, if you don't want the paparazzi to find out, you can sleep at my mansion, and I'll go to my other apartment. Gianna was a smart girl, so her words were vague, but she obviously wanted to spend the night with him. Justin glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, No, it's okay. I recently began liking staying at my parents', and I've gotten used to it. Oh, Gianna was slightly disappointed. Justin hadn't had sex in a while and stayed away from all women. As a result, all female artists under Imperial Star tried their best to rise to the top by getting into his pants. Gianna was an outstanding woman, but Justin never once touched her, which made the others suspect his sexual orientation. However, Justin didn't care about the rumors. After leaving Seductive Fox at 2 a.m., he planned on going home, but for some reason, he drove all the way to South Side. He stood outside the window and looked up towards the VIP rooms on the top floor. Suddenly, he felt the urge to go see her. Young Master Cooper, you're here to see Doctor. Green again? Chloe's assistant knew they were friends, so she greeted him without thinking too much. Is she asleep? Justin asked quietly. Not yet. She's in her husband's room, the nurse replied with a smile on her face. Okay, I got it. Justin nodded and didn't say anything else. Chloe cut the fruit up into small pieces and placed them onto a plate, poking each one with a toothpick. Then, she carefully walked up to Jack and held up a piece of cantaloupe by the toothpick, feeding it to him. Jack opened his mouth cooperatively and took a small bite. Honey, does it taste good? Chloe smiled. Probably not as good as I do. Jack chuckled. Can't we enjoy a normal conversation? Chloe was speechless. Her husband was probably the only person capable of making the act of eating fruit dirty. What a character. After a few bites, Jack appeared to be exhausted. Chloe adjusted his pillow so he could lie down flat on the bed. Just then, the nurse came in with an IV. Dr. Green, chief surgeon, said that Mr. Dawson needs to receive anti-inflammatories to prevent infection. Okay, you can give it to me. The nurse nodded. She then placed the IV down and turned around to leave. Chloe picked up the IV bag and examined it. After making sure that it was the right medicine, She quickly hung it up above Jack's bed. Then, she pulled Jack's arm towards her. It might hurt a little, but it'll just be a second. Chloe looked down to insert the IV into Jack's arm as gently as possible. She was very careful and found his vein on the first try. As the needle penetrated his skin, Jack felt like he had been bitten by a small mosquito. "I'm done." Chloe took a deep breath in. "Thanks, honey." Jack smiled tenderly. "Get some sleep. I'm going to go see Chief Surgeon and come up with a treatment plan for you and find out when you can be discharged." "Okay, but don't leave for too long." Jack looked at Chloe longingly as she left his room. When she left his room, she didn't see a familiar shadow standing in the corner of the hallway. It was Justin, staring at her from far away. He didn't get to talk to her, but he also didn't want to disturb her. Although he only caught a quick glimpse at her, Justin's mood lightened up. He turned around to leave Southside and drove home. An hour later, Chloe came back from discussing Jack's treatment plan with Chief Surgeon. The assistant nurse saw Chloe and greeted her with a smile. "Dr. Green, did young Master Cooper leave? Justin was here?" Chloe was surprised. "What? You didn't know?" The nurse was even more surprised. "When was he here?" Chloe asked. "A little over an hour ago. Young Master Cooper paced outside your room for a while. I thought he went looking for you. I told him that you were in your husband's room. Didn't he go and see you?" "Oh, I see," Chloe said. Then she fell silent. A little over an hour ago, she was feeding Jack fruit in his room and didn't even notice that there was someone outside the door. Perhaps Justin saw her, but didn't talk to her. Justin had become more introverted, very unlike his flaunting self. In the past, he would have walked up to her, no matter what she was doing. The truth was, Justin went to Jack's room, but didn't go in. He stood outside, peered through the window, and watched as Chloe leaned by Jack's bed and fed him food. They looked at each other with such loving tenderness that he couldn't take it anymore, so he decided to leave without saying hi. When Chloe left Jack's room, Justin had just turned a corner. He stared at Chloe greedily until her shadow disappeared at the end of the hall. When Justin arrived at home, his mother wasn't asleep yet and was watching a midnight show. Upon seeing her son come in, she immediately walked up to him and took his jacket. "It's late. I thought you were going to spend the night at your apartment." Justin's new mansion was still under construction, so he spent most of his time living either at his parents' house or at his own apartment. The apartment was located right next to Imperial Star, so it was easy to get to and from work. "No," Justin said, a little forsakenly. "Justin, I heard your grandpa say that you've agreed to the arranged date." Mrs. Cooper looked at her son and asked gently. "Yeah." Justin nodded, seemingly exhausted. "I thought you hated being set up. Why did you?" Mrs. Cooper looked at her son heartbreakingly. In the past, she was in a hurry for her son to get married and often looked for compatible socialites on his behalf. Later, she realized that Justin wasn't interested and didn't like any of them, causing her to question and worry about her son's sexuality for the longest time. However, she soon found out that her son was in love with another girl, but that girl was in love with someone else. After some back and forth with Chloe, Mrs. Cooper realized that she was indeed a really great girl. Although she wanted Chloe to be her daughter-in-law, the latter's attention wasn't on Justin at all. As an old saying goes, you can never wake up a person who was pretending to be asleep, and you can never move someone who didn't love you. Mrs. Cooper felt bad for her son, and she tried her best to help him forget Chloe, because she didn't want to see him in pain. However, for some reason, he fell harder and harder for her. Last time, when Grandpa Cooper invited his comrade's granddaughter over, she thought that Justin might be interested. However, after a few days, Justin basically chased her out of the city. He didn't even drop her off at the airport. Instead, he asked someone from Imperial Star's Public Relations Department to do the deed. Therefore, Was Justin's sudden agreement to being set up a sign of him coming to his senses? Or was it something else? I have to keep my promise to my grandpa. I'm a man of my words, Justin said listlessly. Then, before Mrs. Cooper could ask any follow-up questions, he turned around to head upstairs. He only agreed to be set up because his grandpa said only then would he send over an army surgeon to save Jack. In the end, everything he did and every compromise he made was for Chloe. He never thought that he would be so selfless one day. When Chloe went back to Jack's room, he was still awake. After the bottle emptied, Chloe gently pulled out his IV. Then, she pressed her finger on the needle hole so it wouldn't bleed. "Honey, yeah? Don't be that stupid again." Jack looked at her, his heart aching as he did. "What do you mean?" Chloe didn't know what he was suddenly talking about. "I'm talking about my surgery, when you vowed to live and die with me. Although I don't want to be apart from you, if I really do leave this world first, I want you to live a fulfilling life, rather than kill yourself." During the day, Noah told Jack everything that happened when he was unconscious, leaving him with a heavy heart. However, he didn't get the chance to talk to Chloe about it. Now that they were alone, Jack didn't want to keep it in anymore, so he decided to bring it up. "Great, you married me and that's that? Did you want to leave me alone in this world?" Chloe pretended to be angry. "That's not what I meant. Your parents gave birth to you and there are so many things you haven't done yet. You have to take care of Thomas and your mother, and you also have to keep looking for your biological parents. All in all, there are so many more things out there waiting for you to do. I can't make you leave all that behind for me." Jack was a man of a few words, and rarely said so much at once. Therefore, upon hearing him say, "all that," Chloe felt extremely touched. "Don't ever think of tossing me aside if you're dead. Then why would I care about any of that? I know they won't blame me for leaving them. Honey, do you know what the scariest feeling in the world is?" "What is it?" Jack didn't know Chloe's answer, so he didn't want to make any assumptions. The scariest feeling isn't not being able to have something. Rather, it's losing something you already had. If we didn't reunite after 7 years, if you lived in the States and I lived an ordinary life in the city, then fine. I would be willing to live my life without you. But God gave us a chance to get back together, so I plan on spending the rest of my life with you and never leave you. If I got you back and then lost you again, I don't know how I'll be able to live on with my life. Because I don't have the courage to live in a world that you no longer exist in. Therefore, I'm not giving up my life. Following in your footsteps is salvation and rebirth, whether it's in heaven or hell." Jack was dumbstruck by what Chloe said. He knew how smart Chloe was, but being able to see things with such clarity not only touched him, but also filled him with gratitude. He was grateful that he didn't fall in love with the wrong person. "Honey, come here." Jack reached out his hand and looked at his wife with so much tenderness that she felt like she was about to melt. Chloe didn't make a noise as she slowly walked up to Jack. He reached out to tightly hold her pearly hands in his, and then gave her an extremely comforting and warm hug. She felt Jack's warmth traveling into her body, giving her an incredible sense of security. Only now did she feel like Jack was truly beside her. "I'm sorry for worrying you over the past few days. I will take care of myself and better protect myself in the future, so you won't have to risk yourself again." Jack never said anything as heartening as this, and upon hearing what he said, tears began trickling down Chloe's cheeks. "Why are you crying again?" "Honey, I've only been asleep for a few days. When did you become a crybaby?" Jack couldn't help but smile as he gently reached out his hand to wipe off her tears. "I was brave in front of the others, but since you're awake, I don't need to pretend anymore. I can cry, I can laugh, I can do whatever I want because I can rely on you. We're married. You don't have to be such a stranger. Even if you wanted to confess your feelings towards me, you shouldn't do it today. I want a chance to announce to the entire world how I feel about you during our wedding." "Wedding?" Surprised, Chloe wiped off her tears and looked at Jack. "Did your brain go cuckoo? We haven't held a wedding yet." Jack laughed. "But we already registered for marriage. Isn't that the same thing?" "Of course it isn't. Every woman deserves a grand wedding. On that day, you'll be the most beautiful woman in the world and the center of attention. I promise to give you the best wedding that ever existed, so the entire world knows that I, Jack, married the love of my life." Chloe's face blushed as she looked at Jack lovingly. When they got married, they kept their marriage a secret, so she never thought about having a wedding. All Chloe cared about was that they loved each other and lived a happy life together, so she didn't care for ceremonial events. However, to her surprise, Jack had been planning their wedding all along because he wanted to give her everything. "Once I'm discharged, I will talk to my parents about setting a date and wedding details. Also, I think, they think that they owe you a formal apology." Chloe shook her head. "They may be at fault, but they're my in-laws, and I don't want to hold their wrongdoings against them. They don't need to apologize. I'll feel bad. Forgive and forget, right? I don't want to make their lives harder, nor my own. Can we just let it be?" Chloe was a nonchalant woman who constantly emitted an aura of maturity and level-headedness that didn't match her age. But that's the reason why she's capable of handling and dealing with a lot of stuff. You're too calm and easygoing, and that's why people bully you. Jack reached out to lovingly pinch her cheeks. "With you by my side, no one will be able to bully me." Chloe smiled playfully. Jack couldn't help but move closer to her. He cupped her hands and kissed her passionately. He could love Chloe 1,000 times over, but it still wouldn't be enough. He had the most precious treasure in the world, so even if he didn't survive this surgery, he wouldn't have had any regrets. While Chloe took care of Jack, she got much better as well. She occasionally called her mother and Thomas, who had absolutely no idea what had happened to her and Jack. With a blink of an eye, the two of them had been hospitalized at Southside for almost 2 weeks. During this time, Victoria visited every day during the day and would leave after checking up on them. Sarah came every other day since she had to work, while Andrew came here and there. After Jack woke up, however, Chloe never saw Justin again. She ate and lived with Jack at Southside, so the entire hospital knew how much Dr. Green cared about her husband. The nurse often teased her and asked her when they were going to have a baby. They also exclaimed that their child would be really pretty. When this happened, Chloe would smile without replying. Then, she would get all depressed where no one could see her and wonder why she couldn't get pregnant. She put her hands on her flat tummy. She had done it with Jack so many times. When he was in the mood, they even did it a couple of times a night. However, since he had been sick recently, they didn't have the chance to do anything. He's been recovering pretty well, so should Chloe seduce him? At this thought, Chloe felt her entire face burn up. Chloe would occasionally change back into her white lab coat and see patients since she was staying at Southside anyway. "Dr. Green, the director is looking for you. Be right there." Chloe quickly turned around and headed to the director's office upon hearing what her assistant said. "Come in." When Chloe walked in, not only did she see Director Richard and Deputy Director, but a bunch of experienced doctors and department chiefs were also sitting around the table. "Is this a meeting, Director?" Chloe was a little nervous since she had come empty-handed. What if she needed to jot down notes? "It's not a meeting. Sit down first." Chloe anxiously sat down upon hearing what Director Richard said. As soon as she did, the entire office filled with thunderous applause, leaving Chloe completely stunned. "Director Richard, did something good happen?" Chloe was worried that he was going to fire her since she hadn't been to work in almost 20 days. "Dr. Green, we made a vote and are appointing you the chief physician of neurology." "What?" Chloe immediately lost her cool. Making chief wasn't easy, and most chiefs were in their 40s, either highly educated, extremely talented, or had many years of clinical experience. If she became chief, she would be the only chief in their city who was under 40 years old. After all, Chloe was only 24 years old. She still looked young and naive. Congratulations on making chief, Doctor. Green? Chief. Nina smiled as she looked at her. What about you, Chief Nina? Chloe knew that there could only be one chief per department. Chief of the neurology department at the first hospital is retiring, so I'm being transferred over. That way, you'll continue to work at Southside. But, Director Richard? I can't. I'm too young. I'm not fit for the job. Chloe panicked. She felt like she wasn't at all experienced enough. Director Richard looked at her and slowly said, Chloe, don't be scared. We took everything into consideration and have been watching you for a while. You're calm, collected, and have managed the neurology department well while Chief Nina was away. You can also deal with any problems that come your way. Most importantly, we tracked down the patients you've treated throughout your time in the Department of Neurology, and out of the 50 we talked to, 48 people complimented your skills. The other 2 are still recovering, so they didn't provide much feedback. As the youngest doctor in the neurology department, not only did you successfully handle numerous neurology cases and come up with countless treatment plans, you also victoriously performed surgery on your own husband, which was a very difficult surgery, with a less than 30% success rate at that. You managed to pull through, which shows how much potential you've got. The hospital would never give people opportunities out of the blue, and you deserve our commendation. As soon as the director finished his last sentence, everyone in the conference room began clapping once again, leaving Chloe as touched as ever. The hospital saw all her hard work. From an intern nurse to full-time nurse to head nurse, the hospital then even made an exception and allowed her to take a medical examination, thus allowing her to become a doctor of neurology. Today, they were making her the chief of neurology. Chloe felt lucky because not everyone's hard work was paid off. Dr. Green, you're very talented. Yeah, Dr. Green, you can do it. You won't let us down. The older, experienced doctors all cheered her on. Chloe, you didn't thank the director yet. Chief Nina smiled as she reminded her. Only then did Chloe come back to her senses. She stood up and bowed down at the director, again and again. Thank you, Director Richard and Chief Nina, and thank you everyone who recommended me. I will work hard in the future and become outstanding doctors like all of you. Chloe was still emotional as she walked out of the conference room. Countless people dreamed of one day being promoted to chief. Many of her classmates in medical school were still intern nurses, while others who couldn't take it anymore had already switched professions. Only she persisted in her childhood dream, with such determination. An announcement sounded over the PA system in the hospital and echoed in every room and hallway. Important announcement. Due to performing outstandingly in her work, starting today, Dr. Chloe Green has been appointed as the new chief physician of the neurology department. All the nurses and doctors congratulated her on her way back to Jack's room. When she went in, she was still extremely excited. Honey, did you hear the announcement? Chloe asked him as she pointed at the speakers in his room. What announcement? Jack pretended to have just gotten up and asked her sleepily. You really didn't hear anything? They announced it all over Southside. Chloe was a little disappointed. Jack sat up sleepily and leaned back on his pillow. Rubbing his eyes, he slowly said, What happened, honey? I just woke up. Fine, you sure know when's the best time to fall asleep? Chloe pouted as disappointment filled her eyes. She wished her husband knew. That way, he would be able to celebrate with her. Upon seeing Chloe's cute expression, Jack couldn't help but laugh. Did something good happen? Nope. Go back to sleep. I'll go wash your clothes, Chloe said depressingly, as she picked up Jack's change of clothes and walked towards the bathroom. Jack was fast and immediately reached out, grabbing Chloe's sleeve. Honey, congrats on becoming a chief physician. You're the best. Chloe immediately turned around. Holy crap, you tricked me. Then, she threw the dirty laundry on Jack's face and bit down on the back of his hand. She bit him very lightly, as if she were seducing him. "Honey, don't bite me there. It's such a waste. Can you bite down on somewhere else?" Jack couldn't help but tease her. "Where?" Chloe looked up at Jack innocently, and the latter felt the immediate urge to gobble her up. "Take off my pants first, and then let's talk about this question." Chloe immediately understood what he was talking about and began hitting Jack with her fists. "Can you be more inappropriate? This is not suitable for children. Gosh. Mr. Dawson, you've changed." "I didn't change. It really depends on who it is." "You're my wife. I can eat you whenever I want to," Jack said, as Chloe continued to punch him, his expression filled with happy content. Chloe rested her head on his shoulder and slowly lifted up his gown. She felt heartbroken upon seeing that ugly scar on Jack's chest. Dr. Fang's suture skills were amazing, and although he used a scarless suture, it would be at least 2 years before the scar would completely fade. Chloe gently touched the area around the horrific scar and began making circles around it. Jack was shot because he was trying to save her. She will never forget that. Even if she turned 80 years old and got Alzheimer's, she will remember what happened. "Honey, thanks for being with me." She snuggled into his embrace and whispered to him. "Honey," he quietly called her. "Yeah? Did you want to do it?" "Screw you." Chloe felt like they were incapable of having a normal conversation, since her husband kept harassing her every chance he got, leaving her speechless. "Honey, what do you want?" "You." Holy crap. "Jack, can you not seduce me like this?" Chloe demanded as she blushed. "But I don't feel well, not being able to have you, especially since I want to, a lot," Jack said, as if he had been wronged. "You'll be discharged in a few days. Can't you keep it in your pants?" Chloe looked at him, angry and amused at the same time. "A few days? That sounds really far away." "Ha ha ha. Stop pretending." Chloe laughed aloud upon seeing Jack's expression. He looked like a grieving little housewife. Jack looked Chloe up and down before his gaze finally settled in the area below her neck and above her stomach. "What are you looking at?" Chloe quickly covered her chest with her hands. "Honey, I bought you a bunch of deep V-neck sweaters. Why won't you wear any of them?" Jack pouted as he looked hard into Chloe's white lab coat, but couldn't see anything juicy. "How am I supposed to wear something so revealing?" Chloe glared at him. "You don't have to wear it in front of others, just in front of me. If anyone else dares to look at you, I will gouge their eyes out." Jack laughed as he put an arm around Chloe's neck and pulled her in, gently nuzzling her ear. He was very gentle, and Chloe's entire body began to itch, as if a feather was tickling at her heart. "Honey," just as Chloe felt her defenses come crashing down, the door suddenly burst open. "Can you guys not be so PG-18 in broad daylight?" Noah looked at them enviously. Sarah stood behind Noah, laughing as she covered her hands over her mouth. "Ahem." Chloe immediately stood up and began adjusting her coat collar. Jack, on the other hand, looked at them with a grim expression. Why did the two of them have to come at this point in time? "Guys, you came in on purpose, didn't you?" Jack was speechless. Noah could have come earlier or later, so why now? "Of course we didn't. We can't look into the future. We didn't know you guys would be so wild. It's the middle of the day, and not only were your curtains open, but you also didn't even lock the door. Gosh, I'm blushing just at the thought of that. Stop pretending to be all pure in front of me. There's no such thing as blushing in your world, Noah. Remember when you fell in love with adult content during high school?" Jack went ahead and exposed Noah's dark history. Sarah glanced at him in bewilderment, while Chloe burst out laughing. Thanks to what Jack said, Noah was stuck in an endless pit of awkwardness. Ahem. Don't bull around, Jack. I don't know any Japanese adult stars. I don't know any. You freaking know more than I do, you little pervert. Angry, Sarah stepped on Noah's foot, and the latter immediately felt the pain of her 3-inch heels. Damn it, ouch! Can we not turn on each other because of Jack's BS? We're a team. We have to work together to defeat the Dawson couple. I'm not on your team, you little D. Sarah cursed. Chloe almost fell to the floor laughing as she gave her husband a thumbs up. Mr. Dawson, you're good. You made Sarah turn on Noah so quickly. Jack, screw you. Where's your conscience? You shouldn't have betrayed your bro like that. Jack put his hands behind his head and replied slowly, I didn't betray you. I was just reminding Sarah that you've been extremely skilled since a young age and are very good at what you do. So, if she dates you, she'll enjoy herself. Jack's remarks left Noah and Sarah a complete loss for words. Chloe burst out in laughter again, incredibly impressed with her husband's unwavering mouth. They were the ones who were caught in the act, but Noah and Sarah were the ones who currently felt awkward. Mr. Dawson's IQ was obviously really high since he was capable of turning the tables around in a couple of sentences. With a husband like him, Chloe never had to worry about being bullied, right? Anyone who tried to play with them would immediately beg for mercy, thanks to her husband's quick wits. Forget it, enough with the nonsense. When is Jack being discharged? Noah asked Chloe. In 3 or 4 days, probably. That's good. Christmas is in a week. And we're both off on that day. Did you guys want to do something together? We can celebrate Christmas in Jack's discharge. Noah smiled. Sarah nodded. I was thinking that we could go to the Southside Mountain, do some ice fishing and play some card games, but Noah said it's too boring. The roads there are really bumpy, and Jack just had surgery, so he shouldn't sit in a car for long periods of time. Chloe nodded. What about a house barbecue party? Noah suggested. What do you think, honey? Jack, looking at Chloe lovingly. A party sounds good. Let's hold a Christmas costume party. What do you guys think? Chloe smiled and suggested. Hey, good idea. I like it. I watched Maleficent a while ago. I loved Angelina Jolie's makeup and outfit in that movie. I'm going to go as her. It's perfect. So, you're basically saying that you want to go as Snow White's stepmother? Chloe immediately followed. Oh, do you want to be Snow White's stepmother? You don't have to dress up for that. Just be yourself. Noah continued to bash Sarah. The latter got so angry that she began pinching him. Hey, gentle, are you trying to murder your husband? Screw you. How thick-skinned are you? You're not my husband, Sarah retorted. Are you guys flirting? I can see you've made progress. Chloe laughed as she interjected. Noah immediately changed the topic. That's a deal then. We'll start on the night of the 24th and party until Christmas Day. What do you guys think? Sure, we'll have it at our mansion. South Hill Manor is perfect for parties. Chloe immediately offered her estate. Sarah clapped her hands in excitement. Yay! I'm going to take a lot of photos and show off in my friend circle. That's a given. Let's be pretentious and show off together. Noah lovingly tousled Sarah's hair. The four of them continued chit-chatting, and at lunch, Chloe provided them with delicious delivery. They talked about the mastermind behind the kidnapping. Noah told them that Miley and the lackeys were executed, and since the scar-faced man died in combat, the only one left was the man who planned everything out. He was Miley's sugar daddy. Jack said calmly, You don't have to look for him. Close the case. I'll deal with him. Are you going to? Noah looked at him and hesitated. Jack, on the other hand, didn't reply. It seemed like he didn't want to say anything in front of Chloe and Sarah. After the two of them left, Chloe began washing Jack's clothes. Towards dawn, someone special visited Jack. Rick parked his orange Bugatti Veyron by Southside's entrance and quietly went upstairs. Chloe ran into him outside Jack's room door. She was heading to the neurology department to pick up some documents. He was wearing a dark gray cashmere coat and black deerskin gloves, his expression as emotionless as a stick. He had coffee-colored hair and dark blue eyes. And unlike other rich entrepreneurs, he was never followed around by a bunch of guards. Rick was a proud person who liked to fly solo. Is Dawson in there? He is, Chloe answered. Rick nodded and turned around to knock on the door. Then, he went in. Chloe felt like Jack and Rick had a lot of secrets between them, and if she was there, they wouldn't be able to speak freely. Therefore, She took the hint and decided not to go in. She headed straight to the neurology department. Rick. Jack put down the book in his hands upon seeing Rick come in. How are you feeling? I escaped from death and have pretty much recovered. I knew you would be fine. Rick seemed to have a lot of confidence in Jack. Then, he took out a couple of photos from his coat pocket and showed them to Jack. The man in the photo seemed to have suffered a tragic death and had blood all over his face. Normal people wouldn't be able to look at photos as bloody as this one, but Jack looked through them with such calmness, his expression unperturbed. After my brother tracked his whereabouts in Australia, he cornered him in a motel and put a bullet in his head. Thank your brother for me. Jack nodded. Jack felt much better after he confirmed that Alfred, the person behind the whole thing, was dead. At least Chloe and himself had their revenge and did not suffer for nothing. Jack decided to go through other channels, since Noah and the Bureau could not easily cross the border to arrest a criminal. His motto in life was, if someone crossed him, he would return the favor tenfold. I followed what you said with regards to Towtown and withdrew everyone. Do you still want to continue with investigations? Of course, but I've decided to set it aside for the time being. I will investigate it myself after I recover. Jack knew that the situation at Towtown was very complicated. It would be impossible to find out Chloe's background just by relying on his subordinates. They would be sacrificing their lives in vain. He had to investigate it personally. Even though I didn't find anything, something is a little suspicious. The tracker I left in Towtown revealed that the communication equipment there had been in contact with foreign countries. I couldn't find out the specific location, but I'm sure it's a foreign country. So, you have to be careful, you know. Once a foreign country is involved, things become complicated. Your opponent may be the mafia, a death cult, or terrorists. The possibilities are limitless. If anyone else said those words, Jack would have thought that they were making a big deal out of nothing. But since it was coming from Rick's mouth, things were different. Rick took over the family business at a young age, and he was incredibly skilled at digging out information. If even he could not find a specific location, it could only mean that the other party was even more powerful than him. So, what kind of secret was hidden in a place like Towtown? Which foreign party was it related to? Could it be that Chloe's biological parents were living overseas? Jack once again fell into deep thought. Chloe went to the neurology department to pick up some documents. The previous department chief, Dr. Nina, left behind and got ready to go back to work. Once she returned to work, she would be the youngest chief physician in the province, and even in the country. All her colleagues would call her Chief Green instead of Dr. Green. Although the title made her sound old, becoming an outstanding doctor had always been her dream. After she left the department, Chloe returned to Jack's room to ask him what he wanted to eat. Did he want takeout or a meal from the hospital cafeteria? At this moment, Bella arrived. Recently, Peter seldom visited Jack, since he was taking care of GK in Jack's place. Mrs. Dawson would occasionally visit during the day, but because she was embarrassed to face Chloe, she did not come by very often either. Bella had been quiet for a few days, and Chloe didn't think she would come again. However, to her surprise, not only did she come, but her mother also came along with her. The mother and daughter brought a delicate bento box filled with a steaming hot meal. "Jack, how are you doing?" Mrs. Hall asked with a smile. "Thank you, Ms. Hall, I'm doing well. I will be discharged soon." That's good. Since your accident, Bella has not been able to sleep well. She keeps talking about you. She would cry whenever she thought back at your accident. Look, her eyes are swollen, Mrs. Hall said as she pulled over Bella. Sure enough, Bella's eye bags were really obvious. She smiled shyly at Jack. Thank you for your concern. My husband will be discharged from the hospital in 3 days. You guys don't need to run back and forth the hospital anymore. It's quite a hassle, Chloe interjected. Mrs. Hall ignored Chloe's words. Instead, She took the bento box and said, "Bella said that you like eating fish. We went to the market to buy some base this morning and we steamed one and stewed one. Try it and see which one you like better." "I stopped liking fish a long time ago," Jack said faintly. Bella was dazed for a second. "But your mom said that you love to eat fish. She must have misunderstood. Thank you for your kindness. My wife loves to eat fish, though. She likes all kinds of seafood." "Chloe, thank Mrs. Hall." Chloe immediately understood what Jack was trying to do and smiled at Mrs. Hall. "Thank you, Mrs. Hall. I'll eat it since Jack doesn't eat fish. We won't let your efforts go to waste." Mrs. Hall and Bella's expressions turned ugly when they heard her words, but they couldn't stop Chloe from eating the fish. Chloe smiled coldly when she opened the bento box. The portion of the rice and fish was only enough for one person. Clearly, they did not prepare a portion for her. Fortunately, her husband was smart and gave the food to her immediately. "Jack, take care and get well soon," Bella said gently. "Thank you." Jack lowered his head and did not look at her face. "Jack, Uncle Hall said that you should come over to our place for Christmas Eve with your parents, since you will be discharged from the hospital that day. I'll prepare enough food for the three of you. It won't be a hassle." Mrs. Hall's intentions were clear. She only invited Jack to come with his parents. Clearly, she had excluded Chloe. Chloe looked at her and only felt amused. It seemed that this old lady was trying to help her daughter to steal Jack from her. Sure, she was the mayor's wife, but was she allowed to act like that even when Chloe was right there in front of her? "It's okay, Auntie Hall. My wife and I invited many of our friends over for a Christmas party at our home." "A party? Great. Young people love parties, Bella. Why don't you go too?" Mrs. Hall saw an opportunity and quickly glanced at her daughter. Bella asked innocently, "Jack, can I go?" Jack was troubled. He didn't understand why she would ask to come, even though his intentions were so clear. So he turned to look at Chloe. Chloe smiled. "Yeah, sure, but the party is a villain-themed costume party. If you come, remember to dress up as a villain so that you match the theme, or you might be the odd one out." "Okay, thank you, Chloe." Bella smiled. She only cared about joining the party. She didn't really care if she had to dress up as a villain. "Auntie Hall, I am a little tired. I'm going to take a nap now. My wife will attend to you," Jack said, as he lied down and turned his head away from them. Clearly, he was giving them the "get the F out" signal. Chloe looked at Mrs. Hall politely and asked, "Would you like an apple?" "Okay, please peel one for me." Mrs. Hall did not like Chloe, so she decided to make things difficult for her. But she didn't expect Chloe to hand her an apple straight from the bag. The skin of an apple is its most nutritious part. You should eat it directly. And it's best not to wash the apple. Even though there are pesticides on the skin, there's not a lot, so eating the skin will improve one's immune system. "What nonsense are you saying? Do you want me to die?" Mrs. Hall's face was green. "Chloe, you're kidding, right?" Bella said with a smile. "Of course not. I am a doctor. I know a lot about pathology. I don't blame you guys for not knowing these things," Chloe said in all seriousness. Chloe smiled brightly and thought, "You're not the only ones who know how to pretend to be innocent. I can do it too. What nonsense are you saying and you call yourself a doctor? You don't peel or wash apples before eating them." I don't want it anymore. Let's go, Bella." Mrs. Hall was furious. She pulled her daughter away and did not take the apple in Chloe's hand. After they left, Chloe smiled and sat on the bed. "Honey, wake up. They're gone. Stop pretending." "Honey, why did you invite Bella to our party? You could have just said no." Jack detested the hypocritical Bella. He felt sick when he looked at her. "Doesn't she want to play? Let her come. I promise that she will have the most memorable Christmas of her lifetime." Chloe smiled. At the party, aside from herself, Victoria and Sarah won't let Bella off easily either, right? "Wife, you've become bad." Jack gently reached out and pinched her chin. "I'm just learning from you, okay?" Chloe responded with a smile. No one was worse than Jack. In comparison to him, She was just an amateur. 3 days later, Jack was discharged from the hospital. Chloe drove Jack back to South Hill Manor in the early morning. Uncle George had asked the maids to make dozens of exquisite dishes. Chloe and Jack initially thought that they could finally have a quiet meal and spend a good night at home. But at noon, Assistant Mark came to South Hill Manor. "Sir." Assistant Mark was close to tears when he saw Jack. "Why are you here?" Jack was quite surprised to see him. "Please come back to work soon. No one is used to the way the chairman does things since he's too old-fashioned. These days, the employees are unsettled, and many executives have threatened to leave the company. Everyone is saying that GK is done." Assistant Mark was also under a lot of pressure. "It's only been a few days. I thought my father was doing a good job. The old chairman has a different management style from you. Many projects have been forced to stop. Furthermore, he is older, so clearly he can't keep up with a lot of things and gets distracted during meetings. Everyone is saying that. You and young madam left GK because you guys didn't get along with the chairman. They're also saying that GK has no future. 3 executives gave their resignation letter this afternoon. I can't take it anymore." "Things are that serious?" Chloe was also stunned. Jack immediately put down his chopsticks. "I'll head over right now." "Honey, I'll go with you." Chloe also stopped eating and got up with Jack. The long-time unseen Maybach appeared at GK headquarters. Everyone immediately stopped causing trouble. President Dawson, Mrs. Dawson. "Hi, President, Mrs. Dawson." The employees greeted excitedly along the way. They also started discussing among themselves in private. It seems like the previous news were no more than rumors. The news that there is a conflict between the president and chairman, and that the president left to go abroad with his wife, is all fake. Yeah, some people even said that young madam was kidnapped, and no one knows if she was alive or dead, but she seems fine. It's probably fake news released by our competitors. How ridiculous! Everyone was uplifted to see Jack return to GK. "Tell the others that we'll be having an all-member staff meeting in 10 minutes, Jack said. "Yes, sir." Assistant Mark quickly ran to inform the various departments. 10 minutes later, thousands of employees gathered in GK's largest auditorium. Jack wore a black casual suit and held Chloe's hand as they walked onto the stage and sat down. The latter wore a snug, white sweater dress. Although Jack looked tired, his and Chloe's appearance at the headquarters had shattered all rumors. "Please be quiet. The president would like to say a few words," Assistant Mark shouted into the microphone, and the entire auditorium fell dead silent. Jack held the microphone and looked around. Chloe caringly opened a bottle of water for him and placed it by his side. Everyone held their breaths. Now that he was back, what was the president going to say? "For today's meeting, I wish to clarify 3 points. First, the chairman's return to the company is only temporary. My wife and I had to deal with some tricky things over the past few days, so we couldn't make it to the office. Second, rumors stop with intelligent people. Employees of GK should not tarnish the company's reputation with rumors. I will let the past rumors go, but any future rumors will not be tolerated. Third, for those who wish to resign, you have 1 night to reconsider if you want to withdraw your resignation letter. If you wish to stay, I will be happy to keep you. If you wish to go, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. That's everything. Thank you all." Jack's meeting was short and succinct, unlike some company executives who talked on and on for 4 to 5 hours, causing everyone to fall asleep. In the past, during the executive meetings, Jack would briefly summarize and conclude the meeting after everyone expressed their perspectives and opinions. It was in his personality to be decisive and efficient. After Jack finished speaking, everyone applauded loudly. Then Jack held Chloe's hand as they walked out of the auditorium and towards the president's office. The finance department immediately handed over numerous receipts, and the other departments sent over many proposals. It seemed like there were a lot of matters that Jack's father did not get to deal with while he helped his son out at GK. After all, his father was an old man and had limited energy. Jack's father did not dare approve some of the new proposals either, so he left a lot of work for Jack to do. "Sir, it's impossible to finish all this in a short amount of time. Why don't you take this home to finish or come back to finish it in a few days?" Assistant Mark suggested. "It's okay. I'll leave after I finish." Jack had always kept his work and private life separate. He was always serious when working, so he decided to deal with company affairs first. "Honey," Jack originally wanted to tell her to go home first, but Chloe immediately said, "I will help you organize all this. It'll save you time." Then, Chloe sat down with all of the documents and started to sort them. Jack looked at her tenderly. He knew that she stayed to accompany him because she didn't want him to overwork himself. Assistant Mark looked enviously at the president and young madam, who were clearly very much in love. Just like that, Jack and Chloe worked late into the night that time. When they walked out, the entire building was pitch black, and everyone had left. "Do you want to have some late-night snacks?" Jack asked softly. "Let's eat at home. Uncle George asked them to make papaya stew. I love it. It's delicious." Chloe held Jack's hand and smiled. "All right." Then, the two got onto the car and drove back to South Hill Manor. When the maids saw that they were back, they immediately began to make them food and sweet soup. Everything was ready when they came down after a shower. The expensive red wine on the bottle was a rare sight. Is this a mistake?" "We didn't ask for wine," Chloe said. "Young madam, this is the young master's idea," the maid said carefully. "You can leave it here. Go and rest." Jack nodded, and Uncle George and the others left the room. Only the two of them were left in the brightly lit dining room. A clean white tablecloth covered the long dining table. The table was filled with desserts, late-night snacks, and ginseng soup. There was also a fruit salad and a bottle of red wine. "Honey, you asked for the red wine, so should we have some?" Chloe asked with uncertainty. Jack smiled but did not speak. Then he opened the bottle of wine and poured it into 2 wine glasses, without even using a decanter. He then handed a glass to Chloe. "Honey, thank you for taking care of me over the past few weeks. You're nearest and dearest to my heart, and the most important person in my life, but I still have to thank you," Jack said as he lifted his glass. Chloe slowly raised the glass and said, "Mr. Dawson is so mushy. You're playing the sensual card." Then the two ate and drank. Chloe could hold her alcohol, but the red wine was aged, so it was very strong. Soon, the two of them finished the entire bottle of wine, and Chloe was actually feeling a bit tipsy. Her cheeks were flushed as she looked at Jack. "Honey, you look really handsome tonight. Even the most intelligent woman will become a foolish girl after drinking red wine." Chloe didn't know that the wine they drank cost more than $3 million a bottle. If she knew, she would probably be very upset. Jack did not say anything. He walked over and carried Chloe towards their bedroom upstairs. "You're crazy." "Put me down. You just recovered from your injury." Chloe was terrified and struggled in his arms. "Relax, your honey is not that weak." Jack disregarded what she said and carried her to their bedroom on the 2nd floor. Then he pounced onto her on their wide, soft bed. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol or the joy from being united after nearly losing him. Chloe was extra enthusiastic today. She actively responded to him and cooperated with his gentle movements. Then, she lost herself in paradise. It was the deepest sleep Chloe had had in the past few days. She was even snoring slightly, clearly. She had been very nervous and tired before. Jack pulled over her covers for her and hugged her tight. He didn't want to let her go. The truth was, he was prepared for the worst outcome. Even if Chloe could never have a baby, he would still love her all the same. Forever. The next morning, Chloe saw Jack looking intently at her when she woke up. "Honey, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking at you. There's nothing to look at. I'm not a rare beauty." Chloe rubbed her eyes and smiled. "Even a rare beauty can't compare to my wife. In my eyes, you are the most precious existence. Aren't you embarrassed to be sweet-talking so early in the morning?" Chloe smiled shyly. Then, she got up and leaned on Jack's shoulder. She took out her phone and started taking some morning selfies. She didn't take a picture of their faces, only a picture of their interlocking hands. She uploaded this photo onto her friend circle and also Weibo. She captioned it, "The best you, the best me, this is the best us." As expected, the netizens responded strongly to their morning flaunt of love. Fans sent their blessings, drowning out the malicious comments of haters. Wow, this is the first time GK's young madam flaunted her love so publicly. It seems like all the rumors about divorce were false. They're doing well. Yeah, one of my relatives works at GK, and he told me that the two of them were holding hands during a staff meeting yesterday. Their rumors of divorce are definitely fake. Stop spreading the false rumors. Wasn't there a rumor that they are splitting up because the young madam couldn't get pregnant? It doesn't seem like it. I always thought that President Dawson really loved his wife. I heard that they were each other's first love. Bless them. The netizens all expressed their opinions. Victoria quickly retweeted the tweet when she saw it. She even tagged Bella and said, "Dear Yishi, I hope that you can find a husband as good as Jack soon. I hope that a man will love you as much as Jack loves Chloe." This was a beautiful blessing. But Bella was so mad when she saw it that she immediately lost her appetite. This, Victoria, is too much. Bella threw away her chopsticks, even though she had just taken 2 bites of a fried egg. Victoria was purposely trying to disgust her. "Bella, why aren't you eating?" Mrs. Hall quickly asked when she saw that her daughter was upset. "Mom, I have no appetite. I'm going to the school." After speaking, Bella grabbed her bag, walked out of the house, got on her car, and headed to her school. On her way, she called Mrs. Dawson. "Mrs. Dawson, what would you like to eat for lunch? I'll bring it over for you." "It's okay, Bella. Jack and his wife are coming by today, and we are going to have a family meal together." Mrs. Dawson sounded quite happy, but Bella's expression turned even darker. "Family meal? Mrs. Dawson, I thought you disliked Chloe. Why are you still having a family meal with her?" Bella probed. "I used to dislike her, but she did do a lot for Jack this time. Looking back, it's all for my son, so there's no need for me to fight with a kid, right?" Mrs. Dawson had warmed up a lot to Chloe, and no longer hated her with a passion. Even though Mrs. Dawson was quite unreasonable, she was not a fool, and she could see Chloe's feelings for Jack. She was also very dissatisfied that Mrs. Hall left with her daughter before Jack's surgery was complete. "Oh, I see. But I don't think Chloe can forgive you. She's very stubborn, so you should be careful since you guys don't get along." "Yeah, I know. Would you like me to join you guys? I'll help you so that you won't be bullied again, like last time." Bella repeatedly reminded Mrs. Dawson of her past bad memories to try to provoke her anger. "No, it's okay, Bella. You're busy with work, so you don't have to come. After all, it's a family matter. Bye." After speaking, Mrs. Dawson hung up the phone. Bella's face was gloomy. Were all her efforts sucking up to Mrs. Dawson going to waste? There was no more hope for her, just because Chloe was willing to die for Jack? Bella refused to accept this, but she couldn't stop the family meal. After all, she was just an outsider with no ties to the family. In the past, with Mrs. Dawson there, she could still stir up some trouble. Now that Mrs. Dawson refused to let her join in, she couldn't do anything. Before returning to the Dawson Manor, Jack and Chloe went to Sky Blessing Court. They bought a lot of vegetables, fruits, and supplements for Chloe's mother. When Sandra saw Jack and Chloe's loving manner, she was relieved and stopped believing the rumors. They returned to the Dawson Manor at noon and bought the same things for Jack's parents. Chloe felt uncomfortable every time they went to the Dawson Manor because she felt like even the maids there disliked her. However, the attitude she received this time was clearly different from before. "You're back? Wash your hands. Lunch is ready. I'll go upstairs and get your dad." Although Mrs. Dawson was not very enthusiastic, she did not look as hostile as she used to. It was already a big improvement. "My mother seems to be different from before," Jack said softly. "I think so too." Chloe nodded. "Young master, "Young madam, have a seat. I will get you some fruit." Even the maid was more diligent than she used to be. After Peter came downstairs, the four of them sat around the dining table. "How's the company doing?" Peter asked worriedly. "It's all good, Dad. Don't worry. You've made some big changes after you took over. Things felt so unfamiliar when I went back that I didn't even know where to start." "Haha. As expected, young people have more ideas, but you should also take care of your body," Peter said. "I know, Dad." "How's work recently, Chloe? Is it tiring?" Peter asked. I haven't officially started yet. I am starting after Christmas break." "That's good. You've been tired recently too, so it's good to get some rest." Peter nodded. "These crabs were flown in fresh this morning. Everyone, have some." Mrs. Dawson knew that Chloe loved seafood, so she spared no costs and ordered a bunch, but she didn't know how to offer them to Chloe. So instead, she told everyone to have some. Chloe was very smart, so she immediately understood Mrs. Dawson's intentions. When she saw Mrs. Dawson's friendly gesture, she did not dismiss her. Instead, she grabbed a crab. Chloe was unpretentious. First, she de-shelled a crab for Jack. Then, she started eating one herself. "When are you guys planning to have the wedding? Have you guys discussed it?" Peter suddenly asked. Chloe didn't say anything. She looked at Jack, not sure what her husband's plans were. "I do want to hold a wedding, and Chloe is fine with anything. How about you guys? Do you have any ideas?" Jack asked his parents out of respect. Why not have it at the end of the year? Peter was forthcoming. He didn't want his son to delay things any further. "It's a bit hasty to have the wedding at the end of the year." "I want a grand wedding," Jack replied. Mrs. Dawson glanced at him and nodded. "Our son is right. We only have one son. The wedding should be grand, not rushed." "What do you think, Chloe?" Peter asked. "I'm good with anything." "Haha, it's just a formality. We don't have to hold one." Truthfully, Chloe didn't care much about these formalities. In her mind, since they already registered, they were already husband and wife. Their post-marriage life was great too, so a ceremony wasn't necessary. It would be nice to have a wedding, but she wouldn't complain if they didn't have one either. After all, marriage was a matter between the couple, and a bigger wedding couldn't guarantee a better marriage. "Of course you need to have one. You only get married once in your lifetime. We have to prepare well for it," Peter said in all seriousness. Jack thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we have it May of next year? It's spring, so the flowers will bloom. I think it's a perfect time, and we will have lots of time to prepare." "Okay, whatever you guys want. Your mother and I are good with anything." Peter nodded in agreement. After lunch, Peter and Jack started playing chess. Chloe was bored, so she sat on the sofa and gamed on her phone. The maid placed some fruit in front of her. "Young madam, have some fruit." "Okay." Chloe nodded with a smile. At this time, Mrs. Dawson came to her and said nonchalantly, "Kiwi is a very nutritious fruit for the body. It contains a lot of vitamin C." "I know," Chloe said faintly. She had never been one to suck up to anyone, but she was not one to anger others either. Mrs. Dawson's attitude couldn't immediately change, so their relationship was still a little awkward. Mrs. Dawson sat on the sofa across from Chloe and pretended to make small talk with Jack. "Even my younger friends are already grandmothers. When will your dad and I be grandparents?" At the mention of children, Chloe's expression changed. She looked down and pretended not to hear what Mrs. Dawson said. Jack laughed and said, "What's the hurry? You never know. We might have twins." "Haha, that'll be best. The more kids you have, the happier we'll be." "It'll be best to have a soccer team of kids," Peter said with a hearty laugh. The family had not been so harmonious for a long time. Jack and Chloe were not as depressed as before, so they stayed longer than they used to. As they were about to leave, Peter stopped Chloe and said guiltily, "Chloe, it's all thanks to you that Jack is okay. We are not ungrateful people. Our words were too harsh previously. Please forgive us. Please don't say that. It was an urgent situation. I can understand why you said that. After all, no one wants their child to be in danger. If the person lying on the bed was me, my mother would probably say the same things. Peter nodded. Thank you for understanding. I hope that we can live in harmony. Chloe nodded. Then, Jack and Chloe left the manor and returned to South Hill. Huh? We haven't gone back to Imperial Park for a while. Why don't we stay there for tonight? Chloe suddenly thought of the home that they had lived in for a long time. I already sold that house. What? You sold it? Chloe looked at him in surprise. Yes. Jack calmly nodded. Why did you sell it? Chloe looked at him wide-eyed with nostalgia. The house carried so many sweet memories of her and Jack. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.